The arrow shot through the air and struck the green moss covering the monster's shell. Piercing the layer of soft moss, it then hit the weathered black rock and splintered without leaving even a scratch on its surface. The arrow was destroyed, but the shadow had already been transported on the dark island. The gloomy guy looked around, shivered, and then glanced at the sky with a resigned expression. His resentful gaze seemed to deal damage directly to Sunny's conscience. Sunny shifted a little. "What are you staring at?" "I have a very clear conscience, the clearest conscience in 2 worlds, it's a flaw of mine." The Sin of Solace, who was standing by his side, quietly chuckled. Ignoring the apparition, Sunny commanded the gloomy shadow to go and explore. Then, he looked at the world through its eyes. The surface of the black turtle's shell was indeed like an island. There were patches of moss covering the weathered rock, while the rock itself was rough and uneven. It was littered with mounds, deep gorges, and even depressions filled with water that looked like small lakes. Here and there, jagged pieces of tarnished silver could be seen. From what Sunny could tell, the great monster had been somehow fashioned with a battle armor of sublime silver in the past, perhaps thousands of years ago. Now, the silver armor was dull and covered with a dark patina. Most of it was gone, at least on the surface. Only the edges of the shell, the neck, the head, and the flippers were still encased in vast bands of the precious metal. The huge chains Sunny had seen before served to fasten the armor to the creature's shell. He did not want to study the nature of the dead abomination in detail right now, though. First, he wanted to find out where the white light had come from. Soon, the shadow noticed something. In the middle of a large patch of moss, there was a spot where it had been burned away, revealing the rock surface beneath. The rock itself was covered by ash and soot. Most importantly, there was a palm print in the ash. A human palm print. Sunny's heart suddenly started to beat faster. The gloomy shadow seemed excited, too. It sped up, gliding across the dark island and diving into the deep fissures in the rock shell from time to time. And after diving into one of the more shallow gorges, it saw something that made it freeze. Out there in the shade of the fissure, leaning her back on the uneven black rock, a young woman with silver hair was sitting on the ground. Her black clothes were singed and torn, and there was a wild look in her striking grey eyes. She was holding a piece of strange-looking roasted meat in her hands, sinking her teeth into it with a determined expression. Both her fingers and lips were covered in grease. It was Nephis. As Sunny and the gloomy shadow were staring at her in stunned silence, she suddenly shifted, raised her head and looked directly at the shadow. Her eyes widened a little. Forgetting to chew, Neph lingered for a moment. And then awkwardly waved at the shadow with a greasy hand. Chapter 1244, Damn Great Steak. It's actually her. Sunny did not want to admit it, but he was incredibly excited. A small smile appeared on his face, and he let out a long sigh. Far below, his shadow waved back at Nephis. He was happy, and not only because it was Neph whom he had found. Sunny was also happy to find anyone at all after days spent in solitude. He was starting to fear that the strangeness of the Great River was much more dire than he had thought, and that he was actually sent into an entirely different nightmare or perhaps epoch than the other members of the cohort. In fact, he had been suppressing the gnawing fear of being the only human in this flowing world. Thank the gods. Under the watchful gaze of the Azure Serpent, Sunny retrieved the heavenly burden and glided down in a wide spiral. He was still wary of the great abomination, but had no choice except to land. It was a good thing, too. After spending 2 days drifting through the empty sky, he longed to stand on something solid again. The small puncture wound left behind by the black needle was completely healed by the time Sunny reached the stone shell of the dead behemoth. To his relief, the ancient serpent did not follow him onto the island. It stayed in the water, staring at the tiny human with hungry madness. Luckily, looks could not kill. Well, at least this great beast's gaze could not kill. There were all kinds of nightmare creatures and aspects out there, though. As soon as the soles of his shoes touched the weathered rock, Sunny let out a satisfied sigh. Then, he dismissed the dark wing, bent down to grab the edge of the fissure in front of him, and jumped down. A few moments later, Sunny landed in front of Nephis. The gloomy shadow slid off the wall and attached itself to his feet. The two of them stared at each other for a bit. Then, Sunny grinned. "That smells delicious. Where did you get fresh meat?" Nephis tilted her head and blinked. N.0 in. A few minutes later, Sunny and Nephis were sitting opposite each other inside the narrow fissure, finishing the last of the meat she had roasted. The covetous coffer was standing nearby in the form of an alloy chest. Its lid open. There was not much food inside by now, but there was still some salt and spices left. With the help of seasoning, the meat tasted sublime. Not that it was easy to chew. Sunny's teeth were incredibly tenacious due to bone weave, and yet, he had to augment himself with a few shadows just to take a bite, and yet, he was thankful for that meat. Without Neph making a fire to roast it, he might not have found her so soon, or even ever at all. It really tastes amazing. Finished with his portion, Sunny glanced at his greasy hands with a bit of regret, and then carefully licked his fingers. Then, he looked at Nephis and smiled. Hey, did we really just eat the meat of a great monster? How had his life turned out this way? It was a bit too ridiculous. She nodded and brought the endless spring to her lips, drinking greedily. Yeah, I carved it myself. After the sea serpent left. Hearing this, Sunny shifted awkwardly. As it turned out, Nephis had been on the shell of the black turtle the whole time. At first, she had appeared within the mist, just like Sunny, but after the mist dissipated, she found herself standing on the surface of the dark island, with no one else in sight. Neph had felt that something was very wrong almost instantly, but it took her a few hours to realize that the rocky island beneath her feet was actually the carapace of a titanic abomination. Then, she slowly explored the shell of the black turtle while trying her best not to awaken the great monster from its slumber. On the second day, the sea serpent had suddenly attacked, waking the turtle up and initiating a harrowing battle. Nephis had no choice but to hide in one of the fissures and hold on for dear life while being battered, doused with water, and tossed around. The pressure and the shockwaves of the furious battle between two great abominations almost killed her. That was why her clothes were in such a sorry state. Eventually, though, the serpent managed to burrow into the turtle's flesh and kill it from the inside. After killing the monster, it left. At that point, Nephis recovered a little, then dove down into the water to carve out some meat to satiate her hunger, as well as quench her thirst. Sunny coughed awkwardly. About that, I'm sorry. She raised an eyebrow, looking at him in confusion. Sorry? Why? He scratched the back of his head. Well, I also entered the nightmare within the mist. Only I was still in the water once it dissipated, on a piece of flotsam. And there was this serpent trying to eat me. So, I escaped into the sky and flew downstream for a while, with the serpent following. Eventually, I stumbled on this turtle and therefore, so did the sea snake. You know the rest. A strange expression appeared on Neph's face. She stared at him silently, making Sunny let out a nervous laugh. Actually, I was right above you, high in the sky, when they started fighting. We almost missed each other. Luckily, I noticed your flames from afar the next night, and came back. He lingered for a moment, and then smiled. So, it all ended well. Now we are both stuck here. Then, the smile froze on his face. Sunny remained motionless for a bit, then looked away and cleared his throat. Oh, by the way, that sea serpent. Yeah, I might have accidentally led it back here, again. It's currently circling the turtle. Did I say that I was sorry? Nephis stared at him for a while, then lowered her head and covered her face with a palm. Sunny could have sworn that he heard her mumble something under her breath. But he must have heard wrong, right? There was no way Nephis would say. Damnation. Chapter 1245, Smashing Problems with a Hammer. Climbing out of the fissure, the two of them and the ominous figure of the Sin of Solace studied the calm surface of the great river. By now, it seemed like a sea of blood. The patch of red water surrounding the dead behemoth was growing larger as it was slowly washed away. Just then, an ominous shadow moved through the blood, and a giant, cloudy eye rose from the red liquid to stare at them with hatred and burning malice. Sunny shivered and felt the desire to take a step back. Nephis remained unmoved. After a while, she spoke in a somber tone. Strong. He sighed. It is a great beast. Of course, it's strong. At that moment, the Sin of Solace smiled. As they escaped the suffocating gaze of the azure serpent by jumping back into the fissure, the sword wraith spoke. But isn't it just a great beast? Where is your fighting spirit, Sunny? Go kill it like you always do. Sunny threw an irritated glance at him and thought. Shut the hell up. The apparition laughed. Why? Can't I make a joke? Of course, a pathetic waste of a divine aspect like you has no hope of surviving a fight with this creature. It grinned and added. That is why it's funny. Sunny frowned and glared at the Sin of Solace, then started to think of a response. However, at that moment, Neff's voice distracted him from the conversation. Sunny? Who are you talking to? Startled, he flinched slightly and turned to her. His face grew slightly more pale than usual. You heard that? I spoke it aloud. She lingered for a moment, then nodded. Sunny let out a small laugh and scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. In truth, he was a little frightened. It seems that the effect of the Sin of Solace on his mind was not as tame as he had thought. Damn it. That my primary weapon memory has a peculiar enchantment. Basically, it's a voice that doesn't miss a chance to explain how wrong everything I do is. Write something like that. Nephis stared at him for a while, and then a hint of a smile appeared on her face. Oh. Sunny frowned. Wait, why are you smiling? It's very annoying. She simply shook her head. It's nothing. I was just suddenly reminded of an old fairy tale I once heard. He gave her a dubious look. Really? What is that fairy tale about? Nephis pondered for a bit, as if trying to recall, then said with uncertainty. It is about a mischievous doll who ran away from home. Every time the doll lied, his nose would grow bigger. And there was a cricket who followed the wooden boy around, trying to explain what is right and what is wrong to him. Sunny blinked a couple of times, perplexed. What kind of weird story was that? And why would a doll be alive? Was it actually an echo? Or a nightmare creature? He frowned. That's one strange fairy tale. I do see why you would remember it, though, not that I have any problems with the length of my nose. So how does it end? Nephis thought for a while. I guess the doll learns how to be a good boy and returns home with the cricket. That is not the original ending, though. Sunny felt a little better about himself after hearing that. Curious, he raised an eyebrow and asked. Yeah? What happens to the doll in the original, then? She sat down and shrugged with an indifferent expression. In. He kills the cricket with a hammer, then gets hanged from a tree and dies. Sunny's eyes twitched. What the hell? Lowering himself to the ground, he scoffed. That doesn't even make sense. Isn't that doll made of wood? Why would he die after being hanged from a tree? Ridiculous, not to mention that a talking wooden doll would have been at least a demon. There's no way a demon would die from being hanged. He looked at Nephis and abruptly realized how ridiculous that conversation was. Sunny cleared his throat, and then added. Anyway, that memory of mine has grown stronger once we entered the nightmare. I have a couple of ideas why, but I'm not certain yet. So, that peculiar enchantment has become more annoying, too. I guess what I am trying to say is don't mind me. However, he couldn't help but glance at the Sin of Solace and add with a bit of venom in his voice. As for the fairy tale, now that we established that the doll wouldn't have died from hanging, I must admit I wouldn't mind smashing that annoying cricket with a hammer and watching it die. The apparition mockingly raised an eyebrow. Neff, meanwhile, frowned slightly and asked, "Why do you keep looking to the side when talking about that enchantment?" Sunny froze. "Well, that at first, there was only a voice. But now there's an illusory figure following me, too. In fact, it looks exactly like me, and uses my own voice to berate me. It's fine, though. Just annoying." Nephis remained silent before asking in an even tone, "So there are two Sunnis here right now?" Sunny grimaced, then nodded with a bit of reluctance. "In a sense. One is just a foul-mouthed hallucination, though." Neph stared at him for a while with a funny expression. Then, she tilted her head slightly and stared at him some more. Sunny suddenly felt a bit weird under that gaze. "What? Why are you looking at me like that?" "I'm not crazy." No, what was it hidden in the depths of her calm grey eyes? Was it amusement? Nephis suddenly took a deep breath, and then shook her head. "I know that you are not crazy. That memory should be the sin of solace, right? It is tied to Ariel and, therefore, to the tomb of Ariel. Even though the pyramid doesn't seem to exist in this nightmare, it might come in handy." Sunny slowly exhaled. Right. Nephis had access to the list of his memories, so she would know about the sin of solace. But that reminded him. Growing serious, Sunny said in a somber tone, "Speaking of which, I think we should try to figure out where we are. And, more importantly, why we are here. I think that if we pull all the information we have together, we might be able to find out a few things." She nodded. "Okay. I was thinking the same thing. There have to be hints in the descriptions of some of the memories we received during the chain of nightmares. I can tell you which ones of mine seem important." Sunny too thought that this was the best course of action, at least for now. The Azure Serpent didn't seem to have plans of climbing onto the carcass of the black turtle, and the current was pulling it downstream. Even if they tried to fly away, their speed wouldn't be much greater than that of the Dark Island. So, they might as well try to better understand the situation first. However, he gathered his willpower, hesitated for a few moments, and forced out an indifferent smile. Before that, I think you should summon a new armor memory. So, you know this one could restore itself." Nephis frowned, then looked down at herself. The black garments she wore were singed and torn, revealing more than a fair bit of her smooth alabaster skin. She remained motionless for a bit, then shifted slightly. Can you turn around?" She phrased it as a question instead of a request, but Sunny nevertheless obediently faced the wall of the fissure. "I can." After a moment of awkward silence, another question followed. "Can you also make your shadow turn around?" He forced the gloomy shadow to face the black rock, too. "No problem." The Sin of Solace rolled his eyes, then shook his head and followed their example. "You are a pitiful man, Sunny. You know that?" Don't bother responding, gods. I wish you did squish me with a hammer. Then, I wouldn't have to endure your..." Sunny ignored him. Soon, the dark fissure became a little brighter. Neph's clothes turned into a swarm of white sparks. Then, the fissure was illuminated again as she summoned another armor. Sunny let out a shaky breath. "What is this sense of déjà vu? Are you done?" She answered after a short pause. "Yeah." He smiled. "All right. Let's do some research, then." Chapter 1246, Research Partners. Nephis changed from her torn clothes and was now wearing a white tunic with its hems embroidered in intricate red patterns. The tunic was somewhat similar to Sunnis' Shroud of Dusk, but also different. It seemed like a single sheet of light fabric that had been elaborately tied at the shoulders, and thus had no sleeves. Loosely fastened at the waist and with high slits, it seemed like something that could afford one a high degree of freedom of movement. Still, Sunny was slightly surprised to see what Neph had chosen to summon. She gave him a strange look. "What?" He shrugged. "I just imagined that you would select a suit of steel armor, or at least something that offers more protection." There has to be a memory like that among those that Summer Night gave you, right? Nephis shook her head. There is. But what does it matter here? No matter how powerful of an armor memory I use, it will still break after brushing against a great abomination once. So, I might as well go for something light and offering good utility. This tunic might not protect me well, but it enhances my senses. For now, that is more important. Best of all. She slightly pursed her lips and added with a hint of frustration in her voice. It won't burn. Sunny suppressed a chuckle. All right. Suit yourself. It was not like he had anything to complain about. That tunic of hers was rather beautiful, plus, he wasn't one to talk, considering what he himself was wearing. Sunny pulled his gaze away from Neff's slender figure and stared at the memories that were laying on the ground between them. These were all the ones in their possession that mentioned Ariel, his tomb, the great river, or an estuary of any kind. There was no real need to summon them, since both Sunny and Nephis could see each other's runes. However, having something to look at was more convenient. They were a beautifully engraved chalice of white stone full of black liquid. A hand mirror of dark silver that gave off an ominous feeling. A graceful gem with a long and slender blade of pristine white jade. A necklace of engraved black metal that resembled a collar. An elegant mallet with a hammerhead made of perfectly black stone. A dagger made of cloudy steel with a handle that was wrapped in black leather. The bitter cusp, the mirror of truth, the sin of solace, the stifled scream, the dark shaper, and the falling ash. The last two came from Nephis, while all the other ones came from Sunny. He had spent more time in Antarctica, after all, and received more memories from the abominations of the Chain of Nightmares. There was also the Shroud of Graceless Dusk, but Sunny did not feel like undressing, although it might have been only fair for him to do so. Never mind. He studied the memories for a while, sometimes glancing at the shimmering runes in front of him. Eventually, Sunny said, "Before we try to draw any conclusions, let's go over what we already know first." Nephis nodded. Sunny took a deep breath. First of all, there was a demon called Ariel, the demon of dread. The tomb of Ariel stands somewhere in the Nightmare Desert. However, it is not a tomb where Ariel is buried. Rather, it is a tomb that he built. He remained silent for a moment, then continued. The seven of us entered a seed of nightmare that seemed to have originated from the tomb of Ariel. However, instead of being transported into the past of the Nightmare Desert, we somehow ended up in the middle of a strange and boundless river. It was not certain that the great river was boundless. Sunny had not tried to reach its seemingly unattainable shores yet, after all. However, it was definitely incredibly vast. He frowned. That river seems to be the Great River, which is said to exist outside of time and flow endlessly from the future into the past, whatever that means. The Great River is connected to the tomb of Ariel, somehow. But we don't know how exactly. After finishing, Sunny lingered a bit, and then asked, "Anything you want to add?" Nephis nodded. "The nightmare we entered is an abnormal one. The vision of the reverse time was interrupted. Additionally, there are supposed to be millions of challenges within it. Apart from that." She glanced at the strange sky of the Great River, where dawn coexisted with dusk and day, and at the seven suns bathing the world in light. Then, Nephis said, "This place looks like a colossal soul sea." Sunny's eyes glistened. "Right? That was what I thought, as well." He sighed, and then picked up the dagger forged out of cloudy steel, the falling ash. Weighing it in his hand, Sunny glanced at its complicated weave, and then turned to the runes. Memory falling ash, memory rank. At the same time, Nephis looked at his own memories for a while, and then tentatively picked up the mirror of truth. She glanced at her reflection, shivered, then turned the mirror around and studied the beautiful engravings on its back. Her eyes darted from side to side, most likely reading the runes that described the meeting between Weaver and Ariel. After a few moments, a contemplative expression appeared on Neff's face. "This one is interesting." I think it is important it can help us understand the nature and purpose of the tomb of Ariel. However, it doesn't tell us anything about the Great River. She put the mirror of truth aside and reached out for the bitter cusp. This one is connected to the sin of Solus and the falling ash, I think. Sunny nodded as he read the description of the ashen dagger. The runes read: Ariel built a beautiful palace of jade for the queen, and there, she held her court. A great bridge of stone led to the jade palace, covered in snow and ash. Soon, the news of the queen's beauty and wisdom spread across the realms, and many guests came to witness her grace. Not all of them survived the snow, and even fewer survived the ash. Still, more and more came. He frowned. The description of the sin of Solus told of a beautiful monster that Ariel had made a queen and gifted with the sinister knowledge of hideous truth. The description of the bitter cusp told the eerie story of a group of guests that came to the Jade Court with ill intentions. And this one told about how Ariel had built the Jade Court, the Jade Palace, for the Jade Queen. None of that information was particularly useful for them now, except maybe for the fact that Ariel seemed fond of building things. However, Sunny glanced at Nephis and showed her the dagger. That Jade Palace, doesn't it sound like Ravenheart? Ravenheart, the great citadel of Clan Song, was situated among snowy peaks and raging volcanoes. Snow and ash were always falling there and, more than that, one had to cross an enormous stone bridge to reach it. The description of the Jade Palace was too similar. Neff looked at the falling ash. Then, her eyes glinted a little. It does. N.1n. Sunny was a bit stunned. He had learned some time ago that the citadels of the great clans were left behind by the Seven Diamonds, and were thus very important to the sovereigns. So were the Ivory Tower, which had once belonged to Hope, and the Hollow Mountains, where Nether Citadel still remained undiscovered. That was why Vela and Song had been racing to conquer the tomb of Ariel. But if the citadel left behind by Ariel was actually Ravenheart, then which demon was tied to the Black Pyramid? Who could be more connected to the tomb of Ariel than its builder? Feeling confused, Sunny shook his head and tried to concentrate on the task at hand. Right now, they had to learn about the Great River the most because that was where they were stuck. Putting the falling ash back, he picked up the dark shaper, which looked like an elegant mallet with its head made of perfectly black stone. In fact, that black stone looked very familiar. Sunny studied the weave of the black mallet, then glanced at its runes. A few moments later, his eyes widened. Chapter 1247, Fear Itself. The Dark Shaper was a transcendent memory of the fourth tier that Nephis had gained in Antarctica. It was one of the few she had chosen to keep, the rest either went to the Firekeepers or were sold to acquire various equipment and resources. Being the leader of a group of elite awakened was not cheap. Even with the support of Clan Vela, Neph had to work hard to provide her followers with the best everything. Perhaps it was a part of the King of Swords testing her competency, or perhaps the great clan simply didn't care to spend too much on the survivors of the Forgotten Shore before they proved themselves. In any case, Nephis had decided to keep the Dark Shaper for herself. The reason she had decided to hold on to the stone mallet was both because of its power and because its description mentioned the Demon of Dread. The Dark Shaper looked more like a tool than a weapon. It had a handle of dark polished wood inlaid with dull silver. The hammerhead was fashioned out of perfectly black stone, which looked and felt rather familiar. Sunny was almost certain that it was the same stone that the tomb of Ariel had been built of. The stone mallet's enchantments had to do with sculpting and changing the shape of things. Disturbingly, these things were not limited to stone, metal, and wood. If one wished, they could also shape flesh and bone, sculpting all kinds of nightmarish creations. The sinister corrupted devil Nephis had killed to receive the Dark Shaper was similarly revolting. It was indeed a memory worthy of being graced with the name of the Demon of Dread in its description. And speaking of the description, at first, Sunny simply studied the shimmering runes, finding them rather interesting. They read: Memory Dark Shaper. Memory Rank Transcendent. Memory Tier 4. Memory Type Tool. Memory description: when the unholy titan took a step, everyone cowered in fear. Only Ariel, the demon of dread, remained standing. He did not feel fear, for he was fear itself. Taking a step forward, he challenged the unholy titan, and the two battled under the azure sky. Their battle was fierce, their battle was fearsome. Their battle was a hint of the doom that would come. The unholy titan possessed an indestructible stone body and was invulnerable to all harm. As they fought, the land was shattered and the sky split apart. The demon of dread received many harrowing wounds, but the terrible titan remained wholly unscathed. Its stone body became incandescent from the heat, shining brighter than the fiery sun. That was when the demon of dread whispered something to his enemy, and then cast the titan into the depths of the ocean. When the incandescent titan plunged into the cool water, the ocean turned into searing vapor and was scattered by the winds. The stone flesh of the titan instantly cooled, causing a tiny crack to appear on its heart. That tiny spot was the only part of the creature that had not been tempered, and was also its only flaw. As Ariel watched coldly, the titan bellowed in agony. After one heartbeat, cracks appeared on its indestructible body. After 2 heartbeats, blood flowed from its wounds like a river. After 3 heartbeats, its body started to crumble into numerous shards. And on the 7th heartbeat, its heart shattered, turning into dust. That was how the unholy stone titan was destroyed. Following the end of the battle, the demon of dread created a mystical river out of the titan's blood, and built a pyramid out of its stone flesh. The pyramid stood where the ocean had once been, and the description ended. It was after he finished reading that Sunny's eyes widened as an unbelievable guess appeared in his mind. Wait. No. No way. The tale of Ariel's battle with an unholy titan was indeed very interesting, not the least because it seemed as though the demon of dread had won due to a single whisper. More than that, it hinted at the answers to several questions that Sunny had been curious about. For example, who or what was the progenitor of the minor shard of the stone titan Goliath? Or how the Nightmare Desert had come into existence. But these precious pieces of knowledge were not what caused such a reaction from Sunny. What drew his attention was the abrupt end of the description. Didn't it seem incomplete, NN? As if there was another part of it missing. Coincidentally, he knew of another description that seemed like a fragment of a larger whole. Frowning, Sunny summoned his own runes and found the name of the stifled scream. Concentrating on it, he read. Memory description: a great river was contained within it, flowing endlessly from the future into the past. When doom came, many entered to seek shelter from it, and many had come to seek the truth. That was because the great river existed outside time, and so, it was said that a dreadful secret was hidden at its estuary. Few of those capable dared to approach it, and none of those who had returned. He remained motionless for a few moments, then mentally put the two descriptions together. Following the end of the battle, the demon of dread created a mystical river out of the titan's blood, and built a pyramid out of its stone flesh. The pyramid stood where the ocean had once been. A great river was contained within it, flowing endlessly from the future into the past. His hands trembled. Unable to speak, Sunny turned his head slightly and stared at Nephis. A few moments later, she noticed his gaze and raised an eyebrow. What? He lingered for a while, and then said hesitantly. That I am really not sure, but I think I understand where we are now. Then, Sunny looked at the narrow strip of the sky above them and added in a hushed voice. Neph, this might sound crazy, but I think that we are inside the Black Pyramid. Chapter 1248, Entombed. The two of them climbed from the fissure and stood gazing at the 7 suns moving across the vast sky. They remained silent for a while. Eventually, Sunny spoke, his voice carrying a sense of wonder and perplexity. I know that it doesn't make sense, but it also makes so much sense, you know. Nephis frowned, her thoughts mirroring his. She had read both descriptions, and although Sunny's theory sounded outlandish, it was also compelling in a bizarre and irrational way. He took a deep breath and continued to unravel his theory. I mean, listen, we were in the Nightmare Desert, and entered the third nightmare through a seed that had been a part of Ariel's tomb once. Logically, the spell should have sent us into the past of the desert, or at least into the past of the Black Pyramid. However, it sent us into the Great River instead. That is an obvious contradiction. Sunny brushed his hair back and rubbed his eyes, attempting to make sense of the puzzle. But it all makes sense if the Great River is actually situated inside the pyramid. Sure, no matter how large the pyramid is, it can't be large enough to contain an entire region of the dream realm, an entire world, even. That is if we think about it from the perspective of human logic. However, Ariel was not a human. He was a demon, an actual deity. Beings like that are not bound by mundane logic. If he could create a pyramid that does not draw nearer no matter how long you walk toward it, who says that he couldn't create a pyramid that contains a whole world inside it? Nephis considered the implications of Sunny's words. Her eyes remained fixed on the vast great river, and the azure serpent lurking beneath its surface, with madness and hunger in its gaze. N.1n. Struggling to ignore the unsettling presence of the serpent, she sighed and voiced her own insights. Did he create that world too, then? Well, now that I think about it, he might have. Both of us thought that this place looked like a soul sea, right? Maybe it is not a soul sea, but instead was made from one. Ariel built the Black Pyramid out of the flesh of an unholy titan. He created the Great River out of its blood. Then, he created a world out of its soul. If so, then those 7 suns were made out of 7 divine soul shards that the titan had left behind. Nephis paused for a moment and then added, her voice tinged with a sense of awe. If the humans of the Forgotten Shore could create an artificial sun, there's really no reason why Ariel couldn't create 7 better ones. Sunny acknowledged her insights with a nod. It would also explain why there are no stars in the night sky, and why it's entirely black. Because it is not a real sky. Instead, the Black Pyramid is hollow, and what we're looking at is actually the inner side of its walls. The two of them exchanged glances, growing more convinced that their startling theory was right. Troubled, Nephis looked at the 7 suns again and expressed her concerns. So, Ariel created this place, this tomb, to bury the truths he couldn't endure. And there is said to be a dreadful secret hidden in its estuary. It is easy to conclude that the truth he buried and the dreadful secret are one and the same. However, isn't it a little bit too elaborate of a feat, to create a whole world, hide it within an indestructible pyramid, and remove it from the natural flow of time, all just to hide a secret? Why would he want to go to all that trouble? Sunny listened to her with a somber expression on his face. He remained silent for a bit, then speculated about Ariel's motives. Maybe it's not that he wanted to, but instead that he had no other choice. The truth is hidden in the estuary of the Great River, and the Great River flows from the future into the past. But what is its estuary, actually? What can be the end of a river that flows through time, into the past? Sunny paused, deep in thought, and then arrived at a peculiar conclusion. The only end such a river can have is the point when time didn't exist yet. Isn't it? Where the past terminates. The estuary of the Great River has to be the point where the past disappears into the primordial void, which was everlasting and ever-changing, and existed before the concepts like death and time were even created by the gods. In fact, the estuary has to exist before the gods were born, and, therefore, outside their control. If Ariel wanted to hide something from even the gods, wouldn't he have had to go to such lengths? Nephis sighed, then rubbed her face, grappling with the paradoxical nature of these revelations. This is a little bit too strange to think about. A time before time existed. That is a paradox in and of itself, don't you think? Also, the Great River does not only flow from the future into the past, it also does so endlessly. How can an endless river reach a point of termination? Sunny felt a headache coming on, and he grimaced as he looked away. Well, anyway. Regardless of all that. At least we know now that the Sibyls did not literally hide inside a huge pyramid with their people. They actually came to the Great River, which existed outside the natural flow of time, and was thus far removed from the doom that they were escaping. That doom, it had to be the war between the diamonds and the gods, right? That was why they eventually couldn't hear the voices of the gods anymore. Because the gods died. Nephis slowly nodded, prompting Sunny to smile with an air of revelation. You do understand what it means, don't you? She looked at him with a hint of curiosity. What exactly are you talking about? He grinned with a sense of anticipation. It means that there are tons of locals here on the Great River. We just haven't found them yet, but when we do, we'll be able to learn all kinds of information from them, including what the central conflict of this nightmare is, and how to conquer it. She tilted her head a little, intrigued by his optimism. Right, there have to be plenty of humans here, according to the descriptions of the memories. It's just that they had entered the Great River much earlier than we did. So, they are probably somewhere further downstream, further into the past. Without having to say anything, both of them turned to look north, in the direction where the waters of the Great River were flowing. The view was rather beautiful, except for the terrifying silhouette of the ancient serpent, which had raised its neck from the water and was devouring them with its eyes. Nephis lingered for a while, and then said in a low voice, a tinge of worry in her tone. But, Sunny, what if the goal of this nightmare is to reach the estuary? What are we going to do then? He shivered, startled by her question. The idea of reaching the end of the Great River was both daunting and overwhelming. Surely, a third nightmare would not have such an insane goal. That was not a task for mere ascended. There had to be something else, something more attainable, something they could accomplish. He just didn't know what it was. Sunny let out a stifled laugh. Let's hope that it's not. And if it is, well, I guess we'll have to do our best. The Sin of Solace smirked as he looked at the water, the mysteries of the Great River and the tomb of Ariel unfolding before them, as they journeyed deeper into the enigmatic third nightmare. Chapter 1249, Titanic Ship. So this is it, then. The tomb of Ariel had been built from the remains of the stone Titan, while the great river created from its blood was contained within it, illuminated by the 7 suns made from its broken soul cores. The secret hidden at the estuary was the truth that Ariel had wished to forget. The nightmare desert was the result of the battle between him and the unholy creature. Looking at the blue sky above them, Sunny couldn't help but wonder. So the diamonds were capable of creating artificial worlds? Then, a sudden thought made him shiver. What is the difference between a real world and an artificial one, though? Was there even a difference? And if there was not, had the rest of the worlds been created by someone, as well? The diamonds? The gods? The unknown? He sighed, then shook his head. Do I really have time to ponder the cosmic origins of the world? Right now, they had more practical questions to answer. Many of the mysteries of the third nightmare had been revealed to them, but many more remained. At least they now knew where they were, and what their next step had to be. Travel downstream, find the Sibleys, and learn how to conquer the seed. Well, that is easier said than done, though. Sunny stared at the waters of the great river and saw the sharp blades of the azure serpent's dorsal fin break its surface as the great abomination hungrily circled the corpse of the titanic turtle. A dark expression appeared on his face. After a bit of silence, he said, Neph, do you think we can kill this thing? She smiled faintly. Sunny had expected to hear some kind of a crazy answer, like always, but she unexpectedly gave him a sober one instead. It is not impossible. This beast is 2 whole ranks above us, which would usually mean that there is no hope. But then again, we did eventually kill a few fallen abominations as sleepers, back on the forgotten shore. Nephis grew silent for a moment, and then added somberly, however, the gap between ranks grows much wider the higher those ranks are. The difference between a corrupted creature and a fallen one is much greater than the difference between a fallen creature and an awakened one, while the gap between a great abomination and a corrupted one is even greater still. Worse yet, this great beast is in its natural element in the water, while we are not. My aspect will also be weakened there, in the depths. Glaring at the serpent intensely, Sunny slowly nodded. Everything she said was reasonable. I bet I can still kill it, though. Hearing his unexpected words, Nephis chuckled. But Sunny was serious. He was not particularly confident, but he also did not think that their chances were close to zero. Both of them were strong, and they were even stronger together. There were his shadows, and the powerful memories they possessed. Most importantly, the Azure Serpent was a mere beast. No matter how harrowing its power was, it lacked intelligence. While Sunny was full of all kinds of devious schemes, with Nephis trailing not far behind. The odds were perilous, but not impossible indeed. Neph sighed. Maybe, but maybe we won't need to gamble with our lives. There might not be a need to fight it at all. He lingered for a while, then nodded. She was right. Their current goal was to travel downstream, far into the past, and find those humans who had escaped the war between the gods and the Daimons by entering the tomb of Ariel. The corpse of the great monster they were using as shelter, meanwhile, was being slowly dragged in that same direction by the current. The titanic carcass of the black turtle was like a ship that could very well take them all the way to their destination. Since that was the case, there was no reason to battle the Azure Serpent, or anything at all. Of course, things could change for the worse at any moment. The future was unclear, and there was no way to tell what would happen. No, wait, since we are moving downstream, wouldn't it be the past that is unclear? My head hurts. Sunny sighed and glanced at Nephis. What do we do, then? What is our next move? She looked up. The 7 suns were already starting to drown in the radiant waters of the great river, and the dawn of the eastern horizon was slowly fading into the pitch blackness of the night. Nephis lowered her gaze. It's late. We should probably rest and take another look at the situation in the morning, with fresh eyes. I don't know about you, but I am thoroughly exhausted. I haven't slept in a long while, and the battle between the turtle and the snake took a lot out of me. Sunny smiled crookedly. He was tired, too. He had not done anything in the last couple of days except drift through the sky, but as it turned out, doing nothing was very exhausting. Especially when one was suspended between the surface of a mystical river and the sky, having to keep an eye on both lest some terrible creature swallow them whole in one bite. Yeah. I'm tired too. Some time later, the two of them were hidden from the wind and the piercing gaze of the ancient serpent in the familiar fissure on the shell of the dead behemoth. There was a small fire burning between them, casting shadows on the black rock. The shadows were dancing. There were not a lot of things on the dark island that could be used as fuel, but Sunny had a few bricks of compressed synthetic firewood stored in the covetous coffer. Once again, his loyal alloy chest had come in handy. Sadly, it was already almost empty. Nephis made a dish from some of Sunny's last provisions, and the two of them enjoyed a late supper as the world was slowly consumed by darkness. The soft glow of the water was not visible from inside the fissure, and it seemed as though nothing at all existed outside the small circle illuminated by the fire anymore. There were no stars in the black sky, and so Sunny couldn't help but remember a similar night from many years ago, when Nephis and he had first met on the forgotten shore and shared a conversation in the dark. Gods, almost 4 years had passed since then, hadn't they? A small smile appeared on his face. NN. Hey, do you remember how you told me about the adventures of Odysseus? Nephis looked up from her food and hesitated for a moment. A distant expression appeared on her beautiful face. Sure. Why? Sunny shook his head and shoved a spoonful of the fragrant, thick soup into his mouth. No, nothing. That Odysseus guy, I don't think he had gone through half the crap we had to go through, though. Chapter 1250, Death of a Hero. A faint smile appeared on Neph's face. She stared into the fire for a while, then leaned her back against the weathered black rock with a shrug. Who can tell? There are a lot of stories about the trials and tribulations he had to endure. Bathed in the warmth of the fire and with his belly pleasantly full, Sunny felt his body and mind relax. Throwing a curious glance at her, he asked, "What is your favorite story about that guy, then?" Nephis remained silent for a while with a look of contemplation on her face, which was cast in shadows, with only its vague silhouette visible in the darkness and the dancing white sparks that shone in the depths of her eyes. Eventually, she said, "Maybe it's not a favorite, but I often think about one of them, in particular." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Which one?" Neph sighed quietly before answering. Odysseus was a great hero of Hellas, but he was not the greatest one. The greatest and most powerful hero was named Heracles, who was a demigod and a slayer of monsters. Heracles possessed incredible strength and performed many incredible feats after he died. The gods took his soul to the heavenly realm, where he became an immortal god himself. She grew quiet for a moment. However, Odysseus once descended into the underworld, where he saw the shadows of the dead. Among them was the forlorn shadow of Heracles. So, when I was a child, I always wondered how Heracles could both be a god and a lost shadow in the land of the dead. Nephis shifted slightly and moved her hand, causing the fire to suddenly burn brighter. "I asked my grandmother, and she explained that one part of Heracles was divine, while another part of him was human. It was the divine part of Heracles that ascended to godhood, while the human part was cast down into the underworld, doomed to wander its dark halls forever." Her voice was a little wistful. Sunny frowned and gave her a dark look. "That's a little messed up." Neph smiled. "Right? I also always thought that it was very unfair, for the gods to simply discard the human part of Heracles. Hypocritical, even." She lingered for a few moments and shrugged. "Of course, when I grew older, I realized that it was really just two different versions of the myth colliding with each other. The stories of Odysseus are older, and so Heracles, despite being the greatest of heroes, had a tragic death in those ancient myths. The version of his own stories that we know are newer, and the original ending was changed to a happier one at some point, with the added lesson, be a valiant hero, and you shall be rewarded. Something like that." When she finished talking, Sunny suddenly chuckled. His eye glinted in the dark. "So little Neph thought that the gods were hypocrites, huh? I see now. Turns out, your disdain for the figures of authority goes very far back." A corner of her mouth twisted up. "I guess it does. No wonder she is dead set on killing the sovereigns and destroying the spell. This hopeless lunatic was like that from the very start. And 1N. Sunny hesitated for a while, then asked, "Don't you think that it is a little hypocritical too, though? You are a great figure of authority yourself now, after all. Lady Changing Star of the immortal flame, the torchbearer of humanity and the idol of millions of people, both mundane and awakened. Seems like a contradiction." Nephis looked at him across the fire with a neutral expression. The sparks of white light in her eyes danced as she answered. "Humans are contradictory creatures. They can wage genocidal wars in the name of pacifist religions, tell truths to deceive each other. They can even love and hate something or someone at the same time." Looking away, she shrugged and smiled. "I was a very reasonable child, and I often tried to understand people through reason to no success whatsoever, of course. It was only after I learned that people are inherently unreasonable that I started to understand them a little. Oh, I am a person too. It's no surprise that I am a bit contradictory as well." Sunny stared at her silently. After a while, he scoffed. "Really? Because, let me tell you, I was a very unreasonable child." Nephis looked at him in surprise. "Seriously?" He nodded energetically. "Oh, yes. One might even say that I was a bit dumb. Trying to understand things through reason. Couldn't be me. I just learned things through trial and error." Sunny paused for a moment, and then added somberly, "Well, mostly error." Nephis tilted her head a little, and then suddenly smiled. "To be honest, I can't really imagine you as a child. I just always imagine you as you. What were you like?" He scratched the back of his head with a bit of embarrassment. "Well, if I remember correctly, I was very gentle and kind. To a fault, even. Do you know how kids would sometimes pull the wings off annoying insects? I would never, in fact, I would cry for a day straight if I accidentally killed a spider or a fly. His face slowly turned grim. Oh, well, that didn't last long, though. So I was mostly a weird and wicked child, I guess. Still, it was better than being soft and naive. Then, Sunny looked at Nephis in confusion. What? Why are you looking at me like that? She blinked a couple of times. Pulling the wings off insects. What? Is it really a thing children do? He coughed. Right, I forgot that Neph grew up incredibly sheltered, because of all the assassination attempts. Had she even met someone her age before coming to the academy? Sunny awkwardly looked away. Oh, maybe it's just a boy thing. Or an outskirts thing. I don't know, really not everyone does it. But some kids do. Well, I have no idea, I didn't. Neph remained silent for a while, then said thoughtfully. Maybe they are playing awakened and pretending to slay nightmare creatures. Yes, that makes sense. Still, it's a bit cruel. The conversation had taken a strange turn, and Sunny was feeling a little uncomfortable. The fire was dying down, too. He cleared his throat. Well, anyway. I think it's time we went to bed. I mean, we don't have a beds, so it's time we go to sleeping bags. Damn it, what I'm trying to say is that you should sleep first. I'll take the first watch, and we'll up later. All right. Neph watched him fumble his words with a strange expression, and then nodded silently. What the hell was that? What was I even saying? Soon, the fire died, and Sunny was left alone. Neph was asleep, and he could hear the soft sound of her breathing not too far away. After hesitating for a bit, Sunny summoned Nightmare and ordered him to guard her sleep. At that moment, the Sin of Solace suddenly said. Wow, Sunny. You really have a way with words, huh? A real charmer. I wouldn't say that torturing insects is a very romantic topic of conversation, but other than that. Sunny ground his teeth, refusing to look at the pale apparition. He knew exactly what the bastard looked like, anyway. Shut up. Chapter 1251, Rude Awakening. With Nightmare guarding Sunny's dreams, his sleep was deep and peaceful. His awakening, however, was not. What? Sunny woke from feeling the world tilt, and then quake with a violent shudder. He was thrown sideways and collided with the slope of the fissure, feeling the sharp rocks cutting into his skin. Groggy and disoriented, he tried to stand up, but got tangled in the sleeping bag instead. Damn it. The sleeping bag disintegrated as he tore through it, already summoning the Sin of Solace and the Moonlight Shard. The world lurched once again, and the deafening roar of water reached his ear. What is going on? Assessing his surroundings through shadow sense, Sunny did not notice immediate danger. He did, however, notice Nephis. She had climbed out of the fissure and was now standing on its edge, her white tunic and silver hair fluttering in the wind. Sunny could not see her face, but judging by the lack of weapons in her hands, the situation was not critical. He let out a relieved sigh, then glanced at the destroyed sleeping bag with regret. Just a moment later, the dark island shuddered again, and a strange tremor ran through the black turtle's stone shell. At that moment, an obnoxious voice resounded from his left. Good morning. Rise and shine. Throwing a contemptuous glance at the spirit of the Sin of Solace, Sunny grimaced and pushed himself off the ground. Soaring high into the air, he kicked the slope of the fissure and propelled himself even higher, landing noiselessly near Nephis a moment later. The 7 suns were already rising, and the world was suffused with the golden radiance of dawn. What is happening? Instead of answering, she pointed her finger at a particular spot off the edge of the island. There, the water was turbulent and foamy, rising in violent waves. The river had washed away most of the blood during the night, but now, it was painted red once again. In fact, the red color was more vivid and intense than ever. Sunny frowned. The next moment, something large and swift moved beneath the surface of the red water, and the carcass of the black turtle quaked again. What the? As more blood poured into the great river, there was a strange sound. Soon, the azure serpent's giant head rose from the turbulent water and stared at them with its vicious, cloudy eyes. Streams of red were flowing from its impenetrable scales. This time, however, there was something different about the great beast. Clenched tightly in its harrowing jaws was a huge chunk of red, bleeding meat. Still staring at them with malice, the creature moved its jaw and started chewing it. Needless to say, the sight was more than a little disturbing. Standing by Sunny's side, Nephis said, "It's eating the turtle." He glanced at her with a strange expression. "Yeah. I've noticed." With that, both of them fell silent as they watched the serpent, who was watching them while devouring the meat of the slain great monster. Yesterday, Sunny had struggled with chewing through the tough meat of the black turtle, but it was almost melting in the abomination's enormous maw. The jade fangs were painted red as they effortlessly sliced through the bleeding chunk, which was diminishing at an alarming rate. He couldn't help but shudder when imagining what these fangs would do to his own flesh. No armor memory he possessed and no attribute augmenting his body stood a chance of resisting the fangs of the great beast even for a split second. If those jaws closed on Sunny, he would be obliterated in an instant. Sunny stared at the feasting serpent. Then, suddenly, a long sigh escaped from his lips. "You know what? I'm really damn tired of this." Nephis looked at him with a silent question. "Tired of what?" Sunny vaguely pointed with his hand. "It's just nothing ever goes as it is supposed to, does it? I remember surrendering myself to the cops when I became infected. They told me this and that about how the process of awakening is supposed to happen. And, I swear to the dead gods, not a single thing they told me to expect ended up coming true." A darkly exasperated expression appeared on his face. "No. My first nightmare? An awakened tyrant appears. The solstice. There's a fallen terror blocking the only way out. The second nightmare? Here is a couple of immortal saints I need to kill, and they are completely out of their minds. Really, I went through so many absolutely unreasonable things as an aspirant, sleeper, and awakened." Sunny rolled his eyes. "I am a master now, and instead of fighting fallen nightmare creatures like masters are supposed to do, there's this great beast staring me down. Let's not even mention all the corrupted abominations I've already killed. Is this what they call suffering from success? If so, I really don't want to be such an overachiever anymore. Can't something normal happen, for once?" Listening to him, Nephis tilted her head a little. She remained silent for a bit, and then said, "You're right. You really had to overcome completely unreasonable things as an aspirant, sleeper, awakened, and master." Then, a hint of a smile appeared on her lips, and sparks of white light ignited in her eyes. "But, Sunny, considering all that, have you thought about what kind of things you'll have to face as a saint?" Sunny's already pale face suddenly became even whiter. A hint of horror appeared in his eyes. "Oh, gods." He shivered. "You evil no, I don't want to even think about it." Smiling, Nephis looked away and concentrated on the azure serpent once again. After a few moments of silence, she said, "Maybe you should consider this as training, then. In any case, what do you think we should do now?" Sunny threw a gloomy glance her way and shrugged. "I'm not sure. The turtle is huge, so even this old snake won't be able to hollow its shell out quickly. I don't think it can overturn the carcass or break through the carapace at this point, but I'm not sure. We should be ready for anything, I guess." Nephis lingered for a while, and then nodded. "I agree. Let's wait and see, then." As the enormous carcass of the great monster shuddered once again, they stood side by side and watched silently as the water was slowly saturated with crimson blood. Chapter 1252, Voyage. At first, Sunny and Nephis were tense and fully focused, observing the feasting serpent with grim apprehension and a bit of dread. But then, slowly, it got a little boring. Even though very few people had ever gotten a chance to see a great beast devour a great monster, or maybe none at all as it turned out, even such a macabre and awesome spectacle could grow old really fast. The black turtle was just too enormous. Even though the azure serpent was gigantic itself, it still couldn't devour a significant portion of its carcass in a short amount of time, no matter how hard it tried. It would probably take the creature days, or even weeks, to put a dent in the floating corpse of the titanic monster. Eventually, Sunny and Nephis found themselves sitting side by side on the green moss, looking silently at the great river. The two of them made for a striking contrast. Sunny was wearing a tunic of black silk embroidered with silver thread, his hair black as a raven's wing. Nephis was wearing a tunic, too, hers perfectly white and decorated with red accents. Her long silver hair was moving slightly in the wind. One's eyes were like two pools of unfathomable darkness, the others were grey, calm, and hid within them a boundless, immolating heat. Both would have seemed too flawless and beautiful to a mundane human, with perfectly smooth alabaster skin and faces that seemed to have been chiseled from precious stone by a divine sculptor. Surrounded by the vast expanse of a mystical river and sitting calmly atop the shell of a great monster, wearing no armor and holding no weapons in their hands, they looked like two transient deities that had descended from the heavenly realm to rest on the soft moss and enjoy the breathtaking beauty of this strange world. Of course, Sunny had none of these thoughts. Instead, he had an entirely different view of the current situation. This is her. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to being in the company of armor-clad awakened, heavily armed soldiers, and military vehicles. Looking at the slender silhouette of Nephis' body outlined by the light fabric of her tunic, and the weightless silk of his own graceless dusk, he couldn't help but feel a sense of strange incongruity. They were currently in the most dire predicament of their habitually dire lives. And yet, what the hell? We look like we're enjoying a luxury cruise. Of course, leisure cruises and getaways on tropical islands had not been a thing since before the dark times. Sunny just found the idea amusing after randomly learning about that ancient tradition from Rain, and was reminded of that conversation right now. He knew that being surrounded by great abominations was not exactly one's idea of a relaxing vacation. However, the corpse of the black turtle was technically floating, so it was like a ship. At the same time, it was large enough to be an island. The food was delicious. The view was to die for. The company was very nice, too. If not for the blooded snout of the azure serpent rising above the water from time to time, he would have actually been quite content. Huh? Sensing his strange mood, Nephis looked at him and raised an eyebrow. You have that funny look in your eyes. Sunny coughed. I was just thinking that this entire situation is weirdly peaceful. We are on top of a dead great monster and there is a great beast slowly devouring that monster as it waits for a chance to munch on our souls, and yet there's nothing to do. He scratched his head. Let me tell you, the start of my second nightmare was nowhere near as relaxing. Plus, this black turtle, it's kind of like a ship, isn't it? So we're relaxing on a ship. I just think it's funny. Nephis blinked a couple of times, then stared at the black expanse of the black turtle's shell. After a short pause, she said awkwardly. Oh. You would know better. I actually was never on a real ship. Sunny tilted his head a little. Oh, that's right. She was brought to Antarctica by Whispering Blade. She never sailed across the ocean on an alloy battleship, only flew through the sky aboard the Chainbreaker. He chuckled. Well, it's not that special. Mostly, you just stay inside and pray that the ship doesn't start splitting around you. Or that something from the outside doesn't come inside to pay you a visit. By the way, both of those things happen to me, so no matter how strange it feels to say, this feels much nicer. Nephis hesitated for a few moments, then looked away. Her voice was even when she said, This is much nicer than the start of my second nightmare, too. Because I'm not alone. Sunny looked at her carefully. A strange thought surfaced in his mind. Was she going to say something else? He suddenly felt tense again. A lot of very complicated emotions that Sunny had done his best to avoid for a long time reared their heads in his heart. Was she? Luckily or unfortunately, the Azure Serpent chose that exact moment to let out a frenzied roar and dive back into the water, sending a huge fountain of it flying into the sky. It seemed that the old snake had been satiated, by now. Full of renewed vigor, the serpent started circling the black turtle once again, raising its head from time to stare at them with deranged eyes. Sunny sighed. This snake just never gives up, does it, Enoin? Nephis silently nodded and then stood up. Illuminated by the light of the 7 suns and outlined against the blue sky, her lithe figure was like a painting. But it really can't overturn the carcass or break the shell. We don't need to keep watching it for now. Sunny raised an eyebrow. So then what should we do? She thought for a while, then glanced at the soft carpet of green moss and the mysterious landscape of the dark island. Eventually, Nephis shrugged. Whatever we want. Chapter 1253, Parade of Shadows. After resting for a while, Sunny and Nephis separated. She went off to study the memories Sir Gilead had transferred to her. There had not been a lot of time to get a proper feel for them in the Nightmare Desert. Sunny, meanwhile, remained sitting on the soft moss with a contemplative expression. What to do? First, he closed his eyes and sent the 5 shadows to investigate the dark island. It was somewhere between 1 and 2 kilometers across, so there was not a lot of ground to cover. However, the terrain of the giant shell of black rock was weathered and uneven. There were plenty of cracks and fissures, some of them large and easy to notice, others hidden from view. Some were entirely filled with water. The exploration did not take too long. His shadows did not find anything really interesting, either. There was the weathered rock, the vibrant patches of green moss, and the remains of the creature's battle armor, its silver now tarnished and bleak. Other than that, the dark island was desolate and barren. What made a deep impression on Sunny, though, were the fissures themselves. At first, he had assumed that they were just natural features of the great monster's stone shell, but after some time, with a shiver, he realized that they were not. Instead, each of the deep grooves was a scar left on the titanic shell of the ancient creature by unknown enemies. None managed to penetrate it, and some were rather shallow. However, some were dark and frighteningly deep. Considering that even the Azure Serpent was not able to crack the black turtle's carapace, Sunny dreaded to imagine what kind of creatures had left those claw marks on its back. He looked at the gleaming expanse of the great river with gloom. Suddenly, the enchanting beauty of this dreamlike world seemed like a facade that hid unspeakable horrors behind its alluring veil. Of course, Sunny had known that already. But in that moment, he felt it stronger than ever before. Beautiful things are the most dangerous. Glancing in the direction where Nephis had left, he sighed and stretched his legs. The shadows returned, and then, 3 figures rose from them. Onyx Saint, Nightmare, and Ravenous Fiend. He silently studied them for a while, thinking. Saint was stoic and indifferent, as always. If he did not know that she was alive, he would have assumed that the graceful and towering figure in front of him was a beautiful statue. Nightmare was staring at the Azure Serpent, which was circling the island, with dark and malevolent fury burning in his crimson eyes. Imp seemed a little uncomfortable under Sunny's gaze, shifting from foot to foot nervously. Nightmare was the weakest of the 3, but also offered the most utility to Sunny. He didn't necessarily need to use the Tenebrous Stallion as a battle companion. That said, his steed was very close to unlocking the Terror ability and finally realizing its full potential. The next rank was also not far away. Once Nightmare came into his power as a Terror and ascended, his power would take a great leap. Sunny had little means of speeding up that process at the moment, though. It was going to happen when it happened, probably before too long. Saint, meanwhile, was already incredibly powerful. She was so powerful, in fact, that Sunny had no means of pushing her to greater power anymore. To make the graceful Stone Knight achieve the supreme rank, he would need 300 transcended memories of the first tier, or 600 ascended ones, or 1,200 awakened ones. Needless to say, these numbers were unattainable at the moment. He didn't even want to count the potential number of dormant memories she would need to rank up. Reaching a higher class, meanwhile, required luck, and stumbling on a uniquely suitable enemy it was outside his control. Saint had already classed up twice, but the rest of his shadows, excluding the aberrant soul serpent, had yet to do it even once. That went to show how rare such opportunities were. There was one thing Sunny could do right now, though. Glancing at Saint, he sent Morgan's warbow and the stifled scream her way. The bow was self-explanatory. He was planning to make Saint the sentry for as long as they remained on the Dark Island. The stifled scream, however, was more tricky. That charm of his had an enchantment called Echoing Silence. Its description read: when wearing this charm, the physical power of its master is augmented, but only as long as they remain silent. The longer their silence lasts, uninterrupted, the greater the boon of power they'll receive. This was a powerful enchantment indeed, and one perfectly suited for the taciturn shadow. However, he had never managed to get a lot out of it, because there had never been an opportunity to keep Saint summoned for weeks on end. Right now, however, there was an interesting idea in Sunny's head. The physical augmentation: the stifled scream grows stronger the longer one stays silent. So, it functions in relation to time. Weren't they flowing through time, though? Sunny did not know how exactly the distance traveled on the Great River corresponded to time, but he assumed that it was not a small amount. Were they moving one day into the past each day? 1 month? 1 year? If so, then the augmentation of the stifled scream could potentially reach its theoretical limit in no time. That was an outlandish theory, but it was worth checking out, at least. Satisfied, Sunny turned to Imp. On paper, the scrawny goblin was on the same level of power as Saint. He was a transcendent devil, as well. But in reality, there was an insurmountable gap between them. Imp was just an adolescent as far as shadows went, after all. He was still on the weaker side, inexperienced, and untrained. His core physical attribute, the lesser steel body, had just recently evolved to the greater steel body. Sunny had thought that it would be extremely hard to locate large quantities of metal of higher quality than the body of Sun Prince N1N. But, as it turned out, he was wrong. They were currently on top of the Black Turtle's titanic corpse, and that corpse was encased in the remains of similarly titanic battle armor. Surely, the armor deserving of a great monster would be made of some truly incredible stuff. Looking at the nervous Imp, Sunny grinned and pointed to the nearest jagged chunk of tarnished silver. Go, buddy. Gorge yourself. Bon appetit. The scrawny goblin tentatively turned to look in the direction he was pointing. A few moments later, its eyes dramatically widened. I bet it's going to be a bit tough to chew, BU. Before Sunny could finish speaking, Imp was already dashing toward the band of ancient silver with a maddened expression. He chuckled. I guess it smells delicious. Chapter 1254, Back to Basics. With Saint standing guard, Nightmare keeping her company, and Imp happily munching on the tarnished silver of the great monster's battle armor, Sunny was once again left with nothing much to do. The 7 suns were shining in the 3-colored sky. The clear waters of the great river were flowing as they sparkled in the sunlight. The azure serpent was hungrily circling the dark island, ramming it from time to time to make its wrathful madness known. The sin of Solace was brooding silently. A gentle breeze was playing with Sunny's hair. With a sigh, he swept it back and rose, planning to go find Nephis. This is too weird. He had expected many situations to arise at the start of the third nightmare, but one thing he had not expected was being left with nothing urgent to do. Walking across the weathered surface of the black rock, Sunny went around a torn band of dull silver, traversed a few patches of moss, and finally laid his eye on Nephis. She was training. Holding an unfamiliar longsword, Nephis was practicing a complicated chain of moves, her silver hair dancing in the air. There were beads of sweat on her face, and the hem of the airy tunic was flaring, revealing smooth porcelain skin. Her movements were limber and flowing, gracefully cascading into each other. The sight of it was beautiful. Neff's swordsmanship was beautiful. And she was beautiful, too. Illuminated by the dreamlike radiance of the seven suns and dancing with a silvery sword on a carpet of green moss, with her white tunic and alabaster skin, she was like a fairy. Sunny found himself standing motionlessly in the shadow of a rock outcropping, watching. He had been planning to call out to Nephis, but now forgetting about it, he silently remained where he was. Some time passed. Sunny wasn't sure how much exactly. The island trembled once more. Eventually, he shifted slightly, as though escaping a reverie, and took a step forward to escape the shadows. Hey! Nephis stopped and leaned on her sword, breathing heavily. Her chest was rising and falling, and her face was slightly flushed. Walking over, Sunny summoned the endless spring and offered it to her with a friendly smile. Accepting the beautiful glass bottle, she sat down and wiped the sweat off her face, then threw her head back and drank greedily. Sunny glanced at her slender neck and the beads of sweat glistening above the collar of her tunic, which was slightly damp and sticking a little to her body. Then, he looked away. Thank you. After drinking her fill, Nephis returned the endless spring to Sunny. He hesitated for a moment, then drank some of the cool, refreshing water himself and sat down near her. He had completely forgotten what he was going to say. After a moment or two of peaceful silence, Sunny finally remembered. I've been thinking. Currently, the most powerful combatant among us is the Onyx Saint, my shadow. You must know that she is a transcendent devil now. Should something happen, she would be our best bet against the old snake. We should try augmenting her with both of our aspects, and test just how strong she would become. They already knew that Nephis was able to share her flames with his shadows. But the last time they had attempted it was a lifetime ago, in the basement of his home in NQSC. Saint had been a mere ascended demon back then, while Sunny had been an early stage devil. Now, she was a transcendent devil, and he was a tyrant. And Nephis was a terror. She had absorbed a great number of soul shards during the Battle of the Black Skull, and gained the last few in the Nightmare Desert. The situation back then had been too desperate and frenetic to think about it, and honestly, Sunny didn't really care about competing with her anymore. All their powers had risen. Perhaps, with the help of shadows and soul flame, Saint would be able to scratch against the level of strength of a supreme creature. Of course, there was a big problem as a being whose flesh was akin to stone. She could not swim, and would immediately sink if pushed into the great river. Still, it was worth testing. Nephis nodded. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. She leaned back a little and closed her eyes, enjoying the cool caress of the breeze with a faint smile. Sunny watched her silently for a few moments. Eventually, he said, "Your swordsmanship has changed." Neff's favored style was always flowing and unpredictable, but now, it had assumed a strange, almost mystical quality. Sunny had been a complete novice when they first met. His skill now was incomparable with that of 4 years ago. He had grown with an explosive, truly astonishing speed. But Nephis had grown, too. Perhaps her progress was not quite as stunningly rapid. She did not have the benefit of having an aspect legacy to fuel it, after all, but, compared to even the most talented humans, it was still tremendously swift. Sunny and Nephis had sparred a lot after she returned from the second nightmare, but she had been held back by her nascent essence control back then. Now, she had fully come into her power as a master, and was able to push her skill to entirely new limits, maybe even past them. Opening her eyes, Nephis smiled. I guess it did. Then, she leaned forward and looked into the distance with a contemplative expression. For me, my understanding of swordsmanship went through a transformation after the ascension. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Sounds serious. She nodded with a distant look. Yes, it was because of learning to control my essence. Awakened possess a rudimentary form of essence control. They broadly enhance their entire bodies with essence, sometimes narrowing the scope down to a particular limb. After learning to do it as easily as breathing, they can become masters, and naturally transition to a much more targeted, intricate, an efficient manner of using essence. Her eyes glinted. But I've never been an awakened. I went straight to being a master. So, learning to control essence was very hard for me. I had to be conscious of every muscle in my body, every tendon, and every bone. It was like learning to walk again. A corner of Sunny's mouth twitched as he suppressed a smile. He vividly remembered helping her pass these exact obstacles. Nephis, meanwhile, continued. So, I had to go back to basics. Which groups of muscles do I need to enhance to perform the cut in the most efficient and effective way? My hand, my shoulder, my back, my core, my thighs, my calves, everything had to work in harmony to produce the best result. It took a while to become proficient enough in controlling essence to do it right without thinking. And, in the process, I became much more aware of my body. I also got submerged in studying the basics, on a much deeper level than before. Going deeper and deeper. Sunny looked at her with curiosity. How deep are we talking about? She smiled, lingered for a moment, and then said. Force equals mass times acceleration. He blinked. What? What? Sunny had not expected to hear a physics formula. And he only knew that this was a physics formula because teacher Julius had once thrown a tantrum about his lack of education and forced him to read a bunch of children's schoolbooks. Nephis smiled. That is the basis of swordsmanship or spearmanship, or any other kind of weapon skill. Fundamentally, it's all about delivering force. The amount of force is dependent on mass and acceleration. Your body is the source of that force, and your weapon is a force multiplier. It concentrates it into a narrow tip, thus making it easier to deliver lethal damage. She pointed to the sharp tip of her sword. Of course, there are more nuances to that. For example, speed does not exist in a vacuum, it is relative to the enemy. Your body also has to borrow from the ground you are standing on. There is balance, centers of gravity, reaction speed. As for the sword itself, there is flexibility, material composition, center of percussion, and so on. There is also soul essence, memory enchantments, attributes, and aspect abilities to consider. Sunny was looking at her incredulously, which caused Nephis to shrug in embarrassment. Well, anyway. I've been studying the fundamentals, physics, anatomy, spell studies, and a bit of other stuff a lot since returning from the second nightmare. And slowly incorporating these insights into my swordsmanship. Something like that. He tilted his head, a bit dumbfounded. In. That can't be right. How have we gone from the essence of combat is murder to force equals acceleration? So, Nephis had been studying science to shore up her fundamentals and evolve her swordsmanship? That sounded very strange. But the result was apparent. She had clearly improved by leaps and bounds since her ascension. Sunny shook his head in disbelief, and then threw a pointed look at her. His voice was incredulous. Care for a spar? Chapter 1255, Dancing Spirits. With a faint smile on her face, Nephis nodded and raised her sword, pointing it at him in invitation. Sunny summoned the Sin of Solace and took a stance opposite her. From the forgotten shore to the basement of his home in the peaceful Terrace district, they had trained with each other numerous times. This simple sequence of actions was as natural for them as breathing. However, today, there was an awkward pause. Sunny scratched the back of his head and glanced at the Jade Jian. That isn't going to work, is it? Nephis seemed to have come to a similar conclusion, looking at him sheepishly. No, what the hell, since when does she know how to emote? This is just too cute. He coughed. The problem facing them was that both had grown too powerful and, subsequently, the weapons they used were too powerful, too. The Sin of Solace was a transcendent memory of the 5th tier, and quite a harrowing one at that. Sunny was not entirely sure what the level of Neph's longsword was, but it had to be quite a menacing weapon, as well, considering that it had come from the soul arsenal of a saint. It would be already bad enough if the Sin of Solace damaged or destroyed it. But what if Sunny was not careful enough and scratched Nephis in the process? The curse of madness carried by the J.A. The blade would either crush her mental defenses, or at least put debilitating pressure on her mind for a period of time. Standing some distance away, the spirit of the Jian smiled. No, no. Don't worry, it'll be gentle. However, that smile of his was more than a little bit sinister. Sunny frowned, then dismissed the jade sword and got lost in thought for a few moments. Eventually, a smile of delight appeared on his lips. Let's do this. The shadows around them suddenly moved and flowed toward him, then slowly formed into two inky black swords. One of them was a fearsome odachi, while the other was an elegant longsword. The odachi was easy to create. This was one of the shapes Sunny had practiced relentlessly, after all. The longsword was a little bit tricky, since he had never created one before. Nevertheless, he was familiar with it as well, and so managed to produce a passable one with some effort. One would think that manifesting shadows into a weapon would be easier than shaping them into articulated hands, since weapons were static by nature. However, in reality, shaping a sword was just as complex of a task. A good sword had to possess certain characteristics to feel right in the hand: weight, balance, flexibility and rigidity, center of percussion that Neff had recently mentioned, and so on. It was especially daunting with something like the odachi, which possessed a flexible edge and a rigid spine. To improve in that regard, Sunny had even studied a bit of blacksmithing on the network. Back then, Clan Vela had been preventing him from visiting the Dream Realm, so he had a lot of free time. There were many levels to shadow manifestation, and shaping was only the most basic of them. Sunny could also affect the material composition of the manifested shadows, although that demanded a higher essence expenditure. He could manipulate the density of the shadows, for example. He could make them feel like steel or porous limestone. With some effort, he could even make them slippery or adhesive. In the past, all these internal transformations had been very difficult to achieve, but after inventing Shadow Incarnation, Sunny made a breakthrough in his mastery of shadow manifestation as well. Now, it was much easier. All that was to say. When Nephis dismissed her longsword and curiously took the shadow weapon from his hand, he secretly held his breath. She weighed the black longsword, then swung it a few times to test how it felt. Then, she nodded in satisfaction. That works. Sunny suppressed a proud smile and raised his odachi. Let's begin, then. No-in. Ah, that feeling, he missed it. The Sin of Solace was a piece of art in the form of a jian, but Sun's heart still lay with blades like this one. Maybe because it was what he had learned swordsmanship with, wielding Midnight Shard on the Forgotten Shore. Not to mention all the fun times he had had as mongrel in the dreamscape. Raising the odachi slightly, Sunny pushed himself forward and attacked. It was as though two spirits were dancing under the bright light of the radiant suns. The two of them were instantly entangled in a breathtaking dance of singing steel. Their swift figures blurred, and soon, nothing but a dark shape and a light shape could be seen, moving across the green moss as they weaved and circled around each other. It was as though two spirits were dancing under the bright light of the radiant suns. She really has improved. Neff's swordsmanship felt different. It had always been somewhat ineffable due to her eerie ability to control both the battlefield and the enemy, but now, there was an even more bizarre quality to her graceful skill. The steps seemed the same. The cadence seemed the same. The offensive and defensive moves seemed the same, as well. However, these familiar elements were somehow entirely different, and incredibly more dangerous. Her light steps never failed to deliver her into the best possible position to attack. Each strike packed a devastating punch that seemed too extreme even for an ascended terror. Her defense was nearly impenetrable, alternating between immovable hardness and inviting softness, which dissipated the force of Sun's attacks and made him feel as though he was drowning in a bog. No, he was drowning in her flowing sword. How is she so different? It was not as though Sunny did not understand the same principles Neff had spoken about. The relationship between mass, acceleration, and force, he was intimately familiar with it, as well. After all, Sunny had long incorporated the ability to change his weight at will into his battle skill, so much so that it had become second nature to him. By manipulating how much his body, or various parts of it, weighed on the fly, he was able to enhance the force of his attacks, secure his balance, and even perform seemingly impossible moves by shifting his center of gravity. By now, it was like an instinct. He knew a lot about anatomy, too, both from his own training after the ascension, mastery of shadow dance, and learning how to create shadow hands. Everything that Nephis had mentioned, Sunny studied too. However, as they thought, he understood the difference between them. It was the difference between an intuitive, instinctual knowledge and a comprehensive, systemic understanding. And so, even though Sunny could perceive the essence of what Nephis was doing through shadow dance, he couldn't repeat it with the same level of insight. This was different from fighting Morgan. Morgan was supremely skilled, yes, but the main challenge of dueling her was the dire power of her enchanted body and her sharp, killing will. Nephis was not using any augmentations, and her will was vast and calm as an ocean. Beneath that indomitable calmness hid the fiery fury of a roaring flame. It was pure technique, pure insight, pure mastery. Pure passion. Sunny frowned, feeling that he, too, was starting to sweat. Nephis was strong, but he was strong too. Among human swordsmen, he was perhaps one of the strongest. His mind was clear, his elusive skill was perilously insidious. He was not the same person he had been before. Antarctica had forged him into someone much more steady, powerful, and deadly. Their duel was exhilarating. Chapter 1256, Reaching for the Stars. Sunny and Nephis climbed back into the familiar fissure only after the seven suns plunged into the waters of the great river. They hungrily consumed the last few ration packs from the covetous coffer, and then settled on the weathered rock to sleep. Saint was standing guard above the fissure, and Nightmare was near to protect their dreams. So, they decided not to alternate and let themselves rest through the whole night. The world was swiftly enveloped in darkness. The nocturnal glow of the great river did not reach the depths of the fissure, and there were no stars or the moon in the sky. The world was entirely black, as if they had plunged into an endless void. Listening to the soft sounds of Neph's breath, Sunny let the sense of fatigue overwhelm him. He was tired. However, it was not the cruel, chilling exhaustion he had suffered often in the past months. Instead, this fatigue was of a satisfying and pleasurable kind. Something he had not felt in a while. Sunny had learned a lot during their training today. They had practiced together until the sunset, and in the process, both had done their best to make the opponent sweat. He had not held back much, and neither had Nephis. In the end, Sunny found himself lacking. Even after all this time, she was still like a distant star, one he could see, but never touch. At least in terms of swordsmanship and mastery of battle. It should have been disheartening, but he found it strangely encouraging instead. Sunny felt as though he had been shown a new horizon, something to strive for, as well as a clear direction to reach for the stars. He also realized that there were still flaws in his mastery of shadow dance. That was a valuable revelation in and of itself. Armed with it, he could refine and perfect his formless style, bringing it closer to the next step. N.1n. That said, Sunny felt very strange right now. It was because he had realized that, currently, he was more powerful than Nephis. Yes, she was a better fighter than him. However, Sunny had so many tools at his disposal. He also had two transcendent devils and an awakened terror on his side. If the two of them were to battle seriously, he wasn't entirely sure who would be left standing at the end, but he knew that his odds were much higher than hers. It was a vast, tumultuous, and deeply unsettling emotion. What surprised him the most, however, was how weak of a reaction it aroused in him. There had been a time when becoming more powerful than Nephis was all he ever thought about. But now he felt almost indifferent. It was what it was. There was no point in racing to the finish line, anyway. That line would not change. It did not matter which one of them became a terror first, because sooner or later, both of them would end up as titans. It did not matter that Sunny was ahead for the first time. Her ascended ability was not of a kind that added to one's power, that was all. They were in the same boat, anyway. Perhaps he could allow himself to feel that way because he was more secure about the shadow bond, and the power she held over him. Nephis had proven that she had no intention of ever using it, and he had grown more confident in his ability to make one or both of them die even if she did. How romantic. He sighed, feeling calm and cozy in the darkness that enveloped them. After a while, Sunny asked, "Hey, Neph, are you asleep yet?" There were few moments of silence before she answered, "No." Hidden in the darkness, he grinned. "How is the sleeping bag? Is it warm?" There had been only 2 sleeping bags in the covetous coffer, one that Sunny used in the wilderness, and a spare one. Sadly, he had ripped through one of them when the Azure Serpent first made the Dark Island quake, so now, there was only one. Sunny had chosen to sleep on the weathered rock, relying on the unique qualities of the marble shell to keep him comfortable. Luckily, the great river seemed to have a mild climate, so he was not particularly cold. The fissure protected them from the wind, as well. So, he had no problem letting Nephis use the only remaining sleeping bag. However, that didn't mean that he wouldn't tease her about it. A calm answer came from the darkness. "Yes, I am warm. It is of high quality." As the grin froze on Sunny's face, he sighed. "She's really too thick to be teased." "Damn." A few moments later, Neph asked, "Oh, do you want me to hand it over?" "It is your sleeping bag. It would only be right for the owner to use it." Sunny flinched. No, keep it. That's not what I wanted at all." "Gods, she's hopeless." There was a long pause. Then, Neph's voice came from the darkness again. "Oh, I see. You want to use it together?" Hearing that, Sunny's entire body shuddered. "What? No, that's not what I meant at all. Who do you take me for? I was just teasing you." Suddenly, he heard a soft chuckle. Turning his head, Sunny saw Neph covering her mouth with a hand. She was suppressing a laugh. His eyes widened. Way to reverse tease. I've been played. His heart ached. How embarrassing. He stared at Nephis incredulously for a few moments, then laid down and looked back at the jagged line of the distant black sky. A moment or two later, he suddenly laughed, too. This is just too ridiculous." Nephis lowered her hand, then asked in an amused tone. "What is?" Sunny shrugged. "I mean, we are sailing a river of an unholy titan's blood on the corpse of a great monster. Moving back in time. And giggling like children." She remained silent for a while before saying in her usual calm tone, "Yes. It does sound a little ridiculous." Then, there was a comfortable silence between them. Sunny looked at the black sky for a while. Soon, a sigh escaped from his lips. He lingered for a long time, then turned his head to look at her again. "Neph, can I ask you something?" She turned her head to face him, as well, even though she couldn't see anything in the dark. "Sure." Sunny hesitated. But, eventually, he still asked. "Can you tell me what happened to you in the second nightmare?" A hint of amusement slowly disappeared from her eyes. Her faint smile was erased, as well. Nephis remained silent for a long time, her expression turning bleak and distant. Then, she sighed. "Okay. I'll tell you." Her voice sounded strangely forlorn. Turning away, Nephis looked into the darkness and said, "In my second nightmare, I was a woman made of stone. Like your shadow, but also different, defective." Chapter 1257, In the Darkness. Nephis looked into the darkness as she spoke in an even voice. "It happened after the demon of destiny had his falling out with the goddess of the black skies, I think. But before hope escaped her chains, and the diamonds rose in rebellion against the gods. In the true darkness that fills the halls and caverns of the underworld. Below the hollow mountains. She sighed. When I opened my eyes, I was a woman made of stone. A crude, clumsy, and defective precursor of the stone saints. I was laying on a mountain of abandoned statues just like me, all of them broken, discarded, and forsaken. Everything around me was enveloped by cold darkness, with not a spark of light or hint of warmth anywhere. There was just me, my broken siblings, and the lonesome silence. Sunny shifted slightly. True darkness. Nephis slowly nodded. Yes, those mountains are called hollow, but in fact, they are full of darkness. Their hollows are like great reservoirs of it. It is where darkness lives, and where it comes from. True darkness is very much like this river, in fact. Legends say that a terrible creature was slain by the gods once, at the dawn of time, and that its blood seeped into the earth. This is what true darkness is, the dark creature's blood. Sunny shivered. That dark creature to be the source of all true darkness, of the entire element of darkness, it had to be something far greater than an unholy titan. It must have been one of the unknown, then. A being of the void. Ignorant of what he was thinking about, Nephis continued after a short pause. The hollow mountains are a scar left by the death of that creature. And so, most of true darkness remains below them. This is the place that Nether made his home. However, it was not entirely empty while he ruled the underworld. There were many others living in the darkness. She lingered for a moment. There were some who followed Nether, the remains of the army he had led to wage war on Storm God. They lived in the great hollows within the peaks. There were also his children, the Stone Saints, who lived below the mountains, in the heart of the underworld. And there were also creatures who lived even lower, near the very bottom of the dark abyss. That is where the pile of discarded statues was. Sunny frowned. Wait, Nether waged war on Storm God. On his own, before the rebellion. N.O.in. A pale smile appeared on Neff's face. Yes, it was his own private affair. I don't know the details of his relationship with Storm God or why it ended in resentment. But he must have taken it to heart, enough so that he assembled an army and stormed the divine realm. Of course, he lost. Most of his army was decimated, and he secluded himself in the underworld, becoming its ruler and losing himself in the obsession of trying to create the Stone Saints. She paused for a moment. He must have been lonely and heartbroken, to create a whole race of living beings just to keep him company, or maybe it was his defiant, prideful way of challenging the gods. After all, only the gods could create living things. Despite that, somehow, Nether succeeded. But he failed many times before achieving success. Nephis grew silent for a moment, and then said, I was one of these failures. A quiet sigh escaped from her lips. There were many creatures in the darkness at the roots of the underworld, all of them abandoned and discarded, just like me. Some of them were the results of Nether's failed attempts to create the Stone Saints. Some of them were outcasts and derelicts for whom there was no place in the world above anymore. All of them were pitiful and weak, and I was the weakest of them all. Nephis stared silently into the darkness for a while. The expression on her face was sad and remorseful. Eventually, she spoke softly. I was just a sleeper, after all. Even with the echo I gained in the nightmare desert, out there in the darkness, my strength was pitiful. Ah, it was such a blow. I never realized how much pride I took in being strong before that nightmare. I had always relied on my strength. I had always told myself that I had to be strong. If only I was strong like my father, if only I was strong, stronger, the strongest, then I wouldn't break apart. And the people around me wouldn't need to suffer on my behalf either. Sunny remained silent, remembering Neff's nightmare that he had visited after she returned to the waking world. He also thought about his own desperate pursuit of strength. Nephis smiled. But in the nightmare, all my strength was worthless. All my pride was worthless, too. All I had was weakness, and so, I had to learn that personal power was not something I should rely on, or could rely on. It had always seemed so important, but in the end, it turned out to be a deceitful mirage. A slight frown appeared on her face. You see, there were not only the outcasts and discarded creatures like me in the darkness at the roots of the underworld. There were other things, as well, terrifying things that were born from the darkness. These things hunted us. There were ancient horrors dwelling in the very depths of the abyss, as well. Sometimes, they would crawl from below to devour us. No one in the underworld cared about what happened to us, if they even remembered our existence. The aloof demon of destiny, the first generation of the Stone Saints, and the remains of the demon's soldiers, none would protect us. The Forsaken had to fend for themselves. But we were weak, and pitiful. And, most of all, we were divided. Her voice shook a little. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then asked carefully. So, what did you do? How did you survive? Nephis took a deep breath. I had to accept my weakness, and learn how to survive despite being weak. The lesson was harsh, demeaning, and painful. But I had no choice but to learn it. So, I coaxed, persuaded, deceived, enticed, and cajoled the other forsaken creatures living in the darkness. But, most of all, I inspired them. You see, I realized that there was something much sharper than my wit, much more persuasive than my words, and much more compelling than my lies. She paused for a moment. That something was desire. Chapter 1258, Last Light. Hidden in the darkness, Sunny flinched. The image of the piece of wet wood littered with demented runes suddenly appeared in his mind, as did the word repeating in the runes over and over again. Wish desire. Be careful of what you wish for. Be careful what you desire. He frowned while Nephis continued somberly. All I had to do was instill a desire in the Forsaken. A desire for a better life, longer life, safer life. A yearning for things that they had either never known or long forgotten: comfort, companionship, warmth. I had to give them hope. Because we couldn't survive alone, but we could survive together. Most of these creatures were solitary and numb, resigned to their dark existence. The weight of their hopelessness and despair was too great for me to pull them from it. But, by igniting a yearning in their hearts, I could make them push themselves forward with their own strength. She grew silent once again, and remained so for a long time this time. When Nephis spoke again, her voice was almost a whisper. We gathered together, and built a village. It had tall walls and stone houses. It even had a large hall for us to gather and enjoy each other's company. And, for a while, life was good. United, we could protect ourselves from the creatures of darkness, and hide from the abyssal visitors behind the tall walls. I thought that I was on the right track. There were old creatures in the village that taught me their knowledge and wisdom. There were those who had been warriors once. I learned from them, as well. I was the weakest one, but I was liked and valued. Because I could create light, which all of them had forgotten. White sparks ignited in her eyes before trembling and disappearing. Neph's face grew motionless. But then, someone in the village vanished. And then, someone else. At first, I thought that they had left. But after the third one was gone, the fourth, the fifth, we all realized that something was wrong. They didn't leave. They were taken. After that, every night what served as night in the underworld, someone would disappear. We were under attack. She paused. We tried everything in our power to find and confront the creature that was killing the villagers. We enhanced our defenses, increased our vigilance. We investigated, we explored the surrounding darkness for clues. We set traps, carved sorceress runes into the stone, and placed lures. We even sent an envoy to plead for help from the children of Nether. But nothing worked. Neph's voice was growing dull. No help came. Nothing we did manage to stop the disappearances. In fact, it only grew worse at first. The Forsaken were just vanishing, but later, their mutilated corpses started to appear around the village, strewn on stalagmites for us to see. as though the creature was leaving them there to mock us. It was then that I understood that I had not created a safe haven for us and instead simply set the table for the creature of darkness. Her face was motionless, and her voice was even. However, Sunny could feel how fragile that mask was at the moment. Neff took a deep breath. Eventually, everything collapsed. Those who were still alive cursed me and abandoned the village tried to. They didn't make it far. There were only 2 of us left inside the empty walls, myself, and another one of the broken statues. The first one who had become my companion, and followed me almost from the very start. We locked ourselves inside the village hall, not knowing what else to do, and barricaded the doors. However, the creature still came. I didn't see it enter, but I could feel that the darkness around us was suddenly alive. Sunny looked at her carefully. So how did you defeat it? Nephis slowly shook her head. I did not. I had thought about giving one last, desperate fight. But as soon as I sensed it, I knew that there was no hope. That thing, it wasn't something I could fight. So I spoke to it. I tried to appease it. I tried to persuade it. I even knelt and begged it. I tried everything I could, and I could feel it watching me, listening to me, surrounding me. For a while, there was silence. In that silence, Nephis shivered and let out a heavy sigh. In the end, the creature took my companion, but spared me. I don't know why. All I know is that the darkness felt empty again, and I was suddenly alone in that darkness. I was the only one left in the village that we had built. Everyone else, all of them, were dead. Her voice trembled a little. That was the end of my nightmare. Sunny sighed and sat up, summoning the endless spring. Nephis had talked for a while, after all. Her throat must have been parched. Approaching her in the darkness, Sunny sat down and used his nail to clink against the glass bottle a couple of times, to let her know where it was. Nephis took the bottle and took a small sip, then looked at the ground. N.1N. Sunny hesitated for a moment. The appraisal. Do you remember how the spell appraised your performance? Nephis shook her head. I was pretty out of it, there at the end. I remember standing in the middle of the empty hall. And the next thing I remember was you calling me by my true name, at the academy. Sunny sighed, then leaned forward and lightly patted her on the shoulder. Well, if it means anything, I think you did well. You did really well, Neph. He felt her body tremble slightly, and then took the endless spring from her fingers. Thank you for telling me. Now, let's sleep. He lingered for a moment, and then added lightly. Please be careful with the sleeping bag, though. Don't rip it. It's really expensive. She nodded, then smiled faintly and lay down, turning away. Sunny looked at Neff's back for a few moments, then silently returned to his own sleeping spot and sprawled on the weathered rock. He stared at the black sky for a few moments before closing his eyes. Would I have survived that nightmare? Sunny really did not know. He could also tell that Nephis had brushed past many perilous fights and dire torments that she must have endured there in the darkness. All alone. His heart was heavy, but before too long, the exhaustion won, sending him into the embrace of sleep. Chapter 1259, Pristine Soul. In the morning, the island shook again. Sunny opened his eyes and reached through the shadow sense, checking in on Saint. Since the taciturn knight was standing calmly above the fissure, he relaxed and yawned with great satisfaction. He felt incredibly refreshed. The dark island was in one piece, and nothing was pouncing to kill them. Life was great. He sat up, leaned on the slope of the fissure, then rubbed his eyes and looked around. Nephis was already up, doing light stretches a few meters away. Sunny watched her for a few moments, then forced himself to avert his gaze. The sound of her even, yet fragile voice resounding from the darkness still echoed in his ears. Neph's second nightmare was different from his own, just like her first nightmare had been. She had not battled immortal saints to free an imprisoned demon from divine chains. Instead, She had tried to save a small group of pitiful and forlorn creatures, only to watch them all die. Nephis had been the last one standing on the forgotten shore, and after traveling alone through the purgatory of the Nightmare Desert, she built a tiny community amidst the cold darkness, only to watch it be destroyed. She had been so strong, but the nightmare made her weak. She had been so proud, but the nightmare made her beg for mercy on her knees. He wasn't sure he could imagine how painful it was for her, to sacrifice the two things that were at the core of her sense of self. Yes, Neph had not slain impossibly powerful enemies with her radiant sword in the nightmare, but, for her, wielding a sword against an overwhelming foe was not something to be feared. Maybe that was why the spell always tried to break her in some other, more cruel way. Sunny looked down at the weathered surface of the black rock. The spell, I wonder. How had the spell appraised Neph's performance in the second nightmare? Sunny was not sure, but he had an inkling that the appraisal was exceedingly high. If his theory was right, that was, and the appraisal depended on how much the challenger had changed the flow of fate. In that regard, he suspected that what Nephis had done was miraculous. She had wanted to change the fates of the forsaken creatures living in the darkness at the bottom of the underworld. In that task, she failed. However, she had succeeded in changing something else. She changed the harrowing creature that had come from the darkness. Had the creature been compelled by her words? By her pleas? Or had it been infected by the same yearning that Neph had ignited in the hearts of the Forsaken? Had the creature of darkness been poisoned by a hint of an indescribable longing? Had it learned to long for light? If the heart of an abyssal being powerful enough to be a horror in the underworld had been changed, even ever so slightly, then Sunny could not really imagine what ripples that change could cause in the great tapestry of fate. So, the spell could have appraised Neph's performance as glorious. But that was not important. Because Nephis herself did not see it that way. The spell and its carriers had different criteria for success, after all. The spell might be satisfied with Neph's performance, but Neph obviously saw it as a bitter, irredeemable failure. The tone of her voice yesterday had said it all. Continuing to stare at the ground, Sunny sighed. After returning to the waking world, Nephis seemed much more mellow than before. But her resolve to kill the sovereigns and destroy the spell also seemed much more stalwart than before. Now that he knew the truth, many things about her past words and actions made sense. Gods, just what am I going to do with her? Sunny glanced at Nephis, who was oblivious to his thoughts, with a complicated expression. There was one more thing he had to consider. The description of Neph's aspect, Lightbringer. You are a creature of light that was banished and doomed to exist in the darkness. You bring radiance and warmth to wherever you go, but with it comes indescribable longing. Wasn't it very similar to the trial the spell had presented her with in the second nightmare? The ascended ability she had unlocked as a result was called longing, too. Longing, yearning, desire, wish, and 1N. Was the inexhaustible longing to destroy the spell that burned like fire in Neph's heart so powerful that it made her soul incorruptible? He had pondered about this ability of hers before, but now, Sunny saw it in a new light. It had seemed like a rather useless power to have, outside of very rare circumstances like facing the Skinwalker. However, if that ability made Nephis immune to the corruption, then wasn't it actually the most broken and unbelievably preposterous ability he had ever heard about? After all, even Weaver had to sever their arm when it got infected with the corruption. Not only was the great and terrible demon of fate not immune to corruption, he or she was even powerless in front of it. Just what was Nephis, exactly? And, more importantly, what was she to him? The subject of his thoughts, meanwhile, finished her stretching exercises, pulled the fastened strap of her white tunic back to her pale shoulder, and looked around. Nephis smiled. You're up? Sunny smiled back. Yeah. How are you feeling? It seemed as though she had recovered from opening the old wounds to tell him about her second nightmare yesterday. However, a moment later, Neph's smiling face darkened a little. She sighed. I wanted to make breakfast. But we have no food left. Sunny tilted his head, then looked down. They were literally sitting on a mountain of meat. But with the azure serpent circling the carcass of the black turtle, diving into the river to procure even a little bit of it was an utterly lethal task. He shook his head with resignation. Well, solve that problem when the time comes. Nephis nodded, lingered for a moment, then pointed to the sleeping bag. See? I didn't rip it. Sunny stared at her, trying to determine whether she was being serious or playing a joke on him. These days, it was getting hard to tell. Which bastard is being such a bad influence on my straight-laced and awkward Neph? I'm going to bash their teeth in. He remained silent for a few moments, then grinned. Good. Because, you still owe me for that projector. Chapter 1260, Leisure Cruise. Time flowed lazily. Both literally and figuratively. The current of the great river was pulling the corpse of the black turtle into the past, and several days passed in a strange, but pleasant idleness. The 7 suns rose and fell, drowning in the shimmering waters. The sky was like a dreamlike painting of lilac, azure, crimson, and jet black. The ancient serpent continued to circle the dark island, slowly consuming the bleeding meat of the great monster it had killed, and watching Sunny and Nephis enjoy their unexpected respite. The two of them were spending their time leisurely. Feeling the need to rest and recuperate after the nightmarish gauntlet of the White Desert, they were not in a hurry to strain themselves too much. They slept peacefully through the nights, rising when warm sunlight flowed into the narrow fissure, and spent most of the days together. Sometimes, they would lay on the soft moss side by side and look at the sky in comfortable silence. Sometimes, they would train, sparring with each other until sweat covered their bodies. Sometimes, they would talk, discussing their experiences in the past year and various pieces of knowledge they had picked up along the way. They also spent some time apart. Nephis was busy practicing her swordsmanship, often requesting Saint to aid her as a training partner. After sending her and his shadow off, Sunny would get busy with his own endeavors. He spent a lot of time studying the strange and hauntingly complex weave of the key of the estuary. This memory was a great mystery that had to be solved even after showing it to Nephis. Sunny had not a single inkling of what it was supposed to do, and where it had come from. So, he settled for the slow approach of meticulously examining each and every thread of its somber tapestry. Depending on luck, this task could take him many months to complete, but there was no harm in starting early. Once his head started to ache from studying the black weave, Sunny would sit silently near the slopes of the island and watch the azure serpent prowl. He would close his eyes and sense the great beast's shadow. He would try to memorize its every scale, scar, and movement. Even though their situation was peaceful right now, he knew that the peace would not last indefinitely. The chances were that they would have to battle the abomination eventually. And so, Sunny wanted to glean its essence and commit it to his memory. Training his swordsmanship with Nephis, studying the estuary key, observing the azure serpent, and resting idly, these were the things that filled his days. Of course, other things were happening on the Dark Island, as well. Imp was still busy devouring the bands of tarnished silver that encased the black turtle's body. His progress was slow, but the gluttonous goblin seemed beyond himself with delight. His scrawny figure could often be seen sprawled on the black rocks, utterly engorged. The Sin of Solace was still there, following Sunny like a jaded wraith. Its litany of snide comments and contemptuous remarks never lessened, slowly driving him mad. Sunny endured as best as he could, and luckily, the spirit of the cursed sword was not nearly as talkative as it had been before. Nevertheless, the apparition put him in many awkward situations with Nephis. Nightmare was slowly subjugating new dreams into his unseen army. Almost every night, the counter of the dream curse would go up by at least 1 or 2. The source of these defeated nightmares were, of course, Sunny and Nephis. It seemed that their minds were still haunted by the events of the past. Or maybe it was just the nature of the tomb of Ariel. Despite its breathtaking facade, it was a land worthy of its architect, a land of dread. It was also as desolate and empty as it was beautiful. Every day, Sunny and Nephis would study the northern horizon, hoping to see the signs of land or anything at all far in the distance. But each time, all that met them was an endless expanse of flowing water. Their hunger slowly grew. Although masters were much more resilient than mundane humans, they were still the same. They needed sustenance to survive, just like any human would. Their bodies were still strong, but they would start to wither before too long. Before that happened, Sunny and Nephis were going to have to find a way to harvest some of the black turtle's meat. The azure serpent raised its head from the water every time it devoured more, as if to mock them. I'm hungry. Sunny was sitting on a luxurious wooden chair, which was positioned near the slopes of the black turtle's carapace, facing north. His shadow surrounded him, lazily sprawled on the black rocks and enjoying the dreamlike vista of the great river. Only the naughty one had wandered off to enjoy the view of Nephis training instead. Dismissing the estuary key, Sunny rubbed his temples and stretched his legs. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I don't recognize any of these wove elements. Not even their vague purpose. The more I look at it, the more sure I am that it won't be created by me. Whoever had created the key of the estuary was a far greater sorcerer than Sunny was, or could ever dream to be. At least that was how it seemed. Alright, that's enough for today. The old snake should be showing its ugly mug any minute now. I really hope that it's as tired of staring at me as I am tired of staring at it. Sunny glanced at the wide patch of bloody water surrounding the shell of the great turtle in anticipation, lingered for a few moments, and then frowned. Something was wrong with that picture. He stared at the water for a while, his scowl deepening. Then, Sunny slowly raised his eyes and looked at the sky. His pupils widened slightly. There, in the boundless blue expanse, far away, a black dot had appeared at some point. Chapter 1261, A Butterfly Flapping Its Wings. There was a black dot in the sky, far in the distance, slowly moving in the direction of the dark island. At first, Sunny felt a glimmer of hope ignite in his heart as he remembered a similar situation from the past. That time, it had turned out to be Kai. But, this time, his intuition was ringing alarm bells, and a cold feeling of dread crept from somewhere to grip him with icy claws. Sitting on the shadow chair with his legs crossed, Sunny leaned back and sighed. Crap. With that, he exploded with a flurry of activity. First, Sunny dismissed his precious chair and dashed toward the middle of the island. At the same time, he sent a mental command to Saint. Nephis and she were currently engaged in a furious sword fight. Light and darkness were intertwined in a shimmering whirlpool of sharp steel, and the graceful knight's onyx figure was starkly contrasted against the rippling white tunic and alabaster skin of her slender opponent. Following Sunny's order, Saint froze. The tip of Neph's sword stopped a split second later, hovering millimeters away from the slit of her visor. Nephis frowned, then retracted her sword and looked around. There was a shadow on a rock outcropping that protruded from the ground a few meters away. It seemed to belong to a young man, and was currently waving its arms in the air while pointing at the sky. She swiftly turned around and looked up, then dashed away a moment later. That's done. Running as fast as he could, Sunny leaped over a murky puddle of water and landed near a half-eaten fragment of tarnished silver. The scrawny figure of Imp could be seen nearby, laying on the ground with a blissful smile on his fiendish face. His hands were rubbing his ballooning belly with delight. Stand up, buddy. The gluttonous goblin opened his eyes and stared at Sunny in confusion, then awkwardly tried to rise to his feet. However, outweighed by his full stomach, Imp lost. Sunny leaned down, grabbed the weakly struggling fiend, and hoisted him on his shoulder. His balance and promptly plopped back down. We don't have time for this. Sunny leaned down, grabbed the weakly struggling fiend, and hoisted him on his shoulder. What the hell? Just how much had the little bastard swallowed up? Even with the strength of an ascended tyrant, Sunny was struggling to carry Imp. His veins swelled, and a befuddled expression appeared on his face. Commanding the shadows to wrap themselves around his body, he grunted and continued to run. A dozen seconds later, Sunny reached the edge of the familiar fissure and unceremoniously tossed the little fiend down. Then, he threw one more look at the sky and, noticing that the black dot had already drawn nearer, jumped into the deep ravine himself. Before too long, Nephis and he were side by side, pressing themselves into the weathered slope of the fissure as they desperately tried to calm down their breathing. Saint and fiend were nearby, the former standing calmly, the latter hugging Sunny's thigh. Nightmare was there as well, hiding within the deep darkness enveloping the bottom of the gorge in his shadow form. Lastly, a beautiful amphora of white clay was standing on the ground in front of them, its surface decorated with mesmerizing patterns. It was another one of the memories Summer Night had given to Nephis, and its purpose was to mask their presence. Gods only knew if the amphora was going to work or not. Out of Sunny's 5 shadows, one had to volunteer to leave its area of effect and serve as a scout, though. Well, perhaps volunteer was the wrong word. Since the gloomy shadow had performed a few dangerous tasks recently, and the happy fool was not someone Sunny would ever entrust an important matter to, the next in seniority had to go. So, the creepy guy was currently hiding a few meters away from the edge of the fissure, staring creepily at the sky. The Sin of Solace was keeping it company with a bored expression on his face. The sparks swirling around Sunny's hand formed into an emerald flute, and he covered them with a dome of silence. Then, he let out a shaky breath. I see it. Nephis looked at him intently, then asked in a low voice. What is it? Sunny lingered for a few moments. Slowly, his expression turned grim. It's a butterfly. Indeed, a butterfly was descending toward the island. From afar, it seemed like an ethereal and beautiful creature. But as it drew closer, Sunny couldn't help but shiver. The butterfly's wings and back were black, but its body and underbelly were the color of white bone. It had 6 long, seemingly fragile legs that ended in sharp points, and 2 enormous, facete eyes that were like orbs of pure darkness. Between them was a disturbingly long, oily black beak, which was currently bent into a spiral like an elephant's trunk. 2 antennae rose from its head, pushed back by the current of the wind. Apart from that, the butterfly was at least 100 meters in size. It was both exquisitely beautiful and deeply revolting. But, most of all, it was deeply frightening. Sunny gritted his teeth. It's another great monster. His heart was beating rapidly in his chest, and his back was covered with cold sweat. Great. This is just great, it literally is. By his side, Nephis scowled. What about? The monstrous butterfly was obviously intending to land on the island, but at that moment, the crimson water parted, and the azure serpent's scaled snout rose into the air. Pierced by a mad gaze of its cloudy eyes, the great monster suddenly seemed wary. It moved its wings and altered the direction of its flight, circling the corpse of the black turtle from above instead of diving down to land on the black rock. The butterfly's huge eyes were aimed at the ancient serpent, and its antennae twitched rhythmically. The great beast of the river bared its bloodied fangs and let out a furious roar, as if announcing its claim of the remains of the titanic turtle. This demented old snake. Did the serpent not want to live? Why was it going around challenging great monsters? Am I really such a delicacy? Sunny did not know what the giant butterfly was thinking, but one thing was certain. It did not like that serpent's challenge. It did not like it at all. Chapter 1262, A Shrimp Between 2 Whales. Sunny described what was happening in a hushed voice. He didn't really need to whisper, considering that they were surrounded by a dome of silence, but it made him feel better. And what was happening appeared pretty clear. The monstrous butterfly had been attracted by the smell of blood and arrived to feast on the corpse of the black turtle that the azure serpent had so laboriously killed. The azure serpent, meanwhile, was having none of it. In fact, judging by the madness burning in its eyes, the great beast was overcome with the bloody desire to rip the giant butterfly apart as well. This thing really doesn't know what's good for it, huh? What was the reason for the azure serpent's reckless insolence? Humans often described nightmare creatures as mad, but that description was not entirely accurate. The abominations were indeed insane, but that did not mean that they lacked sanity. Rather, it meant that their sanity was perverted, sinister, ineffable, and entirely different from what humans deemed sane. So why would the great beast risk its life fighting much more powerful monsters? Was it indeed madness? Was it pride? Was it reluctance to give up such an enormous prize? Or was it more reluctant to surrender two human souls that burned the flames of divinity to the stronger abomination? Whatever the reason was, the stubborn Leviathan seemed ready to battle the monstrous butterfly to the death. The butterfly let out an indescribable sound. The waters of the great river suddenly grew restless, rippling as they were assaulted by the powerful sonic waves. The serpent roared again, rising higher above the river's tumultuous surface. "I think they are going to fight." Sunny was not sure what it meant for the two of them. He was belatedly happy about his decision to abandon the skies and seek shelter on the shell of the black turtle. If something like that butterfly had caught him in the air, he would have surely been dead in an instant. However, now that Nephis and he were trapped on the dark island, their fate seemed to be swaying on the edge of a perilous abyss. They were deeply unsure of their ability to slay a great beast, but a great monster was far more dreadful. They were only alive now because the azure serpent either lacked the ability or was reluctant to crawl out of the water. If the abominable butterfly won the battle, though, nothing was going to stop it from doing just that. Then, their shelter would turn into a deadly trap. So, no matter how strange it sounded, Sunny had no choice but to root for the familiar great beast that had been staring at them hungrily for many days, wishing to swallow them whole. The azure serpent had already killed one great monster. Maybe the mad snake would be able to pull off another miracle. Finally coming to a decision, the butterfly waved its wings and plummeted down, landing on the shell of the black turtle a moment later. The entire island shook from the devastating force of the impact. The creepy shadow remained motionless as it looked up at the six incredibly thin and long legs of the monster. The pale body of the butterfly was high above the ground, and its wings were open, covering a vast area in deep darkness. Now that it was closer, Sunny could see that it was covered in thick scales, with white hairs growing between them. There was a complicated pattern on the creature's wings, as well, coalescing into a strange image of. Sunny hurriedly commanded the shadow to look away as a strange certainty that he should never, ever try to look directly at the pattern covering the butterfly's wings flooded his mind. Damnation. Sunny? What is happening? He sucked in a shaky breath. They are just staring at each other. The butterfly shifted slightly, the sharp tips of its chitinous legs striking sparks from the black rock. Its trunk-like mouth slowly unfurled, turning into a fearsome black spear dozens of meters long. The abomination let out another harrowing screech, then suddenly struck the surface of the dead turtle's shell with its beak. 1, 2, 3 times the island quaked, but not even a thin crack appeared on the rock. The butterfly froze for a moment, then twisted its head, looking at the azure serpent. It seemed reluctant to go into the water. Well, of course. One is a flying abomination, and the other is a sea creature. The butterfly has to go into the water if it wants to gorge on the black turtle's meat, but that would mean fighting the azure serpent and on the enemy's home ground, no less. Maybe it would simply retreat. Just as Sunny thought that, the butterfly suddenly folded its wings and lunged forward. There was no hesitation, no warning. Just a deafening sonic boom and a harrowing black and white glare that suddenly shot toward the serpent like a gigantic javelin. A hurricane gale rose from the confounding fury of the great monster's lunge. It's attacking. A split second later, an enormous pillar of foaming crimson water rose into the sky. The serpent seemed to have managed to avoid the abominable butterfly's obliterating charge. However, its sharp legs tore at the sea creature's azure body. The great monster easily dove into the water, as though the depths were its home. Both creatures were suddenly hidden from view, and only the shaking of the island and the colossal waves that were assaulting its slopes showed that a titanic battle was happening underwater. They're fighting. Nephis remained silent for a few moments, then gave him a strange look. Sunny, where are they fighting, in relation to our position? He stared at her in confusion, then said, "Below water, to the left of the turtle's tail." She lingered a bit, then took a deep breath. "Then, they're on the opposite side from the turtle's head. Where the entry wound is. So while the serpent is preoccupied, shall we dive down and harvest some meat?" He opened his mouth, startled. Then, he slowly closed it again. "Dive down? Harvest meat? Are you crazy?" "Damn, I said it again." Nephis looked at him very seriously and shook her head. "No, I'm not crazy. I'm hungry." Chapter 1263, Sea of Blood. What they were trying to do did, indeed, seem a little crazy. There were two great abominations fighting on one side of the black turtle, and Nephis wanted to dive into the water on the other side to steal some of the turtle's meat. Because she was hungry. But, of course, it was really not that unhinged of a plan. She had not suggested it out of a burning desire to satiate her belly, rather, it was out of necessity. The longer they were to go hungry, the weaker they would become. The weaker they became, the slimmer their chances of survival would be. Neither Nephis nor Sunny knew if they would get a better chance to harvest the black turtle's meat than now, when the azure serpent was distracted. In fact, they did not even know if they would live long enough to enjoy the fruits of this perilous decision. If the monstrous butterfly won, they would probably die soon. But there was nothing they could really do about that, so the only thing they could do was prepare for the other outcome to the best of their ability. Grimacing, Sunny looked away and shook him off his thigh. "Curses and zero in." Then, he gritted his teeth and started climbing out of the fissure. "Hungry, she's hungry, is she? Just what sin did I commit in my past life to be cursed with all these gluttonous women?" Oblivious to his heartfelt plea, Nephis followed. It took Sunny just a few moments to scale the vertical slope of the deep fissure and climb onto the quaking surface of the dark island. It was shaking and swaying, pushed by the harrowing fury of the unseen battle that was happening below the waves. A split second later, Saint landed nearby, and a vast shadow crawled from the darkness to take the shape of a tenebrous steed. Neph arrived last, slowed down a little by the need to carry the fragile amphora in one of her hands. Imp had been left in the relative safety of the fissure, since he was of no use in the current situation. Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other, and then broke into a sprint without having to say anything. Their goal was the end of the island beneath which the black turtle's enormous head was floating in the crimson water. It was also where the azure serpent had broken through the great monster's silver armor and burrowed into its flesh, leaving behind a gaping wound. Since the scales of the creature were all but impervious, the meat could only be harvested from inside such a spot. As they were nearing the point where the shell of the black turtle started to slope down at a steep angle, Sunny sighed and dismissed the shroud of dusk. Left in just his underwear, he ignored Neph's strange gaze and summoned the nimble catch and the essence pearl instead. "I've traded a couple of memories just for such an occasion from the House of Night." She lingered for a moment, then looked away. "Oh." While the nimble catch was weaving itself from the sparks of light, Sunny threw a glance at his body and frowned a little. He had always been lean, and while his muscles simply refused to gain bulk, they had been like taut steel wire cables ever since the Forgotten Shore. Now, however, they had become a little bit too sculpted and defined. His abs were really like a washboard, which was not good at all. He had lost a lot of weight during the hellish journey through the nightmare desert and the days of hunger on the carcass of the black turtle. His body was all skin and muscle, with no fat left. Which meant that it would start to devour itself next. Some men strived for such a physique, but for Sunny, who had grown up in the outskirts, it was a worrying sign. "We really need to get that meat." As the strange garb woven out of a fisherman's net covered his pale skin, he noticed that Nephis was giving him a sideways glance again, for some reason. Slightly confused, he said, "Summon that." But he did not have to say anything. The familiar golden rope was already manifesting in her hands. They needed to dive into the tumultuous red water to harvest the monster's meat, but they didn't have to be stupid about it. If something happened, Sunny could swiftly pull them away through the shadows. However, finding a proper shadow to dive into was hard underwater. And since the Great River was in the throes of the battle between the Azure Serpent and the monstrous butterfly, its current could easily pull Sunny and Nephis apart. She threw him one end of the golden rope, and he hastily tied it around his left wrist while she tied the other end around her right. At the same time, light swirled around Neph's slender legs and formed into two silver anklets. Sunny stared at them in confusion for a moment before realizing that their function had to be similar to the nimble catch. He was a bit envious. Hers was not an armor-type memory, so she did not have to dismiss the white tunic. I want to be sponsored by a guilt-ridden saint too. Holding the black bow, Saint took a position that gave her a perfect view of the head of the dead monster and the seething water surrounding it. Her task was to protect, or at least try to protect them should either the serpent or the butterfly arrive. Nightmares could not help her in case the former showed up, but if the latter did, his speed would have to assist Saint in leading the butterfly away. The Emperor was placed beside them. Sunny and Nephis looked at each other one last time, then dashed forward and simultaneously jumped. The wind whistled in his ears. A few moments later, Sunny hit the crimson water and was instantly swallowed by it. It was like he had dove into a sea of blood. Everything around him was murky and red. Despite his best efforts, Sunny was momentarily disoriented, but regained his bearings after feeling a sharp tug on the golden rope. He found Neph through shadow sense, and followed her as she swam forward with purpose. She had already done this once, after all. Granted, there had not been two great nightmare creatures creating a storm nearby at that time. We need to be fast. Breathing with the help of the essence pearl, Sunny swam through the crimson waters of the Great River. Chapter 1264, Gaping Wound. Guided by a golden rope that glowed faintly into the red murkiness, Sunny swam forward. The waters of the River of Time, mixed with the crimson blood of a great monster, were cold and tumultuous. The battle of two harrowing abominations had turned them into a whirlpool of raging currents. Just how far is this wound? Suddenly, Sunny saw something enormous appear from the murky red darkness and shuddered. He was swimming past the giant eye of the Titanic turtle, now hollow and devoid of light. His figure was like a speck of dust in front of it. The Azure Serpent had long feasted on the black turtle's left eye, but the right still remained. Even though Sunny knew that the ancient behemoth was dead, he couldn't help but feel as if it was staring at him. Looking away, he pushed himself through the water. We're not far from the creature's neck, then. Every second could be their last, so Sunny was tense. The battle of the dreadful abominations could shift in their direction at any moment. More than that, the nimble catch allowed him to swim with great speed, and Neph's silver anklets were the same. However, she did not seem to possess a memory similar to the essence pearl, and had to hold her breath. They simply couldn't linger. Fortunately, the dark thoroughfare of the turtle's enormous neck emerged from the cloudy redness soon. It was encased in massive bands of tarnished silver, which overlapped to form a flexible, but impenetrable armor. Sunny caught up with Nephis as they followed the road of silver to the point where the monster's neck ended. There, its armor was torn apart and bent, sharp jagged edges surrounded by bloody foam. The stench of blood was much stronger here, and the water was much darker. Nephis changed her direction, knowing where to go. A dozen seconds later, they reached the gaping wound in the body of the great monster. Sunny froze for a moment. The Azure Serpent had not just ripped a chunk of flesh out of the black turtle's flesh, it actually burrowed inside like a hungry worm, tore through the insides of the monster, and then crawled out from a similar wound under one of the creature's flippers. As a result, the wound in front of them was like a dark tunnel, not too different from the one through which he had guided the convoy of refugees in the Antarctica Center. The scale of it was humbling. I actually said that I can kill that damn snake, didn't I? Nephis tugged on the rope to get his attention, then pointed forward. Struggling against unexplainable fear, Sunny reluctantly pushed himself in that direction. At that moment, the entire corpse of the black turtle tilted, impacted by the shockwave of the terrifying clash between the azure serpent and the invading butterfly. It swayed slowly, and the dark tunnel of the harrowing wound started to move up. By the time they reached it, half of the gaping, bloody hole was above the surface of the water, while the other half was still submerged in it. A red current was flowing out, trying to push them away. Sunny gritted his teeth and struggled against the flow, eventually entering the dark tunnel. Then, however, the current was reversed, and a great amount of water flowed into the body of the dead monster, pulling them deeper inside. Crap! Sunny was carried into the depths of the black turtle's corpse with dire speed, slamming against its flesh and holding tightly to the golden rope. After what felt like an eternity, the current grew weak, and he managed to climb onto something solid. Sunny pulled on the rope, and a second later, Nephis appeared from the water as well. She raised her hand, igniting a wisp of white flame on it to illuminate their surroundings. He took a deep breath, suddenly realizing how close the two of them were standing. After taking a bath in the diluted blood of the black turtle, both looked like a horror show. However, Sunny couldn't help but notice how tightly Neph's wet tunic stuck to her body, and how close to transparent the light fabric became. He shifted slightly, then forcibly tore his gaze away and studied the dark tunnel of the great monster's bleeding flesh. N0 in. It looked exactly like one would imagine such a place to look. Not that people had reasons to try and imagine something so morbidly bizarre. The walls of the tunnel, which was mostal, while consumed by darkness, were uneven, spongy, and red. The lower half of it was covered by tumultuous water, while the upper half was filled with an almost unbearable stench of blood. Rivers of red were flowing from the walls and the ceiling, mixing with the dark water below. Sunny and Nephis were standing on one of the vertebrae of the black turtle, which protruded from the bottom of the tunnel like a pale pink mountain. While he was looking around, she was breathing heavily. So, now. Before he could finish the sentence, the carcass of the great monster quaked once again, and the two of them were almost thrown off the slippery bone. Sunny had to grab Nephis to prevent her from plummeting back into the seething water. A moment later, he realized that they were embracing, their bodies pressed tightly against each other. He could feel the softness and the heat of her skin through the thin fabric of the white tunic. Her striking grey eyes were too close as well. Forgetting what he was going to say, Sunny remained motionless for a few moments. Then, he made sure that Nephis had regained her balance and carefully let her go. So now all we have to do is carve some meat. Right? She cleared her throat, then raised the wisp of flame higher and looked away. Right. And return alive. Sunny let out a shaky sigh. Sure. One thing at a time. Chapter 1265, Dirty Job. Sunny had to spend a few moments calming down his wildly beating heart. Then, he looked around once again. The situation was much better than he had expected it to be. He really had not considered that the grotesque tunnel left behind by the azure serpent would be only partially drowned. Slicing through the flesh of a great monster was no easy task, and doing so underwater would have been even harder. More than that, he was less restricted in the use of Shadow Step now. But, most importantly, he could summon the covetous coffer. Opening the alloy chest underwater would have just resulted in the spatial storage being instantly filled with water. Now that they stood on a solid surface, things were different of course. The tunnel could be flooded at any moment, so they had to hurry. Sunny looked at Nephis and flashed her a smile. Let's be quick. The sparks of light swirled around them, manifesting into memories. Neph's flame was replaced by a luminous paper lantern, and a sizable alloy chest appeared on the porous pink surface of the great monster's bone. A moment later, their weapons manifested. Am I reduced to a mere butcher's cleaver? Such humiliation. Sunny almost yelped when a familiar figure emerged from the darkness. The Sin of Solace looked somberly at his disheveled appearance, then shook his head. He was still clad in the shroud of graceless dusk, not to mention perfectly dry. Damn fool. Sunny whispered a stifled curse and commanded the shadows to wrap themselves around the jade blade of the cursed sword, which Sunny whispered a stifled curse and commanded the shadows to wrap themselves around the jade blade of the cursed sword, which had manifested itself a split second before. Then, he hissed. Gods, you almost gave me a heart attack. Nephis froze for a moment and looked at him with a slightly startled expression. Oh, did I? Sorry. Sunny's eyes widened. No, not you, I wasn't talking. Never mind. The Sin of Solace observed him with a small, disdainful smile. I must say, this is a peculiar location for a date. Harvesting monster meat from inside the monster. I hope you won't force the poor girl to cook the meal herself, at least. Struggling to ignore the bastard, Sunny threw the lid of the covetous coffer open and then moved closer to the wall of the flesh tunnel. Pushing down the feeling of disgust, he gritted his teeth and thrust the Jian forward. It was so strange. The taste of the black turtle's meat was truly sublime. But the source of it was so revolting. Damn it. One of the enchantments of the Sin of Solace made it incredibly sharp, and it had been augmented by the shadows on top of that. And yet, cutting into the flesh of the dead great monster felt like he was trying to cut stone with a rusty blade. Sunny had known that harvesting the turtle's meat would not be easy, just from the fact that chewing it was a tough task. However, the actual difficulty of trying to slice off a sizable chunk of the abomination's flesh was even greater than he had expected. Its durability in an uncooked state was simply preposterous. If that's hard, then how am I going to fight one of these things in the future? With no other choice, Sunny concentrated on the task. Taut muscles rolled under his skin as he put all his strength into it, and the jade blade cut deeper with excruciating slowness. Nephis was just as strained, using a sharp dagger instead of her long sword. Its blade was glowing with incandescent light, and her face was pale. Despite that, her progress was not much faster than his. The dark island continued to sway and quake around them, making the water filling the morbid tunnel roll and slosh. Carving the meat was hard, and doing it while struggling to keep balance was especially hard. Nevertheless, they continued, sometimes using each other for support. This is taking too long. Sunny had hoped to fill the covetous coffer to the brim, but now he realized how unrealistic his lofty desires were. At this rate, it would be good if they managed to harvest enough to feed them for a few days. Of course, as long as the battle between the Azure Serpent and the Eerie Butterfly did not end or shift in their direction, there was still time. And just as he threw the first chunk of meat into the maw of the alloy chest, the carcass of the black turtle quaked again. This time, however, there was something different about the tremor. Instead of being pushed to the side, Sunny had almost been thrown up into the air. Nephis and he abruptly stopped, looking at each other. Sunny's mouth was suddenly very dry. They are below us now. The whole plan was hinged on the fact that the massive bulk of the black turtle would protect them from the two battling abominations. Now, the area of the battle was shifting, and the creatures were already below the dark island. This meant that they were moving in the direction of the turtle's head. Neph's eyes shone in the gloomy darkness as they reflected the glow of her scorching dagger. She lingered for a moment. What do you want to do? Sunny paused for a bit, then gritted his teeth. N1N. We've already taken the risk. Returning with empty hands would mean that it was all for nothing. We'll have to wait for a chance to do it all over again, and even if such a chance presents itself, we'll be much weaker by then. So let's continue. I can pull us back through the shadows, anyway. Nephis nodded in agreement, prompting them to return to the arduous task of carving the turtle's flesh. Both of them were much more tense now. A few more slabs of meat fell into the covetous coffer, and at the same time, the shockwaves traveling through the island showed that the battling abominations were drawing closer to the creature's head. Eventually, Sunny lowered his blooded hands and grimaced. That's enough. It is too dangerous now. Closing the lid of the alloy chest, he dismissed it and froze for a moment, concentrating his perception on the haughty shadow. He had left it with Saint and Nightmare, so it had a good view of the turbulent waters surrounding the black turtle's head. The water had been turbulent before, but now, it was simply boiling. Bloody foam was undulating like a stormy sea, and two enormous shadows could be seen far below, intertwined with each other. They were just under the entrance to the gaping wound at the base of the titanic turtle's neck. Time to go. Grabbing Neff's hand, Sunny pulled the two of them into the shadow. But nothing happened. The shadows remained ethereal and elusive, as if he had never possessed the ability to dive into their dark embrace. Sunny froze, then slowly looked down. He was still standing on the slippery pink bone. Shadow Step had failed to activate. Chapter 1266, Unexpected Complication. What's wrong? What's wrong? Two identical questions sounded at the same time, but they couldn't be more different. Neff's voice was tinged with a hint of sincere concern, while the voice of the sword wraith was full of biting mockery. Sunny was motionless for a few moments, still holding Nephis by her hand. He shivered slightly after his second attempt to use Shadow Step failed, and she must have felt it. He looked up at her and hesitated. When he spoke, his voice sounded hollow. My ability doesn't seem to work anymore. An insidious fear suddenly drowned his heart, and at the same time, the dark island quaked again, the source of the tremor much closer than it had been before. The fear was irrational and animalistic. It had little to do with their perilous situation, and more with that fact that his powers had abandoned him without a warning. It was as though he had suddenly found himself missing a limb. There was disbelief, confusion, dread and, finally, terror. It took all his willpower to push that terror down. The Sin of Solace laughed. Ignoring it, Sunny forced himself to speak. Just give me a moment. He had no idea why Shadow Step, which had never failed him before, was suddenly ineffective. Perhaps something was wrong with the shadows populating the insides of the black turtle. If so, there was an easy way to check. A few moments later, the shadow lantern appeared in his hand, and a flood of shadows flowed out of its open gate. However, the result was the same. It was not the shadows that were wrong, but Sunny himself. Really such an idiot. The damned sword wraith was having the time of his life. Sunny clenched his fists, then uttered through gritted teeth. I don't seem to be able to bring us away, at the moment. Sorry. Nephis frowned, then carefully looked around. After a short pause, she suddenly said. In hindsight it makes sense. Feeling a sudden sense of hope, he raised an eyebrow. It does? She nodded. It is a great monster, after all, and we are inside its body. A creature like that would have protections against someone like you bypassing its fearsome armor by teleporting directly inside. The black turtle is dead, but some of its defenses must still remain. Perhaps if the gap in power between us wasn't so vast, your ability could have still tore through them. Sunny remained silent for a few moments. Why didn't I think about that before? Nephis shook her head. I didn't, either. Don't you think that blaming yourself is too much? We couldn't have known. We've never faced an enemy such as this. She was right, but she was also wrong. Sunny might not have tried to enter the body of a colossal enemy through Shadow Step before, but he saw how the Azure Serpent had killed the black turtle. He could have at least considered the possibility of doing something similar. In any case, everything seemed simple in hindsight. He winced, then looked at Nephis silently. As if reading his thoughts, she guided her flames from the blade of the incandescent dagger, through her body, and into his. But the result was the same. Shadow Step was refusing to activate. After feeling the warmth of Neph's flame leaving him, Sunny drew in a shaky breath and belatedly realized that he was still holding her hand. He was in no hurry to let go, finding it reassuring. A deep frown appeared on Sunny's face as he looked in the direction of the entrance of the tunnel. Right now, the Azure Serpent and the great monster it was fighting were exceedingly close to the gaping wound, making the prospect of leaving the way they had come absolutely lethal. What were their options, though? Staying here was tantamount to death, as well. Actually, there is a third option. Sunny turned around and looked into the depths of the tunnel, then pulled Nephis forward. Let's go. The entrance is blocked, but there's still the exit. The old snake burrowed right through, didn't it? The exit wound is on the other side of the turtle's body, under its flipper. Well, escape through there and climb back onto the island. That was the most rational decision he could make. The two of them hesitated for a moment, and then dove back into the seething water. Shortening the length of the golden rope to keep them closer to each other, Sunny and Nephis swam through the diluted blood of the slain behemoth. Even though fighting against the current was incredibly hard, they moved further away from the harrowing battle with each stroke. Hurry, hurry. Sunny felt a dire urgency and pushed himself forward with as much strength as he could muster. The tunnel was not that long. The entity body of the black turtle spanned less than 2 kilometers, and the bloody path the azure serpent had burrowed through had to be half that. Of course, it was twisting and turning, and the chaotic movement of the water made it difficult to advance. But still, they were going to reach the exit soon. As they swam, they witnessed more signs of the destruction that the great river beast had wreaked, both when killing the black turtle and while feeding on its flesh later on. The walls of the tunnel sometimes expanded into vast caverns where the turtle's organs had been, now torn to pieces and completely obliterated. Pieces of bone and tough cartilage protruded from the darkness. Sunny found it all both grotesque and strangely, darkly mesmerizing. I am swimming through a great monster. I feel like it's a dream. Well, it was a nightmare, to be precise. Just as they passed the middle point of the tunnel and felt the current change, pulling them in the direction of their goal, he suddenly noticed something strange. Out there, a small distance in front of them, it was as though something was softly shining in the darkness. The glow was so faint that Sunny thought that he was mistaken, but the next time his head broke the surface, he saw it again. N1N. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly pulled on the golden rope and pushed his tired body against the current once again, trying to make his way to the source of the strange glow. Nephis and Sunny climbed onto a frayed piece of cartilage and looked at the wall of the tunnel. Out there, hidden in the folds of torn flesh. He took a deep breath. Was an enormous, radiant crystal that shone with ethereal light. It was one of the 2 supreme soul shards that the death of the black turtle would have left behind. Sunny briefly glanced at Nephis, then summoned the covetous coffer once more. The shard was too large to fit into the opening of the alloy chest, so he concentrated and changed it, keeping the shape but changing the size. A few moments later, the alloy chest seemed more like an alloy sarcophagus fit for a giant or someone like the Shadow Spawn. I can't believe it. We came down to harvest some meat, but ended up with something like that. Gods, I can't even imagine how much it would cost in the waking world. Actually, it wouldn't have a cost. These things are so rare that they can't be bought with money. Even though they were pressed for time, he just couldn't let this chance slip through his fingers. Neph, can you help me? Together, they hacked at the fold of the turtle's flesh to widen the opening, and then used all their strength to lift the massive soul shard and load it into the opened maw of the covetous coffer. After that, they had to plunge into the water again. Several torturous minutes later, Sunny and Nephis used the silver chains at the side of the island to scale the slope of the black turtle's shell, and fell side by side on the rocks in exhaustion. Knowing how Neph would look in her wet tunic, Sunny refused to turn his head and instead stared at the sky. The warm feeling of their arms touching was enough for him. They needed to move to hide, but he was too tired. Just a few moments. Sunny took a deep breath and tried to calm down a little. Then, he suddenly let out a low chuckle. But it's funny. After examining the estuary key, he had thought it impossible to collect one, let alone 6 supreme soul shards. The idea itself seemed utterly preposterous. And yet, here he was just a couple of weeks later, in possession of one. It had just fallen into his hands, almost on its own. A strange shiver ran up his spine. It was then that Nephis suddenly raised her hand and whispered. Look. In the sky above the island, the monstrous butterfly was spreading its black wings once again. Chapter 1267, Candlelight. Sunny and Nephis scrambled in an attempt to find a hiding spot, but there was no need. Their first thought was that the dreadful butterfly had won the battle against the Azure Serpent. If that was the case, then their fates would be sealed. However, a moment later, a deafening roar shook the world, pushing them to the ground. Turning to the stormy waters of the great river, they saw a familiar creature rising to the surface. The serpent was looking the worse for wear, with countless deep lacerations covering its mighty body. Streams of scarlet blood were flowing down its azure scales, and its giant eyes seemed even more deranged than usual. Flames of indescribable, murderous malice were burning in their cloudy depths, but, for once, that malice was not directed at the two humans. Instead, it was aimed at the battered butterfly. Now that Sunny and Nephis had a few moments to observe the great monster in detail, they noticed that it was in a sorry state, too. One of its 6 legs was missing, and there was an ugly tear on one of its beautiful wings. Its body looked strangely disheveled, and although none of the white scales covering it were missing, many of them were covered with thin cracks. The great monster was retreating. Sunny froze, momentarily stunned. Even though he had hoped that the Azure Serpent would win the battle against the much stronger nightmare creature, he could not quite believe that it actually happened. Old Snake, just what damned kind of abomination are you? It was already miraculous for a great beast to defeat a great monster. 2 of them, though. While not impossible, it was certainly abnormal. Even if the monstrous butterfly was an aerial creature, and was thus at a disadvantage while fighting underwater, the tenacity of the Azure Serpent was confounding. Sunny stared at the blooded Leviathan somberly. As if sensing his gaze, the serpent lowered its snout and glared back at him. Crimson water was flowing out of its slightly opened maw. He shivered. It's no mere beast. Indeed, he should have known. His luck wasn't good enough to stumble on just any great beast. No, it surely had to be some kind of unique and singular existence, a damn monarch among all beasts. Fated wouldn't have it any other way. Maybe it was no coincidence that the Azure Serpent had come from much further upstream than the other 2 abominations. Ah, curse it. Sunny felt conflicted. On the one hand, he should be ecstatic about the fact that the harrowing butterfly was retreating. On the other hand, the ancient river serpent seemed much more dangerous now. The butterfly, meanwhile, was swiftly rising higher and higher. However, it didn't leave. Instead of disappearing into the distance, the great monster turned into a black dot once again and started to slowly circle the island from above. It looked like the creature was not giving up on the carcass of the black turtle, just recovering its strength and biding its time to make another attempt. The Azure Serpent threw one last hateful glance at it, and then dove into the water with an angry hiss. Soon, the island shook slightly, hinting that the abomination was devouring more of the turtle's meat, perhaps to restore its power. The tumultuous water slowly calmed down. Left in the sudden silence, Sunny and Nephis stared at the vast expanse of the great river in exhaustion. After a while, he slowly exhaled. I guess it seems we survived. She nodded slowly. Yeah. I'll go find a deep pond. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Huh? What was she talking about? A pond? Why? He looked at her in confusion, prompting Nephis to sigh. Why do you think? We just took a bath in a river of blood. I want to wash myself, of course. Sunny tilted his head, only now realizing how nasty Nephis looked. Well, he was no better. A sly smile appeared on his lips. Suddenly feeling mischievous, Sunny asked. Can I join? She was already turning away. No. Go find your own pond if you want. He laughed. Wait, what if I drown? Those fissures are very deep, you know. Nephis scoffed. If you do drown, maybe take the meat out of that storage memory first. It will be sad if it just disappears, after everything we went through. Sunny watched her go. The silver anklets were singing a quiet melody as they bounced with each graceful step. Eventually, he shook his head in dejection. Does she only care about the meat? How heartless. Later that day, when the 7 sons had already plunged into the water, Sunny and Nephis were back in their makeshift camp at the bottom of the deep fissure. By now, it didn't look as desolate and barren as it had before. There was a fire pit assembled from the black rocks. The shadow chair and the covetous coffer, back to its usual size, were standing nearby. Neff's sleeping bag was laying on one side of the pit, while Sunny had gathered soft moss to serve as bedding on the other, using the overpriced saddle as a pillow. Imp was sprawled on the ground, still digesting the huge amount of tarnished silver he had devoured. Saint was standing guard above, and Nightmare was hiding in the shadows. Currently, the camp was illuminated by a softly glowing lantern, and a delicious fragrance of roasting meat was spreading through the air. Nephis was preparing a late supper over the coals. Not only that, but she had also gone all out, for some reason, using an inventive mix of spices to thoroughly marinate the meat before placing it above the glowing embers. Both of them had washed the stench of blood off their bodies, and were now preparing for sleep, feeling refreshed. Before that, however, they were going to finally satiate the gnawing hunger. In that moment, the lethally dangerous trip into the carcass of the black turtle they had undertaken seemed well worth it. Finally done, Nephis placed a generous chunk of meat on a plate and handed it to Sunny. In the last moment, though, she suddenly retracted her hand and hesitated. Can you wait a moment? Sunny felt warm and relaxed, so he didn't mind waiting. Sure. He watched her across the glowing embers with peaceful idleness. Nephis seemed to be looking for something. A few moments later, she found a splinter of the synthetic firebrick they had used to light the fire, and thrust it into the meat. Then, she touched it with the tip of her finger, and a wisp of white flame ignited at the top of the small stick. Sunny received the strange dish with a confused look. What is this? No one N. A faint smile appeared on Neff's face. A candle. He hesitated for a few moments, then scratched the back of his head. Why? She leaned back and shrugged softly. I'm not quite sure how many days it has been since the start of the nightmare. But the battle happened at the end of November, and we spent around a week in the desert. So, it should be middle to late December now. Sunny frowned. And? Nephis sighed and shook her head. It means that it has to be winter solstice back in the real world. It's your birthday, Sunny. He stared at her in astonishment. Wait, she's right. Sunny had forgotten all about it. It was winter solstice, or at least close to it. Out there in the waking world, an army of sleepers was entering the dream realm for the first time if Antarctica still stood, that is. It was also his birthday. He was turning 21. Huh. He tilted his head a little. 21. I didn't really think I'd make it so far. Good job, Sunny. He looked at the burning stick, not noticing the bright smile that appeared on his lips. Nephis leaned forward a little. If I were you, I would hurry up and make a wish. Wish? Wish, wish. Hidden by shadows, Sunny's smile grew brittle and strained. Chapter 1268, Azure Serpent. There were a lot of things Sunny desperately wished for. However, the ominous words carved into a random piece of flotsam he had encountered by chance weighed heavily on his heart. So, he held himself back and made a point of not wishing for anything. A pity. Sunny blew out the improvised candle and hungrily sunk his teeth into the juicy meat. The taste of it was indescribable. Ah! So delicious. Nephis had really outdone herself this time. To think that she could cook up something so tasty with so few ingredients, even the memories of the grotesque tunnel could not slow Sunny down. He attacked the roasted meat like a hungry wolf, annihilating it in no time. He still had to put some effort into chewing, but that only made the rich flavor and delightful texture last longer on his tongue. Some time later, both Sunny and Nephis were pleasantly satiated and sprawled on the ground, Looking very much like Imp, Sunny was very much relaxed and sleepy, as well as in a great mood. Well, it was his birthday, after all. Surviving one more year was enough of a reason to celebrate, especially considering how many odious things he had lived through to get to today. Plus, the great monster's meat, which Nephis had marinated and roasted over the coals, was truly sublime. Come to think of it, she had silently assumed the role of the cohort cook from the moment they met on the forgotten shore. Whenever the cohort was together, Nephis was the one to feed everyone. The dishes she prepared were always filling, flavorful, and just right. The cohort was together, Nephis was the one to feed everyone. The dishes she prepared were always filling, flavorful, and just right. That was a strange talent of hers. Huh. Maybe I should hire her as chef when I open my restaurant. Sunny smiled. There was one thing slightly bothering him, though. A talent like this did not really fit her stern and knightly persona. How come Nephis knew how to cook so splendidly, at that? Sunny turned his head and looked at her. Hey, can I ask something? Why are you so good at cooking? Doesn't seem like something you would be passionate about. Of course, it didn't. Nephis was only passionate about one thing, and to such a startling degree that it left no room for any other passions. She remained silent for a few moments. Wilderness survival. He raised an eyebrow, surprised. Huh? Nephis shrugged. Did you think that children from the legacy clans are only taught how to swing swords? You studied wilderness survival at the academy, so you must know how important survival skills are in the dream realm. Therefore, we learn to take care of ourselves in harsh conditions from childhood. Nutrition is an integral part of survival, and so it gets a lot of attention in the curriculum. She paused before adding. At least that's how it was for me. Each clan has its own way of teaching its heirs, of course. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Makes sense, I should have guessed myself. He smiled. So, what you're saying is that you've been taking cooking classes since childhood? Hearing his words, Nephis frowned. Not cooking classes, I've been taught both theoretical and practical skills concerning proper nutrition. It was a series of very thorough and elevated courses. Sunny nodded a couple of times with a ponderous expression. All right. I'm convinced. You're hired. She stared at him in confusion. You're hired what? Are you talking to your sword again? Sunny vigorously shook his head. No, I'm talking to you. Nephis remained silent for a while, then let out a long sigh. Sometimes I really don't understand what you're saying. He grinned. Don't worry. That makes two of us. With that, Sunny laughed and turned away. Anyway. Good night, Neph. There was a moment of silence, and then she dismissed the memory lantern, plunging the deep fissure into darkness. Good night, Sunny. The carcass of an ancient behemoth floated on the currents of the great river, and two humans slept peacefully in a crack in its shell. Their lives slowly changed after the appearance of the dreadful butterfly, but, strangely, not by much. Both Sunny and Nephis spent their days pretty much as they had before. They trained together, ate together, and rested on the soft moss together. Sometimes, Neph would go off to practice swordsmanship on her own, while Sunny would study the estuary key or sit motionlessly for hours, observing the azure serpent. He could feel his technique slowly improving as the small imperfections left within its principles and application were tempered and refined. He could also feel his understanding of the great beast deepening bit by bit. Only the key of the estuary remained a complete mystery. By now, Sunny had a faint suspicion that its weave encompassed two separate patterns. One was hidden within the other, with its function aimed inside. The other was much more vast and complicated, with its function directed outside. Both were stunning, ingenious, and inseparably intertwined. He had no idea what either of the patterns was supposed to do, though. Troublesome. When the tapestry of black strings started to blur in front of his tired eyes, Sunny would turn his attention back to the azure serpent. The frenzied creature was not having a great time. It continued to devour the flesh of the black turtle day after day, waiting patiently for the opportunity to consume Sunny and Nephis. But, now, it had to contend with the monstrous butterfly, which was a harrowing adversary. The butterfly descended from the sky on the third day after their first battle, and then again on the sixth. Both times, the two great abominations fought to a bloody draw, and the winged horror chose to retreat. Nephis hid in the fissure while the creatures were battling, but Sunny secretly stalked them from the shadows. Extending his shadow sense deep into the water, he followed the azure serpent as it furiously fought against the great monster. N1N. Watching someone fight with their life on the line was the best way to truly get to know them, after all. Just these two battles pushed Sunny's understanding of the mad Leviathan further than days of peaceful observation. The azure serpent was proud. And powerful. And absolutely insane. Its madness was even more terrifying than the sinister frenzy consuming the minds of all nightmare creatures. It was also insidiously cunning and exceedingly lethal, possessing a frightening combat acumen that must have been honed by experiencing thousands of perilous battles. This was why the great river serpent managed to send the more powerful creature retreating 3 times in a row. On the 7th day after their first battle, however, a new change shook the Dark Island. Chapter 1269, Third Contender. This time, Nephis was the first to notice the anomaly. Sunny and she were resting after an exhausting spar. He was meditating with his eyes closed, while she was leaning her back on him, still catching her breath. He sensed a sudden tensing of her muscles, and then the warm pressure was gone. Opening his eyes, Sunny glanced at Nephis and noticed that she was looking intently into the distance, where the endlessly flowing waters of the great river were sparkling under the light of the 7 suns. The azure serpent was nowhere in sight, and the island was not trembling, which meant that it was circling the stone shell of the black turtle. The monstrous butterfly was a small black dot in the sky. What had caught her attention, then? What is it? N1N. Nephis lingered for a few moments, then pointed at a distant patch of water downstream of them. There. Can you see it? Following her gaze, Sunny studied the currents. After a while, a scowl appeared on his face, too. I can. But what are we looking at? There, still far away from the Dark Island, a span of the great river seemed different from the rest of its vast expanse. From their position, it was no larger than a coin, which meant that the strange anomaly was thousands of meters wide. It did not seem too threatening. The water surface was simply a bit rough there, as if rippling under a strong gale. The problem was that such a gale would probably affect a larger area, not just a relatively small and strangely distinct patch of water. A much bigger problem was that this patch seemed to be moving purposefully in their direction. Sunny wasn't sure at first, but after observing the river for a dozen seconds, he grew certain that it was no mere coincidence. In these dozen seconds, the rough patch had already drawn visibly closer. His face darkened. It has to be another abomination. Nephis slowly nodded. I think so too. For a few moments, both of them remained silent. It was only logical that a new nightmare creature would appear sooner or later. They had already met 3, each of them harrowing in its own way. The arrival of the dark butterfly had also proven that the scent of black turtle's blood was like a lure for hungry abominations. All they could do was wait and see if the approaching horror was of the kind that could climb onto the shell or not. That was not the reason why Sunny felt somber, though. Rather, the appearance of the 4th threat had forced him to face an eventuality that seemed more and more like the truth. That truth was that they would not be able to use the carcass of the black turtle as a ship to safely reach civilization, after all, no matter how much they had hoped that they would. It had seemed possible when there was only the azure serpent circling the island. The arrival of the dark butterfly made it questionable. The appearance of the 3rd contender was like a nail in the coffin of Sunny's hope. If there were 3, there would be 4, 5, and more sooner or later. One of the abominations would crawl onto the shell, discover the 2 humans, and devour them. The corner of his mouth twitched. But what can we do? They couldn't escape by water, since it was populated by unthinkable horrors. They couldn't escape by air either, since it was just as dangerous. Even though the carcass of the black turtle was slowly starting to seem more and more like a death trap, there was no way out. He sighed. Let's just enjoy the show, for now. If I know anything about the old snake, it won't let the newcomer get close without a fight. And indeed, no sooner than he said it, the crimson water foamed, and a gargantuan head of the great river serpent rose above its surface. This time, the creature's long snout was turned away from the island, facing downstream. The mad beast was watching the patch of rough water, too. What do you think it will be? Hearing the question, Nephis lingered for a moment. I don't know. It seems enormous, so a whale. A cachalot. A giant squid, maybe. Sunny shook his head. I bet it'll be something entirely eerie, like that crawling mass of seaweed, bones, and rotten flesh that Cassie told us about on the Forgotten Shore. He paused for a moment, and then added doubtfully. Also, what's a cachalot? Nephis let out a quiet sigh. It's like a whale, but with teeth. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Did whales not have teeth? He knew what a whale was, in theory, but not the details. They were all extinct, anyway probably. Who knew what was happening in the oceans? The two of them watched tensely as the patch of rough water drew nearer and nearer, revealing its true size. It was indeed several kilometers wide, and much more tumultuous than it had seemed from afar. The water inside the patch seemed to be boiling, which looked rather strange considering that the river around it was as calm as ever. A minute later, the azure serpent let out an angry roar, and at the same moment, Sunny slowly rose to his feet. Curse it! The water was not really boiling, and there was no titanic behemoth moving under its surface to cause the ripples. Instead, there were thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of small creatures moving forward at a terrifying speed, coming closer and closer to the island. It had taken him so long to notice because their insect-like bodies were almost entirely translucent. Each was as long as his arm, with countless thin legs, beady black eyes, and long, disgusting mouths that were full of vicious, glass-like teeth. Standing by his side, Nephis whispered. Krill. Sunny shifted his perception and shivered after noticing the vile darkness spreading through the bodies of the repulsive creatures. Each of them was of the corrupted rank. It was not another great behemoth that had been attracted by the scent of the black turtle's blood. Instead, it was a swarm of thousands and thousands of abhorrent corrupted beasts. Chapter 1270, Pinnacle of Strength. Even after living through the horrors of the Southern Campaign and witnessing the chilling resolution of the Battle of the Black Skull, Sunny still paled at the sight of the enormous swarm of corrupted beasts. There were too many of them to count, but there had to be tens of thousands of translucent crustaceans advancing toward the island. Even Nephis seemed taken aback, a rare sight, and not a welcome one. She instinctively outstretched a hand, as if summoning a sword could save them from the plague of corrupted abominations. It's all right. Her voice was even, but lacked confidence. Sunny forced out a faint smile. How exactly is this all right? Nephis lingered for a moment. These creatures don't seem capable of leaving the water. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. Yes, the abominable krill were probably incapable of crawling onto the island and devouring them. However, they were more than capable of devouring the azure serpent. And with the old snake gone, nothing would prevent the dark butterfly from landing on the shell of the slain great monster. That's right. You are going to die. He flinched and glared at the Sin of Solace, who had appeared out of nowhere and looked at him with dark glee. The sword wraith laughed, and then whispered. Better yet, you are going to watch Nephis die. Isn't it poetic? Sunny tried to ignore the vile apparition, but this time, it was much harder than usual. With the words of the Sin of Solace still echoing in his ears, he forced himself to look away and stare at the river. Below them, the azure serpent lowered its head stubbornly, huffed, and suddenly shot toward the krill swarm with tremendous speed. The water parted and foamed where it passed. Sunny could not see the great beast's eyes, but he knew that they were filled with bloodlust and fury. That snake did not know when to retreat. Or rather, it never wanted to. Its lust for slaughter and destruction seemed much greater than its desire to exist. It's admirable, really. What an earnest beast. It took a special kind of lunatic to make a vice into a perverse virtue. The azure serpent's extreme bloodlust had made it into a much more fearsome existence than it should have been. But how was it going to fight tens of thousands of corrupted abominations? No matter how large its maw was and how sharp its fangs were, the serpent could only crush that many krill in its jaws. A dozen at a time, a few dozen, even 100, it was not going to make a difference. For every bite it took, 1,000 corrupted creatures were going to sink their teeth into the great beast's flesh. Even though there was a vast gap between the two ranks, it was not as insurmountable as that between the two masters and the azure serpent. It would have been different if the mad beast possessed unnatural powers, but it only possessed inconceivable physical might. Not all enemies, however, could be destroyed with pure strength. And yet, Sunny couldn't help but root for the great river serpent. Come on, old snake, do something. The swift figure of the azure leviathan was closing in on the rushing krill swarm, moments away from clashing with it. It seemed like a suicidal charge. It had to be. And yet, it was not. A second before the azure serpent plunged into the mass of translucent krill, it dove down. In the next moment, Sunny and Nephis swayed, pushed back by the shockwave of a demented, enraged roar. Even distorted by the mass of water, it was still loud enough to make their ears ring, and their bones vibrate. The krill, however. Since they had been much closer to the source of the roar, the shockwave spread through the swarm like a battering ram. Sunny's eyes widened when he noticed numerous translucent bodies suddenly convulsing and losing their speed. The swarming abominations were stunned. Some of them, those who had been closer to the azure serpent, were paralyzed completely, while those that had been further away were at least disoriented. Sunny concentrated and extended his shadow sense as far as he could, and then a little further still. He just barely managed to sense the massive shape of the great beast flying through the restless water. That was why he sensed the mighty muscles of the serpent moving, his long body contracting like a bow. Then, its tail shot forward like a whip, and a sudden explosion sent countless tons of water rushing outward in a crushing wave. The sonic boom was even louder than the mad beast's enraged roar, and the force produced by it not only stunned the krill, but also tore many of them apart. Many more were completely obliterated by the tail of the azure serpent. But incomparably more were already rushing from all sides, aiming to bite into its massive body. The giant jaws opened and snapped, grinding 100 krill into dust. It was like a drop in the ocean. Then, the serpent did something strange. It suddenly spun, as if trying to turn its long snout into a drill. Sunny did not see how this could help the great beast against the swarm of corrupted abominations, but in the next moment, he opened his eyes wide. Following the spinning motion of the Leviathan, the waters of the great river were stirred, forming a long whirlpool along the length of its colossal body. That underwater whirlpool was like liquid armor, the current powerful enough to repel the attacking krill. The azure serpent's jaws opened again, and another roar shook the world. When they closed, numerous translucent abominations died. The battle was too furious, too grand, too inconceivable. Standing on the shell of the dead behemoth, Sunny and Nephis watched in silence as a lone great beast resisted myriads of corrupted creatures. Looking at the foaming water, they couldn't help but feel small and weak. And insignificant. Unnatural powers. Humans were bestowed with aspect abilities despite being mere beasts, but nightmare creatures were different. Only devils possessed dire powers similar to those of an aspect. The azure serpent was not a devil, and did not possess a sinister ability. However, it was not powerless. Instead of relying on an unnatural power, it relied on its terrifying body, absolute control over it, and a deep understanding of its natural domain to make the river itself a power. Sunny had been wrong. The Azure Serpent did possess a weapon to use against an enemy that could not be crushed through pure strength. That weapon was its mastery of water. This is it. I see now, I understand. He had spent countless hours trying to comprehend the Azure Serpent, but always felt that a crucial piece of the puzzle was missing. A fundamental truth that was at the root of all other insights, and without which they were meaningless. Now, Sunny finally felt that he had found the thread which had to be pulled to unravel the mystery. N.01N. Below them, the ancient Leviathan was fighting against a harrowing swarm of abominable krill. The battle had only just begun, and there was no saying which side would win, and which side would be destroyed. The Azure Serpent possessed a dire weapon, but was that weapon enough to survive the onslaught of tens of thousands of corrupted beasts? One way or the other, they were going to know soon. Chapter 1271, The Krill. The battle between the Azure Serpent and the krill swarm did not last long, but it was the most terrifying event Sunny had seen since entering the third nightmare. The great beast completely lost its mind as it fought the legion of vile abominations. Stirred by its fury, the water seethed and roiled, sometimes exploding into colossal fountains of scarlet foam, sometimes rising in titanic waves. The magnitude of these undulations was so severe that the whole island rocked and swayed like a ship caught in the middle of a world-ending storm. The cacophony of wrathful roars and thunderous sonic booms merged into a deafening litany, to the point that both Sunny and Nephis were forced to plug their ears. Thousands of attacking krill were destroyed, but the swarm did not seem diminished at all. Instead, no matter how furiously the Azure Serpent fought, more and more abominations were lunging at it, their thin legs moving in gluttonous anticipation. At first, the water armor the Leviathan had created protected its prodigious body, but eventually it failed. One krill struggled past the repelling current of the whirlpool, then 2, then 100. Their teeth scraped powerlessly against the impenetrable azure scales. However, after suffering through 3 dire battles with the dark butterfly, the Azure Serpent was battered and littered with wounds. Its body had already been covered by countless scars before, and now, there were numerous new ones. Some scales were broken, some cracked, and some were missing entirely. It was only a matter of time before one of the krill managed to draw blood, then 2, then 100. Even though their size was minuscule in comparison to the great river serpent, they were corrupted abominations nevertheless, and their painful bites added up. The pain did not slow the Azure Serpent down, though. Instead, it became even more enraged, even more deranged, even more frenzied. The battle, which had already been frightening to look at, suddenly exploded in intensity, reaching a realm that went beyond fear. Standing on the swaying shell of the black turtle, Sunny and Nephis watched the boiling river with pale faces. Before Sunny knew what was happening, he found himself holding Neph's hand. He did not know which one of them grasped the other's hand first, but felt that this simple touch was his only lifeline in a world that had lost all reason. He also did not know how much time had passed. All Sunny knew was that the battle was changing. The Azure Serpent did not manage to destroy the krill swarm. However, the swarm had also failed to consume the serpent. But their goal was not the mad Leviathan, in the first place. The serpent was rampaging in the waters infested by the krill, but the swarm was simply too vast. Thousands of abominations at its edges simply rushed past the great beast and continued toward the carcass of the black turtle, their translucent bodies turning crimson as they dove into the cloudy red water. Noticing that, the Azure Serpent let out an infuriated roar, but there was little it could do. The main mass of the swarm surrounded it like a cage, and no matter how forcefully it slammed into its shifting barrier, it couldn't break free. N.O.N. Suddenly, Sunny felt a purifying warmth enter his body and soul. Looking down, he saw a soft glow rising from his skin, and glanced at Nephis with a silent question. Her lips seemed dry. "Bo, I think you should summon your bow." He lingered for a moment, and then his eyes glinted darkly. Sparks of light ignited around his hand and formed into a black bow with a scarlet string. Then, an arrow that was like a bolt of lightning appeared out of nothing. Drawing Morgan's warbow, Sunny aimed at the seething mass of the approaching krill, and let the strike of thunder loose. The lightning flashed toward the crimson water and exploded, sending arcs of electricity flying across the surface of the river. The monstrous krill were about the length of Sunny's arm, with carapaces so thin that they appeared transparent. Still, they were corrupted beasts, so their shells were tough enough to resist a direct hit from a railgun, and their teeth were sharp enough to tear through armored MWPs as if they were made from paper. But Sunny and his bow were augmented both by the shadows and the soul flame, granting his arrow tremendous power. Which was why he soon heard a familiar voice whispering into his ear. "You have slain a corrupted beast, River Locust. Your shadow grows stronger. You have slain a corrupted beast, River Locust. Your shadow grows stronger. You have slain a corrupted beast, River Locust. Your shadow grows stronger." Without stopping to listen to the spell, Sunny sensed a flood of shadow fragments pouring into his soul and drew the string of the warbow again. He did not hope to stop the advance of the krill swarm, and neither did he hope to help the Azure Serpent prevail. Even if Sunny killed 100 abominations, he wouldn't be putting a tiny dent in the swarm. Rather, what he was doing was pure opportunism. Nephis needed to burn the enemy with her flames or consume the soul shard like a normal awakened to receive fragments, but Sunny just needed a kill. So, he could just as well use the opportunity to strengthen himself. Sunny managed to fire off a few soul arrows and the strike of thunder once more before the krill reached the black turtle, reaping a rich harvest of lives. Then, however, it became too dangerous to remain near the edge of the island even though the revolting creatures could not crawl out of the water. They showed themselves capable of jumping out of it with enough force to propel their translucent bodies through the air. After one of the krill landed a mere dozen or so meters away from them and scurried forward before being pierced by a black arrow, Sunny and Nephis decided to retreat. Below them, thousands of corrupted beasts were fruitlessly trying to bite into the impregnable black scales of the dead behemoth. Some, however, were already swimming into the gaping wound under its flipper. Further away, the Azure Serpent finally managed to break the cage of the greatly diminished swarm and shot through the water in pursuit. It looked terribly mangled, bleeding from 1,000 tiny bites. Some of the krill even seemed to have burrowed into the open wounds, just like the serpent itself had burrowed into the body of the black turtle before. Despite that, the great beast seemed just as murderous and consumed by madness as ever. The old snake did it. It actually won? Even though many krill had managed to reach the carcass and swim inside, the swarm was undeniably broken. The Azure Serpent and the 2 humans it was hunting were going to live another day. Chapter 1272, Paradise Lost. That night, the island was quaking without pause. Sunny and Nephis hid in their fissure, not daring to close their eyes even though a mass of impregnable black rock separated them from the flesh of the black turtle. It was unnerving to know that thousands of corrupted beasts were currently slithering somewhere below them, shredding the meat of the great monster with their terrible glass-like teeth. The Azure Serpent was also there, hunting down the invaders. Although they couldn't hear its roars, the violent vibrations spreading through the island told them what was going on. Sunny looked away from the shimmering runes, somewhat startled at how easily he had earned a large amount of shadow fragments. After another violent tremor had shaken the island, he finally closed his eyes. However, it was not to sleep. N0 in. Instead, Sunny tried to convince himself that he was the Azure Serpent. He was crawling through the grotesque tunnel of bleeding flesh, which he himself had created to kill the hateful carapace monster, furiously hunting the vile creatures who dared to steal his trophy. His long, mighty body was burning from pain, but Sunny did not care. All he cared about was slaughter, blood, and retribution. Noticing a tiny worm gnawing on the wall of the tunnel, he let out a terrifying growl and shot forward, destroying the vermin and tearing a large chunk of meat out of the wall with his powerful jaws. But, behind it, more vermin were revealed, stolen meat digesting in their transparent stomachs. With madness painting the cloudy world red, Sunny roared and slammed into them with obliterating fury. Is this the feeling? Am I on the right path? Opening his eyes, he stared into the darkness with an absent expression. Then, he looked at Nephis. Some time later, Sunny said. I feel like our chances of making it off this island alive are dwindling. She remained silent for a while. So what if they are? White flames ignited in her eyes, illuminating them with a pale radiance. Has it been any different before? Hearing that, Sunny chuckled. True, we never had it easy. He studied her face, then turned to look at the Sin of Solace and sighed. Still, I hope that this nightmare will be better than my second one. Oh, it's not much of a competition. I must have died 1,000 times there even though I only remember a handful of those deaths. The third nightmare surely can't turn out any worse than that. Nephis turned and looked at him, then smiled faintly. Of course. In the worst case, well, just die once. That's nothing, right? As the dark island shook and quaked around them, Sunny grinned. Dying once? Child's play, gods, anyone can do it. You're right, I was worried about nothing. As they laughed quietly, the Sin of Solace smiled, too. His smile was bright and full of sinister amusement. The next day after the attack of the krill swarm, the butterfly descended from the skies again. And 2 days after that, another flying abomination appeared silently in the darkness of the night. Neither Sunny nor Nephis saw it, but in the morning, the surface of the island was awash with black, fetid blood. It seemed that it was the butterfly that had battled the late contender this time, ripping it to shreds before it had the chance to approach the remains of the black turtle. It must have taken an injury in that battle, because the azure serpent received more days than usual to recover from its dire wounds. Then, as they drifted further downstream, a second krill swarm attacked, this one even larger than the first. The battle between the mad leviathan and the vast river locust swarm lasted for an entire day, and its result was pretty much the same. Thousands of translucent abominations slithered into the carcass of the black turtle, and the battered serpent followed to hunt them down. However, what met it inside was another great beast, a vile creature made of numerous tentacles and spongy pale flesh that had snuck to feast on the insides of the turtle while the river serpent had been fighting the krill. Sunny and Nephis knew how it looked because the azure serpent brought its revolting body outside and rose high above the water before swallowing the corpse whole. That was how they learned why a powerful earthquake had suddenly thrown the world into spasms and convulsions before. On that day, to their horror, they discovered a deep crack snaking its way through the surface of the black turtle's shell. It was not too large, but the fact that the stone carapace of the dead monster had been broken from the inside was indescribably concerning. Next morning, Nephis went to the edge of the island instead of practicing with Sunny, as they usually did, and spent several hours staring at the water. Then, she brought back disturbing news. The carcass of the black turtle was higher than it had been before. The parts of it that had been hidden underwater were now dry and exposed. This meant that a considerable amount of the dead behemoth's flesh had already been devoured by the azure serpent, the marauding krill, and the pale thief, thus reducing its weight and increasing its buoyancy. It was also the reason why the swaying and the shaking of the island had grown much more severe lately. The carapace of the black turtle was deteriorating and cracking under the strain of harrowing battles raging around and inside of it, and at the same time, it was being gradually hollowed out by the nightmare creatures of the great river. Their titanic shelter was slowly coming undone under them. Worse yet, in the coming days, the number of abominations arriving to feast on the corpse of the titanic monster only increased. There were more krill, more dwellers of the deep, and more winged horrors being lured to it by the scent of blood. It was a carnival of horror. The azure serpent and the dark butterfly were like champions among them, slaying all invaders and occasionally clashing with each other. But that only made the situation worse. Now, the dreadful inhabitants of the great river were attracted not only by the blood of the black turtle, but also by the blood of unfortunate abominations that had been slain in their attempt to feast on the turtle's meat. This can't go on much longer, it just can't. Both Sunny and Nephis knew that doom was swiftly approaching. However, there was nothing they could do. No matter how much they hoped and how diligently they watched the horizon, there was no sign of anything that could save them. There was no land and no ships anywhere in sight. There was not even a piece of flotsam drifting on the waves. Only a vast, deep, an endlessly flowing expanse of water that shone under the dreamlike radiance of the 7 beautiful suns. Chapter 1273, Collapse. Sunny, wake up. Sunny opened his eyes and tensed. Sensing the world through the shadows, he couldn't feel any danger, but there was urgency in Nef's voice. Something was wrong. As his mind entered a state of battle readiness, he pushed himself off the ground and briefly studied the fissure. It was still night, so everything was enveloped in deep darkness. That darkness, of course, could not hinder his sight. Sunny saw every detail of their small camp and of the weathered walls of black rock surrounding it. Everything seemed fine. Saint, who was guarding them from high above, was also calm. He turned to Nephis and asked, "What is going on?" She pressed a finger against her lips and whispered. There was a sound. The next moment, he heard it too. A dull, echoing crackle that came from somewhere below, spreading through the rock in a subtle vibration. Like a stone breaking. He frowned. What is this? Sunny and Nephis froze, listening to the eerie sounds coming from within the carapace of the black turtle. They had not dared to venture there after salvaging the meat. The shell had been hollowed out, but they didn't know by how much, and even though they had heard the sounds of nightmare creatures inside the carcass of the great monster from time to time, this crackling was entirely new. A small whirlwind of sparks appeared in the air, manifesting into a softly glowing paper lantern. Placing it on the lid of the covetous coffer, Nephis lowered her head and pressed her ear to the ground. There was another cracking sound, and she suddenly flinched. At the same time, Sunny's pupils narrowed as he noticed something that was out of place in their fissure. A small, thin crack appeared on the floor of the ravine. Just as Neph flinched, it suddenly grew, spreading through the black rock in both directions. Then, it climbed a few meters up the wall, and when the cracking noise disappeared, a small piece of rock splintered and tumbled down. Neph's face suddenly grew pale. I think it's going to Breya. Before she could finish, there was another sound, this one so loud that it was almost deafening. Sunny felt the ground suddenly shift under him, and then the entire island shook violently. It's breaking. Before he even knew what was happening, Sunny jumped. As Nephis and he soared into the air, the floor of the fissure below them suddenly split and collapsed, revealing a vast cavern of darkness and crimson flesh below. Their small camp was instantly swallowed. Except for the memories like the coffer that were dismissed and disappeared in a whirlwind of sparks, everything else, the fire pit, the sleeping bag, the bed made of soft moss, and the rest of it fell into the darkness in a rain of stone shards. But the collapse was not over yet. As Sunny collided against the vertical wall of the fissure and grabbed onto the rocks, the walls tilted, too. A horrible stench of blood entered his nostrils, and he saw the small crack he had noticed before expanding. Countless new ones appeared, as well, and the entire ravine suddenly moved. Goddamn. Struggling to outrun the disaster, Sunny pushed himself off the wall and jumped higher. He was aiming to repeat the process and send himself to the surface with the next jump, but the spot that he was aiming for suddenly broke off and plummeted down in an avalanche of stone. Cursing, Sunny manifested the shadows to create a foothold instead. N1N. A split second later, he flew out of the fissure, rolled on the ground, then dashed back to its edge and grabbed Nef's hand, helping her climb out. As soon as they rolled away in a heap, the entire edge split off and crumbled down. A panicked thought that the entire island was falling apart entered Sunny's mind. However, the devastation was not as absolute. As the two of them watched, the landscape of the black turtle's shell was changing. It seemed that the schism originated from the location below the central region, where their camp had been located. Wide cracks spread through the black stone, and a wide surface either crumbled entirely or at least sank, forming deep craters. The rest of the island was affected, too, but to a smaller degree. It was just a chain reaction that forced the ground to tilt and slide into the water by a few meters. Nevertheless, their shelter was still afloat. Sunny belatedly realized that he was practically laying on Nephis. Their limbs were entangled, and both of them were covered in stone dust. Struggling to breathe, he slowly pushed himself away and stood up. A couple moments later, she followed. Standing dazedly above the newly formed pit, Sunny and Nephis looked down with bleak faces. Their camp, where they had spent so many peaceful nights, was gone. Much worse, the dark island was showing signs of breaking apart. It was just a part of the central region today, but there would be more collapses in the future. Eventually, the entire shell would crumble, leaving them stranded and lost in the sea of deadly abominations. After almost a month of peace, they finally reached a true crisis. Sunny and Nephis looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Eventually, he broke the silence. "We need to get off this island." Nephis lingered for a moment. "Yes. But how?" Sunny looked away with a dark expression. He didn't know. It was not as if they had not been preparing for this inevitable situation. They had tried to come up with a feasible plan dozens of times. However, there was no such plan to come up with. The azure serpent was still waiting for them in the water, and the dark butterfly was still ruling over the sky. Worse than that, many more abominations were prowling the surrounding waters, including the harrowing swarms of krill. If the island sank, they were going to die. If it didn't sink, the azure serpent would eventually be killed, and they would be devoured by either the monstrous butterfly or some other great nightmare creature. There seemed to be no escape. Staring into the pit filled with stone rubble, Sunny sighed. Now, it finally feels like a real nightmare. A sad smile appeared on his pale face. Chapter 1274, Time of Truth. The 7 suns were shining in the azure sky. Sunny was sitting close to the slope of the island, staring fixedly at the flowing water. His eyes were dark and tired. With the temporary camp destroyed, he felt strangely homeless. Much worse, neither he nor Nephis had managed to come up with a viable solution for their fatal problem. They had considered many things. Every memory in their possession had been studied and examined, but none of them, nor any combination of them, revealed a way out of the perilous situation. The best they could hope for was prolonging their stay on the carapace of the black turtle, somewhat. They could use the Dark Shaper to try and repair the cracks in the stone shell. There were other unreliable measures, as well, but that would just buy them a few more days, at most. There were other memories that they could use to try to escape. But attempting escape was tantamount to suicide. The great nightmare creatures guarding both the water and the sky were not something they could outrun. Then, there were Sunnis shadows. He had once thought that Saint was their best hope of slaying the azure serpent. However, after witnessing the mad beast in battle, he didn't think that the taciturn knight could achieve such a feat anymore. Not only because she could not enter the water, but also because his plan to augment her with both the shadows and the white flames had been crushed. Saint could not receive the blessing of the fire. Or rather, she could not reap its full benefits. The augmentation had worked perfectly fine in his basement before could not reap its full benefits. The augmentation had worked perfectly fine in his basement before the southern campaign, but Saint underwent a fundamental transformation after that. She was now a devil whose body and soul were infused with elemental darkness. And while true darkness somehow worked in tandem with Sunnis shadows, it refused to accept Neph's light. Saint could either use one or the other. In any case, the result was not nearly as powerful as Sunny had imagined it to be. They could bestow the power of Shadow Flame on his other transcendent devil, though. Sadly, Imp was not nearly as formidable of a warrior as Saint. On top of that, the little bastard was in a coma. Or a food coma, at least. The scrawny goblin had finally stopped devouring the tarnished silver and fell into a deep slumber. Sunny had a hunch that after the great mass of mystical metal was fully digested, his gluttonous fiend would grow much stronger. But there was no telling how long it would take, so he sent Imp into the nurturing black flames of his soul to complete the evolution in peace. In any case, Imp was of no help for now. The same went for Nightmare. The tenebrous steed had loyally guarded their dreams and subjugated a good number of them, but he was still an awakened terror. Even if the black stallion managed to unlock his terror ability, he was no match for a great beast, let alone a great monster like the dark butterfly. So, Sunny and Neffs had no tools that could help them escape from the shell of the black turtle. Which was why Sunny was sitting on the cold stones and staring aimlessly at the water. The water was much less cloudy than it had been before. The vivid red color had receded, turning pale pink. The black turtle only had so much blood, after all, and by now, most of it had dissolved in the endless current of the great river. As he looked, the water suddenly foamed, and a giant serpentine head rose from its depths. A familiar gaze pierced him, brimming with hatred and madness. The azure serpent did not look too good. Just like the carcass of the black turtle, which had once seemed grand and indestructible, was now pitiful and hollow, the great beast was in a dire state. One of its cloudy eyes was gone, replaced by a bloody hole. Half of the terrifying fangs in its obliterating maw were either cracked or broken. Whole chunks of flesh were missing from its long neck, revealing red meat and white bone. And yet the azure serpent was undeterred. It was just the same. Its fury was the same, its hunger was the same, and its mad determination to kill the two humans was the same. The great beast stared at Sunny, and Sunny stared at the great beast. "Aren't you a persistent one?" His voice sounded grim and hoarse. Sunny remained silent for a while, then suddenly spat. "But what do you even know? Do you think you're so special? I know fury, too. I know hunger, too. I know madness, too. Oh, and I've killed plenty of creatures more powerful than me, too." A dark smile appeared on his face. "Who are you to dare stare me down, beast? I am lost from light, who was born from the shadows. I am the rightful heir of death and the bastard son of fate. Wherever I go, ruin follows. If you had any sense, you would have run away as soon as you saw me." He shivered slightly, then sighed. But it's too late now. What a pity." Standing behind him, the Sin of Solace laughed with disdain. "Wow. What a speech. What are you, an 8th grader?" Ignoring the apparition, Sunny looked away and stood up. There was only one way to leave the island. He had known it for a long time, but felt reluctant to admit it. However, there was no time to lie to himself anymore. Now, it was the time for the truth, no matter how hideous and terrifying it was. Walking through the crumbling landscape of the dark island, Sunny found Neffis. Despite everything, she was still practicing with her sword, the lethal blade, and its master, were both beautiful. The world of the great river was lethal and beautiful, too. Sensing his approach, Neffis stopped and glanced at him with a composed expression. Sunny took a deep breath before coming to stand next to her, looking into her eyes. "I have something to say." She nodded slowly. "What is it?" Sunny lingered for a moment, then offered her his hand. "Give me your flame. All of it." Neffis frowned slightly, a hint of concern appearing in her striking grey eyes. "Why? N011N. He looked at her silently for a while, thinking. Sunny had told the old snake that ruin followed wherever he went. But, really, he was the one following ruin around most of the time. The two of them followed each other, unable to separate, just like a shadow and a star casting it could not be separated. They were quite a pitiful pair. Eventually, he steeled his resolve. "Because I am going to kill the Azure Serpent." Chapter 1275, Last Resort. Everything that needed to be said had already been said. Everything that needed to be done had already been done. Granted, there was not much to these preparations. Sunny and Neffis were in a desperate situation, and they could only escape it by resorting to desperate means. This was going to be it. They were either going to live, or die. Sunny looked at the weathered surface of the black turtle's shell as they walked to the shore. The black rock, the green moss, the deep fissures with murky water glistening in some of them. He had spent the first month of the nightmare here. It was a harrowing place, or rather, it was supposed to be harrowing. But, strangely, All he could remember about the Dark Island were happy memories. Training with Nephis until sweat covered their bodies and a pleasant fatigue settled in their muscles. Laying on the moss and staring at the dreamlike sky, unbothered by the movements of the world. Eating delicious meals and drinking cool, sweet water. Bathing in the warmth of a campfire as they talked to each other, surrounded by darkness. All of that was coming to an end. It already had. He was reluctant to let go of this harrowing paradise. But there was no other choice. Maybe I truly am mad. Sunny had entered the nightmare utterly crushed. From Falcon Scott to the Battle of the Black Skull, he had tasted nothing but bitter failure. He had wished to be strong. He had made this wish come true, only to find out that it was of no use in the end. As if to mock him, fate had obliterated everything. However, somehow he had truly been content on the Dark Island. Sailing through a river of unholy blood on the corpse of a dreadful monster, being pulled into the past by the current, he had been happy on that journey, and happier still to share it with someone he was fond of. Was fond of so much. He had been having fun in the depths of a nightmare. So what if him mad? He would need madness to survive today. The three of them, Sunny, and Nephis, and Saint, reached the slope of the island. Below them, the great river was flowing endlessly, bleak because of the encroaching night. The darkest hour, the brief time after the suns had already plunged into the river, but before the vast expanse of clear water started to glow with soft radiance, was swiftly approaching. N.01 N. Sunny took a deep breath. Calm down. You've prepared for this, you've been preparing this whole time. Indeed, Sunny had not spent the whole month simply relaxing and spending idle time with Nephis. He had always known that this unexpected respite was not meant to last. And so, he had been studying the Azure Serpent. By now, Sunny knew the mad beast much better than he knew most people. He had learned everything about it, how the serpent fought, how the serpent thought. What emotions guided it, what dark passion burned in its vile, corrupted soul. He also learned how the creature's colossal body moved and worked, down to the smallest detail, as well as how the great river serpent commanded water to turn it into a weapon. In that regard, Sunny's experience fighting side by side with the scions of the House of Night had been of great help. After coming to learn all these things, Sunny knew for a fact that he would never be able to defeat the Azure Serpent in a battle. But that was if the Azure Serpent was healthy and whole. It was not anymore. The great beast had been ravaged by the battles with the dark butterfly, the harrowing assaults of the krill swarms, and the insidious attacks of the marauding abominations. Its flesh was shredded and frayed, its strength was exhausted, and its mind was clouded by rampant madness. So, maybe, just maybe, Sunny stood a chance of emerging victorious from the fight. If he won, they would have to leave the Dark Island immediately and never look back. Otherwise, the monstrous butterfly was going to descend from the dark sky, notice them, and devour them. If he lost, he would die. At least he would die first, turning the words the Sin of Solace had whispered once into a lie. I'm ready. With a sigh, Sunny turned to Nephis and offered her a faint smile. He lingered for a few moments, then said evenly, "The next one is on you." She nodded seriously, completely missing the humorous undertone. "Of course." Sunny shook his head, then took her hand, transferring the essence pearl from his soul into hers. "I was joking, you know." Nephis lingered for a moment. Suddenly, she gripped his hand tighter and looked him straight in the eyes. "I wasn't." He held her gaze for several long, poignant seconds before freeing his hand with a sigh. Then, Sunny glanced at Saint. "You know what to do." The graceful knight raised her bow with indifferent grace. She had to play an important part in the battle, too. Nephis might not have been able to augment her with the white flames, but Saint had been wearing the stifled scream for an entire month. Better yet, just as Sunny had thought, sailing on the great river had a strange effect on the transcendent charm. By now, the enhancement it gifted to the taciturn shadow was much greater than it was supposed to be. Even without the augmentation of the shadow flame, she was frighteningly powerful. Finally, Sunny looked back at Nephis. Do it. He felt the purifying warmth flowing into his body and soul, strengthening both. At the same time, all 5 of his shadows wrapped themselves around him. In an instant, Sunny felt strong enough to crush the black rocks with his bare fists, and shake the entire world with his steps. Turning to the great river, he took a deep breath and whispered. Lost from light. Remember. This is your name. Then, he opened the gate of the shadow lantern and allowed a flood of shadows to flow out of it, drowning the slopes of the island. They flowed down like an avalanche of darkness, eventually touching the water. Sunny closed his eyes and dissolved into the shadows. In the next moment, the shadows moved, and something tore free from their dark embrace. A giant serpent with scales as black as onyx manifested itself from the darkness and dove into the water with a deafening roar. Chapter 1276, Dance of Monsters. Sunny was ready for battle. Now he wasn't Sunny anymore. He was a mighty serpent, clad in an armor of onyx scales, with fangs as sharp as diamonds and enough fury to incinerate the world. But that was not enough. Following his wrathful roar, the shell hiding below his scales turned into the adamantine mantle. A fearsome obsidian armor encased his flexible body, light as a feather and crafted so intricately as not to restrict his movement in any way. The water exploded into the air when he dove into the depths that belonged to him, and him alone. Old Snake. The call escaped his monstrous maw, turned into a senseless roar. What he had done was simple, but also indescribably hard. He had dove deeper into shadow dance than ever before, mirroring both the mind and the physique of a nightmare creature. He had not been sure that it would be possible until the last moment, but his meticulous preparation paid off. It was do or die, nothing less. He had spent countless hours observing the azure serpent and learning everything there was to learn about it. Then, he dissolved into the shadows, and manifested himself back into a tangible form. Finally, he summoned the dead shadow of the black turtle, which he had lured into the lantern, to form a mighty shell around his fragile incarnation. But, for the first time, the shape of his shell was not that of the shadow fiend. Instead, it was the shape of a monstrous river serpent, the shape of the mad beast whom he feared, admired, and wanted to kill. Of course, this shadow shell could not compare to the real thing. He was only an ascended, after all, while the azure serpent was a great beast. It was weaker, less resilient, and smaller, maybe a quarter of the size of the actual abomination. However, it was suffused with the power of both shadows and soul flame, granting it power well beyond the limits of what an ascended could possess. It was also protected by the mantle, and made to reign the depths. Only there was another challenging his reign. A maddening fury consumed his mind, and he shot forward through the water like a black spear. He could feel it, the scent of blood spilling from the mangled body of the older, stronger beast. N.1n. So what if it was older? So what if it was stronger? It would be torn apart by his fangs, anyway. The azure serpent had felt him, too. He sensed a vast shadow rising from below to meet him. It was brimming with harrowing power and terrifying madness. But he was not afraid. He didn't know how to be afraid. All he knew was wrath and bloodlust. The two of them, a colossal serpent covered in beautiful azure scales and a smaller serpent encased in obsidian armor, wreathed in shadows and blinding white radiance, collided in the water, causing gargantuan waves to rise on the surface of the great river. Their first collision would have been his last if he had not twisted his body at the last moment, evading the azure serpent's deadly maw and diving under its belly. He had to remind himself that he was lost from light. He was not a mindless nightmare creature. He was not a beast. He was cunning, resourceful, and skilled. He possessed the honed battle sense of a masterful warrior and the powerful soul of a tyrant. It was a strange thing, to both believe that he was a serpent with all his heart and know that he was something else. Losing himself in the dance was just too easy, but his true name was like a beacon that guided him home. He suddenly understood that he had to remember himself if he wanted to survive. His current form was immensely powerful, no less powerful than a saint's transcendent form would have been, perhaps. He could feel the barriers that had been preventing him from mastering the fourth step of shadow dance breaking. He could feel his boundless, bestial strength. But, in front of the Azure Serpent, that strength was almost laughable. Despite the terrible wounds covering the body of the great beast, it was still infinitely more powerful than his. Which was why he had to be devious, cunning, and sober if he wanted to kill his enemy. He had to be deranged and overcome by fury, too. He had to guide his mad fury and sharpen it into a cold and merciless blade. Sunny twisted his serpentine body, dodging the maw of the ancient abomination, and sunk his fangs into an open wound on the Azure Serpent's neck. It was only for a moment, though giving up on tearing out a chunk of flesh, he let go and darted upward a split second later. It was just in time, because the Leviathan's jaws snapped closed just a meter behind him in the next moment. The two of them clashed furiously as they ascended from the depths. The Azure Serpent was much larger, more powerful, and terrifyingly domineering. The Black Serpent was smaller and more nimble, circling around the dreadful beast and delivering vicious bites one after another. However, even without being caught in the Leviathan's jaws, Sunny was suffering tremendous harm. As their bodies brushed against each other, a vast stretch of the mantle cracked and shattered. The shadows below rippled, the internal structure of the shell twisting and breaking apart. The violent currents created by the passing of the Azure Serpent's body were slowing him down, and his dark flesh was sliced open by the creature's dorsal fin. His shell was bleeding shadows. His essence was being burned. His mind was drowning in pain and derangement. More. Despite knowing that it would cost him his life, Sunny felt compelled to bite into the enemy's flesh and never let go, to hurt the foe as much as he could, even if it meant death. To rip apart. To devour. To destroy. Instead, he continued to dodge the attacks of the Azure Serpent with clarity and skill, all the while attacking with hatred and fury when he could. And, all along, he was leading the great beast upward. Finally, they broke the surface and clashed again above the water. The suns were gone, and the river had not started glowing yet. The shaking world was dark. With a stifled roar, Sunny dodged the fangs of the Azure Serpent and tried to bite into an open wound on its mangled body, where white bone could be seen. However, before he could, the mad beast's tail crashed into him like an obliterating ram, sending fragments of the mantle flying through the air and a blinding flash of pain piercing in his soul. Arg! Sunny fell heavily into the water, and a tall fountain of white foam rose into the sky. The Azure Serpent let out a demented growl and lunged at him, aiming to bite the hateful worm in half. Before he could, however, 2 arrows, one black, one white, fell from the darkness and pierced its flesh. Saint and Nephis had joined the battle. Chapter 1277, 4th Step. 1277 4th Step. Sunny had suffered to lure the Azure Serpent to the surface, but there was a good reason to guide the mad beast there. 2 reasons, even Saint and Nephis. Although neither of them was as capable of fighting the abomination in the water as Sunny was, they could still play an important role in the battle. It was just that he had to create an opportunity for them to do so. And he had. As Sunny was convulsing from pain, 2 arrows struck the raging Leviathan. One was entirely black, as if forged out of pure darkness, which it was. Augmented both by her Mantle of Darkness and Blade of Darkness abilities, as well as the enhancement of the stifled scream, Saint's arrow pierced the Azure Serpent's one remaining eye. It was the darkest hour of the night, and so her strength was at its peak. More than that, this first shot she sent was empowered by the dreadful destructiveness of the Death Dealer enchantment, and so it delivered the most damage. And yet the giant eye of the ancient Leviathan still wasn't destroyed. It was only damaged, becoming painted red, which made the mad beast look even more menacing. Sunny had put a lot of hope into this first salvo, but he was left disappointed. It didn't matter, though. During their violent ascent, he had been strategically trying to place himself on the side of the Azure Serpent where it was blind. However, there was no advantage to be gained there. Whatever senses the enemy was using to perceive his movements were perfect and precise, even without vision. His plan to blind the mad beast had been meaningless from the start. The second arrow was white. Its impact was not nearly as forceful as that of the first arrow, but it was still quite ferocious. Nephis had always used a sword, but it was simply a preference. As a legacy, she had been trained in the use of all kinds of weapons, and that certainly included bows. There was a powerful memory longbow in her soul arsenal, crafted by the forge masters of Valor, and several enchanted arrows as well. But even then, the white arrow barely managed to pierce the flesh of the azure serpent despite sliding faithfully into an already existing wound, where the azure scales and the tough skin of the Leviathan had already been torn open by the dark butterfly. The damage was negligible. That was just as expected, too. Neph's goal was not to wound the great beast with her arrows instead, it was to deliver the black venom from the overflowing bitter cusp into its flesh. She coated the arrowheads with the toxin before each shot. One dose of the black venom was not going to affect the azure serpent much, but 10, 20, or 30 could weaken it perhaps. Sunny did not expect Saint and Nephis to bring the mad beast down. After all 5 shadows and all the soul flame were augmenting him, and him alone he was the only one with the ability to truly damage the abomination. But they had to harass and weaken it so that he could deliver a fatal strike. It seemed to be working. The 2 arrows had not seriously wounded the azure serpent, but they had distracted it for a second. That second was enough for Sunny to shake off the terrible pain of having his soul damaged and slightly repair his shell. Letting out a wrathful hiss, he shot forward and bit into the side of the Leviathan. Even though the shadow shell had no taste buds, he could swear that he sensed the salty taste of blood on his tongue. That taste drove him into a frenzy. Devour, I am going to devour you, I am going to rip you apart. Forgetting the pain, forgetting the suffering, Sunny pressed his mighty jaws together in an attempt to savage and mutilate his enemy. It was only through an incredible effort that he forced himself to maintain control and let go, dashing aside just in time to avoid being trapped and crushed in the coils of the azure serpent's colossal body. A drop of cold fear fell into the incinerating inferno of his fury. This is dangerous. Battling a great beast was already perilous enough. But the act of assuming the shape and form of a nightmare creature, of diving into its mind and heart so deeply, was in and of itself a great danger. Sunny had used shadow dance to read abominations before, but he had never tried to manifest himself into one of them. It was too easy to get lost in that state, maybe forever. N.1n. Even the true name was not a panacea. He also had to maintain his sense of self while simultaneously denying it. Maybe this was the 4th step of shadow dance. The ability to preserve his identity while becoming truly formless in mind, body, and soul, and thus infinitely malleable, like all shadows were. As Sunny nimbly dodged the attacks of the azure serpent and lashed out with his sharp fangs and crushing tail, more arrows fell from the darkness. Saint was not using Death Dealer anymore, instead trying to weigh the Leviathan down with the help of Burden of Peace. Nephis was continuing to poison the great beast with the toxin of the bitter cusp. However, the abomination had quickly grown impatient with their harassment. Its movements changed slightly, and the next time the 2 shot their bows, a tall wave suddenly rose, washing the arrows away. That gave Sunny an opportunity to deliver a vicious blow, however. Coiling himself around a mangled span of the azure serpent's body, he slithered forward. His sharp dorsal fin bit into the mad beast's flesh, shredding it like a saw. The soft glow of the brightening water was suddenly painted in a crimson hue. Die, 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 I am going to kill you. The azure serpent growled and lunged at him, madness burning in its bleeding eye. It was probably thinking the same. Chapter 1278, Mutual Destruction. 1278 Mutual Destruction. The great river was foaming and seething, gargantuan waves rising from its softly glowing expanse to crash into the weathered slopes of the crumbling island. 2 dark silhouettes, one colossal, the other merely giant, were moving through the raging water, intertwined in a murderous battle. Sunny had been driven mad by pain and bloodlust. He lost count of the number of blows his obsidian, serpentine body had endured. He also did not know how many times he retaliated, biting the flesh and breaking the scales of the azure serpent. His mantle was in shambles, the living stone failing miserably to keep up with the barrage of devastating attacks he had to endure. The fearsome onyx armor was cracked and shattered, revealing the glossy black scales beneath. Many of its segments were entirely destroyed. The shadow shell that it was encasing had been shredded and ravaged, as well. Giant wounds were gaping on it, bleeding shadows. He had been able to repair some of the damage at first, but having the means to do something like that, it seemed so distant now. There was one thing that filled Sunny with dark glee, though. It was that the azure serpent looked no better than him. The body of the great beast had already been grotesquely mangled before their battle, and now, it was in an even worse state. The wounds that had closed were reopened. The wounds that had been opened were now wider and more harrowing, with crimson blood flowing out of them into the radiant water. Dozens of arrows were sticking out of the abomination's scarlet flesh. Some of them weighed it down, some sent a deadly toxin circulating through its bloodstream. But the azure serpent's eyes still burned with the same madness. Good or good, don't you give up on me, old snake. Sunny wanted to kill the hateful beast, but he didn't want that death to be swift. No, he wanted his enemy's agony to last forever. He wanted to tear its flesh with his fangs forever, feel the shudders of pain pulsing through its body forever, hear its pained cries forever. Control yourself. Snapping out of the consuming madness, he reminded himself of his goal. He needed to kill the azure serpent as fast as possible, not only because his essence was not limitless, but also because the chances of him being killed by the great beast were much higher than the other way around. If there was the smallest chance, he had to take it. It was just that there were no chances. Still, there were none. The mad beast was still in full control of both itself and the battlefield. The water flowed and twisted to aid it and constrain Sunny, as if obediently following the ancient serpent's commands. Even with its body looking like that of a battered corpse and its mind flooded with pain, the azure serpent remained fixated on the solitary goal of destroying its opponent with a truly insane level of focus. But Sunny could feel his mind growing muddled, and his reason wavering. Oh, I can't go on much longer. For the first time since he had assumed the shape of the onyx serpent, the cold realization that defeat was possible entered his consciousness. The thought was so incongruous with the essence of his monstrous form that the shadow shell almost came undone. He held on to his maddening fury and pushed the thoughts of defeat away. Defeat was not possible. Such a thing did not exist. He would never lose, he would not lose again. That last thought was slightly strange, as if it was not his own. Grinding his fangs, Sunny pushed his enormous body through the hostile water, aiming to ram the side of the twisting leviathan. He knew that the battle had already turned in his enemy's favor. So, he needed to do something to balance the scales. But what? The onyx serpent raged as it burned with the mad desire to destroy his enemy. However, Sunny was also calm and cool-headed. What advantages did he have that the great beast did not possess? Both of them were already half dead. He had to kill the enemy, but being killed by the enemy seemed inevitable instead. So, then, the two outcomes were not necessarily mutually exclusive. Being killed did not directly stand in the way of achieving his goal. It was only the timing of his death that was the issue. In. Sunny was filled with an indescribable, furious determination to slay the azure serpent. Nothing mattered in front of this hatred and this consuming need, least of all death. It would be all worth it if he could just feel the life leaving his enemy's bleeding body. Mutual destruction. Yes, he liked it. He liked it a lot. This was the advantage he so desperately needed. Dangerous flames ignited in Sunny's onyx eyes as he twisted his long neck and glared at the reeling serpent. The great beast must have been growing weaker, as well his attacks and the arrows of his companions were slowly grinding down its boundless endurance. The abomination had been a split second too late and failed to evade being rammed by Sunny's serpentine head, which finally gave him the chance. First, the water. The water had been constraining Sunny, and so, he had to wrestle the control of it from the Azure Serpent first. With his understanding of the great beast and the experience of watching Neve and Bloodwave fight, he could achieve dominance for a few moments, at least. Coiling his mighty body like a spring, Sunny shot forward with incredible speed. He moved it in a specific way, forcing a powerful current to rush outward and collide with the opposing one, which had been created by the ancient Leviathan. A great whirlpool appeared where the two currents collided, and he tore through it, unopposed. Second, the target. The target was the Azure Serpent's titanic spine. Sunny had to sever it no matter what. Usually, the spine would have been protected by layers of impenetrable muscle, a layer of impervious skin, and a dreadful armor of indestructible scales. But the mad beast had been mangled and mutilated by the long weeks of warding off marauding abominations and the eerily monstrous butterfly. Large chunks of its flesh were missing, revealing bone. At a particular spot just below its head, a long span of the spine was revealed, too. That was a good target to choose, especially because the abomination would not be able to use its jaws to defend it. And, lastly, the advantage. Sunny did indeed possess an advantage in the battle of mutual destruction. It was because the Azure Serpent was made of flesh, while he was made of shadows. If he sustained too much damage, the shadow shell was going to fall apart, but his incarnation, which was small and hidden in its depths, could survive. It was just a matter of luck. Either he would be destroyed along with the shell, or get lucky and remain alive. But regardless of the outcome, the hateful Leviathan would die. I am fine with that. Growling viciously, the black serpent shot through the shining waters of the great river and, discarding all pretenses of defense, closed his jaws on the great beast's spine. Chapter 1279, Raging Waves. Sunny bit into the spine of the Azure Serpent, igniting what little strength he had left into a violent and furious blaze. Billowing, shadows and flame rose from his onyx scales and wreathed him like a burial shroud. His eyes shone with mad, morbid, murderous malice and chillingly cold killing intent. His jaw pressed down with enough force to shatter mountains. But the spine of a great beast was much stronger than a mountain chain. It resisted his obsidian fangs, refusing to be broken, cracked, or even scratched. Die. Drowning in fury, Sunny put all of his resolve, all of his hatred, and all of his desire into crushing the indestructible bone. He violently jerked his head left and right, gnawing on the spine like a rabid dog. If he could not bite through it, he would saw through it. If he could not saw through it, he would grind it down. The Azure Serpent was going to die, no matter what. It was already half dead, anyway. However, so was Sunny. He sensed the gargantuan body of the ancient Leviathan moving, and coldly refused to pay it any attention. It did not matter how the mad beast would try to destroy him, or if it would succeed. Sunny had already discarded his survival instinct. The mad beast could not reach him with its harrowing maw, which meant that it was not going to be able to kill him instantly. That was all he needed to know. As his fangs scraped against the spine of the Azure Serpent in a frenzy, the abomination's mangled body rose and ensnared Sunny like a crushing vice. Once he was caught in the coils, there would be no escape, he knew it, but he did not care. All he cared about was the feeling of a thin, shallow crack finally appearing under one of his fangs. The Leviathan's spine was giving. Die. As dark glee washed over his heart, the coils tensed, crushing his ravaged shell. The strength contained within them was unlike anything Sunny had experienced before. It was truly, and utterly, harrowing. Pressing down with harrowing strength, the Azure Serpent turned the marble carapace of the mantle into stone dust. The serpentine body beneath it was instantly broken, the onyx scales shattering, sharp edges of broken bones piercing the skin and protruding from the horrid wounds. There was blinding pain, but Sunny did not care. More cracks appeared on the abomination's spine now, spreading and merging with each other, and he could feel the giant body of his enemy twitching in pain. He could also feel fragments of bone sinking beneath his fangs. Instead of struggling to save himself, Sunny ferociously bit down on the damaged spine of the Leviathan and persisted in his frenzied attempts to break and mutilate it. "Let's see which one of us dies first, old snake. As long as you die first, I don't mind dying second." The dorsal fin of the great beast effortlessly cut into his shell, slicing it open like a saw. Instead of blood, darkness flowed out of the vivisected serpent, only to dissolve and disappear in the soft radiance of the glowing water. Sunny pressed his jaws together in all-consuming fury and finally felt the bone crumble beneath his bite. Will my incarnation be destroyed? Or won't it? Not that it mattered too much. Killing the enemy was the only thing that mattered. There was nothing else. A strange sound that was half a deranged roar and half a wail of agony escaped from his maw. His jaws started to slowly move toward each other. At the same time, the damage his body had received was nearing the level of being catastrophic. By all accounts, his shell should have already come undone, but Sunny had submerged so deeply into the sensation of being a serpent that his absolute belief held it together, still. He felt the shadows part before the sharp blade of the Leviathan's fin, opening a straight path to the tiny incarnation hidden within them. Death was swiftly approaching. But, at the same time, he felt the spine of the azure serpent shattering as his fangs sank into the sweet marrow. The mad beast convulsed and let out a roar of blind agony. However, just like Sunny, it did not know surrender. It only had murder on its mind, and so, the vice of its coils only grew stronger, crushing and slicing the hateful worm with unquenchable wrath. It was only a matter of moments now before Sunny's defenseless shadow form would be destroyed. Death. He did not know if he had called upon his enemy's death, or greeted his own. For a split second, the shadow flame billowing from his mangled body ignited with startling intensity. In Sunny's mind, everything disappeared. The only thing that remained was an imperative resolve to kill the enemy. His jaw snapped shut with a deafening clap. In the next moment, there was nothing but pain. Sunny lost his sight, his hearing, his smell, his sense of touch. Even shadow sense was gone, leaving him in an empty abyss where the only thing that existed was agony. All his thoughts were incinerated, and all his awareness was banished by torment. N1N. He couldn't even scream, because he had forgotten how. But, despite all that, he was satisfied. He was thrilled. He was happy. I killed it. Right? There was no way to know. But then, as if to answer his faint plea, a familiar voice whispered, "You have slain a great beast, Daeron of the Twilight Sea. You have received a memory." The whispers flowed into his soul as darkness encroached on his mind. "Your shadow grows stronger." As the dark island swayed under the assault of furious waves, two broken silhouettes could be seen in the raging water, slowly drifting apart. One, much larger one, had a harrowing wound on its neck. Its spine was entirely snapped, and it was partially beheaded. A fire of indescribable madness was slowly fading away from the Leviathan's damaged eye, which was locked on the unmoving figure of the enemy even in death. The body of the azure serpent was slowly disappearing in the beautiful shine of the glowing waters as it fell into the depths. The other, smaller silhouette, was torn and ravaged beyond recognition. The serpentine body of the onyx beast was cut and broken, with harrowing wounds gaping across its entire length. It seemed to be on the verge of dissolving into a swarm of intangible shadows. Before it did, however, a graceful figure in a fluttering white tunic dove from the high slope of the island and plunged into the raging waves. Struggling against the furious current, Nephis endured the pain of her flaw and swam toward the onyx serpent. Chapter 1280, Beauty and the Beast. Sunny was drowning in a sea of pain. His mind, what little of it was left, had become faint and fragile, ready to collapse at any moment. But it had not collapsed yet. Actually, there was a piece of good news, too. The fact that he was capable of feeling pain meant that he was still alive. The fact that he was still alive meant that the Azure Serpent was dead. Otherwise, it would have finished Sunny off already. I won. It was a small consolation. The pain was so unbearable that he almost wished for death. However, Sunny was too attached to life to throw it away if there was the tiniest chance to survive. He was going to desperately cling to it with everything he had. Before, he would have done it simply out of spite, but now, there were things he cherished and goals he wished to achieve. He really wanted to live. What the hell is happening? It was hard to form legible thoughts, but he somehow managed to evaluate his current state. Overwhelming pain, the loss of all senses. He was in shock. He was in a pain shock due to his shadow incarnation receiving severe damage. His soul had been wounded terribly. Which meant what? He didn't know. What was he supposed to do? Was there anything to do? Arg, it hurts. For now, Sunny decided to do his best to endure the pain and hold his crumbling mind together. It wasn't easy, or pleasant, or possible, but he persisted. He persisted with everything he had. And, after an eternity of torment, there was finally a change. Sunny seemed to regain his hearing. The first thing he heard was Neff's distorted cry. "Sunny, don't die, please." He was strangely annoyed. Crap, that was an order, wasn't it? She broke her promise. Not that it could change anything. It would have been great if Nephis giving him an order to survive magically restored his body and healed his wounds. But Sunny had to be able to execute a command for Shadow Bond to compel him into action or inaction. So, if Nephis suddenly decided to order him to go and bring her the moon one day, at most he would be forced to fruitlessly try his best. And he was already trying his best to survive. No, really, who does she take me for? Nephis had been the one who called him a cockroach, in the first place. As a compliment. Of course, he would do everything in his power to remain alive. There was no need to shout. Sunny slowly realized that his thoughts were becoming longer and more cohesive. Something is changing. Slowly, his senses returned, one after another. Hearing was first, followed by shadow sense, sense of touch, smell, taste, and finally sight. It was all a proper mess, though his vision was blurry, and his other senses were going haywire. There was more pain, too, this time of a physical nature. Why am I even feeling physical pain? I am a manifested shadow right now, technically. Perhaps it was a phantom pain. Even though Sunny did not possess a human body at the moment, his mind was still that of a human. And when his mind perceived the dreadful damage done to his shadow body, it reacted the only way it knew how, by panicking and drowning itself in pain. Curses. Sunny gritted his teeth, and was startled by the fact that he had regained the ability to grit his teeth. Even more surprising was the fact that it was fangs and not teeth that he was grinding against each other. His shell seemed to have held together, somehow. Finally, he became lucid enough to understand the situation. The tumultuous waters of the great river were suffused with a soft radiance, indicating that it was still night. More than that, he judged that less than a minute had passed since his final clash with the Azure Serpent with Daeron of the Twilight Sea. He knew that because the colossal corpse of the ferocious great beast could still be seen, barely, as it slowly sank into the depths of the river. The frightening silhouette of the ancient Leviathan grew smaller as it fell into the unfathomable depths and dissolved in the beautiful glow. N0 A complicated mix of emotions rose in Sunny's heart when he saw his enemy dead. There was dark glee, a strange hint of sorrow, respect, contempt, hatred, curiosity, suspicion. There was also a strong feeling of regret. That was a supreme soul shard disappearing into the depths. After all, he groaned. Turning his attention away from the body of the slain Leviathan, Sunny tried to understand what was happening around him. He perceived his long serpentine body, now mangled and savagely ripped apart. It felt weak, understandably so, but also weaker than that. The soul flame. The soul flame was gone. He was only augmented by the 5 shadows now. Finally, Sunny noticed Nephis. Her small figure was on top of him. She must have climbed onto his giant body while he was floating lifelessly in the water, paralyzed by pain and on the verge of losing consciousness. Both of her palms were pressed against broken onyx scales, and her skin was shining with soft white radiance. She must have retrieved her flames. Nephis was healing him. But suddenly, her radiant figure exploded with light, dispelling the darkness of the night like an actual star. Sunny felt the familiar warmth now much more intense than it had ever been before, flowing into him like a flood. And, embraced by that warmth, his broken form started to restore itself. As he felt it, startled, his deeply wounded soul was healed. His half-destroyed shadow incarnation was restored to a pristine state. And, shockingly, even his serpentine shell knitted itself back together. The harrowing wounds closed, the shattered onyx scales glued themselves back together. By the time Neph's radiance wavered and fell, Sunny was as good as new. The pain that had been tormenting him receded, then disappeared completely. He was alive again. Nephis fell powerlessly on his wide back. She remained motionless for a few moments, then dragged her body up and clutched to two of the horn-like spikes growing from the crown of his head, where the dorsal fin ended. Right. The azure serpent was dead, but they were still far from being safe. In fact, they were in mortal peril, much more so than when the great beast had been alive. It was because there was no one to stop the dark butterfly from conquering the carcass of the black turtle anymore. Worse than that, the abominable creature had surely noticed a blinding star suddenly igniting in the darkness of the night. It was bound to descend upon them at any moment. So, it was time for the second part of the plan. We actually made it so far, huh? It was time to leave the dark island behind, and run. Let's go, Neph. Dismissing Saint, Sunny spent a split second to gather the strength permeating the vast expanse of his mighty, serpentine body. Then, with Nephis on his back, he lowered his head and dove into the endlessly flowing, radiant waters of the great river. Chapter 1281, Leaving the Dark Island. Sunny dove into the shining depths of the great river. His serpentine body was like a spear carved from black onyx, cutting through the radiant water with stunning, terrible speed. It was made to rule the sea, so no ship or vessel could compete with him in the deep. A great monster, though. Even though the dark butterfly was an aerial abomination, it had shown a dreadful ability to fight the azure serpent underwater with strange ease. They needed to escape being noticed by it, and so, Sunny swam down. Nephis had the essence pearl, so he was not afraid of pulling her so deep that she would drown. That said, he was afraid of the depths. There was no telling what was hiding at the bottom of the great river. What kind of horrors lived there? Did time exist there, and if so, what was its flow? Sunny did not know, and he wasn't ready to find out. The plan they had concocted was to dive deep enough to avoid the notice of the dark butterfly and then travel downstream, gradually returning to the surface. He saw no reason to change it. As the onyx serpent moved down into the flowing abyss with a fragile human figure clutching to his horns, the dark island slowly disappeared in the distance. Its ominous silhouette was consumed by the radiance of the water, and soon, there was nothing around them but shining emptiness. Sunny felt a strange melancholy brush against his heart and steeled himself. They had finally escaped from the shell of the black turtle. That place, it had given him the peace and comfort he so desperately needed after the disastrous resolution of the dreadful and bitterly long southern campaign. For a while, it was like a paradise. But that paradise was a dark one. In the end, it had turned into a death trap, and now, they were leaving both the paradise and the trap behind. Don't look back. N1N. He refused to. There were, without a doubt, a lot of much more harrowing obstacles waiting for them ahead. And, hopefully, at the end of them all, they would be able to find a new paradise of their own. Sunny carried Nephis deeper and deeper into the great river. Slowly, the radiance of the water grew brighter, its flow more tumultuous, and the pressure assaulting them heavier. Knowing that his serpentine shell was much more resilient than Neph's body, he hesitated to go any further. It was enough, anyway. If the dark butterfly was going to pursue them, it would have already plunged into the river and attacked. A powerful sense of relief flooded his mind. Thank the gods. Sunny barely survived a battle with a great beast, and that was mostly due to the fact that the azure serpent had already been wounded, exhausted, and close to death. Fighting a great monster immediately after that battle would have surely been the end of him. Twisting his giant body, Sunny slowed their descent, and then pushed forward. His already tremendous speed increased even more when he started to move with the current. It was to such a degree that Nephis struggled to hold on to his horns despite her ascended strength. But there was no helping it. Now that they had escaped the dark island and the monstrous butterfly, another challenge lay in front of them, one that was perhaps even harder to overcome. That challenge was the expanse of the great river itself. There was no point in leaving the dark island if all that awaited them was a slow, agonizing death. There were harrowing abominations of all kinds dwelling both in the water and in the boundless sky. Without anywhere to find shelter, doom was all but guaranteed. They might escape it once or twice, perhaps even a dozen times. But sooner or later, exhaustion would overwhelm them, and their luck would run out. Then, the great river would become their grave. That was why Sunny and Nephis had a clear goal in mind. They had to travel downstream, as far into the past as they could, and discover the ancient people who had entered the tomb of Ariel thousands of years ago. Sunny was incredibly swift while encased in the shell of the onyx serpent. He could cover a great distance in a short amount of time, traveling much further than the carcass of the black turtle had been pulled by the current in an entire month. The problem was essence. Existing as a shadow incarnation was consuming his essence, and sustaining the massive shape of the river serpent was consuming it as well. He had already spent a lot of essence fighting the mad Leviathan, and although Neph's flame was enhancing his soul to a degree, his reserves were not infinite. Even though he was a tyrant, they were not at all adequate for the task at hand. And so, Sunny had to hurry. He had to squeeze all the speed he could muster from his serpentine form while he could. If his essence ran out before they found land, or anything at all to climb onto, there would be no choice but to remain drifting in the water, slowly recovering their powers and hoping desperately that nothing would attack them in the meantime. The dwellers of the deep, the swarms of abominable krill, the flying predators that hunted creatures inhabiting the river. He didn't think that they would live long enough for their essence to be replenished. Praying that something appeared on the horizon, Sunny flew through the shining water. His powerful body cut through the flowing abyss, leaving a trail of raging turbulence in its wake. Nephis clung desperately to his horns, exhausted by the explosion of healing flames she had created earlier to save him, and the harrowing pain of having to use her aspect for so long, and with such intensity. Strangely enough, Sunny had ended up in a better state than her, despite being the one who had fought in the battle with the azure serpent. The longer they swam, the more worried about her he became. But he was tired, too. His wounds might have healed, but the terrible mental exhaustion remained, smothering his ability to remain clear-headed and strive forward without rest. Slowly, a cold lethargy was seeping into his mind. Struggling against it, he continued to swim forward. Chapter 1282, Currents of Time. Sunny did not know how far, exactly, they had traveled away from the dark island, but the distance had to be immense. His shadow shell was not only enormous, it was also created to reign in the water. Considering that he was moving with the current of the great river, his already great speed was enhanced even more. So, he decided that it would be safe to rise to the surface. Gradually ascending, he tore through the radiant abyss and finally raised his head above the glistening waves. Still clinging to his horns, Nephis slumped down and breathed heavily. It had been hard for her to withstand the resistance of the water, which had been battering her like a ram for so long. The greater Sunny's speed was, the greater was the resistance. She had already been exhausted by straining her ability beyond its limit, and enduring the feverish race through the depths could not have been easy. But now that the onyx serpent's head was above water, Nephis could finally rest a little. The sky was still impenetrably black. A soft glow was rising from the river, illuminating the vast emptiness of its flowing expanse. The view was as dreamlike and magical as it had been on the first day Sunny had seen it. But his heart was pierced by despair. It was because even now, after leaving the dark island so far behind, he couldn't see any hint of land anywhere around them. An old doubt crawled into his mind, sapping strength from his tired body. What if there is no land? What if this whole world is nothing but water? Gritting his fangs, Sunny let out a quiet growl and strained every fiber of his shell to accelerate even more. With his onyx snout as the spearhead and his black dorsal fin as a sharp blade, he cut the glowing surface of the great river. Faster, faster, he was not out of essence yet. There was a certain sense of exhilaration he felt, flying toward the horizon with terrible speed. The speed, the might of his shell, the slender weight of Nef's body pressing down on his scales, and the empty vastness of the boundless black sky, it was almost liberating. But, at the same, his heart was drowning in anxiety, fear, and dread. And soon, he was proven right to be afraid. Sunny felt an ominous premonition and rose his head a little higher above the water. In the next moment, his serpentine eyes narrowed. There, ahead of them, the surface of the great river was seething and boiling. A boundless krill swarm was swiftly moving to meet them, hundreds of thousands of corrupted beasts burning with a mad desire to devour the onyx serpent and his rider alive. Sunny's enormous body shuddered, but he tried to remain calm. This is not the end. The krill swarm was a harrowing foe, but the terror of it lay in how numerous the river locusts were. The hungry legion rushing towards Sunny was the largest he had ever seen by far, enough so that even the azure serpent might have been unable to prevail against it. However, unlike the ancient Leviathan, Sunny was not constrained by the need to defend his prey, and while the krill were numerous, they were not individually strong. Much more importantly, they were not too fast. Cutting a sharp turn, Sunny roared and flew west, parallel to the approaching mass of abominations. His feverish thoughts dissolved into a simple, bestial need to outrun the swarm. The distance between them grew smaller with frightening speed, and yet he still couldn't see the edge of the vast patch of rough water. And by the time he saw it, there was no time left. Damn it. As Nephis picked herself up and summoned a sword, Sunny plunged into the mass of krill. The water surged around him, creating a barrier, but more than a few abominations passed through it. His jaws snapped, and Neph's sword flashed. A few moments later, they broke the wall of river locusts and tore free of the swarm. Sunny had just barely reached the edges of the rough water patch, and even though they had to go through the krill at the very end, the expanse of the great river in front of them was clear. Sunny swam with all his might, skirting the pursuing swarm and increasing the distance between the slithering locusts and his tail. Faster, faster, faster. Soon, the krill were left far behind. Nephis slumped again, clutching her sword with a trembling hand. He did not have a lot of essence left. They continued to move downstream, covering a tremendous distance. The onyx serpent flew like an arrow, much faster than any arrow could fly. But that was still not enough. After the first swarm, there was another. After the second swarm, there was a harrowing creature that lunged at them from the depths. After the creature, there was a gargantuan mass of rotting seaweed that almost ensnared and devoured them, a dozen grotesque maws suddenly appearing from beneath the swaying weeds. And after that, there were more horrors than he could count. Flocks of predator. RY birds that seemed to have pearls growing in their desiccated flesh, invisible creatures that were able to instantly turn large spans of the river into adamantine ice, ghostly lights that burned in the depths of the water, filling their minds with an indescribable desire to approach them. But Sunny was a river serpent, a monarch among beasts. His long body was fast, mighty, and tenacious. He was incredibly fast and at home in the water. He had outrun the krill, tore through the rotting seaweed, dove into the depths to avoid the birds of prey, broke through the ice, resisted the allure of the ghostly lights. He had escaped from them all. However, his essence was running dry. It was almost gone. He was exhausted and well past the limits of his mental strength. And there was still no land in sight. By the time the seven suns slowly appeared from beyond the horizon, chasing away the impenetrable darkness, and the great river stopped shining, he was utterly spent. It was not even a matter of willpower anymore. It was simply a matter of not having anything else to give. His essence was fully depleted. Finally, despair consumed his heart. The shadow shell was the first to crumble. The mighty onyx serpent shuddered, and then dissolved into shadows, which were instantly chased away by the pale light of dawn. N.O.N. His incarnation disappeared next. Sunny turned intangible, and was then thrown out of the embrace of the shadows, finally regaining his human form. He was in pain. Every muscle in his body felt like it was about to burst. His lungs felt as if they were consumed by fire. His head was heavy, and his limbs were weak. He even failed to adapt to the change in time, swallowing a mouthful of water. Which was fine. He was dying from thirst, anyway. Sunny felt himself sinking, and struggled weakly to stay afloat. But even that was too much of a strain. Am I going to drown? A moment later, a strong arm embraced him, and he felt Nephis pressing his body against hers. Swimming with the help of her one free hand, she pulled them both upward. Soon, their heads broke the surface of the water. Sunny was momentarily blinded by sunlight and coughed, trying to push air into his lungs. It's over, we won't survive the few days needed for our essence to recover. As he tried to think of anything that could keep them alive, a strange shiver suddenly ran through Neff's body. Since she was still hugging him from behind, he could feel it clearly. Sunny, Sunny. He tried to answer, and was suddenly struck by the strangeness of his human body. It felt alien and tiny, not at all befitting a ferocious serpent like him. He had forgotten how to talk. Snap out of it, damn it. Sunny slowly gathered his senses, remembering what it meant to be human. Then, he moved his unfamiliar tongue and said hoarsely. What? Nephis moved, turning them both to face downstream. Her voice was just as hoarse as his. There. He frowned, following the direction where her finger was pointing with his gaze, and then froze. There, on the water, no more than 100 meters away. A small boat was swaying on the waves, both of its sails lowered. It was made out of beautiful dark wood, with intricate patterns carved along its sides. There was no movement inside, but the boat seemed to be staying in place, strangely unaffected by the strong current of the great river. And so, they were being slowly pulled in its direction. Chapter 1283, Catch. A small wooden vessel was resting on the sparkling water. The seven suns were rising from the distant depths, and the world was painted in the lilac hues of early dawn. Illuminated by that beautiful light, the vessel seemed like an illusion. What is this? His hoarse voice was full of disbelief. It was just too improbable, to find an empty boat swaying gently on the waves just when his essence had run out, and despair had taken hold of his heart. The great river was inconceivably vast, and yet, they had just happened to find themselves a mere 100 meters away from a boat at that exact moment. Even when fated was involved, the coincidence seemed too convenient. It was to such a degree that Sunny even considered that he was hallucinating wouldn't be the first time, anyway. Maybe the Sin of Solace had learned a new trick. However, Nephis saw the boat, too. She hesitated for a moment, then said numbly. It's a ketch? Sunny was about to ask what the word ketch meant, but he was too tired for unnecessary questions. It was probably a type of boat, regardless. Nephis knew about these things, considering that she had even built one for them, back on the Forgotten Shore. It was probably also a part of her legacy training. The two of them remained still for a few seconds, then swam toward the ketch. Well, Nephis was the only one swimming while supporting Sunny. He just weakly moved his legs to help her a little. Soon, they reached it. Sunny placed his palm on the hull of the sailboat, still unsure if it was real. However, the dark wood felt smooth and solid to his touch. He traced his hand across it, both stunned and relieved. It might be a trap. Even if it was, they had no choice but to climb into the ketch. It was too small to protect them from great abominations like the azure serpent, but anything was better than nothing. More than that, the ketch couldn't be as simple as it looked. It was drifting in the harrowing waters of the great river without a scratch on its hull, after all. A mundane boat would have been destroyed in a matter of hours here. Even the piece of flotsam that Sunny had once used as a raft, which was tough enough to withstand the nails of a master, was turned into tiny splinters. It had to have been a part of a large vessel before turning into flotsam, too, and that mysterious vessel had ended up being destroyed. Plus the ketch was not really drifting. It was staying in place, unaffected by the current of time. So, it was certainly special in some way. A tentative spark of hope ignited in Sunny's heart. Despite the modest size of the wooden sailboat, its sides were too tall for them to simply climb over them, especially in their weakened state. However, a rope ladder was conveniently lowered into the water near the bow of the ketch, as if inviting them in. Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other. His paranoia was acting up not without a reason, and from the looks of it, she felt the same way. But there was no decision to make. Since salvation miraculously presented itself, they would be fools not to accept the unexpected gift. Nephis pushed Sunny toward the ladder, and then helped him climb up. Falling over the side of the ketch, Sunny sprawled on the wooden floor. The feeling of something solid under him was both unfamiliar and heavenly. The gentle swaying of the boat was like a lullaby. Ah! A moment later, Nephis awkwardly climbed over the rim and tumbled down, landing squarely on top of him. Sunny let out a weak groan. Ow! They remained motionless for a few moments, catching their breaths, then slowly extricated themselves from each other and took a cautious look around. The ketch was not too big, about 7 meters long. Its layout was very simple. There was only a single deck, with no roofed interior or cabins. The deck was completely open, with 2 masts, a longer one and a shorter one rising into the air like slender, dark pillars. Everything was made with a mundane, but exquisite level of craftsmanship. The wooden surfaces were tastefully engraved, showing all sorts of flowing images, now smoothed out by the wind, water, and passage of time. The ketch seemed like the loving creation of a supremely skilled artisan, even if it had seen better days. One look was enough to tell that the wooden boat was very old. However, it had been maintained with the utmost care, remaining in near-perfect condition. Sunny was musing about who could have taken care of the ketch when his gaze finally reached the stern, where the steering oar was supposed to be. Unlike the chainbreaker, there was no runic circle for the helmsman. Instead, there was only a very mundane wooden bench. And there, on that bench, a corpse was sitting with its head hung low. His body suddenly grew stiff. N1N. What? Sunny was momentarily paralyzed by shock. Because that corpse, it looked eerily familiar. It was shrouded in a dark mantle, which made it hard to determine whether the body belonged to a man or a woman. All that he could see was that the person was of small stature, and terribly thin. Their long white hair moved slightly in the wind, and their face. The face was obscured by a mask of black lacquered wood. The mask was carved to resemble the face of a ferocious demon. Its teeth were bared, with 4 fangs protruding from its mouth, and there were 3 twisted horns rising from it like a crown. Inside the black chasms of its eyes, there was nothing but pure darkness. It was Weaver's mask. And the corpse was just like the one he had found beneath the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, all those years ago. Chapter 1284, Hail Weaver. 1284 Hail Weaver. Sunny found himself unable to move for a few moments. Encountering the ketch just when they desperately needed shelter was already shocking enough. Finding a corpse that looked eerily similar to the nameless prisoner of the hidden dungeon beneath the ruined cathedral inside the ketch, it sent him into a fugue state. All kinds of wild thoughts rushed through his mind. For a split second, Sunny even imagined that it was his own corpse, brought here from the future by some strange anomaly of the mystical river. But, no, the proportions were all wrong. He was not a tall man, but the mysterious person was even smaller. They were practically tiny. In fact, now that Sonny had taken a good look at the corpse, he realized that it was different from the prisoner of the ruined cathedral, as well. The dark mantle and the mask were the same, but the body hidden beneath them was not. Even with its features obfuscated, he could tell the difference. Still, what was the meaning of this? How could there be another Weaver's mask? Who are these two people, and how could they be so similar despite the great divide between the Dark City and the tomb of Ariel? Nephis seemed startled, as well, albeit for a different reason than Sonny. She did notice his strong reaction, though. "Sonny? What is it?" She must have noticed that the mask the corpse was wearing was the same mask Mongrel wore. She also knew that it was a divine memory of the seventh tier, even if Sonny had never told her where Weaver's mask came from. He took a deep breath. "That corpse, it's just like the one I found in the Dark City, beneath the cathedral. That was where I got the mask." Sonny had found the spawn of the vile thieving bird by pure coincidence, even if that coincidence might not have happened without the influence of fated. Everything that followed after absorbing the drop of ichor that contained Bloodweave, however, was the result of logic and reason. It was the consequence of that first chance encounter. Guided by the ability to see the radiance of divinity, which Bloodweave granted him, he explored the cathedral of the Dark City and received Weaver's mask. Guided by Weaver's mask, he dove into the sky below, reached the Ebony Tower, and discovered Weaver's severed arm, thus acquiring Boneweave. What was the cause of this situation, then? Was it a coincidence or the result of his choices? As Sonny was spacing out, consumed by these thoughts, Nephis looked at him with a frown. "Corpse? What do you mean?" He shivered. Could she not see the hunched figure sitting on the helmsman's bench? He took a step forward and pointed with a hurried motion. "That, don't you see that corpse?" Nephis seemed both wary and slightly confused. "Of course, I see that person. It's just that, why do you keep calling them a corpse? That person is alive." Sonny's eyes widened. And in the next moment, the corpse moved. With a deep sigh, its hanging head rose, and two dark chasms carved into the fearsome mask stared at Sonny with an ineffable emotion. Then, the corpse slowly, arduously stood up. No, not the corpse, the person. The wearer of Weaver's mask was, indeed, alive. Sonny watched silently, unable to move. Only his hand stretched out a little, ready to summon a weapon. Once the owner of the ketch rose to their feet, he realized that they were indeed very small. The figure shrouded by the dark mantle was extremely thin, seeming weak and frail. The person's back was hunched, and their hands seemed to be shaking slightly. It was no surprise that Sonny had mistaken the wearer of the mask for a corpse. With the person remaining utterly motionless and his perception painted by the encounter in the dungeon of the ruined cathedral, it would have been strange for him to assume that they were alive. The hunched stranger froze, looking at them through the lightless pits of the black lacquered mask's eyes. Sonny and Nephis weren't moving, either, not knowing what to do. They had just unceremoniously climbed into this person's boat, so, what was there to do? Ask politely to be saved? Or attack them out of fear? Sonny secretly shifted his gaze, trying to determine whether the wearer of the mask was a human or a nightmare creature. However, just like with the corpse beneath the cathedral, the dark mantle and the mask were impenetrable. Beyond them lay an unknowable abyss. An icy chill crept up his spine. Then, the owner of the ketch slowly raised their hands, which were wrapped in black gloves. The thin fingers touched the edges of the black lacquered mask and slowly pulled it down. The face that was revealed belonged to a human. She was an old, extremely old woman. Sonny had never seen anyone who looked so ancient. He couldn't quite believe that someone that aged could still be alive. Her tan skin was covered in a spiderweb of deep, cavernous wrinkles and clung to her emaciated face like fragile paper. Her long hair was entirely white and thin, revealing glimpses of the brown parchment of her scalp. Her eyes, which had been piercing once, were now dull and obscured by milky cataracts. The old woman's small, hunched body was frail and thin, as if ready to collapse from the smallest gale. The dark mantle hung listlessly from it, a few sizes too big. Nevertheless, she was emanating a feeling of unimpeachable dignity, willpower, and sanctity, even. The black mask fell to the deck of the ketch with a wooden clack. The old woman was looking at Sunny and Nephis silently, one moment passing after another. And then, she moved. Bending down, she groaned and slowly kneeled. Sunny was startled, but most of all, he felt a strong urge to jump forward and stop her. It felt incredibly wrong, to see such an old woman prostrating herself let alone in front of him. He noticed Neff's back growing stiff, as she felt the same. The corner of her eye twitched. But neither of them moved. Finally, the old woman's knees touched the deck. Placing both hands in front of her, she took a shaky breath, and then kowtowed deeply. Her quiet voice sounded like a scraping quill. Hearing it, Sunny flinched. She said, "Hail Weaver, demon of Phaeton, in." In the silence that followed, he hesitated for a while, and then answered, "Firstborn of the unknown." The old woman remained motionless for a few moments, and then let out a long sigh. Lowering her head even closer to the deck, she spoke with reverence. "Ananke greets the children of Weaver. Urdial's note are these are my favorite type of chapters, the lore drops. Super excited to see what she has to tell about the Weaver. What do you guys think she meant with children of Weaver? Could be Neff and Sunny alone, or it could be everyone connected to the spell. Who knows, who knows?" Chapter 1285, Ananke. Ananke greets the children of Weaver. The word hung in the air. Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other warily, both confused by this strange situation. Why was the old woman prostrating in front of them? Why had she addressed them as children of Weaver? What is going on? Sunny was tired out of his mind, and the inexplicable nature of the strange old woman was simply too much for him to process. N.1 in. She didn't seem hostile, at least. With a sigh, he allowed his exhausted body to collapse and sat down on the wooden deck of the ketch. Nephis, meanwhile, hesitated for a few moments, then took several steps forward and carefully pulled the old woman up. "Please rise, grandmother. Do not bow on our account. Responsible for the great calamity that had befallen Earth, or maybe for its salvation." Regardless, old Ananke seemed to have a deep connection to Weaver, and the owner of the ketch. Ananke allowed herself to be gently pulled into a sitting position. Then, Nephis returned to Sunny and sat side by side with him. The two of them were now facing the old woman, waiting for her to say something. But she remained silent. After a few moments passed, Sunny frowned. He felt nervous. There was no telling just how powerful this woman was, and what her intentions were. Ananke was a complete mystery. She could also provide answers to many mysteries that had plagued him. "So," he asked. "I am sorry, grandmother, but why did you call us the children of Weaver?" There were many questions he wanted to ask, but this one was the most pressing. Its answer could explain how old Ananke would treat them. The old woman took a deep sigh, then spoke in her thin, creaky voice. "Because you are the chosen of the nightmare spell. You are a miracle. Your existence is Weaver's triumph." A proud smile appeared on her lips. It was warm and almost motherly. As though she was indeed a grandmother looking at her young, beautiful grandchildren. Sunny took a deep breath, feeling embarrassed. Weaver's triumph. He was all but certain that the nightmare spell had been created by the demon of fate. Now, the last, tiny sliver of doubt had disappeared. Weaver was indeed the being responsible for the great calamity that had befallen Earth, or maybe for its salvation. Regardless, old Ananke seemed to have a deep connection to Weaver and the nightmare spell. She was also, most likely, one of the people they had wanted to find, a native inhabitant of the Great River. One of the ancient people who had entered the tomb of Ariel before the gods fell. But wouldn't it mean that she had come to the Great River before the spell was created? Things were still not making any sense. As if reading his thoughts, Nephis leaned forward and asked as politely as she could. Forgive me for asking, but who are you, grandmother? Ananke smiled. What she said next made both Sunny and Nephis flinch. I am Ananke, the priestess of the nightmare spell. In the silence that followed, the old woman gently shook her head. It must be hard for you to imagine, my lord and lady. You come from a time when the nightmare spell has matured and rules unopposed, its blessings given freely to all. But it wasn't always like that. At the beginning, which was also the end, when the nightmare spell was still in its infancy, there was a need for people like me to tend to it, protect it and, above all, to help it spread, so that it could grow stronger. Her wrinkled face grew somber, and a heavy sigh escaped from her lips. Which wasn't easy at all. After all, we, the followers of a demon, were deemed heretics and persecuted by servants of the gods. All were despised, many were hunted down and put to death. Well, not that I experienced any of that myself. Every sentence the old woman spoke was a revelation, and they followed one after another. There were so many startling pieces of information she was sharing freely with them that Sunny found himself unable to digest it all. He felt like a person who was drowning in a deep sea after spending years dying from thirst in the desert. Priestess of the nightmare spell, the beginning that was also the end. Must be the early stages of the war between the diamonds and the gods. Wait, the spell was no. T created as it is today? It had to grow. Be grown, even. Persecuted by the gods. What? He was failing desperately to keep up, tired as he was. Nephis was struggling, too, but it seemed as though she had a slightly better grasp of the conversation. White sparks ignited in her eyes. So, our existence is proof that the suffering of the followers of Weaver was not meaningless. That the nightmare spell you worshipped and proselytized has realized its great design. River, which flowed from the future into the past, would have had a different. Ananke nodded and looked at them with reverence, which made both feel uncomfortable. Indeed. You are very wise, my lady. Nephis remained silent for a few moments, then remarked evenly. You don't seem to be surprised by the fact that we come from the future. Sunny forced himself to focus. It was a very poignant question, and one that he had failed to think of himself, distracted by the avalanche of revelations. The old woman slowly nodded, her breath ragged. It seemed that it was hard for her to speak for so long, but she still forced herself to answer. Of course, I am not surprised. Haven't you come from upstream, my lord and lady? Nephis and Sunny glanced at each other. They had indeed. The natives of the Great River, which flowed from the future into the past, would have had a different perception of time. For them, people from the future might not seem that strange. Ananke took a breath, then added tiredly. Oh, but I was also warned that you would come. Huh? That was perhaps the most shocking revelation yet. After a moment of silence, Sunny raised an eyebrow while hiding how shaken he truly was. Warned? How? The old woman nodded again, her unbound white hair moving in the wind. I received a message in my dreams. A message that the children of Weaver would come. And that. She paused for a few moments, catching her breath, then finished fervently. And that I must help them reach Fallen Grace, where Dusk, the last of the Sibyls, reigns. Chapter 1286, Fortuitous Encounter. Dusk, Sibyl of the Fallen Grace. Sunny shivered. Of course, he remembered who Dusk was. He was wearing a tunic called Shroud of Graceless Dusk, after all the transcendent memory of the 6th tier he had received for slaying the terror of LO49. That damned horror. If he were to try and assign numbers to the enemies he had faced in Antarctica based on how many mental scars they left him with, the beautiful flower of floating white silk would be squarely placed second, right behind the winter beast. Even Goliath, who had literally killed him, did not leave as harrowing of an impression. Of course, Dusk was most likely neither dead nor corrupted yet in the nightmare. She was still a human, and seemed to be ruling a place called Fallen Grace. Since Sunny and Nephis wanted to reach the civilization of the Great River and find the Sibyls, this destination was perfect. It was a little bit too perfect, even. Ananke had answered one of the most important questions they had. The improbable coincidence of them finding her catch just when they needed it was no coincidence at all. She had come knowingly, expecting to find them. But who was it that had instructed her where to find them? In her dreams, no less. Who was pulling the strings of this nightmare behind the scenes? Is it, perhaps, the last Sibyl herself? Sunny frowned, knowing that he would not find the answer anytime soon. The earliest opportunity was probably going to be when he came face-to-face with the Sibyl of the Fallen Grace again. He sighed. Fallen Grace? How far is that? Old Ananke hesitated for a few moments. It is far. Very, very far. So far that I won't be able to guide you all the way there. She grew silent, her eyes closing slightly. It almost seemed as though she had dozed off. Then, however, the old woman shook slightly, and added. But I will take you as far as I can go, my lord and lady. You see, we demon followers weren't welcome here, in Ariel's tomb, either. They chased us away, and we traveled upstream for a long time before settling down and building Weave. Weave it's one of the human cities on the Great River, like Fallen Grace. Or, at least it used to be. Sunny and Nephis looked at each other. Why was it that Ananke was unable to return downstream? Was there some kind of internal strife between the locals of the Great River? Would it be dangerous for her to enter the waters controlled by the Sibyls? And what did she mean, that we've only used to be a city? Nephis spoke cautiously. We wouldn't want to put you in danger, grandmother. The old woman smiled. Helping you is both my wish and privilege, my lady. Do not worry about me, I am of the Great River. Her speech was slowing down, and her words became slurred. It was obvious that the old woman was growing too tired to continue the conversation. She seemed to have understood that, too. With a soft sigh, Ananke raised her hands. In the next moment, Sunny and Nephis both stared in bewilderment as a whirlwind of white sparks appeared in the air. She is summoning a memory. This action, which was so mundane and familiar to them, looked infinitely strange and out of place when performed by one of the ancient humans. It was the ability of those infected by the spell, after all, and no one they had met in all the nightmares possessed it. Soon, a wooden box appeared on the deck in front of them. Ananke opened it with shaking hands and took out several items. A beautifully embroidered tablecloth, a carafe of wine, a painted ceramic teapot with steam rising from its spout, 2 small cups, and 2 plates, one full of ripe fruits, the other full of small savory pies. The fruits were succulent, and the pies looked freshly cooked. The items were simple and modest, even worn out a little, yet lovingly maintained. A delicious smell spread through the air. Ananke carefully placed everything on the tablecloth and offered the food to Sunny and Nephis. My lord, my lady, you must be tired after braving the horrors of the future. Please, eat and rest. I will guide us back to Weave, first. She took a deep breath, then slowly rose to her feet and walked back to the helmsman's bench with effort. Sitting down on it, the old woman tiredly lowered her head and whispered several strange, ineligible words. In the next moment, the ketch suddenly moved. The midnight-colored sails rose by themselves and billowed in the wind, while the steering oar swayed, turning the bow of the boat downstream. Soon, they were sailing across the sparkling expanse of the great river, slowly gaining speed. Sunny and Nephis hesitated for a bit. Both of them were completely exhausted and incredibly hungry, but they still did not trust the old woman. What if the food was poisoned? What if she was waiting until they fell asleep to kill them? Sunny glanced at the frail figure of the priestess. She looked too fragile and weak to pose any threat to them. Of course, looks could be deceiving, but he also felt that Ananke had been sincere and treated them with nothing except great benevolence. It was hard to dislike or distrust the kind, earnest old woman. Whatever. Even if she had done something to the food, he was very hard to poison. We've made him all but immune to most toxins, after all. Shaking off the mad desire to devour everything in sight, the faint remnant of the ferocious form of the river serpent, he tentatively picked up a savory pie, still warm from the oven, and took a bite. His hand trembled. Delicious, so delicious. Not wasting any more time, Sunny sent the whole pie into his mouth and chewed greedily. A few moments later, he raised his thumb and nudged Nephis with his elbow. She lingered for a moment, then followed his example. They ate and drank like two kids being spoiled by their grandmother, oblivious to everything else. Soon, the entire meal disappeared. They didn't even spare the wine. N.01n. After that, Sunny felt incredibly sleepy. But it wasn't the unnatural feeling of having been drugged. It was simply the natural reaction of his abused body demanding some well-deserved and much-needed rest. Safe was safe, I think. Struggling to keep his eyes open, Sunny looked at Nephis. She was tired, too, and yet she nodded to answer his silent question. It's all right. I'll take the first watch. You can. Before she even finished the sentence, Sunny had already dropped his head on her lap, fast asleep. Chapter 1287, Blissful Ignorance. Sunny slept like a baby. There were no nightmares haunting his dreams, and when he woke up, his heart felt strangely at peace. He remained motionless for a while, feeling the warmth of Neph's hand resting on the crown of his head. The ketch was moving swiftly across the water, carried by both the wind and the current, and the world around them was dark. It was already night. I overslept. N.O.in. Nephis should have woken him up. Had she gotten any rest herself? Turning his head slightly, Sunny looked up and saw her elegant jawline. She was leaning on the wooden side of the ketch, her eyes closed. Her breathing was slow and deep. She was fast asleep. So no one was keeping watch. Don't be upset with the lady, my lord. Sunny flinched slightly and glanced at the stern of the boat, where Ananke was still sitting, holding lightly to the steering oar. Her dark mantle was of the same color as the night sky, making it hard to discern where its folds ended, and the night began. You both needed rest. Sunny felt very comfortable laying on Neph's lap, but he had to sit up with a reluctant sigh. Rubbing his eyes, he looked at his shadows, which were all but invisible in the darkness. None of them showed any sign of being concerned, so he judged that the old woman had not tried anything strange while they slept. Even though it would take a few more days for his reserves of essence to be fully replenished, they were not dry anymore. Due to the shroud of dusk, he also felt rested and refreshed. However, he was slightly hungry. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, and then asked. Say you wouldn't happen to have more of those little pies? Ananke smiled. There should be a few left in the box. Eat well, my lord. I made them with care. Sunny noted that the wooden box was not a memory that created food, but instead a storage memory that helped keep supplies fresh. Everything inside must have been prepared by Ananke in anticipation of meeting the children of Weaver. Opening the lid, he discovered a few leftover pies, as well as more fruit and a couple other simple dishes, all perfectly fresh and preserved. It smelled so wonderful that he remained motionless for a moment, enjoying the fragrance. Misunderstanding his hesitation, the old woman spoke. I'm sorry that I can't offer you more, my lord. It is not easy for me to procure fruit and flour, these days. I hope you are not too disappointed. Sunny looked at her and smiled. What are you talking about, grandmother? I once ate nothing but rotten devil meat for an entire month. This is nothing short of a feast. To illustrate his point, he picked up one of the pies and greedily pushed it into his mouth. Ananke tilted her head a little. Do people still suffer from hunger in the future? Sunny chewed for a long time before answering. The old woman clearly believed that the future was some kind of a paradise that she and the other followers of Weaver helped create. He didn't want to hurt her feelings. He shrugged. Smart people don't. But I am not too smart myself, sadly. At least not all the time. Then, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Sunny looked at Ananke carefully, then asked. But what about you, grandmother? Have you eaten anything? She was so thin and frail that he had mistaken her for a corpse not too long ago. However, she had only offered the food to them, not partaking in it herself. Ananke gently shook her head. This body of mine does not get hungry often. I'll just catch some fish later. Sunny frowned, then took out the rest of the pies and walked over to the steering oar, offering them to her. No, that won't do. Please eat some, too. Otherwise, my teacher will give me a beating once I come back home. Teacher Julius would indeed be beside himself if he learned that Sunny stuffed his belly while an elderly woman starved herself nearby, even if that woman was just a nightmare inhabitant. More than that, just what kind of fish was she going to catch in the Great River? Ananke hesitated a little, then took one of the pies with a shaking hand and smiled. Thank you, my lord. That is enough. When he went back to the box, Neff stirred slightly and opened her eyes. She stared at her empty lap for a few moments, then looked at Sunny and blinked a couple of times. Finally, she sniffed the air and turned to the wooden box, guided by the enticing fragrance of the freshly cooked food. Her eyes glistened. The two of them had a scrumptious meal while Ananke slowly ate her single pie. The atmosphere inside the ketch was strangely peaceful. It was as though they were sailing on a calm lake instead of the deadly expanse of the Great River, where all kinds of terrifying creatures dwelled. The water was glowing with soft opalescence, while the sky was impenetrably black. The beautiful vista of the world hidden within the tomb of Ariel was as dreamlike and mystical as ever. As Sunny looked at the surface of the water, he suddenly saw its light grow dim. There was a vast, inconceivable shadow moving somewhere unfathomably deep, below them, blocking off the radiance of the drowned suns with its endless expanse. For a few moments, a bleak darkness enveloped the entire span of the Great River around the ketch, and then indifferently moved on. He shivered and looked at Ananke, terror hiding in his lightless eyes. The old woman calmly held the steering oar as she smiled. Don't worry, my lord. They can't sense us. Sunny hesitated for a while, wondering if he should ask who the they she spoke of were. In the end, he remained silent. There were things that a person was better off not knowing. Sunny was not sure if he could allow himself the luxury of ignorance, but he decided to enjoy being ignorant still, at least for today. Chapter 1288, King Among Beasts. There were still a lot of questions Sunny wanted to ask Ananke, and a lot he needed to learn. But, surrounded by the silent darkness of the night, he simply listened to the gentle sound of water splashing against the hull of the swift ketch and stared at the glowing expanse of the Great River without saying a word. A lot had happened yesterday, gods. Was it really just a day ago that he had fought the Azure Serpent? The fearsome battle, the frantic escape from the Dark Island. There had not been a single moment of peace for him to settle himself and contemplate these matters yet. It feels like a dream. He had really done it. He had killed a great beast. Of course, it was partly due to the blessing of Neff's soul flame, as well as the fact that the Azure Serpent had been severely weakened. And yet was there another master in the world who could boast the same feat? Surely not. Had there ever been? Sunny shifted uncomfortably, afraid that the incredible achievement would go to his head. He almost wished to hear the biting remarks of the Sin of Solace, who never missed a chance to bring him down. The bastard was somewhere nearby, but kept out of sight. He could feel the faint presence of the hateful wraith at the edges of his consciousness. Nevertheless, it was a fact. Sunny had indeed slain the Azure Serpent, Daeron of the Twilight Sea. What an unusual name for a nightmare creature. After observing the mad beast for so long and even assuming its form, Sunny was certain that there was something special about the ferocious abomination. Now, after learning its name, he came to strongly suspect that the Azure Serpent was not an abomination at all. Or at least had not always been one. Was the old snake actually a human once? Humans were all considered to be beasts by the spell, after all. A sovereign, for example, could be called a supreme beast. So what would happen if a sovereign succumbed to corruption? Looking at the radiant expanse of the great river, Sunny felt restless. There might be a simple way to find out. Closing his eyes, he dove into his soul sea. It was exactly the same as it had been before, with 5 black suns looming above the still water. Only now, after learning the truth of how the world of the great river had been created, he perceived it in a somewhat new light. A legion of shadows stood motionless in the silent darkness. Sunny still remembered the time when he could count the lifeless shadows with one hand, but there were so many of them now. Thousands. Have I really killed that many? Of course, he had. From the forgotten shore to the tomb of Ariel, Sunny had lived a life of slaughter even if it had not been of his own volition. The numbers had especially swelled during the southern campaign, where he had been constantly surrounded by vast hordes of rampant nightmare creatures. Most of the shadows were abominations: the Mountain King, the formless shadow of the unborn spawn of the vile thieving bird, the Forsaken Knight, the mordant mimic, the terror of LO-49, the mountainous titan Goliath. But there were plenty of humans, too. The nameless old slaver, Harper, Harris, Castor, Pierce, the Red Priest, the War Maidens, the soldiers of the Ivory City, Knight Amiran, and the many awakened of the great clans he had killed in East Antarctica, Saint Dia Fang, and many more. There was also Solvain. 2 of her, actually one that he had slain on the Chained Island, and the other he had slain in the Kingdom of Hope. Sunny felt bizarre every time he saw them. But he was looking for someone else right now. He first guessed that his suspicion was right after noticing that there was no gargantuan shape of a great serpent among the shadows. And then, he finally saw him, Dayron of the Twilight Sea. The Azure Serpent had, indeed, been a human once. There, in the darkness, stood the shadow of a handsome man with strong facial features and fierce, downturned eyebrows. He was tall and imposing, with broad shoulders and a strong-willed, angular face. His hair was arranged in a long braid, and he wore an archaic robe that seemed both simple and regal. The Azure Serpent, he really was a human. Sunny froze, looking at the silent shadow. His heart was in turmoil. This was the first time he had seen a human who had succumbed to corruption. And not any human, at that a proud and mighty sovereign, an exalted being of the supreme rank. Even Solvain, who had spent thousands of years being tormented by the worm vine, never gave up her humanity. Who was King Dayron? Why had he come to the tomb of Ariel? How had he ended up losing himself in the madness and turning into an abomination, becoming no different from a mindless beast? Would Sunny end up the same, one day? N.I.N. A deep frown appeared on his face. Corruption. Sunny had not really faced corruption yet, only the result of corruption, those frenzied fiends, humans of the waking world called nightmare creatures. However, he felt that if his power continued to grow, he would come into contact with it eventually. Perhaps even inevitably. Troubling. He glanced at the shadow of Dayron one last time, hesitated, and then said quietly, "Find peace within me, old snake. Your nightmare is over." The Azure Serpent had been a terrible enemy, but he had also protected Sunny and Nephis from the other horrors of the Great River. They wouldn't have been able to enjoy the blissful month on the Dark Island if not for his madness, hunger, and ferociousness. Sunny had learned a lot from the Great Serpent, as well. With a sigh, he turned away and walked to stand between the 5 black suns. There was still something he needed to see. Sunny had received a memory after killing the corrupted sovereign, after all. His first memory of the supreme rank. Well, his first memory of the supreme rank. That he had actually earned, as opposed to mysteriously receiving it out of nowhere. Summoning the runes, Sunny found the unfamiliar string of them and read. Memory Crown of Twilight. Memory Rank Supreme. Memory Tier 1. Memory Type Tool. Chapter 1289, Crown of Twilight. A tool. Sunny wouldn't have minded receiving a weapon or an armor, but a tool could be incredibly valuable, too. After all, he already had the Sin of Solace. The Jade Sword was only of the Transcendent rank, but it still possessed the ability to cut the flesh of great nightmare creatures, albeit with some effort. It was just that Sunny had to create an opportunity to use that ability first. He also had the Mantle and the Shroud of Dusk, and while neither of them was durable enough to resist an attack by a creature like the Azure Serpent, that problem could be solved by not getting hit. Both the lack of a suitable weapon and the absence of suitable armor could be solved. A powerful tool, meanwhile, would give Sunny more ways to find the solution. So, he was not disappointed. Feeling both the gentle swaying of the ketch and the silent stillness of his soul sea, Sunny continued to study the runes. He hoped that the description of the Crown of Twilight would answer some of his questions. It read: Memory description: there was a king who ruled over a dying land. The king was valiant and wise. Refusing to embrace despair, he thought of an audacious plan, gathered his companions, and braved the endless desert to enter the tomb of Ariel, where the great river flowed endlessly from the future into the past. Thus, the valiant king became a guide who guarded his people in their nightmares. They built a city at the edge of dawn and gathered an army to vanquish that which was defiled. However, in the end, the army was destroyed, the city was lost, and the valiant king himself succumbed to madness. Consumed by wrath and resentment, he turned into a mindless beast and roamed the great river for countless years. Nothing could withstand his hunger and fury until, one day, the Mad King met a treacherous shadow. "But what do you even know?" said the shadow. "Do you think you're so special? I know fury, too. I know hunger, too. I know madness, too. Oh, and I've killed plenty of creatures more powerful than me, too. Who are you to dare stare me down, beast? I am Lost from Light, who was born from the shadows. I am the rightful heir of death and the bastard son of fate. Wherever I go, ruin follows. If you had any sense, you would have run away as soon as you saw me." And, true to his word, treacherous Lost from Light battled the Mad King, eventually becoming his doom. That was how the king who had outlived his land died. Sunny blinked a couple of times. What? It seemed that the spell had really liked his recent outburst. It even included it, word for word, in the description of the Crown of Twilight. Oh, no. He looked down and covered his face with a hand. N1N. Are so embarrassing. Had Nephis read this already? Struggling against the desire to fall through the deck of the ketch and drown, Sunny took a deep breath and concentrated on the description. There was still a lot of information contained in the glimmering runes that he needed to ponder. So, Dayron came from outside the pyramid. He even fought his way through the Nightmare Desert, as opposed to entering a seed. There was no doubt about it, since those who had conquered a nightmare of a particular rank could not enter any seed of the same rank again. So a sovereign wouldn't be able to challenge a third nightmare. Well, actually, there was some doubt. Nothing about the Tomb of Ariel, and this particular nightmare, was normal. Still, Sunny believed that he was right. Dayron must have reached the Black Pyramid and entered the true Great River, as opposed to a version of it recreated by the spell. That next part, however, did not make any sense. He had become a guide who guarded his people in their nightmares. What did it mean? Sunny remained motionless for a while, then frowned. The most obvious answer was also the most confusing. The spell created nightmares based on the past. The Great River, however, existed simultaneously in the past, in the present, and in the future. So, if Dayron had truly entered the real Tomb of Ariel, then he would be present in any recreation of the Great River conjured by the spell. Therefore, if his subjects challenged a seed connected to the Black Pyramid, their sovereign would be waiting for them on the other side, to help them conquer it. If I am right, then it was indeed an audacious plan. There was just one glaring problem with this theory. It was that the seeds of nightmares, and the nightmares themselves, had not existed in the ancient past of the dream realm. No explorer had ever discovered signs that its human inhabitants had possessed knowledge of the nightmares, and Noctis had not known anything about them either. So how could Dayron come up with a plan to use the uniqueness of the Great River to help his people transcend through a nightmare, if there were no nightmares at that time yet? Then again, Ananke was from a time when the seed of the spell had already existed. Granted, that time was at the start of the war between the Daimons and the gods, so Daeron could not have lived much later. That war was the cataclysm that no one had escaped. Arg, so confusing. In any case, Daeron's plan had failed. Although many of his people managed to join him within the tomb of Ariel, they died trying to destroy that which was defiled, whatever it was. Actually, that phrase is perhaps the most important piece of information in the entire description. It was important, indeed, because it hinted at the goal of the nightmare. Which also meant that Sunny, Nephis, and the other members of the cohort would have to succeed where the ancient sovereign and his army had failed. Great. Sunny felt a bit of dread at the prospect, but, at the same time, he also felt a little relieved. At least he knew now they wouldn't really need to search for the mystical estuary of the Great River in order to return to the waking world. They just had to kill something that even a sovereign had not been able to kill. He was going to have to discuss this with Nephis. In the meantime, though, he still hadn't learned what his new, shiny supreme memory could do. Looking back to the shimmering runes, he read. Memory Enchantments, Legacy of Twilight, King's Resentment, Royal Promise. Chapter 1290, Royal Promise. Sunny raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. 3 enchantments on a memory of the first tier, that was rare. As an amateur sorcerer, he knew just how hard it was to build a varied spellweave around a single nexus. Intrigued, he continued to study the runes. Legacy of Twilight enchantment description. This memory greatly improves the rate at which the wearer's essence is replenished at the borders between day and night. King's Resentment enchantment description. This memory grants the wearer complete immunity to mind attacks, but plagues them with irresistible wrath instead. Royal Promise enchantment description. This memory infuses authority over water into the wearer's domain. The extent of this authority depends on the might of the domain. Sunny scratched the back of his head. Ha! The first enchantment was rather straightforward, and extremely useful, granted that usefulness was situational. It would greatly speed up his recovery of essence at the borders between day and night, meaning dawn and dusk. The second enchantment was tricky. Complete immunity to mind attacks was an incredible trait to have, but it came at the cost of being consumed by mad fury. Sunny wasn't sure what to make of it. Luckily, it was an active enchantment, so he could use the other 2 without going berserk. But the third enchantment was simply confounding. Infuses authority over water into a domain. What? What were people like him, who didn't even have a domain, supposed to do with it? Sunny took a deep breath, then left the soul sea and opened his eyes. The great river was still shining softly, the flowing water foaming as it parted before the bow of the ketch. Suddenly, he felt the water responding to him. The sense of connection he felt was faint and weak, not at all like the kinship he shared with shadows, but still, a wave. He hesitated for a few moments, then summoned the crown of dusk. Soon, a band of black metal shaped and engraved to resemble a river serpent appeared on his head. The weight of it felt unfamiliar, but at least it prevented his hair from getting in his eyes. That was already useful enough. It looks cool, too. Sunny lingered a little, then lowered his hand toward the surface of the river and activated the Royal Promise. Suddenly, he felt the water responding to him. The sense of connection he felt was faint and weak, not at all like the kinship he shared with shadows, but still, a wave suddenly rose, touching his palm for a brief moment before collapsing back into the current. Sunny stared down with a strange expression. So that's how it is. The extent of the authority the Royal Promise granted to the Master of the Crown of Twilight was dependent on the power of their domain. Sunny did not have a domain, so that extent was negligible, but it wasn't non-existent. Leaning back, he smiled slightly. Still. In a world that has nothing but water, even that much will prove endlessly useful. The ketch continued its journey, while Sunny continued to stare at the beautiful radiance of the great river. The Crown of Twilight. It was an insidiously powerful memory. At first glance, none of its enchantments seemed too staggering. However, once he thought a bit more about them, he realized how outstanding they really were. The legacy of Twilight could help him recover his essence. The effect of a supreme memory would be immense, but there was a condition: it only functioned at dawn and dusk. As a veteran of the Southern Campaign, Sunny knew better than most how important managing one's reserves of essence was. There was dawn and dusk every day, too. So, he would benefit greatly from improved rate of essence replenishment twice a day, every day. Combined with the blessing of Soul of the Shroud of Dusk, that would put him in a very advantageous position, not to mention that here on the Great River, there were places where sunrise and sunset lasted endlessly, as if frozen in time. The king's resentment offered stellar defense against mind attacks, the most dreadful kind, as far as he was concerned, but would turn Sunny berserk. The benefit seemed as great as the cost was terrible, or did it? He could easily think of situations where boundless fury would only be beneficial. Wasn't it almost like a dangerous, but potent boon? And lastly, the royal promise would give him a degree of control over water in a world where there was nothing but water. The value of such an ability was evident, but more than that, this enchantment also possessed the greatest capacity for growth. Sunny did not doubt that the actual sovereigns of the waking world, would stop at nothing to possess a memory that could grant a second authority to their domains. Hell, since the independence of the House of Night was founded, to a large extent, on the fact that it was close to impossible to conquer the Storm Sea, the Crown of Twilight could very well completely upset the balance of power between the great clans. The royal promise would allow any sovereign to add Night's territory to their own. And yet, here he was a mere master in possession of it. Sunny smiled. Who knows, maybe I'll be the one who conquers the House of Night. However, his smile quickly disappeared. Right now, even his chances of surviving the third nightmare seemed incredibly bleak. In case he did manage to return home, nothing would ever compel him to attempt the fourth. Nothing. Yeah, thanks, but no thanks. Somewhat sober now, Sunny sighed and dismissed the Crown of Twilight. There was something else he had to think about. The battle with the Azure Serpent had been like a feverish dream. He had turned into a mad beast to fight the great abomination, but he had also managed to remain himself. More than that, it was the first time he had succeeded in using Shadow Shell to assume the shape of a nightmare creature. N1N. The Shadow Spawn was different, because he had lived in that body for many months. The form of the Onyx Serpent, however, had been constructed purely by observing the great beast and sensing his essence through Shadow Dance. As a result, Sunny felt that the mastery of the fourth step of his aspect legacy was already within his grasp. All he had to do was contemplate the revelations gained during the battle, absorb the knowledge, and integrate it into the systematic framework of Shadow Dance he had already established. The evolution was already in sight, he could practically smell it. Still, there was a bit of work left to do before he could reap the rewards. Closing his eyes, Sunny tried to remember the perilous, ferocious battle with the Azure Serpent in all its harrowing details. It was better to do it now, while the memories were still fresh, and the remnants of the serpentine form still lingered in his mind. Time flowed slowly. Chapter 1291, Perilous Gift. Shadow Dance was both the legacy of his aspect and a battle art Sunny had invented. That battle art was insidious, shapeless, and ever-changing. Its purpose was to steal that which made the enemy strong and use it to destroy them. The first step of Shadow Dance was the foundation of this ability. Sunny had mastered it during his bitter battle with Nephis, whom he knew all too well. It allowed him to peer into the very essence of the enemy's battle style and gain an almost supernatural understanding of what they would do, as well as the ability to mimic it. The second step was a continuation of the first. It was the same in all aspects except for scale. Assuming the persona of Mongrel, Sunny had battled countless awakened and absorbed their styles in order to make his ability more ubiquitous. He had mastered it during the final battle of the Dream Tournament, facing Morgan. That breakthrough deepened his understanding of the fundamental, governing principles of battle, which in turn allowed him to shadow unfamiliar and sophisticated battle styles much faster, and with greater ease. He also gained the ability to intuitively sense the unique ways in which his opponents utilized their soul essence to make those styles possible. The third step was different. It expanded on the first two, broadening the scope of Shadow Dance by redefining what a battle style was. Outwardly, that simply meant that Sunny had begun including nightmare creatures in the ranks of enemies he shadowed. Inwardly, however, the distinction was much greater. The third step had more to do with Sunny himself than with his enemies. After plunging into the alien and perverse minds of various abominations in the Red Colosseum, he still found himself falling short of an epiphany. That was because Sunny had to let go of his own sense of self to truly be able to shadow things that were innately different from him. He had to become more like the shapeless, formless shadows. He had managed to pass this impossible test because of the battle with Nightmare. The third mastery vastly broadened and improved his ability to shadow his enemies, as well as giving him the ability to perceive the flow of essence within them clearly. However, it also made Shadow Dance a double-edged sword. Sunny had found it easy to get lost in the form of an adversary, forgetting himself forever. The best defense against this risk was his true name, which served as the anchor of his soul. And now, there was the fourth step. It is even more dangerous. Sunny still felt the lingering remnants of the Azure Serpent paint his perception of the world. After delving into the form of the mad beast so deeply, he struggled to shake it off. The fourth step was also a continuation of the previous one. A logical progression that both completed and transformed the perilous gift of the third step. The third step was about breaking the rigid constraints of Sunny's mind to make it as shapeless and adaptable as a shadow. The fourth step was about allowing Sunny's physical form to follow suit. The key to mastering it was shadow manifestation. In the dreadful crucible of Antarctica, Sunny had invented Shadow Shell and Shadow Incarnation, which gave him all the tools he needed to reach the fourth mastery. But it wasn't until the battle with Dayron of the Twilight Sea that he hammered all these elements together into a cohesive whole. Thinking about it, he shivered. Any form, any shape. The ability to not only grasp the essence of, but also become any creature he truly came to know. The prospect of such an ability seemed limitless. But so was its danger. What will I become if I use the fourth step a lot? There was an even more frightening question. If the fourth step of Shadow Dance was already so incredible and daunting, then what would the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh steps look like? Sunny felt that he needed to be careful, but he also knew that he was not going to let go of this power. He needed it. With a sigh, he thought back to the battle with Dayron of the Twilight Sea and started going over every moment of it, absorbing the feeling of becoming a great serpent into his bones. With every minute that passed, he felt the moment where everything would click together, drawing closer. N1N. The waters of the great river were already dimming by the time Sunny opened his eyes. He let out a deep sigh and remained motionless for a few moments, contemplating his progress. I'm so close. It was probably a matter of days, a week or two at most, before he mastered the fourth step of Shadow Dance and received the fourth legacy relic. Excited, Sunny wondered what it would be. A shadow? A memory? Or something else entirely, like another drop of ichor? Whatever it is, I hope Bloodweave doesn't gobble it up again. Suddenly bitter, he glanced at the horizon, and then hurriedly summoned the crown of twilight back. Soon, the 7 suns rose from the depths and chased away the impenetrable darkness of the night. The dim twilight of dawn enveloped the Ketch for a brief period of time. At that moment, Sunny felt a flood of essence rush into his cores. Amazing. The rate of recovery was indeed greatly enhanced. Sunny had 5 shadow cores instead of 1, so it took 5 times as long for him to recover all his essence without the aid of the Shroud of Dusk. With it and the Legacy of Twilight, though, it felt as though he would be able to replenish his reserves fully in the span of a single day. Half at dawn, and another half at dusk. If he was even slightly frugal, he would practically never run out of essence. Feeling encouraged, he glanced at the frail figure of Ananke, then turned to Nephis. Sunny silently pointed to the serpentine band of black metal on his head. It was time to ask more questions. Chapter 1292, History of Time. Nephis nodded, indicating that she had read the description of the Crown of Twilight. The two of them could have communicated through the Blessing of Dusk to discuss how they would approach the conversation with Ananke, but really, there was no need. The old woman showed no indication of being someone they needed to be wary of. So, they could simply ask. There was one question that had to be answered above all else, though. Sunny shifted slightly, then called. "Grandmother." Ananke stirred, as if waking up from a dream, and looked at them with her cloudy eye. "Yes, my lord." Still uncomfortable with this form of address, Sunny thought for a moment and asked. "Have you ever heard about that which was defiled?" The old woman suddenly froze. Her hand, which was resting on the steering oar, trembled. For a while, nothing but the sound of water splashing against the hull of the cat could be heard. It seemed that she wasn't happy to hear that question. However, Sunny and Nephis had no choice but to ask it. They needed to learn everything they could about the assumed goal of this nightmare. Eventually, Ananke sighed. "That which was defiled, I guess you are talking about the defilement, my lord." Sunny's eyes glinted. The defilement? Remembering the horrors of the Southern Campaign, he made a sudden connection. There were 3 nightmare creatures he had slain that bore a similar name: the Defiled Witness, the Defiled Herald, and the Defiled Seeker of Truth. The first one was the fallen demon who led the pack of eyeless beasts. The second was the corrupted devil who led the group of desiccated corpses, their mouths sewn shut. Sunny had received the stifled scream after that battle. The third one was the fallen titan he had killed by chance during the joint battle against the enormous horde of abominations in East Antarctica, receiving the Mirror of Truth. Had all of them come from the tomb of Ariel? The old woman nodded. "Yes, the defilement. I am sorry, my lord and lady. I should have known that you would not be aware of these matters. You are outsiders, after all." Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other, wondering what she meant. Ananke remained silent for a few moments, then spoke solemnly. "To understand what the defilement is, you will first need to learn a little about the history of the Great River. I will try to explain as well as I can." Nephis frowned slightly. "The history? I am not sure I understand what history a river that flows through time can possess." The old woman smiled faintly. "Time within the tomb of Ariel is unpredictable and convoluted. Sometimes, it flows slowly, while sometimes it flows swiftly. Sometimes, time rises in great storms, or grows stale, or circles forever as a whirlpool. Currents merge and separate, or disappear without a trace. But, nevertheless, for most of us, unless we enter turbulent waters, time always moves. Just like in the outside world. It is just that our own time is different from the time there." Noticing a hint of confusion on their faces, Ananke looked thoughtful for a while. Then, she sighed. "The best way I can explain it is like this: the Great River does indeed flow from the future into the past, but that is only in relation to the outside world. Here, this kind of time is no different from space. However, the river still has a past, a present, and a future in relation to itself. Here, this kind of time is just like the time of the outside." Nephis tilted her head a little. "So, one can say that Sunny and I entered the tomb of Ariel in a distant future, meaning much higher upstream. But one can also say that we entered a month ago. Both distance and days are a measure of time." The old woman nodded. "Indeed. You are wise, my lady." The corner of Sunny's mouth twitched. That's the second time she calls Nephis wise 0 times for me, though N1N. Still, he understood the idea. There were actually 2 concepts named time inside the tomb of Ariel. One was the flow of the Great River itself, which was prone to all kinds of shenanigans, while the second was no different from the concept of time they were familiar with. The old woman continued. "So, the Great River has a history, as well. Or rather, it is us, the river people, who have it. That history started a long time ago, when the Sibyls first entered the tomb of Ariel with their people. There were others, too, all kinds of humans and creatures who came seeking truth, which is said to be hidden at the estuary. Her creaky voice grew wistful. That was when we, heralds of the nightmare spell, came to the great river as well. I was told that it was a golden age. The Sibyls established their cities, and powerful seekers built solitary manors among the waves. They had escaped the end, and lived in peace and prosperity within the tomb of Ariel. Sunny found something curious and asked. You were told? You weren't there yourself? Come to think of it, when Ananke had spoken about the persecution of the followers of Weaver, she had mentioned not experiencing it personally. That statement had sounded rather strange at the time, but there were many other questions that needed to be asked first. The old woman chuckled. Goodness, of course, no. I might look old, but I am not that ancient. No, I was born much later, after Weave was already established. Unlike those who have come from outside, like you, I am riverborn. Sunny made a mental note that there was a distinction between the outsiders and the riverborn, and continued to listen. Ananke took a hoarse breath, then said somberly. But that golden age eventually, it came to an end. First, the voices of the gods grew silent, causing the Sibyls to turn their gazes to the estuary. And then, the defilement was born. Chapter 1293, Defilement. Anank's weathered, wrinkly face grew dark. The old woman lingered for a while before saying. The other name for the defilement is corruption, a special kind of corruption that appeared on the great river and then spread from downstream like a plague. Or rather, was spread. Nephis leaned forward a little. Spread from downstream? The old woman nodded heavily. Yes. It is because the defilement, its origin is the estuary. Her cloudy eyes grew distant. The seekers were always trying to reach the estuary, traveling further and further downstream. But none of them succeeded in finding it. Eventually, they built a city of their own in the far reaches of the past, a city called Verge. Its grandeur could compete with the bustling prosperity of the large cities ruled by the Sibyls, and from there, they continued their search. Until, eventually one of them really managed to enter the estuary. The old woman gripped the steering oar as she looked at the vast expanse of the great river, then continued dully. However, what he found there was not the truth, but corruption. Or perhaps it was the truth that he found that corrupted him. That seeker became the first of the defiled, and he brought the defilement back with him to the Verge. The city of seekers was consumed by the defilement, and those consumed by it became twisted and monstrous. They spread from there like a plague, bringing a great calamity to the river people. Ananke grew silent, breathing heavily. Sunny was scowling deeply. So that was what happened. The hideous truth that the demon of dread had hidden in the heart of the Black Pyramid, the first person who learned it was consumed by corruption as a result. Not only that, but he also infected the rest of the seekers with it, destroying, or rather, transforming an entire city into a nightmarish source of the spreading corruption. Of the defilement. Just what kind of secret had Ariel buried at the dawn of time? More importantly, was that what Daron of the Twilight Sea had tried to achieve? Storm the corrupted city of Verge and slay the first witness to the harrowing truth, who was the root of the defilement. If so, their task would be a dreadful one. Nephis seemed to be thinking the same. After pondering for a while, she asked. What happened next? Ananke shifted on her bench, then sighed. Because of the defilement, the peaceful waters of the great river became plagued by the corrupted. The most powerful of them come from the furthest reaches of the past, downstream, as well as from the terrible emptiness of the future, where you have come from, my lord and lady. The river people found themselves trapped between the harrowing past and the doomed future, with nowhere to escape. Of course, they fought against the defilement and resisted for a while. She looked away and said bitterly. But they also fought among themselves. That was how we were chased away and forced to escape upstream, braving terrible dangers. Eventually, we lost all contact with those who had exiled us. The last we heard was that many of the Sibyls had succumbed to the defilement, and that many of their cities had fallen. Even Twilight, the city of the Serpent King, had been lost. Now it is the dusk of the river people. Soon, there won't be any of us left at all. Sunny felt that he understood what had happened with the people who escaped the end of the world by entering the tomb of Ariel. Most of them had either died or been corrupted, and the rest would soon follow. That was the fate of the Great River civilization. So, there were two ways to resolve the conflict of the nightmare. They had to either help the destruction of that civilization, or turn the tide by eliminating the source of the spreading defilement. The latter, of course, would receive much higher praise from the spell, since it would differ drastically from fate. He also noted the mention of Twilight, which, as it turned out, was the name of the city King Daeron and his vassals had built. Another interesting point was that Fallen Grace, the city ruled by the last Sibyl, was situated in the region of the Great River that had already mostly succumbed to the defilement. Perhaps it was the last human stronghold remaining in the tomb of Ariel. And another thing. Ananke had said that there were two places inside the tomb of Ariel that were much more dreadful and dangerous than all the rest: the far reaches of the future upstream, and the far reaches of the past downstream. His luck was incredible, as always. Not only had Sunny entered the Great River in one of these harrowing places, but he also seemed destined to journey into the other. Great. Simply great. What Sunny paid most attention to, however, was a simple question: just how was the defilement spreading? He did not know a lot about corruption, but it didn't seem like something that could just happen. Even Skinwalker could not infect humans with corruption. Instead, it could only infect them with itself. Did the defilement have a similar nature? He did not think that it did. If all the nightmare creatures in the tomb of Ariel were vessels of the same entity, the First Seeker, they wouldn't be fighting each other. That was an important distinction. Looking at Ananke, he asked in a dark tone. "Grandmother, do you know how the defilement spreads?" The old woman shook her head. "I am sorry, my lord. I do not. In truth, I've only met a true defiled once. Weave is situated too far upstream, so while we had to battle corrupted creatures of the future often, no one from the verge has ever reached us." Nephis frowned. "Except for that one defiled?" In. Ananke nodded. "Yes." The water was sparkling under the sunlight, and the ketch was flying across the waves, traveling further and further into the past. Nephis hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "What happened when the defiled appeared?" The old woman did not answer for a while. Eventually, she raised her head and smiled bitterly. "The day he appeared was the day Weave was destroyed." Her words traveled somberly across the surface of the water, soon disappearing into the wind. Chapter 1294, Corruption. In the morning, they enjoyed delicious food and fragrant wine from Ananke's wooden box. The old woman herself seemed a little bit more energetic today, but the long conversation had tired her out. She ate very little and returned to the steering oar, looking at the flowing water with a distant expression. She must have been thinking about her city, Weave, which had been destroyed by the defiled. Without having to discuss it, Sunny and Nephis decided to give their kind guide some privacy. They had to digest the many revelations of the past day anyway. Sunny was leaning his back on the side of the ketch, cradling a steaming cup of tea in his hands. Nephis was by his side, looking at the sky. After some time had passed in comfortable silence, he used the blessing of dusk to ask, "There is one thing I don't understand." She shifted slightly and turned to look at him. Sunny was suddenly painfully aware of how close they were. His pale face was reflecting in the calm depths of her striking grey eyes. He sighed. "She said that Weave was destroyed. And yet, she is taking us there. Why?" Nephis contemplated for a few moments. Ananke survived the destruction, so more people could have survived as well. If not, it would be to scavenge for supplies for the journey ahead. We will see when we get there. Sunny took a sip from his cup, enjoying the warmth of the freshly brewed tea. The ketch was swaying gently, and the view was heavenly. It was really hard to believe that they were inside a nightmare. "What do you think about what we've learned so far?" Neff's face darkened a little. She looked away and shrugged. The situation is better than I thought. It seems we have a clear enemy, at least. More than that, not all of the Great River is as dangerous as our starting point. I was wary a little bit, thinking that every nightmare creature here is like the azure serpent, the black turtle, and that horrid butterfly. But it doesn't seem that way. She paused, then added somberly. There's no sign of them. Sunny looked down with a grim expression. He shared that concern. However, I am concerned about the others. We all came from the same moment in time, so they should have been sent to the same region of the Great River. Why is there no sign of them? Sunny looked down with a grim expression. He shared that concern. Cassie, Effie, Kai, Jet, and even Mordred, where were they? None of them were easy to kill. He firmly believed that his friends were still alive, somewhere out there. Or at least, he wanted to. But it is strange, isn't it? Nephis glanced at him with a silent question. He frowned. The way we entered the nightmare. As masters, we get to keep our own bodies, true, but we are still supposed to replace someone from that region and era. Whose place have you and I taken? From what Ananke told us, there were not supposed to be any humans further than we've. It doesn't make sense. Nephis seemed taken aback a little. Of course, her reserved expression had not changed even a little bit. However, Sunny knew her well enough to see that she was stumped. You're right. It is strange. He remained silent for a few moments, thinking. Could it be that the spell had failed to find suitable hosts for the other members of the cohort that far upstream, and so sent them someplace else? Eventually, he shook his head and asked. Regardless. That defilement, how exactly does it spread? There has not been a single instance of a human from the waking world succumbing to corruption as far as I know. What really happened to that seeker in the estuary? Nephis did not answer, looking at the sky. After a while, she shook her head. You are wrong. Countless humans from our world have become corrupted. Every sleeper that fails the first nightmare turns into a nightmare creature, isn't it the same thing? Sunny tilted his head, stunned by that simple comparison. Nephis was right, numerous people had turned into nightmare creatures in the waking world already. It was just that none of them had been of a higher rank than dormant, because the trials of the spell killed them long before they could set foot on the path of ascension. While she was thinking, Nephis suddenly added in a contemplative tone. As for the seeker who learned the truth of the estuary and brought corruption to the Great River, actually, it reminds me of something you told me once. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Me? She nodded. It was a long time ago, on the Forgotten Shore. When we were enthralled by the soul-devouring tree, you told me about the lineage memory you had found in its branches. In its description, wasn't it said that the loathsome thieving bird had gone mad after seeing a glimpse of unknown frozen in the depths of Weaver's Eye? He shivered, suddenly consumed by an ominous premonition. What of it? Nephis shrugged. It just reminds me of that seeker. The thieving bird must have been a creature of dreadful power, considering that it managed to steal a diamond's eye. Still, its mind was destroyed by one glimpse at what was hidden in Weaver's pupil. The seeker saw something that he shouldn't have, and became corrupted. Maybe he brought the forbidden knowledge back with him. Maybe that is how the defilement spreads, people learning the truth of the estuary. Sunny grew quiet, thinking about what she said. The description of the drop of ichor indeed stated that the vile thieving bird had gone mad after seeing the reflection of the unknown in Weaver's eye. Was it perhaps another way of saying that it had become corrupted? And if so, had something similar happened to the first seeker? Was the truth buried by Ariel in the heart of the Black Pyramid the same truth Weaver had witnessed once, and which became forever frozen in the depths of his or her eyes? You want to be free of the truth, so you didn't deserve it. He remained silent for a while, then sighed. Well, that's great. Now, we don't only have to be wary of nightmare creatures, we even have to be careful about what we learn. Damnation, you do know that I am a very curious guy, don't you, Neff? She looked at him, lingered for a bit, and smiled. Oh, I do. You are indeed a very curious guy, lost from light, who was born from the shadows, rightful heir of. Sonny opened his eyes wide and hurriedly dismissed the mental connection of the blessing of dusk. Hey, hey. Nephis leaned on the side of the ketch and laughed softly. What? He opened his mouth, then closed it again and gritted his teeth. Can you maybe forget that? Forever? Nephis looked away with white sparks dancing in her eyes. Can I? Well, I don't know. I have a very good memory. Sonny stared at her for a while, then scoffed. Admit it, though. You thought it was a bit cool, didn't you? I bet you did. Like you thought Mongrel was. Neff's face suddenly grew still. I absolutely did not. He grinned. Sure. Ah, but I have a good memory too. What was it that you said in that nightclub in NQSC? If I recall correctly. Nephis closed her eyes and yawned. I am so tired. I think I need to rest now. Sonny laughed. Really? All right, then. Rest well. Chapter 1295, No One Knows. While Nephis was pretending to sleep, Sonny moved to the stern of the ketch and looked at Ananke, who seemed to have paid no attention to their conversation. Sensing his attention, however, she turned slightly and asked. Yes, my lord. He hesitated for a few moments. I wanted to ask you about Weaver. The old woman smiled slightly, as if uplifted by his question. What would you like to know? Sonny remained silent for a moment. What didn't he want to know? Diamonds were surrounded by mystery, and while he slowly accumulated a lot of knowledge about them, much more knowledge than an average human in the ancient times of the Dream Realm had, most likely there were still wide gaps in it. The problem was that Ananke was not really a person from the Dream Realm. She had been born in the tomb of Ariel and spent her life in isolation from the outside world. Still, she was a priestess of the nightmare spell. She had to know many things, even if some of that knowledge had undoubtedly been twisted as a result of becoming religious doctrine. So, he was unsure how much he would be able to learn from the old woman. Sonny scratched the back of his head. Well, for starters, was Weaver a man or a woman? He was really tired of stumbling over his words every time he tried to say something about them. Ananke chuckled. No one knows. Weaver was a master of lies, after all, so you should take anything that is known about the demon of fate with a grain of salt. Weaver was the firstborn of the unknown. His or hers domain was fate. And just like fate, Weaver was fickle, inevitable, and terrifying. Despite not possessing dreadful battle power, unlike some other diamonds, the demon of fate was feared the most. Sonny was not surprised. He couldn't imagine a more frightening enemy than someone whose weapon was fate itself. That said, he wasn't sure whether Weaver had been able to control fate, or simply perceive it. The latter seemed more probable. Even if everyone had been convinced otherwise. Was that one of Weaver's lies? He inhaled deeply. Who was the unknown, then? The old woman smiled. I don't know. Sonny blinked a couple of times. Well, that is not surprising. There is a reason why that being is called the unknown, after all. Actually, no. Unknown is just the substitute word the spell uses for the runes it refuses to translate. So, the progenitor of the diamonds is called something else. The priesthood of the nightmare spell probably started calling that being unknown for the same reason I did, considering that they are the carriers of the spell, as well. Or rather, of an ancient, rudimentary version of the spell. He shook his head dejectedly. For someone who has chosen to dedicate their lives to serving Weaver, suffering all kinds of mistreatment and persecution, you and your people don't seem to know a lot about the being you serve. Sonny was afraid that Ananke would be offended by his remark, but she simply shook her head. We might not know a lot, but we know all we need. We know that when the gods and the diamonds started their cursed war, Weaver was the only one who refused to participate. Her weathered face turned somber. And when the flames of that wall spread, bringing doom and destruction to all, Weaver was the only one who offered us all a path to salvation. Sunny glanced at Nephis, who could certainly hear what they were talking about. Wondering what she thought about all that, he asked. That path to salvation is the nightmare spell. Ananke nodded. Indeed. The nightmare spell was created by Weaver and entrusted to us in order to save us all from the doom that demons brought upon. And there it was. A proclamation of a hidden truth that Sunny had tentatively considered before, but was never really sure of. That the purpose of the spell was not cruel and sinister in nature, but instead fundamentally benevolent, albeit still cruel. However, if that was what Weaver had told people like Ananke, could that truth really be trusted? She had just described the demon of fate as a master of lies, after all, and said that everything about Weaver should be taken with a grain of salt. Nevertheless, Ananke seemed to believe in the benevolence of the nightmare spell wholeheartedly. That was rather strange. How should I put it? The old woman, despite her age and wisdom, seemed a little bit naive. Sunny and Nephis were not the worst people from the waking world by far, but even they had briefly contemplated attacking and killing her after discovering the catch. Yet she had never been on guard against them, instead treating them with utmost sincerity. Her unwavering trust in Weaver was just the same. He hesitated for a long time before speaking again. Grandmother, I don't mean to offend you, but hasn't that doom come already? Where is the salvation you were promised? Holding the steering oar, Ananke smiled softly. Why, it is right here, my lord. It is you, the children of Weaver. Sunny stared at her for a few moments, his expression incredulous. The old woman chuckled. You might have misunderstood me a little. When I spoke of salvation, I did not mean that my elders, who had accepted the mission of caring for the nightmare spell from Weaver, hoped to save themselves. The doom war, it threatened to destroy all life, all humans, and all beings everywhere, forever. So, what they really wanted to save was the future. She paused for a few moments, took a shaky breath, and added. It might be strange to say this while sailing into the past, but the future, it is still ahead, and so, it can still be saved. Sunny pursed his lips. The dream realm was already a dead world, with only nightmare creatures populating its hellish expanse. And now, the spell had even infected Earth with the same plague that had destroyed it, forcibly pulling more humans there in an attempt to do what? He sighed. How exactly are we supposed to save the future? We can't even save ourselves. The old woman shook her head. That is for you to know, my lord. Although I am a caretaker of the nightmare spell, I am not a person it was meant for. All I can do is help those chosen, like you, brave the thorny path. As much as I can, with what little power I have. She smiled. Even if it's just for a short while. That is enough for me. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, then rubbed his face. Well, isn't that convenient? Chapter 1296, Doom War. N0 in. Sunny was not sure that he was buying what Ananke believed, but at the same time, he couldn't completely discard it. Damn Weaver. Just why did the creator of the spell have to be a nebulous and elusive creature not only surrounded in mystery, but also obsessed with lies? Could there be anyone more untrustworthy? Even though Sunny had inherited Weaver's forbidden lineage, wore Weaver's mask, and had a high affinity to fate, which was Weaver's domain, he still knew close to nothing about the demon of fate. Where had Weaver come from? Who hid behind the fearsome black mask? What motives had guided them? What goals had they pursued? He shook his head with resignation and looked at Ananke, frowning. Whatever. If I can't learn about Weaver, I should at least learn everything else. Sunny collected his thoughts before asking the next question. Grandmother, you said that the purpose of the nightmare spell is to save the future from the doom of the great war between the diamonds and the gods. To be honest, I am not entirely sure what that really means. What exactly is that doom? What made the war so terrible? The old woman gazed at the flowing expanse of the great river, lingered for a moment, and sighed. It was indeed terrible. Of course, I have not experienced the horror of those days myself. What I do know was passed down to me from my elders, who had granted, they escaped the war before the end came, so even they didn't know how and why the true devastation happened. She paused to catch her breath, then continued in her creaky voice. No one really knows what resentment pushed the Daimons to rise against the gods. It happened soon after the demon of desire escaped her chains. The youngest among them, the demon of destiny, called upon his siblings to wage war against the heavens. 5 answered his call, and only the demon of fate refused. Ananke moved the steering oar a little, her frail hand as dark as the polished wood. Many blamed the Daimons for everything terrible that happened. But, truly, things weren't going well long before their rebellion. Most of the gods had grown distant, and people quarreled with each other, forgetting the days when everything stood. Her cloudy eyes were distant, as if the old woman was imagining the wide world that she had never seen or known. She slowly shook her head. Together against the corruption. Humans fought against humans, and against other noble creatures. Followers of war burned the temples of shadow, and their empire spread, consuming many weaker realms. Her cloudy eyes were distant, as if the old woman was imagining the wide world that she had never seen or known. She slowly shook her head. So, maybe, the Great War was merely the result, and not the cause of the end. In any case, the 6 demons assembled vast armies and led them against the gods. What was different about that war was that they were not immediately defeated. After all, there were many lesser deities, but none of them were as feared as the Daimons, let alone if 6 of them united. Others joined their cause, and even the great gods couldn't defeat such an enemy with ease. The old woman trembled. The war was furious and merciless. Many realms had become battlefields and were devoured by flames. But the worst was still to come. Because instead of coming to a conclusion, the war only continued to grow fiercer. Those loyal to the gods took up arms, and in response, the demons recruited more allies, mortal champions who had suffered the tyranny of the empire, ancient creatures that had been banished into the darkest corners of the underworld, and everyone else who bore deep grudges against the divine, even the harrowing Nephilim. Utter madness was unleashed, and soon, there was no place untouched by the war. Everywhere turned into the battlefield. Ananke glanced at the flowing waters of the great river and remained silent for a while. Eventually, she said. Nowhere was safe. The forests burned, the fields turned to deserts, the rivers dried up. A passing blow from the fighting deities could destroy entire cities. Over time, countless humans were displaced or lost their lives. That was when we started calling it the Doom War, believing that it would become the end of everything. It was also when Weaver created the nightmare spell, and gifted it to us mortals. Sunny suddenly remembered the forgotten shore, and the ruin that had befallen that land when the shining figure fell from the sky. Was that radiant creature one of the soldiers in the dreadful war between the 6 Daimons and the 6 gods? Was it, perhaps, one of the Nephilim? Or an actual angel? If what had happened on the Forgotten Shore was happening all across the dream realm, then it was no surprise that the ancient humans there saw it as the end of the world. Ananke sighed. Weaver offered us a path to salvation, but back then, the demon of fate was despised by all the followers of the gods, the followers of the Daimons, and even those who did not want anything to do with the war. We, the priests of the nightmare spell, were despised as well. Few listened to us still, some did. The nightmare spell was alluring, after all, even in its infant state. Sunny tilted his head. Alluring? The old woman nodded. Of course, it gave its carriers so many abilities. The ability to possess memories and echoes, the ability to instantly be able to enter your soul, see, awaken your aspect, be guided on the path of ascension. The nightmare spell promised people who desperately wished for power means to defend themselves. Ha! So, Weaver was not only the most insidious demon, but also a devious salesman. The nightmare spell was packed with all kinds of boons that desperate people would find irresistible, boons that the humans of the waking world took for granted, since they had nothing to compare them to. No wonder the spell spread like a plague despite the contemptible reputation of its creator. So, what happened then? Ananke lingered for a moment. The priests of the nightmare spell helped it spread, trying their best to bestow its gifts on new carriers. That was when my elders entered the tomb of Ariel. We never learned what happened after we left. The war must have turned even more harrowing, somehow, and neither side emerged victorious. Instead, everyone was destroyed. Even the gods perished. She hesitated. I heard that more outsiders appeared after the voices of the gods grew silent. Maybe they brought news to the tomb of Ariel. But by then, we were already chased far upstream, so we never met them. The old woman's voice grew wistful as she said. By now, most of them must have been consumed by the defilement. My lord, perhaps you can learn more if you speak to Dusk of Fallen Grace. She is one of the Sibyls, after all. She must know more than a humble exile like me does. Chapter 1297, Where Nightmares Come From. Sunny remained silent for a while, thinking. There was a lot to think about. Although Nef's eyes were closed, he could tell that she was thoughtful, as well. The history of the dream realm, which they could only guess before, was revealed in front of them with stark clarity. Of course, Ananke had not witnessed all these events herself. But the tales she relayed were passed down to her from people who actually had. No wonder. No wonder Mordred had told him that the knowledge and experience Awakened brought back from their nightmares were perhaps more important than the power and abilities they gained. And that legacy clans, especially those ruled by the sovereigns, were very particular about which seeds their scions challenged. Both Vela and Song must have accumulated a great deal of knowledge, however, that knowledge was not something just anyone could access. Even Nephis, who had been adopted into the great clan, did not seem privy to most of their secrets yet. That was only natural. After all, knowledge was the origin of power. According to Weaver. And Anvil would not trust her with power until she had proven herself. He lingered for a few moments, then looked to his right, where Anank's mask still lay on the wooden deck. Stretching his hand, he picked it up and stared at the fearsome, demonic face. Sunny could not glimpse anything about the mask. He did not even know whether it was a memory or a simple piece of carved wood. Glancing at Ananke, he pointed to the mask and asked, "Is this a divine memory?" She remained silent for a few moments, then slowly shook her head. "No, my lord. This one is merely sacred, a lesser facsimile of the true mask of Weaver. It is a part of the ceremonial garb that we, priests and priestesses of the nightmare spell, wear both to escape the gaze of our pursuers and to follow in the footsteps of our benefactor, the demon of fate. The more accomplished a priest was, the higher rank memory they would be bestowed." Ananke looked away with a faint smile. "My mother, whom I inherited this memory from, was one of the few who received a mask of the sacred rank, which was the highest of honors. As for divine memories of the mask of Weaver, I've never seen these holy relics. There were only ever 2 of them, entrusted personally to the first 2 who were chosen by the demon of fate, the high priest and the high priestess of the nightmare spell." Sunny studied the surface of the mask some more. After a short stretch of silence, he followed his whim and asked, "Does it have the Where is my eye enchantment?" He was curious if Ananke, as the priestess of the spell, could teach him how to gaze at the tapestry of fate without dying. The old woman looked at him with a surprised expression. "Where is my eye?" No, it doesn't. But if I may be so bold as to ask, how do you know the name of that enchantment, my lord? This sacred memory of mine only possesses 2. It was only the 2 holy masks that possessed a third, and even then, very few ever learned about it." Sunny hesitated for a long time, then sighed and summoned Weaver's mask. Soon, a fearsome mask of polished black wood appeared in his left hand, identical to the one he was holding in his right. Anank's eyes widened slightly. "My lord, is that?" He nodded. "Yes. Before you start assuming things, I am not a priest of the nightmare spell, nor am I a chosen of the demon of fate. It's just that I found this thing a few years ago in a godforsaken pit of a cursed city. I've been stumbling on various traces of Weaver while traveling the dream realm, so I guess I am curious about him. Or her. Or whatever Weaver was. Sunny considered telling her about Bloodweave and the phalanx of the demon in question, which he had swallowed in the Ebony Tower, but decided against it. He didn't want to give the old woman a heart attack, or put strange thoughts in her head. Her reverent attitude was already rather uncomfortable. Ananke remained silent for a few moments, looking at the mask and Sunny with that same reverence. Then, she sighed softly. "My lord, was this memory helpful to you on your journey?" He raised an eyebrow. "Helpful? Well, I guess it was. It saved my life a few times. But it also almost killed me a few times. In any case, I probably wouldn't be standing here without it." The old woman smiled. "Then it was fate that guided you to it, and me to you. By Weaver's grace." Sunny looked at her somberly. He didn't like being reminded of just how helpless he was against fate. Neither did he like the idea of being a marionette for a long-dead demon. But he couldn't really dispute what Ananke had said. First, because it was pointless to argue faith with logic. Second, because he wasn't sure that his logic was sound. Who was to say that the damned demon of fate had not really arranged for various things to happen in the distant future? "This is distressing." He let out a heavy sigh, then dismissed his weaver's mask and put the other one on the bench near Ananke. "You shouldn't leave it lying on the deck. It is a gift from your mother, after all." The old woman gently took the wooden mask and placed it on her lap. "Thank you, my lord. You are wise." Sunny furtively glanced at her and hid a smile. "How I got one, too." Then, he looked at the beautiful vista of the great river and said, "So, when your elders entered the tomb of Ariel, most of the priesthood of the nightmare spell remained outside, splintered in order to convert more carriers during the Doom War." N1N. Ananke simply nodded. "Yes." She seemed down, so Sunny suddenly wanted to encourage her. He thought for a few moments, and then shrugged. "Well, they've done a great job. The nightmare spell outlived both the diamonds and the gods. In the future, it is nearly all-powerful. By the way, you said that it was very alluring to people even at the start. But what about the price? Weren't they afraid of dying in the nightmares?" The old woman looked at him with a hint of confusion. "Nightmares, my lord? What do you mean? Why would people be afraid of dying in their dreams?" At that moment, Nephis opened her eyes and turned her head, looking at Ananke silently. Sunny turned, too, his gaze becoming sharp. "Does she not know what a nightmare is?" He lingered for a moment, then asked. "Did the spell not put people through trials, way back then?" Ananke touched her white hair, then shook her head. "Trials? No, I've never heard of anything like that." Sunny blinked a couple of times. "Now, that's new. Why would nightmares only exist in our time? That doesn't make any sense." Nephis seemed to share his thoughts. She remained silent for a moment, then suddenly leaned forward and asked. "Grandmother, I have a question, then. Where exactly does the nightmare in the nightmare spell come from?" Sunny blinked. What a strange question. The old woman stared at them in bewilderment. After a while, she said, "That is what Weaver named it. The demon of fate must have had a reason, but it is not for us to know what that reason was. The nightmare spell, it is just what it has always been called." Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other. The spell was always very particular with its words, and Weaver must have been the same. There was no way that the grand creation of the nebulous demon had been named without much thought. But what was the meaning of that name? Neither of them knew, and Ananke didn't seem to know either. Damn Weaver. Chapter 1298, Noble Cause. Sunny left the old woman alone and returned to where Nephis was resting, full of thought. He had not received all the answers he wanted from Ananke, but at the same time, he learned a lot, maybe even too much. I don't know. There was too much information, all of it fragmented, ambiguous, and confusing. Not only that, but he was not even sure that it could be trusted. In any case, many mysteries he had never hoped to solve were resolved now. Like the destruction of the Forgotten Shore, it had become collateral damage in the war between the Daimons and the gods. Or the identity of the nameless prisoner of the ruined cathedral. It was one of the first 2 apostles chosen by Weaver to tend to and spread the nightmare spell, whoever these apostles had been. Sunny even had more context for why the followers of War God had been destroying the temples of Shadow God in his first nightmare, and what Empire Oro of the Nine was a soldier of. Still, he had even more questions now. Like always. My head hurts. He was saying these words a lot in this nightmare. Sunny sighed, then looked at Nephis. What do you think? With how obsessed she was with destroying the spell, the revelations about its origin and presumed purpose had to have shaken her and maybe even her conviction. But Nephis simply shrew. Giged. Makes sense. He raised an eyebrow. Huh? She looked at him and remained silent for a moment. That the nightmare spell has a purpose, and that its purpose is tied somehow to the destruction of the dream realm. However, that doesn't change anything. Sunny leaned back and studied her calm face. She seemed as composed as ever. So, knowing that doesn't change anything for you. N. Nephis looked at the sky. Why would it? It is still hateful. It is still the cause of indescribable misery, that of countless people, and my own. Salvation? Future? To me, it sounds like the spell was designed to destroy countless futures for the sake of a future that Weaver envisioned, and fuel it with the lives of those like us, who have never asked to be a part of Weaver's schemes. Sunny frowned, then glanced at the frail figure of Ananke. Luckily, it didn't seem like she had heard them. Nephis gritted her teeth. If a burglar comes into your home, kills your family, and takes everything you have from you, does it really matter if the burglar intends to use the spoils for a noble cause? Would you hate him less? Sunny sighed. He could see her point, too. I guess it depends. Nephis looked at him darkly. Depends. On what? He lingered for a few moments, collecting his thoughts. On the nature of the relationship between the dream realm and our world. How separate are they, exactly? Would corruption have spread to the waking world eventually, even without the spell, or not? Things like that. Sorry, I seem to have lost track of the metaphor. She stared at him for a while, then turned away with a scowl. Sunny winced. His argument was reasonable, but humans weren't. That included him, as well. If someone murdered Rain to save an entire neighborhood, he would have hated them all the same. He did not say anything else, looking somberly at the great river. Eventually, it was Nephis who broke the silence. Her voice was even. I am curious about something else, though. Sunny glanced at her and raised an eyebrow. What? She frowned slightly. What happened after Anank's elders entered the tomb of Ariel and lost contact with the outside world? How did the war escalate even further? What could have happened to cause both sides to be destroyed? Neph's eyes glinted with white radiance. And what role did the spell play in the conclusion of the war? How has it grown to its current state? Sunny felt a sudden chill as he remembered the description of Bone Weave, despised and hunted by both sides. Weaver disappeared. No one knew where Weaver went and what they did until it was too late. With white light burning in her eyes, Nephis looked at him and asked. Did you ever think that, maybe, the nightmare spell is not only responsible for the devastation of our world, but also for the destruction of the dream realm? He remained silent for a while, his expression troubled. Then, Sunny rolled his eyes. Damn it, Neph. You do remember what flaw I have, right? Please don't subject me to avalanches of questions like that. To answer all of them, I don't know, I have no idea, I have no clue, there's no way to tell. Nephis blinked a couple of times, then opened her eyes wide and covered her mouth with a hand. Oh sorry. Sunny continued nonchalantly. That is a mystery to me, who knows? And yes, I did consider it before. They're all done. In the awkward silence that followed, he smiled and said. Anyway. All this talking made me hungry. Let's eat. Sunny felt spoiled eating Anank's home-cooked food, so much so that the weight he had lost on the dark island was slowly returning. The old woman herself still ate like a bird, but she seemed to be in a better state than before. Her hands were shaking less, and she remained lucid for longer periods of time before having to rest. The ketch continued to move downstream, devouring distance with great speed. Nothing had attacked them yet, perhaps because they had left the most dangerous region of the Great River, perhaps because Ananke knew how to navigate the flowing waters to avoid danger. It was probably both. The day came to an end, followed by a peaceful night. Sunny spent most of that time quietly working on mastering the fourth step of Shadow Dance. The dire enlightenment he had gained in the battle against the Azure Serpent was steadily leading him to success. In the morning, they enjoyed a scrumptious breakfast, and then nothing changed. The journey continued, and the waters of the great river remained the same. The old ketch continued to travel into the past. Chapter 1299, Nameless Things. A few more days passed in blissful idleness. Sunny continued concentrating on Shadow Dance, not ready yet to learn more from Ananke. The information she had shared with them was already vexing enough, and he was struggling to pass through all of its many implications. He also resumed his habit of studying the weave of the Estuary key, even though it still remained a complete mystery to him. After hesitating for a while, Sunny turned to the old woman for help, but there was no result. Although she was a priestess of the nightmare spell and a follower of the demon of fate, she was not a weaver herself. Sunny knew more about weaver's sorcery than Ananke did. Which was not to say that she did not know anything about sorcery at all. After spending several days in the ketch, Sunny and Nephis noticed two strange things about the swift vessel and its owner. The first one concerned the ketch itself. Its sails were always full of wind, pushing the boat across the shining surface of the great river with enviable speed. Which was not too strange in and of itself, if not for the fact that this speed was too constant and stable. It also did not seem as though the direction and strength of the wind ever changed, or rather, they never changed around the ketch. They did, however, change some distance away from it, creating an eerie situation where the waters where the wooden sailboat passed were different from the rest of the world. Not only that, but Ananke also never manipulated the sails in any way to help them catch the wind. And nothing ever attacked them. Both Sunny and Nephis knew, of course, that the ketch was not a mundane boat. It was obviously enchanted in some way, they just did not know how. There were no runes carved into its surface and no sophisticated runic patterns like on the Chainbreaker. There was no spellweave hidden within the old wood either. Eventually, they were defeated by curiosity and asked Ananke directly. That was how Sunny learned that, while the old woman was not a weaver, she was still a sorceress. However, the sorcery she used did not belong to the demon of fate, nor was it the runic sorcery created by Hope. Instead, it was the ancient sorcery upon which Hope's runic magic was based, the sorcery of names. Noticing their bewilderment, the old woman chuckled. My lord and lady, don't look too surprised. I am not some kind of powerful shaper. I was just taught a few simple names and phrases by my mother, enough to sail the great river and provide for myself. Sunny and Nephis were still stunned. It was not every day that they met a practitioner of an entirely new system of sorcery. In fact, Sunny had only ever met two sorcerers, himself and Noctis. Noctis had known a great deal about true names of things and how to invoke them, but his was a more sophisticated kind of magic, which relied on inscribing the names with runes instead of speaking them directly. Nephis had met a few more, considering that she was acquainted with the Forge Masters of Clan Vela. She had told him that the members of the Vela family often received aspects tied to crafting, which was how they were able to create powerful memories. However, the family had accumulated plenty of knowledge of runic sorcery, as well. The cage that Sunny and Cassie had almost died in during their imprisonment in the Night Temple was proof. Ananke tilted her head curiously. Are there no Shapers in the future? Well, makes sense. We were a dying breed even before the war. And with the gifts of the Nightmare spell, no one would need to seek power in such an antiquated and obsolete art. She lingered for a few moments, and then pointed to the sails. It is rather simple, really. I just invoked the name of the wind, the name of moving forward across water, and the name of the sail, then put them together into a verse. I also used the name of concealment and the name of being hidden from predators. Of course, most of that was only possible because this old ketch of mine is imbued with a true name of its own, which served as an anchor for the entire verse. Ananke sighed. It is also most of my repertoire. True names were never meant to be spoken by mortals. So, one has to possess innate talent in order to master even the easiest of them. My talent is not too good. Sunny looked at her intently and asked. Is it very important for the ketch to have a true name of its own? The old woman nodded with a smile. Of course. Without a true name, a thing does not have pull. It is tenuous and slippery, so sorcery can't stick to it that well. Oh, at least that was how it was explained to me when I was a child. A nameless thing won't be influenced as much, but it will also be unable to exert much influence in turn. That is a rule that goes beyond sorcery, as well. Sunny grew silent, contemplating her words. Ananke, meanwhile, looked at them with a strangely wistful emotion in her cloudy eyes. Actually, I was going to teach you how to control the ketch, my lord and lady. If you are willing, of course, since even I was able to master these few names, at least one of you will surely succeed. Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other. Her expression was thoughtful, while his was full of greed. Ah, damn it, he was burning with curiosity and insatiable avarice. Learn a few sorceress words. Of course, he was willing. However, Sunny had to reluctantly pull himself back. He would indeed love to learn a tiny bit of the word sorcery, but his resources were already spread thin. Apart from shadow dance, he also had to study weaving. His combat skills and aspect powers all required attention, too. Becoming distracted by a shiny new toy was only going to slow down his progress. Plus, if Nephis learned these names from Ananke, he could always ask her to teach him in the future. Sunny sighed, then forced himself to say, "I'll decline, for now." His heart was in pain. Nephis looked at him silently, then turned to Ananke and bowed slightly. "Please teach me, grandmother." The old woman nodded with satisfaction. "It will be an honor, my lady." N. And that was how the first strange thing they noticed was resolved. The second, though. The second had to do with Ananke herself. It seemed that the further downstream they traveled, the more the old woman changed. Chapter 1300, Riverborn. When Sunny and Nephis first met Ananke, both were concerned about the frail old woman. She just looked too ancient and weak, ready to snap like a twig. Her tan skin was thin and transparent like wallpaper, her cloudy eyes teary and dull, her gaunt figure so small that it seemed to be drowning in the black folds of her dark mantle. They were not sure that the old woman could survive another peaceful day, let alone a long and perilous journey across the great river. However, as the days went by, their worries were proven wrong. Old Ananke continued to cling to life. In fact, her condition seemed to be improving little by little. She had more energy now, could remain fully lucid for longer periods of time, and even regained some of her appetite. At first, Sunny thought that it was simply the result of finally having hope again after waiting for the two of them for gods knew how long, as well as eating better. But as more time passed, the difference became too obvious to be explained by mere inspiration. Ananke was definitely changing. Her hands gradually stopped shaking, and her grip on the steering oar became firmer. Her cloudy eyes regained some of their former sharpness. She wasn't hunching as much anymore, and her voice was not as weak and creaky as before. She did not grow tired as quickly as she had at the start, and the long periods of silence where she seemed to doze off with her eyes open happened less and less frequently, until ceasing altogether. It was as though Ananke was slowly growing younger. Sunny had to admit that he was not just imagining things when he opened his eyes one day to notice that there were suddenly a few black strands in her long, snow-white hair. What is going on? He looked at Ananke for a few moments, then lowered his gaze to the powerful current of the great river, which flowed into the past. Nephis, who had been practicing the names the old woman taught her to no result, for now noticed that he was awake and carefully pulled on the sleeve of his tunic. Then, she silently glanced at Ananke and back. Sunny hesitated for a moment. Me? Why do I have to ask? Asking a woman about her age, does she think I like courting death? Well, to be honest, his track record indeed suggested that he did. He sighed, threw an indignant glance at Nephis, and approached the old woman while secretly studying her face and thin frame. There was no denying it, Ananke looked much more hale than she had before. She could not be called young by any means, still, but neither could she be called decrepit or ancient. Sunny lingered for a second or two, then asked politely, "Grandmother, can I ask you something?" The old woman smiled at him kindly. "Of course, my lord. Now what am I supposed to say?" Sunny took a deep breath, then just came clean with it. "It might sound weird, but are you, by any chance, getting younger?" Ananke looked at him with a startled expression. Sunny coughed in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, it's just that I noticed that you look better. I don't mean that you didn't look well before." The old woman suddenly chuckled. No. It is me who needs to apologize, my lord. I just have never met someone entirely from outside the tomb of Ariel before. That is why it is not easy for me to account for the fact that you might not know some things that are common sense here." She shook her head, and then said gently, "Yes, this body of mine is indeed getting younger. It is because we are moving downstream." Sunny and Nephis looked at each other, perplexed. After a few moments of silence, he furtively studied her slender figure, while she openly studied his. Eventually, Nephis said, "But it doesn't seem like Sunny and I changed. Wouldn't they have become toddlers by now?" Ananke nodded, her expression slightly sad. "Of course not. It is because you are outsiders, while I am riverborn. The outsiders are not beholden to the flow of the great river, since they have come from outside it. They are free to roam it as they wish, traveling any distance. That is why they are also called pilgrims." She smiled. "But we, riverborn, are different. Since we were born inside the tomb of Ariel, we are beholden to the flow of time within it. We can only travel as far as our lifespans allow, and even then, the only direction that is allowed to us is upstream. We are chained to the stretch of the great river where we come from." Sunny looked at her in bewilderment, struggling to imagine what such a life would look like. Wait, how does it even work?" At the same time, Nephis asked. "So, you grow older when you move upstream, and grow younger when you move downstream. That is in relation to the place where you were born." Ananke looked between the two of them helplessly, then finally decided to answer Nef's question first and nodded. "Indeed." Sunny blinked a couple of times, then suddenly opened his eyes wide. "Wait, does that mean that as long as you stay in place, you are immortal?" Ananke sighed softly. "Our bodies will not age, my lord. That is not the same as being immortal." She looked at the sparkling expanse of the great river wistfully. "Actually, we riverborn don't usually live that long. At least not in Weave. Life here is full of hardship, and the waters are dangerous. Since we live close to the desolate future, there are many corrupted coming from upstream, all of them immune to the flow of time. Things were fine when we had many outsiders among us, our elders, but as their number dwindled, it grew harder and harder to provide for ourselves and defend the city." The old woman's face grew dark. After all, It is not easy to fight an enemy that can attack and retreat freely while you lack the ability to pursue it. Still we managed. Life in Weave might not have been easy or opulent, but it was blissful. At least mine was. Ananke fell silent, a faint smile on her lips. Now wait a minute. Sunny tilted his head and, unable to control himself, blurted out. Then, Grandmother, no, Ananke, how old are you, really? Oh, what am I doing? The old woman looked at him and chuckled. Me? Actually, among the river people, I am considered to be quite a young woman. He froze. Nephis froze, too. Young? N01N. Ananke nodded earnestly. Of course I am barely 200 years old. Chapter 1301, Fourth Mastery. The outsiders and the Riverborn. The revelation of the difference between them was enough to boggle Sunny's mind. He had already been prepared to encounter all kinds of bizarre situations inside the tomb of Ariel, but what Ananke told them sent him for a loop. It was because Sunny had only considered the odd perils of the great river in relation to himself, not in relation to a whole civilization. The way the river people lived was fundamentally different from anything he had ever known because the most fundamental truth of the world, time, worked differently for them. The first settlers of the tomb of Ariel had all been outsiders, so how great must their shock have been when their children were born so different from them? How much pain did that division bring? How much sorrow? How much effort did it take for them to create an entirely new kind of society? With time, the number of Riverborn grew, while the number of outsiders dwindled. However, the civilization that Ananke had described could not function without the outsiders, who could travel the great river and served as the connective tissue between various cities established on it. What was it like for them, to see their children remain forever young? What was it like for the Riverborn, to watch their parents age when they never did? To see them leave when they couldn't? How did Riverborn children even become adults? Suddenly, the story of the followers of Weaver being chased far upstream gained a much darker undertone. Sunny shivered. The civilization of the Great River turned out to be much stranger than he had thought. It was so strange, in fact, that he struggled to imagine it. And that was not even mentioning the fact that old Ananke had turned out to not be old at all while also being 10 times his age. I can't think anymore. It was too much to digest, especially this early in the morning. Sunny summoned the endless spring and washed his face, then opened Ananke's wooden box. There was not much food left inside, which made him sigh. Taking out a teapot and a plate brimming with juicy braised meat, rolled in seaweed leaves, he sat down and stared at the 7 suns for a few moments. Dusk of Fallen Grace is one of the original Sibyls. If Ananke, who was born long after they had entered the tomb of Ariel, is 200 years old, then what about Dusk? What about the defilement? For how many centuries had the Sibyls fought against the spreading corruption before losing all their cities except Fallen Grace? In other words, for how long had the enemy been growing stronger, while their potential allies had been growing weaker? Shaking his head, he poured the tea into 2 cups and grabbed a seaweed roll. No matter how long it has been, I need to grow stronger, too, and do it quickly. A few more days passed. Nephis had spent them diligently learning how to control the ketch with the names, while Su Nny mostly sat at the bow, looking at the water silently. Nin. Sometimes, he would allow himself to get distracted and either think about the tomb of Ariel or study the estuary key. Almost all his time, however, was dedicated to mastering the 4th step of Shadow Dance. Feeling that he was on the brink of an epiphany, Sunny even abandoned sleep. The 7 suns rose and fell, but he remained motionless, his eyes veiled by deep shadows. And then, finally, in the twilight of dusk, Sunny suddenly straightened and opened his eyes wide. This is it. In his mind, countless memories, insights, and experiences clicked together with a deafening thunderclap. The feeling of being embraced by the dark carapace of the shadow shell, the strange state of dissolving into shadows only to manifest himself into a tangible form, the memories of the Red Colosseum, where he slowly learned to fight in the unfamiliar body of the Shadow Spawn, the harrowing labyrinth of nightmares, the furious battle with the Azure Serpent. All of it came together. Being able to peer into the essence of the enemy, to mimic them both in thought and action. Training his body to be supremely adaptable and flexible. Breaking the rigid constraints of his mind to make it formless and shapeless, akin to a shadow. Those were all necessary steps, without which this evolution would not have been possible. It was all for this moment. It was all to truly become a shadow. I see now. As Sunny gazed into the twilight, the encroaching darkness around him moved and stirred. At the same time, a familiar voice whispered into his ear. Your aspect legacy mastery has increased. You have received the right to claim a legacy relic. Your shadow has evolved. Sunny let out a soft sigh. Finally, after so long, he finally took another step. Instead of summoning the runes immediately, he closed his eyes and assessed the breakthrough he had made. The fourth step, it was a departure from his previous understanding of shadow dance, indeed. It was not about understanding the enemy to absorb their battle style and anticipate their moves. It was not even about peering into their essence to know their feelings and intentions. It was about becoming the enemy, both in thought and in flesh. Just like he had done with Daeron of the Twilight Sea. As a result, the previous skills Sunny had cultivated through practicing shadow dance had all grown stronger. His ability to shadow his enemies had been elevated to a new level, and would allow him to do it much faster, as well as to a wider extent. More importantly, his ability to learn the structure and function of the bodies of various creatures had been elevated tremendously. Up until now, Sunny had only ever achieved two forms except for his own, that of the Shadow Spawn, and that of the River Serpent. The former was the result of his many experiences in the second nightmare, while the latter was the result of an entire month of constant and meticulous observation. He wouldn't need a month to learn a new form anymore. Of course, he wouldn't be able to do it instantaneously, either, but the amount of time was drastically reduced. Sunny felt that he would have been able to become a River Serpent in a week if he had mastered the fourth step before the Dark Island. But that was because the Azure Serpent had been so much greater than him, and so very different from him. At the same time, the Mad Beast had been a human once, and thus not entirely alien. Some forms would take less time, while others would take longer. And the more forms he learned, the easier creating the next one would become. But it is also dangerous. The third step of shadow dance was dangerous, but the fourth step was much more so. If Sunny wasn't careful about changing his form too drastically and too often, he could very well lose the connection to his own. I'll be careful. He sighed, then opened his eyes and finally summoned the runes. Sunny really wanted to check how Soul Serpent had evolved, but the runes of his absent shadow were lifeless and dull. He couldn't summon more information about Serpent while it was away. So, he turned to his Aspect Legacy instead and read, holding his breath. Aspect Legacy Shadow Dance. Shadow Dance Mastery Level 47. First relic claimed. Second relic claimed. Third relic claimed. Fourth relic claim. Fifth relic unearned. Sunny lingered for a moment, and then whispered quietly. Claim. Nothing happened for a few seconds. Then, it seemed as though the world turned a little darker, and the spell spoke. You have claimed an Aspect Legacy relic. Its words echoed above the flowing water. There was silence for a moment, and then, the spell whispered, you have received a fragment of Shadow's domain. Chapter 1302, Absolute Law. Sunny froze, paralyzed by the whisper of the spell. What? Had he heard right? Had it really said a fragment of Shadow's domain? Of a god's domain? No, wait. What even was a divine domain, and how could there be a fragment of it? How could there be a fragment of any domain, for that matter? Weren't domains more concepts than things? What could a fragment of a concept look like? Sunny took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Slow down. Think, most importantly, don't fall off the catch. He was so out of it that he had almost swayed and tumbled over the side of the boat. Sunny was more than fed up with suddenly falling into water, thanks to the spell, so he hurriedly took a step back. A fragment of Shadow's domain. Come to think about it, hadn't he heard something similar once? During the second nightmare, when they assaulted the Ivory City, the moon had been suddenly devoured by an enormous shadow, and the world was plunged into darkness. When that happened, Noctis said that he had not expected Severus to possess a piece of Shadow's domain. Ivory Dragon Severax was a direct descendant of Sun God and an immortal saint, and yet it was strange for him to possess something like that. And now, Sunny received a piece of a god's domain, too. Damn. Sunny needed a few minutes to calm down. During these minutes, his imagination ran wild. He fantasized about all kinds of developments, from immediately becoming a sovereign to instantly ascending to the divine rank. However, his rationality eventually won. It doesn't work like that. Indeed, possessing a fragment of someone else's domain did not mean having one of your own. More than that, the Ivory Lord, who had used his piece of Shadow's domain to seal the moon and rob Noctis of his power, had not shown any ability above water, so, while the fourth aspect relic of Shadow Dance had to be immensely valuable, it was definitely not a broken cheat item that would turn Sunny into a god among men. Saint from a divine bloodline should have possessed. So, while the fourth aspect relic of Shadow Dance had to be immensely valuable, it was definitely not a broken cheat item that would turn Sunny into a god among men. Yes, but just what the hell is it, and what can it do? He threw a sideways glance at Nephis and Ananke, then turned back to the shimmering runes. And where the hell is it? Sunny read the runes from the very first one. Name Sunless. True name lost from light. Rank ascended. Class Tyrant. Shadow cause 57. Shadow fragments 1448500. Memories Silver Bell. The Crown of Twilight was the last memory on the list. The fragment of Shadow's domain was not among the memories. Neither was it among the echoes, shadows, attributes, or abilities. In fact, there was no indication of it anywhere. Wait, no. What is that? A single new rune appeared close to the end of the shimmering field of symbols. Sunny blinked as he stared in that direction. Aspect abilities: Shadow Control, Shadow Step, Shadow Manifestation. Aspect Legacy: Shadow Dance. Floor Clear Conscience. Dream Anchor: Tower of Longing. What are those question marks? Enin. He concentrated on the rune that had no meaning except for the lack of it, and there were suddenly a few more beside it. Sunna's heart skipped a beat. The new runes read: Fragment of the Shadow Realm. Description: when Shadow made death, he has become death. Everything that Shadow swallowed died, and everything that died was swallowed by Shadow. Death was an absolute law, and thus, that which was ever-changing was ever-changing no more. Time was an absolute law, and thus, that which was everlasting was everlasting no more. Space was an absolute law, and thus, that which was endless no more. Wielding time, space, and death, the gods defeated and bound their enemies. However, there were those who defied even absolute laws. One of these beings broke free of the Shadow Realm after being swallowed by it, and in doing so, splintered several small fragments of it. This is one of the fragments. By calling upon the fragment of Shadow Realm, its owner can summon a piece of Shadow's domain into existence. Sunny stared at the runes, perplexed. Huh? Then, he stared at them some more. Huh? Finally, he dismissed them. Huh? An entire minute passed in complete silence. Well, I'll be damned. It seemed like he had finally encountered something that existed outside the purview of the nightmare spell. Which was why the spell was struggling to integrate the Shadow Realm fragment into its generally all-encompassing system. All the question marks and the awkward placement of the fragment in the field of runes showed that much. For some reason, that made Sunny feel dark glee. He was reveling in the image of the spell being stumped and flustered. On second thought, though, he quickly strangled that feeling. Sunny was more than certain that the spell could read his mind. And while it was not exactly alive, most likely he wouldn't go as far as to say that the spell couldn't hold a grudge. No, it is completely understandable. I also can't make sense of that thing, yeah. The point was that the fourth relic granted to him by Shadow Dance could make a fragment of the Shadow Realm descend into the world. What that entailed, exactly, Sunny was not sure. He had seen it happen once, in the second nightmare, and it caused the moon to be obscured by a giant shadow. Considering that he was a master of shadows and even won himself, something like that would definitely be very beneficial to him. It was just that Sunny had no idea what the summoning would cost him, how it would transpire, or what the actual process was. He didn't even know if it could be done only once, or repeatedly, which was why he was hesitant to experiment and find out. What would he do if the very first experiment turned out to also be the last time he could use the Shadow Realm fragment? As the seven suns drowned and the waters of the great river started to shine, Sunny sighed and shook his head. Well, at least if I am surprised by how that thing works, my enemies will definitely be surprised much more. Then, he shivered. If a fragment of Shadow's domain was the fourth relic of Shadow Dance, then what the hell would be the fifth? What about the seventh? Chapter 1303, The Great and Terrible Lord Sunless. Eventually, they ran out of food. Anank's wooden box was now completely empty except for the plates and cups that Sunny had washed and carefully placed back. There was not even wine left, despite the fact that neither he nor Nephis were fond of alcohol, diluted or not. The old woman seemed stricken by guilt at the lack of things to feed them. Although she was not that old anymore. Ananke looked to be in her 60s now. Her figure remained small and gaunt, but her back was as straight as an arrow. The cataracts disappeared from her eyes, revealing their original piercing blue color. The thin white hair of the elderly priestess turned gray and full, and although her tan skin was still mapped with wrinkles, it was not brittle and transparent anymore. Her frailness and fragility were gone, replaced by wiry tenacity. Overall, she resembled quite a healthy old woman now. That old woman was currently pacing the wooden deck, crushed. Oh, no. Oh, what a blunder. I should have prepared more. Sunny and Nephis looked at each other in confusion. After a few moments of silence, Neph cleared her throat and said, "Grandam Ananke. You don't have to worry about us. Sunny and we are both used to hunger and hardship. This is nothing." The old priestess looked at them silently. "But you are children of Weaver. How can I?" Nephis shook her head. "How do you think children of Weaver live?" Ananke fell silent, then said hesitantly, "I don't know." Sunny sighed and leaned on the side of the ketch with a smile. That one once spent 2 years traveling through desolate hells all alone. I recently led numerous refugees across 3,000 kilometers of abomination-infested mountains in bitter winter. We are used to storming the strongholds of dreadful horrors, clashing with titans, and surviving all kinds of unspeakable things. Hell, that one time, Nephis destroyed an entire sun. So believe her when she says that going a few days without food is nothing. The old woman stared at them silently for a while, her eyes wide. Finally, she took a deep breath. "Your glory rivals that of the Serpent King, my lord and lady, no wonder, no wonder." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Serpent King?" Ananke nodded with a distracted expression on her face. "Yes, Daeron, the King of Twilight. We never met him or his people, but rumors of his deeds reached even Weave." Sunny scratched the back of his head. "Oh? I met him, though." The old woman froze. "My lord, you met the Serpent King?" He nodded, slightly embarrassed. "Yeah." Then, Sunny looked away and added, "I killed him." Anank's blue eyes widened, prompting him to hurriedly add, "Ah, but he was already corrupted. It's not like I just killed him for no reason." The old woman remained silent for a while, then quietly sighed. "Fish. I am going to catch some fish. We will be arriving at Weave soon, but still. My lord and lady shouldn't suffer hunger while in my care. With that, she turned away from them with a determined expression which failed to hide a look of pure amazement. Sunny chuckled quietly and closed his eyes, enjoying the warmth of the 7 suns on his face. After a few moments, though, he opened them again and glanced at Ananke with curiosity. He still wasn't sure how exactly one went about catching fish in the Great River. As it turned out, Ananke had a very strange idea of what fish was. First, she opened a hatch and produced several items from beneath the storage space beneath the deck: a large ceramic bottle, a bundled rope with a jagged hook attached to it, a set of heavy stone weights, and a scattering of softly shining soul shards, which were all stored in a transparent water skin that seemed to be made from a swim bladder. Then, she grabbed the bottle and climbed onto the helmsman bench, looking at the water from above. When Ananke opened the ceramic vessel, the stench of blood spread through the air. The bottle was, indeed, full of blood. The old woman whispered several words, which Sunny couldn't really make out despite hearing them clearly. At the same time, the ketch suddenly started to slow down, and a subtle, imperceptible change spread through the world. He suddenly did not feel as safe as he had before. Our concealment is broken. As Sunny tensed, Ananke poured the blood into the water and outstretched one of her hands. A whirlwind of sparks appeared around it, and soon, a long harpoon manifested itself into existence. Rising the harpoon above her head, the old woman inhaled deeply, and then spoke one more word aloud. In the next moment, it was as though an invisible and intangible shockwave spread outward from the ketch. Sunny did not know what its purpose was, but he felt something stir deep within his soul. The thick blood dissolved in the water, causing it to turn red. Then, as if responding to a call, a swift shadow shot toward the ketch from the deep. Crap! Sunny scrambled to his feet, but before he could do anything, Ananke's wiry arm whipped forward, and her harpoon tore through the air with a fierce whistle. It plunged into the water and disappeared from view. A minute later, the old woman dragged the corpse of a fallen nightmare creature onto the deck. The abomination was not too large, with a grotesquely deformed body and flesh that resembled a sponge. Sunny shivered in disgust. "We are going to eat that?" "Enin." The old woman shook her head. "No, my lord. This is simply the bait." She summoned a curved knife and skillfully sliced the carcass of the creature open. Its blood refilled the ceramic bottle, while its soul shard joined the others in the transparent water skin. Finally, Ananke lodged the jagged hook in the abomination's flesh, attached the stone weights to it, and pushed the bladder of soul shards inside. Everything was done neatly, with practiced speed and precision, as if she had performed these actions 1,000 times before. Sunny and Nephis watched her silently. Eventually, he rolled his shoulders and asked, If this is the bait, then what exactly are we catching?" Chapter 1304, Fishing in the Great River. Hearing his question, the old woman smiled. "This close to weave? How I hope it's a big maw. Their meat is very tender." Before they could ask what a big maw was, she grunted and threw the dead abomination, as well as the stone weights, over the side of the ketch. As the bundle of rope swiftly unfolded, Ananke swiftly tied its end to a wooden post at the stern of the ketch with a sophisticated knot. Soon, the bleeding carcass of the nightmare creature was being dragged a fair distance behind the boat, slowly sinking into the great river. The old woman took up her harpoon again, this time gripping it with some tension. Her weathered face, however, was calm. After waiting for a few minutes, she sighed. Usually, it would be an entire fishing party challenging the depths. But I am the only one left, so. Ananke remained silent for a moment, and then smiled. "Do not worry, my lord and lady. My harpoon has yet to miss. The fishes I catch never manage to swallow me up, either, and they won't today." Sunny and Nephis silently looked at each other, then summoned their weapons. However, there was no need. When something massive finally rose from the depths, attracted by the scent of blood and the fragrance of soul essence, Ananke swiftly readied her harpoon, gazed at the water, and sent it flying with one decisive motion. Soon, they were roasting the meat of a corrupted monster over a bronze brazier. The fish the old woman had caught turned out to be a giant shark-like creature whose body was covered in tough bone armor. However, the harpoon had slid past the bone plates in the only spot where it was possible above the creature's hidden gills. Sunny did not know what enchantments Anank's weapon possessed, but after striking the abomination in its weak spot, the harpoon killed the big maw in one blow. The monster was then dressed down, its succulent meat filling the wooden box, as well as the much larger storage space of the covetous coffer. As she seasoned the roasting meat with salt, the old woman sighed. In the past, we would have harvested much more. Skin, scales, bones, swim bladder, fangs, nothing would have gone to waste. There are very few building materials to be found in the vast waters of the great river, so maintaining a city is not an easy task. We river people have learned to use every resource available. She placed a long strip of meat on the grill and shook her head. There's no need to be so frugal now, though. I am already thankful to the river for this sustenance. With it, I can feed Lord and Lady, that is enough. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then asked. But isn't it very dangerous, to hunt the corrupted this way? You never know what will come from the depths, after all. This time, it was a corrupted monster. Next time, it could be a great one, or something even more dreadful. Ananke nodded, still concentrating on preparing a meal for them. Of course it is very dangerous. Many fishermen die. Remember, though, that we were much stronger before. There were elders leading us, as well. The truly harrowing creatures very rarely come down the river, too. When they did, we usually learned in advance, and the whole city assembled to battle them. That is how we've survived. Until it didn't. Sunny sighed, thinking about the dying civilization of the Great River. There was presumably only one human city left in the tomb of Ariel Fallen Grace. How were they supposed to turn the tide of history and save it? His somber thoughts were interrupted by Ananke, who placed a juicy piece of meat on a plate and offered it to him with a smile. Her teeth had turned sturdy and white at some point. My lord, please, enjoy. She seemed to be in a good mood. Looking at the smiling old woman, Sunny couldn't remain sullen, either. 2 days later, something finally appeared on the horizon. It was a shining dot at the start, but as the ketch drew closer, the shape of a distant lighthouse could be seen, with sunlight reflecting from its polished bronze spire. This was the first human-made structure that Sunny and Nephis had seen in the nightmare. Looking at it filled their hearts with emotions. Nephis, especially, looked at the lighthouse with a distant expression. Its radiance reflected in her eyes, illuminating their ineffable depths. Sunny shifted and turned to Ananke, who was still holding the steering oar. Have we reached Weave? She lingered for a few moments. A boundary of it, yes. The old woman fell silent after that, and Sunny returned to Nephis. Noticing her distant, almost forlorn expression, he asked. Are you thinking about your first nightmare? She nodded slowly. With a sigh, Sunny placed a hand on Neph's shoulder and pulled her closer, allowing her to lean on him slightly. He didn't say anything, and neither did she. Together, they watched the lighthouse draw nearer. Soon, the ketch moved close enough for them to see the details. The lighthouse stood on a small island. That island, however, was not a natural one. Instead, it seemed to have been crafted from the carapace of a sea monster and floated on water, supporting a large and solemn hall built of dark stone. The lighthouse rose from the hall, serving as its tower. There was a long wooden pier protruding into the flowing waters of the great river, as well. The strangest part, however, was that the island did not seem to be drifting with the current. Instead, it remained firmly in place. Another startling detail was that the dark lighthouse with its shining spire was not a lighthouse at all. Instead, it was a windmill. Its long blades rotated slowly, pushed by the wind, white fabric rippling slightly as it circled between land and sky. The island looked quite surreal, especially after weeks spent seeing nothing but flowing water. But it must have been really beautiful at night, illuminated from below by the opalescent radiance of the river. Ananke finally spoke, her voice a little low. N01N. This is the House of Parting. Chapter 1305, House of Parting. This is the House of Parting. It is the furthest point of Weave as one travels upstream. Ananke's voice sounded uncharacteristically dispirited. House of Parting. Sunny studied the artificial island and the solemn structure built upon it, then turned to the old woman and asked. It's a windmill. She nodded. Yes, my lord. The tower harvests the wind to maintain the island. Ananke lingered for a second, and then added. The cities of the Great River are actually more akin to flotillas, each consisting of many cityships, some small like this one, some spanning dozens of kilometers across. They migrate sometimes, but mostly they have to stay in place. There is nothing to anchor a ship to on the Great River, though. Nephis raised an eyebrow. Is the Great River so deep that no anchor can reach its bottom? Ananke shook her head. It is not that the floor of the Great River is too deep, it's that it doesn't exist. No one has ever managed to reach it, at least so, we had to find other ways. She pointed to the rotating blades of the towering windmill. N1.N. There are various ways to make a cityship resist the current, from mundane ones to magical. The House of Parting, you can't see it from here, but there is a great water wheel at the back of the island, constantly propelling it forward at the same speed as the river pushes it back. Its mechanism is mostly powered by the current itself, but the windmill lightens the burden significantly. She sighed. The island's mechanism is on the brink of collapse. Now I've tried to repair it as well as I could, but my knowledge is insufficient to keep an entire city from breaking apart. There's little point to, anyway. Sunny and Nephis looked at the dark windmill, feeling a sense of awe. The island in front of them was actually the creation of incredible human ingenuity, a floating city district that used the wind and the power of the Great River itself to fight against the currents of time. Even now that the people of Weave were gone, it was still pushing forward, refusing to become a thing of the past. The ketch approached the island in solemn silence. As it drew close, Ananke released the wind, filling the sails, skillfully guided the boat to the pier, and moored it to the pier with a piece of rope. The three of them left the small ketch for the first time in a long, long while. Feeling the sturdy wooden planks of the pier under his feet, Sunny enjoyed the fact that the ground was not swaying and took a few steps. He was swaying like a drunk himself for the first couple, but then regained his balance. As he stretched his limbs, Nephis looked around and asked. The House of Parting, why was this place given such a name? Ananke smiled faintly as she headed toward the stone hall, and gestured for them to follow. It is the point of Weave that is the furthest upstream. You know that the bodies of Riverborn like me don't age, however, humans are not created to be immortal. If one lives for too long and her soul grows weary, she might want to rest in the embrace of shadow. The old woman turned around and looked at her ketch, tied to the pier of the House of Parting. When that happens, the one leaving comes to the House of Parting. Those who love them come too, to say farewell. They prepare a feast and celebrate. When all is said and done, the weary Riverborn set sail to go on their last journey. They sail far, far upstream until they reach the end of their lifespan and pass away. One way or another. Ananke lingered for a while, and then added wistfully. Actually, I considered going on such a journey too, before receiving a dream of your arrival. Ironically, I ended up repeating all the same steps, stopping just shy of the last one. It feels strange, to return to the House of Parting from upstream alive. She chuckled and shook her head. In truth, there are two of these houses. The other one is situated at the furthest point of Weave downstream. All other human cities on the Great River are the same, imagine. The lower house is meant for those who were not given a choice, and died an untimely death. Their bodies, if recovered, are sent downstream, to return to the estuary, the origin of everything. Of course, every outsider departs on their last journey from the lower house, as well. Sunny tilted his head, thinking. If the bodies of all perished outsiders were sent downstream, and the estuary was the source of the defilement, was that how Dusk of Fallen Grace had ended up becoming a nightmare creature? Or had she succumbed to corruption first, and was given the river burial as a result? She had been wearing a burial shroud when they first met, after all. Is she a friend or an enemy? Ananke sighed. My lord and lady, we will spend the night here. I will retrieve some of the supplies I stored on this island, and in the morning, we will continue on the way to Weave proper. There will be more supplies for you to take downstream there, so I hope you don't mind. Sunny felt that spending the night in a place called the House of Parting was a bit ominous, but he was not going to refuse a night of sleeping on solid ground, with a roof over his head, out of superstition. More than that, while he and Nephis had enjoyed plenty of rest on the way, Ananke had mostly stayed awake, controlling the catch and preventing anything dangerous from happening to them. She had to take a break, too. He nodded. Of course. Guide the way. The old woman nodded, and continued walking toward the great hall. Her steps were light and energetic. By the time the 7 suns fell into the river, the 3 of them were inside the House of Parting. The interior of the grand hall was beautiful and solemn, but at the same time strangely modest. The followers of Weaver had not been a prosperous nation, after all. Looking at the decor of the stone hall, Sunny could clearly see which ornaments and decorations had been inherited from the original outsiders, who came from the Dream Realm, and which were crafted by their Riverborn descendants. Despite being attentive and earnest artisans, the Riverborn were clearly much less sophisticated than their ancestors, not to mention extremely limited in terms of resources. In fact, he was surprised by some of the things he had seen already. The wood that curious, he asked the old woman about it. She smiled. The trees? There are some. There are floating gardens and fields in Weave. They are, however, he suddenly wanted something else to happen today. Ananke's ketch and the pier of the House of Parting were built of, for example. Where had it come from? The fruits that she had treated them to, as well. There was no soil anywhere on the Great River, so how could there be trees? How could there be flour to bake pies, and tea leaves to brew tea? Curious, he asked the old woman about it. She smiled. The trees? There are some. There are floating gardens and fields in Weave. They are not too large, of course, because the surface of the city is limited. So we can only afford to eat fruit, bread, and rice on special occasions. Most of the year, the river people eat what the river gives. Sunny looked down, suddenly feeling guilty. So the delicious food he and Nephis had been enjoying was something that Ananke herself had not tasted often. They were currently in one of the smaller chambers of the House of Parting, the old woman preparing to cook them a late supper. He had been rather complacent in allowing her to take care of them, mostly because it felt great to be pampered by someone caring and kind, but also because Ananke was strangely adamant about treating Sunny and Nephis with utmost dedication. However, he suddenly wanted something else to happen today. Walking over to the old woman, he gently pushed her away from the table where all the ingredients were waiting to be prepared and cooked. Go rest, Ananke. I'll take care of everything. She looked at him with big eyes. But, my lord. Sunny resolutely shook his head. No buts, you don't need to cook. Today, this lord is going to cook for you instead. Throwing an evaluating look at the ingredients, he grinned and added. Do you know? I am planning to get rich by opening a restaurant in the future. Then, he paused for a moment, scratched his head, and pointed at Nephis, who gave him a confused look in response. Sunny smiled brightly. And that is my star chef. Come and help your boss, chef. You don't want to get fired before the restaurant even opens, do you? Guilty 3. Chapter 1306, Paths of Ascension. Sunny could not really treat Ananke to the staples of the waking world cuisine, since he lacked the ingredients. He couldn't even cook up the few classic military dishes, which were mostly based on using synthetic rations in inventive ways. However, he and Nephis still managed to make a delicious meal. They were awakened, after all, and Awakened were supreme masters of turning monster meat into all kinds of delightful dishes. In fact, Awakened cuisine was as varied as its basic ingredients were limited. There were some fundamental skills taught to everyone, but each citadel and region of the Dream Realm added its own flavor to the tradition. So, each Awakened cook was, in a sense, unique. Take Sunny, for example. His fundamental skills had been taught to him by Teacher Julius. Since Teacher Julius was anchored in Bastion, Sunny's cooking acquired a hint of Bastion's tradition. Later, it was influenced by the flavor passed down to Nephis by the immortal Flame Clan, and then assimilated the improvised habits of the Sleepers of the Dark City. After that, he absorbed the local tradition of the Chained Isles, as well as learning this and that from the government Awakened in Antarctica. Since there was no other Awakened whose culinary skills were the result of this exact combination of influences, the flavor of Sunny's cooking was unique. Soon, the chamber was filled with a delicious smell. The meal they prepared was not the most visually stunning, but its fragrance was tantalizing. The meat had just the right amount of crust on the outside, while the insides were juicy and moist. It had absorbed the spices and the heat of the coals, becoming tender enough to melt on the tongue. Still, it didn't look too pretty. Awakened did not really care about the presentation, since their meals were usually eaten in a hurry while keeping one eye out for the prowling abominations. There were some side dishes, at least. Ananke tasted the dish presented to her with diligently hidden caution, but then, her eyes widened slightly. Throwing a quick glance at Sunny and Nephis, she hesitated for a few moments, and then attacked her food like a hungry wolf. Sunny smiled. That's better. It was a far cry from the start of their journey together, when he had to force her to eat even a single small pie. The old woman's appetite was not making him worry anymore. That said, why was she so surprised? Huh? Do I not look like a guy who can outcook every damned cook out there? Sunny grimaced. Well, maybe it was because he was going around boasting about how he had eaten nothing but rotten mimic meat for a month. It was only fair for people to doubt his taste after hearing such things. Still, I better get Aiko to do the promotions when I open my restaurant. And, maybe write me a guide on what I should and shouldn't say. He could have the shop and the restaurant in the same building. Customers would come to browse the memories, then have a meal to celebrate the purchase. And he would receive the money for both. Chuckling, Sunny focused on his own portion. Soon, they were done with the supper and were preparing to rest. The house of parting consisted of the main ceremonial hall, several smaller halls, and a scattering of rooms for the departing and their close ones to sleep in before saying the final goodbyes. So, Sunny and Nephis were going to enjoy sleeping on actual beds tonight, for the first time since leaving the siege capital to participate in the Battle of the Black Skull. Before that, however, all three of them remained around the table, drinking tea and savoring its refreshing warmth. Despite the solemn nature of their surroundings, the atmosphere was light and uplifting. It was hard not to enjoy the simple comforts after spending months in the wilderness. Maybe it was this relaxed mood that prompted Sunny to ask the question he had been hesitating to ask for a while. Putting down his cup, he glanced at the old woman and asked, "Ananke, can I ask what rank you are?" She looked at him curiously. "My rank? Why, of course I have reached transcendence not too long ago, my lord." Sunny nodded slowly. He had initially suspected that Ananke was a being of much greater power, but after getting to know her and learning about the fate of Weave, his impression changed. It felt a bit strange to meet an Awakened who was 200 years old, but only as powerful as someone like Saint Tyrus the immortal Chain Lords notwithstanding. The spell had descended into the waking world only half a century ago, after all, but there were already saints and sovereigns. However, it made sense the original inhabitants of the Great Realm had not been cursed with as cruel a teacher as the Nightmare spell. They had not benefited from its merciless guidance and the lethal necessity to either ascend or die. Even Ananke, who was a priestess of the spell and bestowed with some of its powers, did not know anything about nightmares. Without the nightmares, how had the ancient humans even awakened? That was something Sunny had been curious about for a long time. In fact, he knew very little about how the Ancient Awakened did anything without the spell. He leaned forward a little and asked, his voice full of curiosity. How does one become transcendent? Ananke looked at him in surprise. You don't know, my lord? Sunny shook his head. I do know, of course, how one might transcend in the future, where the nightmare spell controls all these matters. But I don't know how people rose to greater power before. Nephis pricked her ears, as well. The old woman smiled, lingered for a while, and then said thoughtfully. Although my knowledge is limited, I will try to explain as best I can. Let's see, the first step is, of course, to awaken. To awaken, one must gain control over their soul essence, and use that control to form the soul core. Sunny blinked. In that order? Ananke did not seem to understand the question. Naturally. How would one form the core without being able to control essence? It is like trying to build a building without bricks. There are some powerful creatures who are born with their soul cores already formed, sure, and have to learn to move. Their learning how to control essence is the hardest part. Forming the core takes time in essence as they mature. But most are born dormant, like us humans. She paused for a moment. Learning how to control essence is the hardest part. Forming the core takes time and effort, but as long as you have the knowledge, success is all but guaranteed. Well, some still fail, of course, and die after their souls collapse. Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other. So the ancient humans awakened in the reverse order compared to modern humans, who formed their soul core after the first nightmare and gained the ability to control essence after surviving the first journey to the dream realm. That was how the spell arranged things. Interesting. Nephis took a sip of her tea and asked, her voice tinged with a hint of curiosity. Then how does one learn to control their essence? The awakened of the waking world received the ability to sense their essence from the spell. The intuitive knowledge of how to control it was gifted to them, too. It just took time and practice to turn that control into a practical skill. Most received these gifts after awakening, while Nephis had to catch up after becoming a master. Ananke thought for a few moments. There is no single way to gain control over your soul essence. In fact, it is a unique experience for many. Some spend long years meditating and perfecting their souls, eventually entering a state of unity between mind and soul. Some attune themselves to the world and gather insights about the nature of living things, traveling from realm to realm. Some follow the teachings of great warriors and train their bodies, testing themselves through hardship and battle. Some even receive sudden epiphanies in a moment of dire crisis with no preparation whatsoever. She hesitated for a bit. However, there is a path that anyone can walk, both the simplest and the most dangerous, as well as the most vile. Sunny raised an eyebrow. And what is that path? Ananke sighed. It is to absorb soul essence that has already awakened. Through killing those who have already awakened, and plundering their soul shards. Her face turned grim. The awakened essence already knows how to be controlled, so when it is mixed with the essence of dormant beings, it will change that essence. See a little. Absorb enough of it, and your essence will awaken, too. Things were simple during the Age of Heroes, when many corrupted prowled the realms, and humans had to battle them to survive. But as the eras changed and there were fewer monsters to kill, some humans and noble creatures turned to killing each other, instead. Chapter 1307, Before the Nightmare Spell. The old woman fell silent. Sunny and Nephis were somber, too. It was too easy to imagine what vile acts those who lusted for power could commit in a world that rewarded murder with strength. In fact, the same vileness could have consumed the waking world, where absorbing the essence of slain humans was easier than hunting down countless nightmare creatures. If not for the government and people like Jet, who maintained order and suppressed the darker side of the awakened society with an iron fist, things would have turned grim long ago. Legacy clans also played their part, preventing human enclaves in the dream realm from spiraling into lawlessness. Eventually, Sunny sighed and shook his head. So once your soul essence awakens and you can control it, the next step is to patiently work on forming the soul core. What happens then? Ananke smiled and pointed to her chest, where the soul core of a human was usually located. Accumulation of power. Ascension is a step of rising above one's mortal nature by improving the quality of their essence, and their body as well. This step can be slow if one refines themselves naturally, or fast, if one improves their essence by absorbing the essence of stronger beings. Once the soul essence reaches a qualitative change, the soul core will reform itself and grow stronger, as well. Of course, it won't happen without some conscious refinement, either. Sunny tilted his head. How does one refine their essence, exactly? Ananke laughed. It's not something I can explain in one conversation. There are methods and techniques, the knowledge of which has been accumulated over countless generations and is taught to disciples over many years. Even then, very few manage to succeed. Of course, all those who do succeed have to find the way into their soul sea first. Without the ability to enter the soul sea, it would take one many lifetimes to ascend even with the best refinement technique. She shook her head with a smile. At least that is how it is for us humans. Some of the noble creatures have their own ways they can possess multiple soul cores, as well, and walk the path of ascension more naturally. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Wait, people have to learn how to enter their soul seas. The old woman nodded matter-of-factly. Of course. That is without the guidance of the nightmare spell. Weaver gave us mortals a gift that can hasten each step on the path of ascension, including the discovery of one's soul sea. That's unexpected. Everyone just assumed that being able to access the soul sea was a natural ability of all awakened, including sleepers. As it turned out, that was another thing that the spell had simplified for the humans of the waking world. Ruthless, relentless, and immensely effective. That is how the spell is. The more Sunny learned about the nightmare spell, the more he realized how ingenious and cruelly effective it was in helping forcing people to become stronger, and stronger still until they either rose as high as they could and higher than that, or died. For what purpose, he did not know. Nephis sighed. What about transcendence? Ananke nodded. Transcendence is different. It is not just about accumulation, it is a step of profound transformation, where a mortal assumes the first qualities of the divine. The soul essence has to become much more potent, the soul core has to become much more voluminous. Most importantly, an awakened has to become one with the world and be recognized by it. Their soul has to be expanded beyond the confines of the body and the world, be it water, wind, shadow, light, or something else entirely. And, therefore, the most important step an ascended human has to take to achieve fused, to a small extent, with the world. It is hard to explain with words, forgive me. Sunny tilted his head, thinking. Ananke's words did indeed sound very vague and esoteric, but he felt that he understood what she was talking about. It was like when Saint Therese appeared and the sunlight seemed to shift a little, as if wishing to be close to her. The world itself responded to the transcendent, and even bent to their will sometimes. Then again, it also responded to a few people below the transcendent rank like Nephis, or Jet, or Sunny himself. That was peculiar. Ananke took a sip of tea and added, her voice bright. Of course, the connection between a transcendent and the world is not all-encompassing. Rather, it is a connection to one or, very rarely, several aspects of the world, be it water, wind, shadow, light, or something else entirely. And, therefore, the most important step an ascended human has to take to achieve transcendence is to awaken their aspect. Sunny and Nephis looked at each other in confusion. Awaken their aspect? What do you mean? The old woman coughed. But that is exactly what I mean. That one must possess an aspect to transcend. Sunny massaged his temples. Wait, don't all awakened possess an aspect? Ananke chuckled. Of course not every awakened human possesses the potential to realize an aspect, but there are plenty of those who never do. Maybe even most. However, the higher you rise on the path of ascension, the harder it becomes to move further without claiming your aspect as well as your flaw. It is impossible to transcend without them. That information was truly shocking. Neither Sunny nor Nephis could digest it quickly. Awakened without aspects. There was such a thing. N0 Sunny tried to remember every human he had fought in the first and second nightmares. Had all of them shown aspect abilities? He really couldn't remember, or rather, he could not tell based on his memories. Nephis, meanwhile, frowned and asked, her voice full of contemplation. Why is it that only humans possess aspects? Why don't noble creatures have them as well? To the humans of the waking world, everything that was not a human was a nightmare creature. But, of course, Sunny had learned a long time ago that this wasn't the case. There were humans, and there were creatures like the original saint or nightmare. It was only after they succumbed to corruption did the noble creatures, as Ananke called such beings, become abominations. The problem was that there were only humans in the waking world, while every creature in the dream realm was already corrupted. That was why the concept of something that was not human, but also not abominable, was hard to accept. However, in the ancient times, humans and noble creatures lived side by side. Nevertheless, their difference between them was the same: humans could only rise in rank, but possessed aspects, while noble creatures rose both in rank and class, but had no aspects of their own. So, the question Nephis asked was indeed interesting. Ananke smiled. Why, it is because noble creatures were created by the gods, while we humans weren't. Sunny blinked. Huh? He did know that creating living things was an authority exclusive to the gods, which was why Nether's feat of making Saint and her people was so remarkable. Now, he learned that all creatures were the result of the gods exercising that authority. But what did Ananke mean when she said that humans weren't made the same way? Sunny frowned. There was an ever-changing void, where desire was born. From it came direction. Noticing their confusion, she chuckled. Humans weren't created by anyone, and instead just appeared from the same stuff the gods were born from. It's just that if the gods were the flame, then we humans were tiny sparks that shot out as the bonfire was dying out. Nevertheless, we come from the same source. Which is why all humans possess the potential to become divine, as well as the ability to awaken an aspect. Why the path of ascension is open to us. Sunny frowned. There was an ever-changing void, where desire was born. From it came direction, and the gods. He still did not really understand the meaning of these mysterious words, but if Ananke was telling the truth and not just retelling baseless myths, humans came from the desire and direction as well, just as the gods had. He shook his head. All right, I can understand that. But why did you say that it's not only an aspect that is required to transcend, but also the flaw? The old woman sighed. Because one can't exist without the other. Imperfection is also an absolute law, just like death, and so, nothing is flawless. Even the world itself is flawed. Even the gods, who were born flawless, are not perfect anymore. And so, we humans are flawed, too. She smiled and added, her voice calm, but that is a good thing. Flawless things are perfect, and so, they can never improve. They can never grow. They can only remain still and unchanging, which is no different from being dead. Being flawed is the essence of life, my lord and lady. It is also the essence of growth. After all, what is life if not a constant struggle to grow and improve? Chapter 1308, Weave. Sunny almost choked on his tea. He had grown accustomed to Ananke being helpful and accommodating, so he did not expect her to become philosophical all of a sudden. Worse still, because of his own flaw, he had no chance but to answer her philosophical question. What is life, huh? He coughed. Well, I don't know. To me, life is all about being rich and comfortable. Throw a little decadence in the mix, and it's even better. If I ever manage to build such a delightful life for myself, I'll be more than happy to never improve or grow apart from growing fatter, that is, the old woman laughed. That is a remarkable dream, my lord. Nephis threw a burning gaze at him at the mention of decadence, then turned to Ananke. Then what about the next step? How does one become supreme? Her voice was tense. The old woman lingered for a while, then shook her head with a sigh. That I don't know, and there is no one left to teach me. I am sorry that I can't be of help. Sunny shook his head. No, you've already been very helpful. We learned a lot from you. Ananke smiled. In that case, thank you for this meal, my lord and lady. I've been blessed by your grace. Rest well tonight. She rose and added, her voice tinged with melancholy. Tomorrow, we sail to the center of the city. After she left, Sunny and Nephis remained silent for a while. Both were thoughtful, pondering the startling truths of how the ancient humans walked the path of ascension before the nightmare spell. Eventually, Sunny sighed. It seems that awakening took a lot longer before, but was not nearly as fatal as it is with the nightmare spell. Nephis nodded silently. He scratched the back of his head and added, I'm more curious about something else, though. If it is possible to awaken without the help of the spell, then why has no one accomplished just that in the waking world? Why were there no awakened in our history? She frowned. Maybe it is because the waking world has nothing to do with the dream realm, and functioned according to a different set of laws. Or maybe there were awakened in our history, but their stories have become mere myths. Nephis shook her head and added, her voice uncertain. It would also not be surprising if the possibility was there, but no one has ever managed to grasp it. After all steps except the first one, gaining the ability to sense your essence, require some kind of knowledge. Forming the core, refining essence, expanding the soul, you wouldn't be able to do it blindly. For the ancient humans of the dream realm, it was not too hard to gain that knowledge. All they had to do was observe the awakened creatures or learn directly from one of the deities. Sunny nodded. But those deities are all long dead. There were only humans in the waking world, and so, they had no one to learn from and no one to show them that there was something to be learned. Yes, it is a good theory. The theory that our world is simply different from the dream realm is also good. As well as that there were actually a few awakened in history. They are all good theories. Which one do you think is the correct one? Nephis lingered before answering. After a while, she sighed. There's no way to tell. We still know too little about the dream realm. We also don't know how the nightmare spell infected our world, and why. But, personally, I don't buy that there has always been a connection between the two. If so, then why is the waking world so isolated, so unique, so singular? N.1n. She shook her head. Why are there no similarities in the languages, the myths, the traditions? Why has there never been an awakened creature on Earth before the nightmare spell? No soul shards, no sorcery, no aspects, and no flaws. Why was there no corruption? Sunny remained silent for a while, thinking. Then, he said tentatively. Maybe it was created as a sanctuary or an ark. If so, then perhaps it is precisely because there were no awakened, no soul shards, no sorcery, and no aspects that there was no corruption. He shrugged with a sigh. As for the languages and myths, I don't know. To be honest, I don't really believe in that sanctuary stuff. I just said what came to mind. You are right, our world is the only place that was drastically different from the dream realm, before the nightmare spell infected it. We don't know anything about anything, so how would we know the reason why? Sunny shook his head and rose to wash the dishes. In any case, I am tired, and it is time to rest. Where are you going to sleep? Nephis gave him a long look. Is there a particular reason you're asking? Hearing that, he almost dropped the dirty plates. What, I just want to know which room you chose, to pick a different one. He huffed, glanced at her, and grinned. Although. But Nephis was already standing up. Good night. A few moments later, she was gone. Sunny remained standing for a while, alone in the empty chamber. Eventually, he sighed. How come I'm the only one doing dishes? Look. The ketch was flying across the water, its sails full of wind. Sunny was standing at the bow, staring into the distance curiously. Nephis was a few steps back, sitting on the deck with her eyes closed. Hearing his voice, she opened them and looked ahead. There, a floating city was slowly appearing from beyond the horizon. Weave. It was much larger than Sunny had imagined, with countless artificial islands connected together to form a single whole. There was a network of canals between the various districts that served as roads, and a forest of narrow towers rising into the sky. Most of them were wind catchers, just like the tower of the House of Parting, with some blades still rotated, some were broken and still. Torn scarlet fabric fluttered in the wind. The architecture of Weave was varied, airy, and beautiful. Some buildings were constructed out of stone, some seemed to be carved of ivory, some were pavilions of sun-bleached, bright silk. There were districts with homes and houses, groves of fruit trees, and even entire cityships taken entirely by a single elegant palace or a solemn temple. Some distance away from the residential districts, separated from them by a wide stretch of water, were vast floating fields and gardens. Bathed in the light of the seven suns, the floating city was strange and fantastical. However, neither Sunny nor Nephis were enchanted by its dreamlike beauty. Because, above all else, Weave seemed eerie and forlorn. The tall wind catchers were still or broken. The streets and canals were empty, with no soul in sight. The groves were overgrown and wild, while the fields were desolate and empty. Some cityships were drifting apart, their mechanisms broken, while others were tilted and partially submerged in water. It was a ghost town. Strangely, though, while some buildings bore scars or had collapsed, most were intact. This was not the picture of destruction and devastation that they had imagined. Welcome to Weave, my lord and lady. Anank's voice sounded slightly mournful. It also sounded very different from before. There had been a time when her voice was weak and creaky, like dry wood. Now, it was bright and melodious like a clear stream. Right. Sunny still felt rather strange when talking to the current Ananke. The old priestess no, he couldn't even call her that anymore, because Ananke wasn't old anymore. Turning around, he looked at the young woman steering the ketch. She seemed only a few years older than Sunny and Nephis, if any. More than that, she was exquisitely beautiful. With her small stature and glistening ebony hair, dusky skin and piercing blue eyes, Ananke looked like an enchanting river spirit. Her lovely face was lively and captivating, and her disarming smile was bright enough to illuminate the world. Weird, it's weird. Sunny was deeply uncomfortable for the last couple of days because of how young Ananke had become. On top of that, despite being 10 times his age, she seemed too earnest and even slightly naive. That was the person he had been calling grandmother. With a sigh, Sunny tried to shake off the feeling of incongruity and asked in a strange tone. Haven't you told us that Weave was destroyed, Ananke? It doesn't seem damaged that terribly. The young priestess remained silent for a while, then answered with a sad smile. There is more than one way to destroy a city, my lord. With that, she moved the steering oar and sent the ketch flying toward the central district of the eerie city of Weave, where only the wind disrupted the ghostly silence and emptiness permeated desolate streets. Chapter 1309, Mad Prince. Soon, they slowed down and entered one of the canals. Ananke whispered a few words, and the sails lowered themselves. Summoning her long harpoon, she stood up and used it as a pole to push the ketch forward. As it traveled deeper into the heart of the city, Sunny and Nephis silently watched the districts that floated past. Indeed, there were no living beings here, at least none that they could see. Nephis shifted slightly. You said that Weave was devastated by a defiled. Is that still here? Ananke slowly shook her head. No. But I've been absent for a long time. An abomination or two could have crawled out of the river to make a nest among the ruins. It is better to be careful. Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other and silently summoned their weapons. Just what the hell has happened here? Eventually, the ketch reached an intersection of two wide canals. Ananke allowed it to drift for a dozen meters, then stopped at a small platform. There were stone steps leading from the platform to one of the central districts of the city, and after roping the ketch to a post, she lightly jumped down. Together, the three of them ascended the stairs and entered a wide plaza. It was desolate and partially submerged in water, with scars on the collapsed buildings hinting at a fearsome battle that must have taken place here a long time ago. Ananke, who had been strangely reluctant to answer their questions before, finally sighed and turned to face them. The defiled that destroyed we visited us almost half a century ago. However, the city did not die until a few decades after that. Both Sunny and Nephis looked at her in confusion. How could a city be destroyed decades after it was attacked? The young priestess remained silent for a while, then gestured to the drowned plaza. This is where the battle ended, and the slaughter started. I've told you before that outsiders are vital to the existence of the river people. They are the oldest and most powerful among us. They are also the only ones who can travel unimpeded across the river. Without them, the cities would become completely isolated from each other. Well, that doesn't really apply to this city of exiles, since we were always on our own. N. She looked down. But since Weave is located close to the desolate future, we had to constantly defend ourselves from powerful corrupted. The elders were the only ones who could pursue and eradicate them. Otherwise, those horrid creatures could come and go as they pleased, retreating when wounded to attack again and again and again. So, that was how the defiled destroyed our city. Ananke gazed at the drowned plaza with a grim expression. He simply killed every outsider in Weave. After the elders were gone, the rest of us was slowly driven to extinction. Some died fighting the corrupted, some succumbed to sorrow and despair. The less of us there were, the harder it was to keep those who remained alive. A blow after blow, a disaster after disaster. Eventually, despite all my efforts, Weave was no more. The young priestess took a deep breath and turned to them with a sad smile. The ships and the buildings remain, but without the people, they are just an empty shell. She took a deep breath. My lord, my lady. I told you that we must come here to gather supplies, but that was not entirely true. To be honest, I just wanted you to see Weave, at least once. So that someone would remember us even when the ships and the buildings are gone, too. Sunny felt his chest becoming heavy, but Nephis seemed to be affected more. Her face was motionless as usual, but there was a hint of darkness in her eyes. Taking a step forward, she placed her hand on Ananke's shoulder and gently squeezed it. She must have seen herself in the young priestess. The priestess of the nightmare spell in a city built by the followers of Weaver, that title must have carried incredible weight. It was very likely that Ananke had suddenly become the ruler of the decimated Weave after all the elders were slaughtered by the defiled. Only to see it wither and die, no matter how hard she fought to save it, just like Nephis had watched the village she built be swallowed by the darkness in the second nightmare. Until she was the only one left alive, just like Nephis had been the only one to survive. Ananke patted Neph's hand and smiled. It is all right, my lady. It happened a long time ago, anyway. The corner of Sunny's mouth twitched. Looking away, he asked in a perfectly even tone. That defiled, he must have been strong. If the outsiders were the most powerful among you, then not just any creature could have killed them all. Still, just in case I get a chance to meet him one day, is there a way I can recognize him? I'm going to kill that bastard. The young woman lingered for a while, then sighed. Yes, my lord. It was not just any defiled, indeed. The one who came to Weave is infamous enough that even we had heard of him. It was the Mad Prince. He frowned. The Mad Prince? Ananke nodded. He is called Mad Prince, or the Prince of Madness. That fiend is one of the 6 plagues. She shivered and looked away, as if suddenly uneasy. The 6 plagues are not the most powerful of the defiled, and neither are they the most ancient. However, they are the most feared and loathsome. Mad Prince, Soul Stealer, Undying Slaughter, Torment, Devouring Beast, and the most harrowing of them all, the Dread Lord. Everyone on the Great River has heard their names. They are also called the Heralds of the Estuary, sometimes. The young priestess frowned. Some even say that the Dread Lord is the true ruler of Verge, and that all defiled submit to his commands. If so, maybe he was the one who sent the Mad Prince to weave. I doubt it, though. I am not sure if that thing can be controlled by anyone, so he must have come of his own accord. Nephis, who had been listening silently for a while, suddenly asked in a steady tone. The Dread Lord is said to be the ruler of defilement. What about the First Seeker? What power do he and the other 5 plagues possess? What rank and class are they? Ananke smiled helplessly. I am sorry, my lady. Weave is far away from the other human cities, so whatever news used to reach us was vague and fragmentary. The First Seeker, no one had seen him in a long, long time. Some say that he has turned into a mindless mass of rotting flesh because of the defilement. Some say that he was severely wounded by the Serpent King and is yet to recover. Some say that the Dread Lord has subjugated and imprisoned him. She lingered. As for the 6 plagues, we knew very little of them. The Soul Stealer is said to possess the ability to wear the skin of those he kills. The Devouring Beast is immensely ferocious and feeds on human flesh. Torment is known for subjecting her victims to harrowing torture. Undying Slaughter is eternally consumed by insatiable bloodlust. The Dread Lord, no one has ever survived facing him, so his powers are unknown. The young priestess smiled bitterly. I can tell you about the Mad Prince, though. He is a raving lunatic who seems to be as murderous as he is tormented by his own madness. He looks human, or at least human-shaped. His clothes are tattered, and his face is a mass of scars, which look to have been inflicted by his own nails. He is said to wear a tarnished crown, but I haven't seen it myself. At first glance, he appears rather pitiful, however. Beneath that ragged surface hides a vile and hateful monster. She gritted her teeth and looked at the scarred buildings surrounding the plaza. His powers are that of a sword saint. But his swordsmanship is as mad as he is himself. It is violent and utterly chaotic, yet cruel and savagely lethal. He finds joy in tormenting his victims, then grows indifferent to their pain the next moment. The most terrifying thing about him, though, is that his madness spreads like a disease. Other than that, perhaps I did not even get to see his true power. He tore our elders apart with just his blade, as if they were weak children. Nephis glanced at her own sword, then asked somberly. What about his rank and class? Ananke lowered her head. It was hard to tell. He is of the corrupted rank, I think. As for his class, I am almost certain that he is a Titan. Chapter 13:10, Forsaken. A corrupted Titan. Sunnis' face grew dark. The memories of Falcon Scott flashed in his mind, bringing with them a bitter taste. It was another city that had been destroyed by a corrupted Titan, even if the scale and swiftness of destruction was different. He remained silent for a few moments, then asked quietly. Aren't Titans usually huge? Ananke hesitated, then shrugged. Her azure eyes were crestfallen. Most are. But some aren't. More than that, the defiled, they were humans once. Their path to profane power is unique. He nodded, feeling a deep sense of unease. A corrupted Titan, if one of these 6 plagues was indeed as powerful as the Winter Beast, then just how terrifying the Dread Lord would be. Still, Sunny felt a dark and scathing desire to kill that Mad Prince. It was strange, really. He had met all kinds of horrid nightmare creatures, but knowing that the Mad Butcher who destroyed Weave had been a human once filled him with dark wrath. Just how low can a person fall? Odious. The Mad Prince, whoever he had been before succumbing to corruption, was simply odious. Such a vile creature had no right to exist. Sunny gritted his teeth, thinking about how many of the abominations he had slain in the past were former humans as well. After thousands of years of corruption, the distinction was all but erased, but here in the nightmare, it felt different. Nephis, meanwhile, had another question. Looking at the forlorn vista of Weave with a frown, she hesitated for a few moments, then asked softly. Ananke, you said that the outsiders were the most powerful warriors of your city. The Mad Prince easily killed them all. Wouldn't that mean that he could have killed all the Riverborn, as well? Why did he spare you? Sunny grimaced. He was asking himself the same questions, but didn't want to speak it aloud in fear of hurting the young priestess more than she had already been hurt. Ananke remained silent for a while, her head lowered. Eventually, she took a breath and said quietly. Maybe he wanted us to suffer longer. Maybe he needed us to live some more, for whatever reason. Maybe he simply did not care. The Riverborn, he did kill some. However, then, he stayed his sword and kneeled in front of the girl he spared. She was a child who had just recently arrived from the House of Youth. He asked her a question, then left. Sunny and Nephis looked at each other somberly. She asked. What did the defiled ask? The young priestess lingered, then slowly shook her head. He asked her, do you wish to live? She said that she did. Hearing that, the Mad Prince burst into laughter, wiped his bloody sword on her tunic, and disappeared. He never returned, and since all our elders were dead, we never heard about him again. Insane bastard. Sunny frowned, remembering the piece of flotsam that he had drifted on for the first couple of days in the nightmare. It was a tenuous connection at best, but why had the Mad Prince asked the girl what she wished? Was he, perhaps, the lunatic who had carved the frantic runes into the ancient wood? If so, then maybe the 6 plagues had already become 5. Considering that the piece of flotsam had seemed like a fragment of a destroyed vessel, the defiled titan might have perished in a battle with one of the harrowing nightmare creatures upstream. That said, there was a very troubling thing about connecting Sunnis' improvised raft to one of the defiled from Verge. There were letters of the waking world alphabet among the runes, too. How the hell would Mad Prince know them? Damnation. It was all too eerie and mysterious. Shaking his head, Sunny took one last glance at the drowned square. The fierce battle that had taken place here must have fractured the foundation of the artificial island, which was why it became flooded. He sighed and turned to Ananke. We still have to gather supplies, right? She nodded. Sunny pulled the young woman away from the square and said in a soft voice. Then show us around, Weave. We can get them on the way. Ananke smiled a little, while Nephis threw him a grateful glance over her shoulder. If Ananke wants us to remember her city, then it's the least we can do. I'll make sure to write a detailed research paper after returning to NQSC, so that everyone in the waking world could learn about it, too. Sunny smiled. You know, Ananke, I am a well-respected professor in the future. She looked at him with a hint of confusion in her azure eyes. A professor? He nodded. A teacher. I teach young awakened how to survive and provide for themselves in the wilderness. At the most famous academy in the world, no less. However, our knowledge of the intricacies of surviving in marine environments is not that extensive. I am sure I will gain a lot from learning about Weave. Then, I'll be able to teach my students about it, as well. They'll be thanking me with tears in their eyes. The young priestess seemed more confused than touched. Sunny frowned. What is it? She shook her head slightly. No, it's nothing. But, my lord, aren't you a food merchant in the future? How can you also be a teacher? The corner of Sunnis' mouth twitched. He remained silent for a few moments, then answered stoically. Learned people also have to eat, don't they? That's just how great I am. Respected academic, renowned warrior, accomplished military commander, thriving entrepreneur, I am the picture of a perfect gentleman. Ananke looked at him, then nodded with bright sparks in her azure eyes. My lord is amazing. As Sunny grinned, Nephis added under her breath, and so very modest. His grin dimmed, but only for a moment. Nodding energetically, Sunny agreed. Indeed, amazing is a word that can be used to describe me. They traveled across Weave to collect everything needed for the long journey ahead. Even after long years of being abandoned, the city still seemed to be in a relatively good shape. However, beneath the beautiful surface, it had already started to crumble. Sunny knew that Weave was not going to exist for much longer. Maybe in a decade or two, the floating city was going to break apart and be swallowed by the currents of the Great River, disappearing forever under the waves. Before it did, and necessities that one would need to travel the Great River. There were items, as well. The weapons and armor that the people of Weave had. They gathered fruit from the wild groves and other supplies from various caches that Ananke had established throughout the city. There was food, spices, wine, tea leaves, and necessities that one would need to travel the Great River. There were items, as well. The weapons and armor that the people of Weave had crafted and used were of inferior quality to the powerful memories that Sunny and Nephis wielded, but they were able to collect a lot of things that would make traversing the Tomb of Ariel easier, from simple blankets and cutlery to fishing nets sturdy enough to capture nightmare creatures and sail repair kits. Everything went into the covetous coffer. As they moved from one district to another, Ananke also shared stories of Weave and its people with them. How they lived, what rituals they observed, what passions drove them, and what vices they sometimes succumbed to. There were interesting details about the everyday lives of the river people and entertaining anecdotes. Sunny really learned a lot from hearing these stories, and the more he learned, the more amazed he became. Their world was so different from anything he knew, and so, they had adapted to its strange circumstances with the tenacious ingenuity inherent to all humans. Their knowledge of how to survive on the Great River had been built over many generations of persistent, relentless learning and unceasing improvement. Humans were the most adaptable of species, indeed. N1N. When Ananke started to tell them about Weave, there was a shadow of sadness in her eyes. However, as she remembered the people from her past, they gradually grew bright and warm. A sweet smile appeared on her lips. But the more the young priestess spoke, the more despondent Sunny became. He hid his expression and stared at the empty streets of the desolate city, his own eyes veiled by somber darkness. It's unfair. Ananke had been nothing but kind to them, so it was unfair. Sunny and Nephis were going to leave Weave to travel into the distant past and challenge the nightmare, but she could never leave. Because she was riverborn. After guiding the two of them as far as she could, the young priestess was going to return to the crumbling city. And live the rest of her life here, alone and forsaken. Sunny's heart was heavy, and his hatred of the mad prince burned darker. Looking away, he gritted his teeth. Cursed that vile bastard. Chapter 13:11, Temple of the Nightmare Spell. Consumed by despondence, Sunny tried to find solace in anger. But it was of no use. Then, Sunny tried to remind himself that the Ananke he knew was just an apparition conjured by the spell. The real Ananke, the true priestess of the nightmare spell who had lived in the real tomb of Ariel, was long dead, her spirit and bones taken by the Great River. She had never met Sunny and Nephis. She had never traveled to the far reaches of the future, or made delicious small pies for two complete strangers. In fact, it was not at all clear if the real Ananke shared the same fate as the one he knew. The Serpent King had brought many challenges into the nightmare. After all, their actions had to have changed the flow of events within this version of the Tomb of Ariel. Perhaps the real Weave was never destroyed by one of the 6 plagues, or had been wiped out entirely long before Ananke was born. But telling himself that Ananke was not real did not help either. It never did. Be it the first nightmare, the second, or the third, Sunny could not help but treat the people he met as real. With a heavy sigh, he turned to look at the magnificent structure they were approaching. It was an unusual one. Much larger than most buildings in Weave, it was situated in the very heart of the city, on a solitary island ship that floated some distance away from the rest. The artificial island was connected to the neighboring ones with rope bridges of white silk, resembling a spider sitting at the center of a vast web. The structure itself was tall and imposing, built of roughly cut black stone. Tattered white banners were hanging from its walls, fluttering in the wind. It looked nebulous and sinister, like a temple of some dark deity. Sunny had an idea who that deity was. Looking up, he saw a lonely figure standing on the roof of the numinous temple, looking down at the desolate ruin of Weave. The black silk of its long hair and tunic remained motionless despite the strong wind. He couldn't see the figure's face from the distance, but silhouetted against the azure sky, it seemed strangely grim. There you are. The Sin of Solace had finally shown himself after hiding somewhere for a long time. And yet, the Wraith was simply observing the ghost city from above instead of tormenting Sunny with snide remarks. Its behavior had been getting stranger and stranger ever since the start of the nightmare. Well, good. Stay away for as long as you want, you won't be missed. Paying attention to the apparition through one of the shadows, Sunny followed Ananke across one of the rope bridges. As they got closer to the ominous temple, Sunny and Nephis felt a strong sense of unease. However, the young priestess looked unperturbed. If anything, her expression grew calmer. This is the last place we will visit in Weave. Even her voice sounded lighter. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then asked in a somewhat stifled tone. Is this the Temple of Weaver? Ananke shook her head with a faint smile. No, my lord. Weaver was elusive and had no desire to be worshipped. It is useless to worship the demon of fate, anyway. No matter how virtuous you are and how many offerings you make, fate will always remain uncaring, unchanged, and inevitable. She pointed to this dark temple. No, this is the temple of the nightmare spell. Of the gift Weaver has given us to rely on instead of the gods, the diamonds, and of fate itself. Of fate itself. Sunny was once again faced with the fact the demon of fate seemed to have created the spell to resist the very thing that was supposed to be the source of their power. Maybe Weaver was bound by the chains of fate, just like I am bound by them, too. The sudden thought was both ominous and chilling. If even the demon of fate had not been able to escape its clutches, then how could Sunny ever hope to succeed where Weaver had failed? Still, despite everything that had happened, he still wanted to be free. That primal desire was rooted deep within his soul, smoldering, too vast and searing to be put out by shallow things like knowledge or wisdom. Even though Sunny had learned that there was no such thing as true freedom, at least not without sacrificing everything one held dear, he still stubbornly clung to the desperate wish of breaking free of his bonds. It was just that the tumultuous twists and turns of his strange life had dampened that fiery hope a little. He sighed, then glanced at Nephis with a guarded expression. She was not going to do something extreme like burning the temple of the spell down, was she? Ananke might have been sincerely devoted to them, but Sunny doubted that the young priestess would just watch silently as her home was destroyed. And although it was sometimes easy to forget because of her gentle temperament, she was still a true saint. Even if she wasn't, Sunny simply did not want to fight Ananke. Luckily, Nephis seemed to be holding back her hatred for the sake of their kind guide. She had been raised by her grandmother, after all. Even though Neph had not shown it, meeting Ananke must have pulled at the strings of her heart which still existed, no matter how abused, neglected, and ravaged by torment it was. Let's hurry inside. Oblivious to the hidden conflict between her faith and the people she considered to be its apostles, the young priestess headed toward the gates of the sinister temple with a smile on her lips. Sunny and Nephis followed, neither of them saying anything. Soon, they passed through the dark entrance and found themselves within a vast hall. Its interior was shrouded in darkness, creating a solemn and mysterious atmosphere for everyone except Sunny, of course, who could see everything just fine. Narrow beams of stark sunlight were falling from the elaborately carved light wells in the ceiling, intertwined in a complicated pattern. The Temple of the Nightmare spell looked frightening and sinister on the outside, but its interior was quietly beautiful. The intricate tapestry of falling light resembled the breathtaking weave of the inner workings of the spell, while the darkness of the vast hall was like the lightless void between dream and reality where it was hiding. It was strangely peaceful here. What caught Sunny's eye, however, were the white tapestries of enormous spiderwebs growing freely between the columns and support beams of the hall. He shifted uncomfortably and pointed to them, mentally preparing for battle. I think an abomination did make a nest in the ruins. Ananke looked at him in confusion for a moment, then chuckled. Her melodious laughter echoed under the roof of the dark hall. No need to be alarmed, my lord. The spider silk has always been here. No one knows what the demon of fate looks like, you see, which is why they are often depicted as a spider. Because of that, spiders were akin to sacred animals to us followers of Weaver. It was forbidden to harm a spider or its web, and we lived peacefully side by side with many. She swept her gaze across the interior of the temple, her eyes growing wistful. I spent my youth in this temple, learning the duties of a priestess from my mother. The spiders who lived here were my friends. They are all gone now, of course fate wasn't merciful to them either. But their silk remains. Sunny gave the young woman a strange look. So, little Ananke was friends with spiders. She must have been one hell of a creepy girl. But then again, who was he to judge? Sunny had never been a well-adjusted child himself. At least I didn't have to deal with all this sticky web. Gods, living in this temple must have been annoying. As he thought that, his gaze finally settled on a mass of roughly cut stone towering in the center of the hall. It resembled a wide pillar that had been broken by a devastating blow and then damaged by unbearable heat, its upper part deformed like a melted candle. The widest beam of sunlight fell vertically on the stone pillar, bathing it in blinding white radiance. Walking closer, Sunny noticed that the whole mass of stone was covered by engravings. There had been many scenes depicted on it once, it seemed, but now, only one remained. Enin. He shivered. Cut into the ancient stone, an enormous gate was depicted, its titanic surface wrapped in unbreakable chains. In front of it, a tall figure stood, the shape and form of its body hidden by a dark mantle. Only the face could be seen, or rather, the mask. The mask of a fearsome demon with ferocious fangs and a crown of 3 twisting horns. Drawn to the stone image, Sunny felt his blood stir. Of course, he knew whose figure was carved into the broken pillar. It was Weaver. Chapter 13:12, Ancient Mural. Sunny remained silent for a while, looking at the broken pillar. Eventually, he turned to Ananke and asked in a hesitant tone. What is this? The young priestess approached the mass of dark stone and bowed her head. After a few moments of reverent silence, she straightened and looked at him with a proud smile. It is one of the greatest relics of Weave, my lord. This column was brought into the tomb of Ariel by my elders, and then carried all the way here after their exile. It depicts the deeds of Weaver, from birth to the bestowal of the nightmare spell to my people. Her smile dimmed. However, as you can see, the column has been severely damaged over the ages. Now, only this one image remains. Sunny frowned and stared at chains wrapped around the titanic gate. For whatever reason, just looking at them made him feel deeply uncomfortable. But what is its meaning? His voice was full of both curiosity and apprehension. Ananke stepped closer to the broken pillar and studied the ancient engraving for a few moments in solemn silence. Then, she said in a melodious tone. This is a fragment of the mural that tells the story of one of Weaver's greatest deeds. The story of how the wandering demon braved the eternal abyss. The frown on Sunny's face deepened. He briefly glanced at Nephis and said, The eternal abyss. Do you mean the primordial void? The young priestess nodded. Yes. After the gods sealed the void, Weaver was the only one who managed to enter it. Or, rather, the only one of those who had entered it who managed to return alive. At least that is what the legends say. N1N. Sunny raised an eyebrow. He knew that the gods had sealed the eternal void, from which they were born. He also knew that the unknown were, most likely, the creatures of that void, while the unknown was a specific being that had somehow given life to the 7 diamonds. And that the reflection of either the former or the latter was forever frozen in the depths of Weaver's eyes. Was that how the demon of fate had ended up carrying the reflection of the unknown within their pupils? By entering the void and witnessing its horror? If so, Sunny wasn't sure if the depiction on the pillar had anything to do with how that event had happened. He doubted that there was an actual gate, no matter how impressive, that barred the way into the eternal void. What kind of gate could seal something that was much greater and more ancient than even the gods? He also was uncertain that Weaver had actually physically entered the void. Of course, it was possible, but there was another probability, as well. The strings of fate stretched from the past into the future. The demon of fate had obviously been much more capable of looking at them than Sunny was. What if Weaver had simply traced the great tapestry of fate all the way back to its origin? To the point when the world had not existed yet, and all there was a vast and ever-changing void. If so, then using the "where is my eye?" enchantment was much more perilous than Sunny had thought, and he already considered it deadly. In fact, now that he knew that simply knowing certain things could corrupt living beings, he saw the ability to perceive the strings of fate in a new light. Dangerous. Of course, there was still the possibility that Weaver had indeed ventured into the eternal void physically. Maybe that was how they had ended up having to sever their arm in the Ebony Tower, although timing did not really make sense for that to happen. He remained silent for a bit, then asked in a dry tone. "And why, exactly, did Weaver do such a thing?" Ananke smiled. Weaver believed that knowledge was the origin of power. "Yeah, I heard as much. And that was the reason they had ventured into the eternal abyss. To find the answer to the greatest of secrets." Nephis was looking at the ancient mural. Hearing these words, she frowned slightly, and asked, "What secret?" The young priestess laughed. "How would mortals like us know? Some legends say that the demon of fate wanted to gain knowledge of the origin of the gods. Others say that it was Weaver's own origin that they sought to uncover. Perhaps it was both." Sunny stared at her for a moment. "Perhaps the two are one and the same." Ananke shook her head. "Whatever it was that Weaver had learned in the abyss is not that important, really. What matters more is that witnessing the eternal void gave the demon of fate the first reason to create the nightmare spell that is what we, its priests, believe. So while this mural does not depict the inception of the nightmare spell, it does depict the inception of the idea of it. Which is why the remains of this column is the greatest relic of Weave." Sunny tilted his head. "What? What does the eternal void have to do with the nightmare spell? That's the first time I'm hearing about this." Wasn't Ananke contradicting herself? Before, she had said that the purpose of the nightmare spell was to give living beings a chance to save themselves from the annihilation of the Doom War. But then again, she was a priestess, and religious beliefs were rarely bound by reason. Contradictions were par for the course, and for the same reason, Sunny had to take everything Ananke said with a grain of salt. Still, there could be some truth to what she said. The young priestess bowed to the broken pillar again, then walked away with light steps. "My lord, my lady, come, I will show you the rest of the temple." Sunny and Nephis exchanged a glance, both pondering the meaning of the ancient mural. Neither of them knew what to make of it, so they followed Ananke in silence. Soon, the three of them settled for sleep. Tired after the long journey and the forlorn eeriness of Weave, Sunny fell into the embrace of dreams almost instantly. That night, he saw a nightmare. In the nightmare, Sunny was a spider with one of his 8 legs broken off. He was crawling across the stone floor, consumed by fear. Behind him, broken chains were falling down with a deafening clangor, and a titanic door stood wide open, its dark maw hiding indescribable horror. Sunny crawled and crawled, but no matter how he strained himself, the horrifying gate was only drew closer. Chapter 13:13, Nightmare Within Nightmare. Sunny dreamt of a titanic gate that stood wide open, something boundless and entirely alien hiding in the darkness of its colossal maw. He was a spider with a severed leg, crawling away as broken chains fell to the ground all around him. His mind was consumed by terror, while his heart was full of a cold, bitter feeling of betrayal and regret. Escape, I must escape. Sunny pushed his small body across the stone floor. There were beautiful webs veiling the vast hall of the temple, their silk threads weaved into a grandiose tapestry. A spark flew, and a moment later, the webs were engulfed in fire. They disappeared in a flash, leaving behind only clouds of acrid smoke that obscured the entire world. At least he couldn't see the harrowing gate anymore. Suffocating, he crawled through the smoke, and slowly, tortuously, the terror devouring his soul dissipated. Sunny felt as if he had escaped the immediate danger. However, he was hopelessly lost. There was nothing except for searing heat and the dark glow of spreading flame around him. His body was already starting to grow unbearably hot. He froze for a moment, resting and trying to find the way out of the smoldering inferno. Then, for a moment he felt a breeze caressing his singed carapace from somewhere ahead. There. Sunny rose to his 7 feet and limped forward as fast as he could. Soon, he left the smoke and the fire behind. There was a silent expanse of still water around him now. The smoke was gone, but a thick mist took its place. It swirled and moved, flowing slowly past the shivering figure of the small spider. Where am I? Sunny took a step and discovered that he could somehow walk on the surface of the water just like he could within the Soul Sea. Advancing hesitantly, he ventured deeper into the fog. Some time passed, perhaps only a few minutes, perhaps an eternity, and he had lost all sense of direction. There was nothing but mist in the world. Until something else appeared in the grey void. Sunny trembled. There, ahead of him, something was sitting on the calm surface of the water, staring down. The figure was dressed in tattered rags, its gaunt body hidden from view. It seemed like a human, or was at least human-shaped. The man's dirty hair was hanging like seaweeds, and his face was hidden from view. A jagged band of dark metal rested on his head like a tarnished crown. Suddenly, Sunny felt cold. The Mad Prince. It was one of the 6 heralds of the estuary, one of the 6 plagues. The creature in front of him looked rather pitiful, but it was still a corrupted titan. He was in dire danger. Luckily, the defiled abomination did not seem to notice the small spider. Mad Prince was sitting motionlessly, staring at his own reflection with an absent expression. It was as though he existed in an entirely different reality. A moment later, Sunny suddenly felt profound relief. A simple realization dispelled his fear and unease. I'm sleeping. It's a dream. Of course, it was. Sunny was not a spider. He was currently in the Temple of the Nightmare Spell, near Nephis, and Ananke, not in the middle of a boundless sea, lost in the mist. The corrupted titan in front of him was not real, and the danger the creature represented was not real either. Thank the gods. As Sunny thought that, he was not a spider anymore. However, he was also not himself. Instead, Sunny was tall and nebulous. He had 8 nimble arms, one of them crafted out of pristine white porcelain. His slender figure was veiled by a dark mantle, and a mask of black polished wood hid his features. Looking down from his towering height, Sunny studied the pitiful creature in front of him. The Mad Prince did not look that frightening, especially for a titan. However, for some unknown reason, the hunched figure filled Sunny with dread. It was just too familiar. As if sensing a gaze, the tattered man suddenly shifted and slowly raised his head. A dreadful face that seemed like a ghastly mask of countless scars and 2 dark eyes burning with unfathomable madness revealed themselves, making Sunny take an involuntary step back. Then, a whisper that was like broken glass resounded, scratching at his ears. The Mad Prince whispered, "Who dares dream about me?" And just like that, the relief Sunny felt was destroyed. What? He knows that this is a dream? No, that is not possible. How? The eyes of the defiled slowly gained refocus, becoming sharp and crushing. Pressed down by the unbearable weight of harrowing insanity hidden in their dark depths, Sunny took another step back and held his breath. It's a dream, the creature's lips, meanwhile, twisted in a wicked smile. It's you. Which one are you? The Mad Prince suddenly froze, then groaned and struck his head with a fist. I can't remember. Ah, but it is also an answer. His ugly face rippled, as if trying to assume a human expression. You're neither. You are an imposter. The creature's voice suddenly grew dark and vicious. You murderer. An unhinged laugh escaped his lips, and then, the Mad Prince slowly rose. His tattered rags moved, shrouded in mist. As Sunny took another step back, desperately trying to wake up, the Defiled took a step forward. How about it, murderer? Come closer, I'll tell you a secret. You deserve that much. There was suddenly nowhere to go. The grey mist became solid, blocking all paths to retreat. And Sunny was, indeed, curious. Curious against his will. He was a great lover of secrets, after all. As he shuddered, feeling his thoughts spin out of control, there was suddenly a presence between him and the Mad Prince. Someone else was standing there, blocking the view of the mad creature with his back. It was a young man in a black tunic, with long raven black hair and a grim expression on his pale face. The Sin of Solace. What is he doing here? The wraith seemed uncharacteristically serious as he stared the Mad Prince down. Without turning his head, the apparition said in a voice that was neither snide nor mocking, instead, it was grave. What are you doing, fool? Summon your horse and get out of here, hurry. Chapter 13-14, Revelations of Madness. Shielded by the Sin of Solace, Sunny was suddenly capable of pushing through the mist again. He backed away as the Defiled smiled wider. Where are you going, murderer? Don't you want to learn a secret? You won't regret knowing it. Maybe you will. Sunny did not know what was happening, but he was sure of one thing: whatever it was that the Mad Prince wanted to tell him was not something he should ever learn. Unless he wanted to become as mad and broken as the Defiled abomination was. It was already crazy enough to be fighting for his life, or rather, for his humanity within a dream. Which he was dreaming inside the third nightmare. Staggering away, Sunny called upon his shadows. Instantly, 3 figures rose from below. Taciturn saint, scrawny imp, and a tenebrous steed shrouded in darkness. The Mad Prince exploded with laughter. Good, oh, this makes me feel nostalgic. Enin. We will. Saint was the first one to fall. Before she could even move, a sword suddenly flashed, followed by a turbulent whirlwind of surging mist. The graceful stone knight froze, a thin crack suddenly appearing on her onyx armor. Then, as silently as she had been born, Saint crumbled into 1,000 shards of black stone. A cloud of ruby dust exploded into the air, painting the still water crimson. Saint. Sun's eyes widened, but before he could do anything, the Sin of Solace pushed him away. Run, you bastard, she's not real. The imp was second. The little fiend hesitated, visibly scared by the tattered figure of the Mad Titan. However, then, it bravely jumped forward, reaching for the flesh of the Defiled with his claws. The invisible sword whistled again, and the scrawny figure suddenly staggered. With liquid flames flowing out of Imp's mouth, he looked at Sunny with a frightened expression. Then, his eyes grew dim, and his little head slid off his neck, falling into the water with a quiet splash. Ah! Sunny felt as if his own mind was on the verge of breaking. Pressing down the tempest of pain and guilt raging in his heart, he gritted his teeth and turned away. His hand grasped Nightmare's mane, and with a stifled scream, he jumped onto the stallion's back. The dark courser was already galloping away through the swirling mist. The Mad Prince's laugh reached them from behind. Where are you going, murderer? I am not done with you. Sunny did not turn to look back. Gripping the sides of Nightmare with his thighs, he raised both hands and pressed them to his ears. Don't listen. However, he still heard it. The voice of the Sin of Solace, who said with a hint of resignation in his hateful, familiar voice. Sun's own voice. Damn lunatic, are you trying to steal my job? He had never been so happy to have a wraithborn from the whisper of the demon of dread stuck in his head before. Nightmare flew through the mist, and soon, the veil of it obscured the Mad Prince and the Sin of Solace, muffling their voices until nothing except silence remained. Sunny had also turned into himself finally. He had a human body once again, as well as 2 human hands. The dark mantle was replaced by the soft silk of the Shroud of Dusk. Looking down, he patted the black steed on the shoulder and let out a shaky breath. I think we are safe now." Then, he hesitated for a moment and added in a small voice. "But do you think that I can wake up now?" Nightmare huffed and struck the surface of the still water with his hooves, soaring high into the air. As they rose higher and higher, the mist grew thinner and thinner, until eventually a ray of sunshine broke through its blinding veil. And as soon as it did, Sunny woke up with a start. Ugh! He sat up, covered in cold sweat. With his heart beating wildly, Sunny grabbed at his chest and froze, looking around the dark room of the desolate temple. Slowly, his panic started to dissolve. A dream, it was just a dream. Sunny slowly exhaled, then shuddered and shook his head. No, it might have been a dream, but it definitely had not been just a dream. He did not know what kind of power could have allowed the Mad Prince, who was most likely either dead already or far, far away, to appear in his nightmare. However, he was certain that the creature he had met in the dream was not a simple figment of his imagination. Sunny did not know whether the tattered abomination he had faced was the defiled Titan himself or some echo left behind by his passing, but he knew that hearing the secret the abomination wanted to share would have been the end of him. Gods damn it, even the dreams aren't safe here. As his heart calmed down a little, he sat in silence for a while, trying to gather his thoughts. There were a lot of strange things about that dreadful dream, however. Before he could consider them carefully, a sudden worry clouded his mind. Sunny hurriedly sent his shadows to check on Nephis and Ananke. Making sure that both were sleeping peacefully in the neighboring rooms, he then shuddered at the memory of his shadows being destroyed and proceeded to summon them one after another. He called upon the Dark Courser first. As the Sin of Solace said, Saint and Imp should not have been real. The black steed could be summoned into his dream because that was the nature of Nightmare's powers, but the other 2 were different. So, only Nightmare had actually faced the Mad Prince most likely. The black stallion appeared in the shadows, keeping to his intangible form. He seemed agitated, but otherwise unharmed. Relieved, Sunny let out a long sigh. "Thank you, buddy. You really saved my hide there." Dismissing Nightmare, he summoned Saint next. The graceful knight appeared out of the darkness, as stoic and indifferent as ever. She was unharmed. Feeling as if a great burden had been lifted off his heart, Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. "You're safe. Thank the gods." Saint gave him a strange look, but remained silent. "Well, of course she did. Go back now." "No, actually, stay here. Keep watch throughout the night, all right?" The graceful knight stared at him for a few moments, then turned away and silently left the room to stand guard in the corridor. Sunny took a deep breath and rubbed his face. Now, only Imp remained. He summoned the scrawny goblin, then scratched the back of his head. "Ah, right, that little rascal is still stuck digesting the armor of the black turtle. Damn it, when will he stop lazing around and—" But before Sunny could finish the thought, a frightening figure suddenly rose from the shadows, towering above him like a demon forged out of dark steel and sharp blades. Ugh, what the? Unbeknownst to Sunny, the little rascal had already awakened from his slumber. Only he wasn't so little anymore. Chapter 13-15, Steel Devil. Sunny had grown accustomed to calling his youngest shadow an imp. However, now the ravenous fiend was finally worthy of his fearsome name. The creature in front of Sunny could not be called little, nor could it be called scrawny. It was almost as tall as Saint, towering above him like a demonic warrior whose body had been forged out of dark steel in the infernal flames of hell. There were a lot of similarities with how Imp had looked during their last battle in Falcon Scott, but there were also differences. The original ravenous fiend had been tall, but gaunt. His body had been covered in thick plates of black bone armor, and he was as ferocious as he was stealthy, like a vengeful wraith born out of hungry darkness. The new and improved Imp, however, was not gaunt. Instead, he seemed like a knight clad in a suit of plate armor. That armor was not made out of bone, either. It was made out of a strange dark metal. The ravenous shadow had seemed like he was forged out of black steel before, but the look of his metallic body was changed now. It acquired a dark sheen and a glossy quality, as though the transcendent devil had been cast out of black silver or covered in a layer of dull chrome. There were changes in the design of his armor, too. It was as though Fiend had been forged out of countless broken swords. There were curved blades growing from his elbows and knees, as well as ferocious spikes rising here and there from his dark armor. His face was hidden behind the visor of a fearsome helmet, with twisting horns rising from it and a jagged line breaking its surface where the Fiend's terrible mouth was hidden, brimming with dagger-like teeth. His claws were like short swords, and in his ferocious eyes, infernal flames burned with intense heat. Crap. And that demonic monstrosity was currently staring at Sunny with an extremely nasty expression in its glowing oranged eyes. Sunny awkwardly cleared his throat. Hey there, buddy. Imp's mouth split in a sinister grin, releasing more heat and infernal glow. Sunny forced out a smile. Well, you look great. I guess all that delicious magical steel I found and fed you out of nothing but pure kindness, maybe really did you some good, huh? He coughed. Say, you wouldn't be remembering all the times I kicked and berated you, would you? Or, thinking about strange things like revenge, would you? Imp took a step forward, the glow of his demonic eyes and incinerating more falling on Sunny's face. His grin widened, the sharp steel teeth glinting in the darkness. His voice sounded like a roaring flame. Like revenge. With that, Imp raised his hand. In that moment, Sunny's expression changed, and he added evenly. Because if you do, Master will have a good reason to find out just how sturdy this new body of yours is. Imp's grin froze for a moment, and his hand did too. He hesitated for a moment and then carefully fixed a crease on Sunny's tunic. The Steel Fiend growled politely. Master good. Then, he backed away, stared at Sunny for a bit, and hurriedly left the room. Sunny let out a relieved sigh, then smiled. Ah. They grow up so fast. One of his shadows followed Imp into the corridor to see what the big guy was up to. Moving too silently for a creature of his size and weight, the Steel Devil approached Saint and stopped next to her, as if to join her in guarding the rooms. N1N. There they stood, Saint and Fiend. Imp was acting as nonchalantly as the taciturn knight was, but Sunny did not miss the fact that the bastard was puffing out his chest and secretly throwing glances at Saint, as if waiting for her reaction. After a while, the Stone Knight finally turned her head and stared at the Steel Fiend indifferently. Imp seemed to have secretly held his breath. Saint remained motionless for a while, then raised her hand and casually flicked the Fiend's chest with a finger. After hearing a melodious ring, she tilted her head a little. Finally, the graceful knight nodded curtly and turned away. Imp looked beyond himself. Maintaining a stoic facade worthy of his ferocious appearance, he also looked away and returned to silently guarding the corridor. However, the flames in his eyes were dancing jubilantly. Sunny scoffed. This ugly idiot has seriously cute. He shook his head, then summoned the runes to learn exactly what had changed about Ravenous Fiend, except for appearance. The runes read: Shadow Ravenous Fiend. Shadow Rank Transcendent. Shadow Class Devil. Shadow Description: a pitiful little creature traveled through a nightmarish land. Shadow Attributes: Lucky, Marvel, Ravenous, Shadow Sworn, Complete Steel Body. The Greater Steel Body had become Complete Steel Body. Its description read: Attribute description: this shadow's body is forged out of sublime blessed steel and is without a flaw. It seemed that consuming the silver armor of the Black Turtle had not only improved the quality of the alloy from which Imp's body was made, but also removed all the remaining imperfections from it. Granted, Sunny was inclined to take its supposed flawlessness with a grain of salt. After all, he had recently learned that flaws were one of the universal laws of the world. Still, if the spell deemed it necessary to call Imp's newly evolved body flawless, he had to be very close to having no physical vulnerabilities. It seemed that Sunny finally had another powerful shadow to face the most dire enemies side by side with. Imp was now perfectly capable of participating in battles alongside Saint and Nightmare, reaching the fearsome level of power that a transcendent devil was supposed to possess. With his indestructible steel body, which was a weapon in and of itself, as well as his dual affinity for shadows and flame, the ferocious fiend would be a terror on the battlefield. Good, just in time. Sunny's face grew somber. Things had been calm for a while, ever since Ananke had found them. But he knew that there were plenty of harrowing battles waiting for them in the depths of the tomb of Ariel. Chapter 13:16, Limits of Power. Imp, or was Sunny supposed to call him Fiend now, did not get new abilities. Which was logical, really, since the Black Turtle was only a monster and the gluttonous shadow had not even consumed the flesh of the abominations, only its armor. Still, the scrawny goblin had become a fearsome ogre. He was going to significantly increase Sunny's battle power, not the least because of his carefully chosen diet. Sunny had given up on feeding Ravenous Fiend a lot of valuable stuff so that his growth did not become muddled. Imp's main affinities had to be established first: steel and shadows. The flames he had absorbed from the colossal body of the Sun Prince were a pleasant side effect, increasing the power of the Steel Devil's attacks, but what Sunny had really wanted was to make his youngest shadow as indestructible as possible. Saint possessed an incredible level of defense, which was only made greater by her masterful battle prowess. But Imp was different. If not guided cautiously, he could have ended up being vulnerable. Considering the types of situations Sunny often found himself in, that vulnerability was bound to result in him losing his first shadow sooner rather than later. Survivability was king. He had regrettably proven it himself over and over again, clinging to life by the skin of his teeth on many occasions. Which was why Sunny was so impressed by how hard to kill the original scavenger had been. He had experienced the toughness of the spiteful fiend's bone armor personally, after all, and wanted to make Imp at least as durable. If the Ravenous Shadow managed to approach the level of defense Saint possessed, that would have been even better. In that regard, Sunny seemed to have overshot his initial goal. By a lot. Imp's complete steel body was not only as durable as Saint's graceful body was, but vastly more so. His metal carapace was sturdier than her stone-like armor, and much more importantly, that durability encompassed the entire body of the Ravenous Devil, not just its surface. Although Saint was hard to wound, she was actually quite vulnerable once her armor and resilient skin were breached. The internals of her miraculous stone body were well protected, but fragile. The ruby dust that flowed out of the wounds like blood was proof of that. Ravenous Fiend, however, was now fully tempered, both outside and inside. There were no vulnerabilities that an enemy could exploit, at least not an enemy using physical attacks. Which meant that while Imp could deliver fearsome blows, his true power lay in being nearly impervious to physical harm. He could become the shield of the shadow cohort. Or a punching bag. Sunny scratched the back of his head and looked in the direction where Imp was standing, hidden from view by a wall, with a guilty expression. The poor guy had not realized what the future held for him, had he? Sorry, buddy. He shook his head and remained silent for a while, thinking. There were two fully matured transcendent devils serving him now. Sunny himself had become unbelievably strong due to Shadow Dance, at least for an Ascended. If augmented by Nephis, his power was probably comparable to some saints now, enough to give him a fighting chance, if nothing else. If Sunny was assisted by his shadows, most saints would probably be the ones at risk, not him. And that was without Soul Serpent, who should have become the strongest of the shadows by now. But still, that power was not enough. After experiencing the dire perils of the upper reaches of the Great River, and knowing that he would have to venture far downstream, into the distant past, Sunny knew that even his current ridiculous level of strength was not enough to slay the kind of adversaries he would be facing. The problem was, I am almost at my limit. There were very few things he could realistically achieve in a short amount of time to increase his power even further. The only feasible one was helping Nightmare evolve into an ascended terror and unlock his dream curse ability. That was going to happen relatively soon, but after that, Sunny would reach a dead end. With a lot of effort, he could potentially become a terror. But even that boost was not going to be significant enough to change the odds in his favor. More memories, and stronger ones at that, were not going to cut it either. Sunny had grown a lot more than any master in history had, perhaps, but now, his head was pressed against an indestructible ceiling. The only way for him to leap to a new height was by breaking that ceiling and becoming a saint. Which could only happen after the nightmare, meaning too late. Of course, he had recently learned from Ananke that people could transcend without the assistance of the spell. That path was open to him, but sadly, Sunny did not have 100 spare years or more to slowly learn how to do just that. What was left, then? He frowned. Actually, I am thinking about it all wrong. N1N. Sunny had been a loner for most of his life, and even after learning how to rely on others and trust his friends, he still put a lot of meaning into personal strength. Which was not exactly unwise but, at the same time, served as an artificial limit. Although he had not lived through Neff's second nightmare, the lesson she had learned there resonated with his own experiences. Personal strength was important, but it paled in comparison to true power. Take Antarctica, for example. Sunny had achieved incredible things there, but he had not achieved them alone. The evacuation of hundreds of millions of civilians was only possible because the government had mobilized vast resources to send the first and second evacuation armies into the southern quadrant. Without the irregulars, without the mundane soldiers and thousands of awakened who had fought and died to save the people of Antarctica, Sunny would not have achieved anything. His personal strength was nothing when compared to the united determination of all those brave people. It was the same here in the third nightmare. Sunny had to destroy a dire enemy, the forces of defilement populating the corrupted city of Verge and the 6 plagues that ruled it. Dreadlord, Torment, Undying Slaughter, Soul Stealer, Devouring Beast and Mad Prince. So why was he only thinking about his personal strength? Wasn't the power of his allies also his power? Nephis, Cassie, Effie, Kai, Jet, and even Mordred. They were as much a part of his power as Saint, Imp, and Nightmare. Since Sunny had reached the ceiling of what he himself could achieve as a master, wouldn't it be wiser for him to put his efforts into empowering his allies? This is it. Shrouded in darkness, Sunny slowly nodded. That was the path he had to take if he wanted to survive the nightmare. After reaching Fallen Grace, he and Nephis had to find the rest of the cohort. And once they found them, Sunny had to make sure that his friends and Mordred too grew as powerful as possible. He had to make them into a force capable of defeating the 6 plagues. For their sake, and also his own. Sunny sighed and closed his eyes for a moment. The future was daunting. But when had it not been so? Chapter 13-17, Difficult Questions. N.O.in. Approaching the window, Sunny opened the heavy shutters and looked at the desolate landscape of Weave from the height of one of the Nightmare Spell Temple's bell towers. The sky was veiled in impenetrable darkness. The waters flowing through the canals of the floating city glowed with iridescent radiance, bathing the empty streets in ethereal glow. Usually, the light of the great river at night was dreamlike and beautiful, but contrasted against the forlorn desolation of Weave, it made for an eerie sight. It was like a city of ghosts. He sighed, thinking about the cruel fate that had befallen the followers of Weaver and the creature that had driven them to extinction. The Mad Prince. A dark expression appeared on Sunny's face. He was reluctant to think about his meeting with the defiled Titan, or at least some vestige of the abhorrent creature that had found its way into his dreams. It almost felt as though thinking about the abomination would summon it here. Nevertheless, Sunny had to consider what he had seen, and heard, in the harrowing dream. Because it was too ominous. I dreamt of being Weaver. The spider with a broken leg was, without a doubt, a representation of the demon of fate. It was not surprising that Sunny had dreamt of the nebulous demon after witnessing the mural in the Grand Hall of the temple, and neither was it unexpected that he had assumed the diamond's role in his nightmare. Weaver's blood was running through Sunny's veins, after all, and he too had an innate affinity to fate. The latter was the reason for the former. In the end it was because of being fated that he had stumbled on the egg of the loathsome thieving bird and received the forbidden lineage of the sinister demon. Sinister Sunny had actually never thought about Weaver in such terms before. Mostly because he had benefited greatly from their tenuous connection, but also because there was no reason to. In all honesty, he had admired the mysterious demon, with no particular reason except for the fact that the demon of fate was an intelligent, cunning, and fearsome deity. But the more Sunny learned about the end of the dream realm and the nightmare spell, the more ominous of a figure Weaver seemed. And how could they not? Who could be more dangerous than a creature that wielded knowledge of fate itself? Sunny and Nephis had argued about the nature of the spell, whether it was a fundamentally benevolent force or not. He was inclined to believe that it had been created for a noble purpose, which was not to say that it was not a vile and terrible curse for the humans of the waking world, but he was also starting to suspect that neither of them really understood the true intention and scope of what Weaver had done at all. The nightmare spell seemed like a tool to make living beings stronger in the face of encroaching corruption. But there were too many discrepancies between what was apparent and what was hidden beneath the surface. The nightmares, the slow but inevitable escalation, the sheer convenience of it all. What was Weaver's true goal? How had the rudimentary version of the spell Ananke wielded grown to become the pervasive and nearly omnipotent power that seemed to be as absolute as the universal laws of reality that the gods established? Come to think of it, how had the Doom War ended? What had actually happened to the diamonds, the gods, and Weaver? Where did the corruption that had devoured the dream realm come from, and why? Just like always, Sunny had no answers. More than that, these were not even the questions he had to ponder. The defilement was a form of corruption that had spread from the estuary, and there were 6 champions of it: Dread Lord, Devouring Beast, Undying Slaughter, Torment, Soul Stealer, and Mad Prince. The Mad Prince, who seemed strangely familiar when Sunny had dreamt of him. He shivered. Why did he feel familiar? The defiled horror seemed like a human, no, like a broken marionette of a human. He was like a flesh puppet worn by a boundless sea of madness, to the point where the madness seemed like the actual being, while the human body just seemed like its ragged shell. Sunny still shuddered. When he remembered the creature's eyes. The torment hiding in them was like a chilling storm of insanity born from 1,000 years of horror, agony, and knowledge. Knowledge was the heaviest thing in the world, after all. As well as the origin of power. And that was why he was very uncomfortable with the fact that the Mad Prince seemed so familiar. Sunny had not noticed it at the start, because the abominable creature was too different from him. But when the Sin of Solace appeared, he had to admit to himself that the defiled Titan and the Sword Wraith were eerily similar. Which meant that Sunny and the Mad Prince were similar, too. He stared at the ghostly landscape of Weave for a while. Have I assumed the role of that abomination? Sunny and Nephis had discussed how strange their entry into the nightmare was. Whose roles did they assume? Who could have been present that far upstream at the moment of their arrival? He had also theorized that the Mad Prince might have died there, as evident by the piece of flotsam with deranged runes carved into it. It was strange to think that a corrupted Titan could have become an ascended tyrant, but not impossible. The spell could have decided that it was the best and only option, slightly changing the rules. The third nightmare was different from the previous 2, to begin with challengers entering it with their own bodies. That was one possibility. The other, more harrowing possibility, was that the abominable madman could have been the Sin of Solace from the future, conjured into the present by some strange quirk of the Great River. Ananke had said it herself that the flow of time in the tomb of Ariel was often strange and unpredictable. The Mad Prince could also have been the future version of Sunny, who had either been devoured by the corruption, or the Sin of Solace itself. No way. No way. He suddenly felt incredibly cold. But it was too compelling of a theory to be discarded because of the outrage he felt at the thought of being able to turn into that bastard. The letters of the modern alphabet being mixed with the deranged runes, the ability to spread madness, the physical resemblance, it was not only the Mad Prince either. The description of the rest of the 6 plagues was also extremely ominous. The Soul Stealer, who could wear the skin of those he killed. The Undying Slaughter, who was overcome by insatiable bloodlust. The Devouring Beast, who consumed the bodies of her slain foes, the Dread Lord, and Torment. Didn't they sound like corrupted, twisted versions of the members of the cohort? All except Nephis, who was incorruptible. It's too ridiculous of a thought. Sunny could reluctantly acknowledge that some form of time distortion could have happened inside the tomb of Ariel. He could even admit that it was quite possible for them to fail in conquering the nightmare and succumb to corruption. However, what were the chances of all of them surviving that and becoming saints in the process? The 6 plagues were vastly more powerful than the members of the cohort, to the point that an entire civilization of powerful awakened had not managed to slay a single one of them. 2 civilizations, even, considering the King of Twilight and his people. No, it was far more likely that Nephis and her cohort were pitted against nightmare creature resembling the perverse versions of themselves because of a little nudge from the spell. The spell had shown itself to be fond of such ghastly, but poetic twists of fate, after all. Still, how had the runes of the waking world language ended up on the piece of flotsam? Sunny remained motionless for a long time, looking at the desolate expanse of weave. Eventually, the glowing waters dimmed, and the 7 suns emerged from the river. Sunny sensed the shadows move in the adjacent rooms, telling him that Ananke and Nephis had woken up. He closed his eyes for a few long moments. Trying to chase away the heavy thoughts, he then dismissed Saint and Imp. It was time to meet the new day. Hopefully, he would get some answers after reaching Fallen Grace. I need to strengthen Nightmare as soon as possible. The Mad Prince had invaded his dreams once, and there was no guarantee that it would not happen again. Sunny needed to protect himself while he slept, and since helping the Black Stallion evolve was also the only way for him to strengthen himself in the short term, he could achieve both goals at once that way. I'm going to have to craft some memories. Luckily, with the Crown of Twilight supplying him with essence, weaving strings of it to create memories would not be as taxing and long of a process as it had been before. Thinking about how many soul shards he had and what memories to create, Sunny rubbed his face and went outside to meet his companions. They were going to leave Weave soon. Chapter 13:18, Leaving Weave. Sunny, Nephis, and Ananke spent several days in the Temple of the Nightmare Spell, resting and exploring the Forlorn City as they prepared for the last leg of the journey. These days were strangely tranquil and peaceful, but also bittersweet. It was because the 3 of them knew that their time together was coming to an end. The young priestess, who had been their caretaker and guide for the last few weeks, was not going to be able to follow her wards to where they needed to go. Fallen Grace, the City of Dusk, lay far beyond the boundary of where she was allowed to exist. Such was the fate of all Riverborn. Sunny and Nephis were both painfully aware of what awaited Ananke in the future. That was why, even though they tried to hide their emotions, a dark shadow was cast over their hearts. The young priestess herself, meanwhile, seemed at peace with her bitter fate. An easy smile often appeared on her lips, and she fully dedicated herself to making preparations to send the 2 of them on their way. Sunny and Nephis were going to have to travel far downstream on their own. They needed supplies and knowledge to reach Fallen Grace without Ananke, so she was busy making sure they would have everything they needed. They gathered various resources from all over the desolate ruins of Weave. The young priestess also taught them how to navigate the great river and recognize various perils hiding in its depths. Nephis continued to learn how to steer the enchanted ketch, while Sunny spent his time weaving threads of shadow essence and studying the estuary key. Eventually, there was nothing left for them in the orphaned city. As the beautiful light of the 7 rising suns suffused the cool morning air, Ananke led them through the empty streets for the last time and jumped lightly onto the deck of the graceful ketch. Come, we will sail downstream today. Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other, then silently followed her aboard the boat. The young priestess watched them with a smile, then nodded and gestured to the steering oar. "My lady, it is best if you practice steering while I am still with you. Remember our lessons. You can surely succeed." Nephis looked at her for a while, her face motionless. She hesitated a little before sitting down on the helmsman's bench and taking the oar. Sunny, meanwhile, frowned. "Wait, what about you? If we are going to sail away on the ketch, how are you going to get back to Weave?" Ananke shook her head. "Weave stretches far downstream, just like it does upstream. There are several island ships we will visit before it is time for me to turn back. I will leave you at the lower house of parting, where there are other vessels for me to use. N.I.N." He hesitated for a few moments, then nodded reluctantly. Sunny had not come to terms with how they would have to leave Ananke behind, still, but there was nothing he could do, and nothing he knew how to say. They had no other choice. But the farewell was not upon them yet. Perhaps he would be able to find the correct words in the days to come. With a sigh, Sunny lowered himself to the deck. Usually, Ananke would sit on the bench at the stern of the ketch, while Nephis would be opposite him at the middle point of the deck. Today, however, their familiar positions were reversed. Neph was holding the steering oar, while the priestess sat down near Sunny. He had grown somewhat accustomed to how beautiful the young Ananke was, but looking at her directly still felt strange. Especially because of how bright her smile was, and how heavy his heart was. "Thank you, my lord." Sunny looked at her somberly, surprised. "Me? For what?" The young priestess sighed lightly, then looked at the desolate landscape of Weave with a wistful expression. "For wanting to learn about my birthplace so much. I am glad to have shared its stories with someone. Very much." He lowered his head and remained silent for a few moments. "Sure. No problem." At that moment, Nephis took a deep breath, and then said something in a resolute voice. The word that escaped her lips echoed from the walls of the canal, and a subtle ripple spread across the surface of the flowing water. It was as though the word itself contained an invisible power capable of reshaping the world. Soon, a strong gale rose, filling the sails of the old ketch. It was both similar and different from how Ananke summoned the wind. Neph's shaping was more direct and crude, lacking stability, but, at the same time, it contained a wild and fearsome will. As a result, the gale summoned by the true name of the wind was able to propel the boat forward despite not being as strong as what the young priestess had been able to call upon. The word they spoke was the same, but the result differed. It was because of the nature of the sorcery of names, unlike other types of sorcery, which acted through fixed conduits like essence threads and runes. It used the shapers themselves as the conduit. Nephis was of a lower rank than Ananke, so she couldn't channel the power of the word as potently. But, at the same time, her body and soul were aflame with the divine lineage of Sun God, and more importantly, she possessed a true name of her own. Those with true names were connected to the mystical side of the world much closer, would be influenced by the hidden powers of the world much more, and be able to exert greater influence in turn. Which was why Nephis was able to control the ketch with a sufficient level of power despite not being a saint like Ananke. "You are doing great, my lady. Speak the names of concealment next." Neph lingered, her face a little pale. The sorcery of names did not come without a cost, just like the other types of sorcery. Channeling a word put a strain on the shaper's body, as while uttering it did not consume essence, controlling the outcome did. Eventually, she gritted her teeth and said the rest of the names the priestess had taught her, arranging them into a phrase. The ketch flew through the canals. Soon, it broke free of the city boundaries and sped into the open expanse of the great river, leaving the forlorn city behind. They were once again traveling downstream, deeper into the past. Chapter 13-19, House of Youth. The next morning, they reached the first of the remote island ships Ananke had told them about. It slowly appeared from beyond the horizon, illuminated by the dreamlike sunlight. This one was different from the House of Parting. The artificial island was much larger, and instead of a solemn and solitary building, it encompassed a whole district. There were many houses, gardens, and water features, all of them bright and colorful. Despite the same desolation that reigned Weave, this place seemed strangely festive. It was easy to imagine how full of vitality it had once been. Anank's eyes glistened with nostalgia. She smiled softly and said, her voice melodious. "This is the House of Youth." Sunny and Nephis looked at the bright island ship, wondering what its purpose was. The sight of it was a little uplifting, and a little sad. Contrasted against the beautiful atmosphere, the emptiness seemed even more poignant. The young priestess sighed. "This is one of the 7 houses that Riverborn spent their childhood and adolescence at." She lingered for a moment, and then explained. "As you can imagine, children grow up differently here on the Great River. From the moment they are born, their bodies are beholden to the currents of its time. If brought upstream, they will swiftly reach adulthood at the same time. Their parents will have to grow older if they wish to remain with their child. In a span of a few generations, families will be torn apart, and a city will be broken into pieces." Ananke shook her head. "Of course, it is also cruel to thrust a child into adulthood while their mind remains immature. So, the 7 houses exist. Actually, it is a bit strange for me to explain these things, since that is just how life in the Tomb of Ariel is. To me, it is the manner in which outsiders grow up that seems odd." She laughed. "I couldn't believe my mother when she told me that kids outside just grow up inevitably, while remaining in the same place, and have no choice on when to become adults. How scary can you imagine?" Sunny and Nephis looked at each other, befuddled. After a while, he cleared his throat. "Yeah, I can easily imagine. But, wait, what is the exact purpose of these 7 houses? Fallen Grace was most likely built in the same way, so it would be good to know." Plus, he was simply curious. The young priestess smiled. "It is simple, really. When a man and a woman decide to have a child, they travel downstream, to the house of birth. The children are born and spend the first months of their lives there." She looked at the waters of the great river and added, her voice wistful. "As the mind of the child matures, they and their parents travel upstream to the next house, where the kids become toddlers. After a year or 2, the family travels to the 3rd house, and so forth. This way, kids have a chance to have proper childhoods. It is a happy time for the families, and moving on to the next house is a big event for the children, akin to the birthday ceremony you outsiders have." Sunny lingered for a few moments, then nodded. The river people did not have the same perception of time as the rest of humans. They still counted time in months and years, but these measurements were simply traditions brought into the Tomb of Ariel by those who had come from the outside. Although there was something akin to seasonal changes within the Tomb of Ariel, the idea of a solar year was meaningless here. So, the children growing up on the Great River would put much more meaning into traveling upstream and getting an older body than into an empty thing like getting older by an imaginary year. Especially since their lives were not limited by the dwindling number of years that remained before they grew old and died. Ananke noticed his contemplative expression and added, "This last house, the House of Youth, is where our bodies reach the stage of the cusp of adulthood. The parents usually leave for the main city and leave the kids with other youths. Yet different kids reach mental maturity at different paces. Some spend just a few years here before moving on to reunite with their families. Some stay longer. Some lazy rascals even refuse to become adults for decades." Her cheeks turned slightly pink. I might have been one of those rascals myself." Sunny smiled, imagining the dignified and wise elderly woman he knew avoiding the responsibilities of adulthood for as long as she could, getting into all kinds of mischief with the other young Riverborn. Had Ananke really been such an unruly troublemaker once? He shook his head. But wait. If that is true, then how would these youths have families of their own? They would turn into infants by traveling to the house of birth, no. Ananke nodded. Indeed. That is why the whole city migrates some distance upstream each generation. That gives the young ones a chance to have children of their own. Of course, it also means that their parents grow a little older with each migration. But our lifespans along the future is more forgiving than the past. The eldest ones assume guidance roles in the 7 houses, as well. She remained silent for a few moments. Nevertheless, a city might reach a point where the older part of its population would not be able to migrate anymore. That never happened to Weave, since many died in the battles against the corrupted, and those who survived too long usually chose to leave from the House of Parting. Our history also does not stretch that far. But downstream, where the great cities of Sibyls used to be, that was how new settlements were created. The young split off to start life anew. Sunny and Nephis remained silent, thinking about how bizarre the civilization of the Great River was, after all. The way of life of the river people was indeed completely different from the outside world. Even simple things like parenthood, childhood, and growing up were entirely unlike what they knew. Life always finds a way. Which was why it was even sadder to see it destroyed, how it had been here in Weave. Ananke sighed. There had been a single migration after I left the House of Youth. So, I will be able to guide you past all the 7 houses, to the House of Parting far downstream. It should not take us more than a few days. With that, she turned to Nephis and smiled. In the meantime, my lady, I will help you grow accustomed to controlling the catch. As she and Neph talked, Sunny looked at the bright buildings of the House of Youth, which were drawing closer and closer and then slowly drifting past. He was thinking about what Anank's childhood must have looked like, as well as about the bleak and cold childhood of his own. Wasn't it funny? The young priestess, who had been born in a tomb built by the demon of dread from the corpse of an unholy titan, clung desperately to her childhood, not wanting to become an adult. While he, who had been born in the waking world, couldn't wait to leave that bitter page of his life behind. And in the end, they had both ended up in this catch together. Sunny sighed. It would be nice if the kids of the future, the waking world's future, could live like her, and not like me. That was such a strange thought. N.01n. Chapter 1320, Childhood's End. Eventually, Ananke replaced Nephis at the steering oar. Neph looked drained after commanding the winds for an entire day. Nevertheless, Sunny felt that her eyes were duller than mere exhaustion could explain. Throwing a questioning glance at her, he asked, "Are you all right?" She lingered for a few moments, then nodded silently. Sitting down and leaning her back against the side of the ketch, Nephis then tiredly closed her eyes. She had not slept since they left Weave, and although masters like them could easily remain awake for days, mental fatigue still had a way of catching up to them. I guess she doesn't want to talk about whatever it is that's troubling her. Sunny studied Neph's pale face, then quietly summoned Nightmare and ordered him to guard her dreams. The tenebrous steed hid in the shadows at the bow of the boat, formless and watchful. Not satisfied with that, Sunny sent all but one of his shadows to augment him. Memories of meeting the manifestation of the Prince of Madness still haunted his thoughts. Later, there was nothing for him to do but continue weaving threads of essence. Sunny sat on the deck of the ketch with his legs crossed, his fingers dancing in the air. By now, he was proficient enough in creating essence strings to not pay a lot of attention to the process. It was a far cry from when he had attempted weaving for the first time and constantly cut his hands to the bone. His painfully gained experience and the increased sensitivity that bone weave granted to his fingertips made it easier. Now, Sunny just needed time and essence to create as long a thread as he needed to weave a memory. It still took some time. After a while, Ananke looked at him with curiosity and asked, "My lord, if you don't mind me asking, what are you doing?" Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then turned his head slightly. He hesitated before answering, knowing how weird she was about all things involving the demon of fate. Nevertheless, eventually, he said, "I am creating essence strings weaving." Her azure eyes widened slightly. You are a weaver, my lord?" "A weaver." Sunny tilted his head. "If you mean someone who uses weaver's sorcery, then yes. Although I am not very proficient with it." The young priestess was staring at him with reverence. He sighed. Why, were these weavers very rare in your time? She nodded slowly. Extremely so, my lord. The sorcery created by the demon of fate was not something mortals could easily learn, or gods, even. There were only a few who mastered it. One of the two high priests of the nightmare spell was one such sorcerer. My mother told me that he was a shaper of souls and a master of all kinds of magic. Are there a lot of weavers like you in the future? Sunny slowly shook his head. No. There are a few whose aspects allow them to create memories, but as far as I know, I am the only one who truly knows how to weave sorcery, unbound by the limits of my abilities. He sighed. I never had a teacher, though. Everything I know, I've learned myself. That is why I can only create copies of the weaves created by the spell, or modify them at best. The young priestess looked at him silently for a while, then smiled. But, my lord, wouldn't that mean that the nightmare spell is your teacher? How can there be a better teacher than that? The corner of his mouth twitched. Suddenly grim, Sunny looked away. I guess. The spell has taught me a great deal of things, indeed. Anank's smile widened. You are beloved by fate, then. I feel at ease. He hid his face, not wanting her to see the dark resentment drowning his eyes. Beloved by fate, huh? Sunny was indeed fated. However, that did not mean that fate was especially kind to him. It just meant that he was wrapped in its strings like a helpless puppet, doomed to always be at its mercy. In a sense, it meant that he would never know peace. Not until he learned how to rip those strings apart. It's much more like I am cursed by it. But then again, wasn't his fate to become defiled, tear his face with his nails, and turn into a mad abomination? Wasn't that his future? Sunny shuddered, remembering that frightening possibility. No, no way. I would rather die. I will die, if this is the only outcome. That stupid theory of mine has to be wrong. The Mad Prince, I will never become him. Closing his eyes for a moment, he calmed his wildly beating heart and concentrated on weaving essence strings once again. However, his fingers trembled as he did. No one N. By the time the 7 suns touched the surface of the flowing water, the swift ketch reached the second of the 7 houses. Mooring the boat to its pier, they camped for the night on the forlorn island. It looked like a place where life had thrived once, but now, that vitality was gone. The children were gone, the parents were gone, and soon enough, the 7 houses would be gone, too, swallowed by the eternal currents of the great river. In the morning, Sunny was awoken by the creaking of the wind catchers. After giving Ananke some time to take a walk along the shore and remember the days of her childhood, they left the artificial islands and sailed downstream once again. It took them another day to pass the 3rd house. By then, Anank's appearance had changed once again. She used to look only slightly older than Sunny and Nephis in weave, but now, it was as if she was of the same age as them, or even younger. By the time the swift ketch reached the 4th house, she seemed to be in her late teens. The mood inside the ketch had turned dark. Looking at the endearing adolescent face of the young priestess, it was impossible to deny that they would have to leave her behind soon. The house of parting was not that far away anymore. Before they reached it, though, they had to pass by the last 3 of the 7 houses. However, by the time they were supposed to come in view of the 5th, Anank's expression had turned tense. Because the artificial island was nowhere to be found. Chapter 13:21, Drowning Island. Sunny and Nephis had learned a few things about navigating the endlessly flowing waters of the great river, but they were still unsure what distance separated each of the 7 houses from each other. Nevertheless, they quickly understood that something was wrong by looking at Anank's face. The young priestess was almost always either calm or smiling. At some point, however, a deep frown twisted her soft adolescent face, and a dark shadow was cast onto her vibrant azure eyes. Sunny was the first to notice. He studied the teenage girl in front of them, then asked, "What's wrong?" Ananke lingered for a few moments. We should have reached the third house by now, my lord. There were 7 artificial islands where the children of we've spent their childhood, and although the swift ketch was supposed to reach the 5th one, they were actually numbered in reverse order, starting with the house of birth far downstream and ending with the house of youth. So, the third house would have been the 5th they saw. However, it seemed to have disappeared. The young priestess studied the vast expanse of the great river, then mumbled with uncertainty. I guess the mechanisms of the island could have broken down, sending it adrift. I haven't visited here in a long while. Still, the deterioration shouldn't have reached that stage already. Sunny and Nephis exchanged glances. Rising to her feet, Nephis looked north. Could it have been destroyed by an abomination? Ananke did not answer for a while. Eventually, she sighed. It's unlikely, but not impossible. Maybe that is what happened, indeed. The ketch continued to fly downstream, but the mood of its 3 passengers had changed. Not only was there a threat of a powerful nightmare creature stalking the waters somewhere nearby, but the disappearance of one of the islands also meant that the rest of them could be gone, as well. Damnation. Sunny did not particularly care about the remaining 2 of the 7 houses, but he was concerned about the lower house of parting, the point where Ananke was supposed to say farewell to them. The young priestess was intending to gift them her ketch, so she needed another vessel in order to return to Weave. There were supposed to be other boats moored at the house of parting, but if the island had been destroyed they were going to have a problem. It's not too bad. The furthest island ship of Weave might not have been destroyed. Even if it was, Sunny could assume the form of the river serpent again, continuing to travel downstream without the ketch. With the crown of twilight, he would be able to sustain that form for longer. But not long enough to reach fallen grace. There were less powerful abominations in the past, though perhaps he and Nephis would be able to come up with a method to stay safe while he replenished his essence. There was nothing to do for now. First, they needed to reach the house of parting and see whether it was still in one piece or not. They continued sailing downstream in grim silence. The 7 suns had already plunged into the great river, suffusing it with a soft glow, when Sunny suddenly stirred and peered into the distance. A few moments later, he pointed forward and said, his voice somber. I see something. There. Ananke silently moved the steering oar, guiding the ketch in that direction. A dozen minutes later, a dark shape became visible in the iridescent glow of the flowing water. It was massive and strangely shaped, rising above the surface of the river like a mountain. Without having to say anything, Nephis and Sunny summoned their weapons. Ananke called upon her harpoon, as well. However, they weren't in danger. As the ketch drew closer to the ominous shape, they saw it for what it was. A shattered platform built upon the frame of some leviathan's bones was sticking out of the water, tilted and half-drowned. They first saw one of its sides, overgrown by seaweed and barnacles. It took Sunny some time to realize that he was looking at the bottom of an island ship. Soon, enormous water wheels came into sight, motionless and broken, hanging high in the air. Finally, they went around the edge of the drowning island and saw the side of it that was supposed to be the surface. The bright buildings, those of them that remained above the water, had mostly collapsed into piles of rubble. The gardens had been destroyed, and the tidy streets had turned into a labyrinth of ruins. The tall wind catchers had been shattered, their blades sticking out of the river like torn sails. It was what remained of the third house. Looking at the scene of violent devastation, Sunny felt a cold shiver run down his spine. What could have destroyed it so thoroughly? It seemed as though a frenzied titan had been let loose on the floating island. Nephis gripped the hilt of her sword tighter. Her face was motionless, but white sparks were dancing in her eyes. An abomination. Ananke remained silent, studying the ruins with a dark expression. Eventually, she shook her head. I don't know, my lady. Let's leave this place as soon as possible. Despite her true age and her youthful appearance, the priestess was not a very good liar. Sunny could tell that she was keeping some suspicion to herself, but since Ananke did not want to speak of it, he decided not to press the issue, for now. He trusted her that much, at least. The young priestess let Nephis take the steering oar and went to the bow of the ketch, still holding her harpoon. The ketch sailed past the ruins of the devastated house, giving them an opportunity to study how utter its destruction had been. None of them said anything, but all three looked somber and uneasy. Finally, they left the drowning island behind and continued moving with the current of the great river. An hour passed in tense silence, then another. Despite Sunny's fears, no monstrous dweller of the depths attacked the small ketch. After a while, the first of the 7 suns appeared from beneath the waters. The impenetrable darkness released its hold upon the sky, and a new day came, as bright and beautiful as all the rest of them. N1N. However, there was something different about this one. When all 7 suns had risen from the water, Sunny noticed that far ahead of them, in the distance, the darkness still remained. It veiled the northern horizon like a wall, connecting the surface of the great river to the sky. Ananke was staring at the distant wall of darkness, too, her youthful face pale. He scowled. What is it? Some ancient abomination manifesting its power. A defiled. The young priestess pursed her lips, then slowly shook her head. No, my lord. It's much worse. It is a storm. Her melodious voice sounded solemn. A time storm. Chapter 13:22, Broken Time. The ominous words hung in the air, as foreboding as the wall of darkness veiling the sky far in the distance. Sunny and Nephis looked at Ananke, wary because of her somber expression. This was the first time either of them had seen the young priestess show signs of despondence. The 3 of them must have made for a funny sight, 2 battle-hardened warriors staring at a teenage girl, waiting for her guidance. Sunny frowned. A time storm? Ananke nodded slowly. Yes, my lord. I have told you before that time can be unpredictable on the great river. There are places where it turns stale and unmoving, great whirlpools that nothing can ever escape, clashing currents, and deadly tides of all kinds. A time storm is one of the most dangerous anomalies one can encounter. Her youthful face darkened. It is a wandering disaster that twists and rips time apart, containing within itself absolute chaos. These storms originate from the span of the great river that corresponds to the final days of the Doom War, when the last cataclysmic battles between the Daimons and the gods were fought, and when both sides perished. They usually don't reach that far upstream. I am sorry. Nephis shook her head. You don't need to be sorry, Ananke. It is not your fault. However, how do we escape it? The young priestess lingered for a few moments, then said quietly. I am not sure that we can. She uttered several words, easily overpowering Neph's shaping. The wind that had been filling the sails of the ketch disappeared, and a moment later, a powerful gale crushed into the wooden boat, making it creak. This one was not summoned by anyone. Much worse, it was blowing from downstream, pushing their hair back. Which meant that the dark wall devouring the horizon was traveling in their direction. At least a normal storm would. Judging by Ananke's expression, a time storm behaved the same. Sunny uttered a silent curse. Can we outrun it? The young priestess swiftly moved to the side of the ketch and looked down, at the clear water flowing past the polished wood. A few moments later, she gritted her teeth. I don't think so, my lord. We are already caught in its outer reaches. It was only then that Sunny noticed that the current of the great river seemed to have grown much stronger. It was hard to tell when the ketch was flying forward at full speed, but now that it slowed down and was about to come to a halt, the changes were apparent even for an outsider like himself. The wind was chasing the storm in their direction, while the current was pulling them into the storm. It was like a trap. Damn it. What do we do, then? Ananke stared at the approaching wall of the storm with a dark expression. A few moments later, she took a deep breath and forced out a smile. We will just have to brave it then, my lord and lady. N1N. Sunny and Nephis stared at the teenage girl with stumped expressions. Hadn't she said that a time storm was a roving mass of chaotic time, wild and distorted enough to be absolutely deadly? The third house had been much larger and infinitely more robust than their small ketch, but it was utterly destroyed. How the hell were they supposed to survive something like that? The young priestess shook her head. It is not as bad as it sounds. I am a transcendent, after all. We, the followers of Weaver, had to pass through the tumultuous region from where these storms originate on our way upstream, so we know a thing or two about how to endure them. Her voice sounded confident, but the look in her eyes was anything but. Noticing their doubt, Ananke sighed. I am reasonably certain that I can keep this small ketch from being torn apart. It is lucky, actually, that our vessel is not too large. However, she stared at the wall of darkness that had already drawn closer in the few minutes they were talking and grew solemn. It is very important that none of us touches the water, or becomes separated from the ketch. This storm front we see is only the after effect of the true disaster. The real horror lies beneath the waves. In the depths of water no one can survive being pulled down by the raging currents of broken time. If you fall into the river, you will never come back. Sunny grimaced. His hope of being able to salvage the situation by turning into the river serpent had just been crushed. Now, his only choice was to trust Ananke to see them through the disaster. It was not that he didn't trust her but... Sunny suddenly remembered traversing the dark sea of the forgotten shore on the shoulder of the walking colossus. There had been a storm then, too, and a harrowing creature hiding within the storm. His expression crumbled. There are no ancient abominations hiding in that wall of darkness, are there? Ananke looked at him with surprise, then shook her head with a smile. No, my lord. Even the defiled can't survive the broken time. They avoid these storms just as we do. Sunny sighed and looked downstream with a bleak face. After a while, he asked in a dull voice. We should prepare for a rocky ride, then. The young priestess nodded. Indeed. My lord is wise. He was not even in the mood to celebrate getting another praise. Shaking his head, Sunny started stretching his body, then froze, realizing how senseless his actions were. They were not preparing for a battle. Sharp swords and sturdy armor were not going to help them survive the storm, and neither would their combat skills. Sighing again, he asked. What exactly do we need to do? With no time to waste, Ananke directed them on how to help her prepare the ketch for braving the storm. She tried to sound calm, but hints of urgency found their way into her voice. The preparations did not take long. They lowered the sails, then folded them neatly. As it turned out, both masts of the ketch could be taken down, as well. After dismantling them, everything was either stored under the deck of the wooden boat or fastened tightly in place. 10 minutes later, nothing that could be easily torn or broken by the wind remained. The ketch turned from a sailboat into a simple and barren vessel, seemingly too small to survive a terrible storm, but also solid enough to look like it, maybe, could. The three of them stood on the empty deck, looking north. The wall of darkness was approaching. Chapter 13:23, Time Storm. As the winds turned violent and the surface of the great river grew restless, Ananke gave them a few simple instructions. There was not much to say, really. She would be responsible for steering the ketch, protecting it against the ravages of distorted time, and preventing it from turning over. While they had to scoop up the water that would inevitably get inside and throw it back overboard. The three of them also used sturdy ropes to tie themselves to the ketch. If the boat did overturn, hopefully, they would not be pulled into the depths of the underwater storm immediately. Sunny was not sure what would happen if Ananke failed to keep their boat above the waves, though, so he didn't feel too hopeful. Prepare yourselves. The voice of the young priestess was grave, which created a strange dissonance with her adolescent appearance. Once we enter the storm, we won't be free of it for several days. It will be hard to endure the strain, even for ascended like you, my lord and lady. Conserve your stamina. And essence, too. She lingered for a few moments, and then added quietly. All kinds of things can happen, but fate will guide us. Have faith. Sunny gritted his teeth. If there was one thing he did not have, and never wished to possess, it was faith. The only thing he believed in was the strength of his arms and the resilience of his spirit. But Ananke was different. If Faith in Weaver could help her cope with the cruel truth of the world, then he didn't have the heart to diminish it with his words. So, he remained silent. Let's survive this. N.01N. Looking at the wooden dipper he had been given, Sunny sighed. Who knew that he would miss traveling inside the giant alloy coffins of the House of Night one day? The Wall of Darkness, meanwhile, was approaching. The winds were growing more and more violent, their howls drowning out all other sounds. The current of the great river had turned fast and erratic, carrying the ketch forward with frightening speed. Tall waves rose and fell, and the wooden boat rose and fell with them, strong impacts reverberating through his bones. Several days of this, huh? Sunny finally understood why Ananke had said that enduring the storm would not be easy even for the inhumanly strong and resilient ascended like them. Plus it was not a mundane storm, either. Eventually, the ketch plunged into a thick mist. A few moments before it did, the light of the seven suns suddenly grew strange and distorted, as if someone had covered the sky with a muddy prism. Sunny's hair stood on end. He experienced a very eerie and uncomfortable sensation, a sensation of the laws of the world coming undone around him, maybe. Time, which had always been a constant, did not feel solid and reliable anymore. Instead, it was wild and chaotic, playing strange games with his perception. Even the shadows surrounding him were fragmented and twisted, stretched endlessly or moving in an impossible manner. It was rather maddening. He felt nauseated. And apart from this bizarre sense of wrongness, the ketch was being thrown around like a toy by the waves. His body was being jerked from side to side, up and down, experiencing moments of weightlessness and rough impacts. The winds were battering him, throwing streams of water at his face. The roaring of the storm was deafening. Blinded by the furiously swirling mist and the drops of water flying into his eyes, Sunny instantly felt miserable. And afraid. People had always been frightened in the face of raging nature. But here, it was not even nature instead, the storm surrounding them was entirely unnatural. It was just as harrowing, still. And it was only growing stronger. They were only at the outer boundary of the unnatural disaster. As Sunny wondered how they were going to survive several days of this torture if the ketch wasn't destroyed sooner, at that he heard Ananke through the cacophony of the raging storm. The names she had spoken were unfamiliar, and judging by the strain in her voice, they were not something the young priestess could easily use, or invoked often. Nevertheless, after she spoke these words, the nauseating distortion of the time storm seemed to have subsided a little. The ketch was still climbing the tall waves and plummeting from them, and the winds were still as violent as they had been a moment before, but the physical hardship of enduring their ruthless assault was at least tolerable. It was as though an invisible bubble of more stable time appeared around the small ketch, keeping the worst of the chaos away. Sunny turned his head to look at the young priestess. Ananke was holding the steering oar with both hands, looking into the mist with a focused expression. Her youthful face was pale, but her azure eyes were full of stalwart determination. She controlled the ketch with a skill born from hundreds of years of living on the great river, somehow guiding it through the towering waves and chaotic currents. Then, he glanced at Nephis. Her eyes were burning with white flame, the light fabric of her tunic fluttering in the wind. Finally, Sunny looked down and let out a heavy breath. Bending down, he scooped up the first portion of water and tossed it into the mist. His hand trembled for a moment. Were they really going to live through this? Sunny had lived through a great deal of things, many of which no one had any business surviving. He had often imagined his death, as well. In his imagination, that death always came at the hand of a powerful nightmare creature or a similarly powerful human. Sometimes, he imagined dying of old age in a comfortable bed, too. One thing Sunny very rarely imagined, if ever, was being killed by a dumb, mindless force of nature. Perhaps it was vain, considering the kinds of environments he often ended up in, but still, he was unwilling to succumb to something so senseless. I survived a fight with a great beast, damn it. Was he going to die because of a weird storm? Like hell I will. Not to mention that there were the lives of Nephis and Ananke to consider, too. Encouraging himself like this, Sunny endured another wave and scooped more water from the wet deck. The mist swirled and boiled around them, and the small ketch was being pulled deeper and deeper into the storm. Chapter 13:24, Relentless Battle. The time storm raged all around them. The current of the great river, which had always been calm and constant, turned into a furious tide, being carried and tossed around by it. The ketch flew forward with terrible speed. Tall waves rose and fell, and hurricane winds howled like frenzied beasts. Everything around them was drowning in a boiling fog. Blinded by it, deafened by the roaring thunderclaps, the three of them had lost all sense of time and direction. There was only the feeling of the wet deck beneath their feet, the soaring and plummeting of the wooden boat, and the physical strain of enduring the cataclysmic fury of the storm. Faced with its inconceivable wrath, Sunny couldn't help but feel how tiny and insignificant he was in the face of the unnatural disaster. And that was with Ananke holding the worst of it at bay, as well. The eerie, deeply distressing feeling of the immutable laws of the world turning vague and volatile was still there, muted but indescribably oppressive. He felt sickened, both physically and mentally. It was as if the solid foundation of his very being had suddenly been replaced by shifting quicksand, leaving him shaking and unstable. Perhaps that was what madness felt like. Damnation N.in. Steeling his heart, Sunny tried to ignore the appalling sensation and concentrated on his task, scooping up the water that had been thrown into the ketch by the storm and tossing it overboard. There was a lot of it, but he and Nephis could still keep up. It was just that this simple task had turned out to be much more demanding than he expected. Simply existing in the wildly rocking boat was already an exercise in endurance. Considering the dire speed of the current and the height of the waves, it felt as though some demented giant was playing catch with their bodies, throwing them high up and then slamming them down with ferocious power. Keeping his balance was not only tiring, but also difficult. Every muscle in his body was under strain, seemingly at all times. The movements of the jerking ketch were chaotic and impossible to predict. However, failing to follow them was tantamount to death. If Sunny was not careful and failed to continuously adjust to the constant changes, he would be thrown down on the deck, or worse yet, tossed overboard into the seething water. And he had to do more than simply exist. He had to move, scoop up water, and throw it back into the raging river. Of course, there were more efficient ways of accomplishing that task. He could do more, and do it better, with the help of shadow manifestation. But their struggle against the storm was going to be an arduous marathon, not a sprint. Currently, he felt only slightly tired. That tiredness was going to turn into a crippling exhaustion sooner rather than later. Then, he was going to have to burn through his essence to keep his battered body moving, hoping against all hope that his reserves were deep enough. Wasting it on frivolous things would have been a short-sighted decision. I was wrong. Before they plunged into the storm, Sunny had noted that it was not a battle. But it was. It was just as physically straining, just as violent, and just as deadly. The difference was that he couldn't remember a battle that had lasted for many days without ever allowing the fighters to rest and breathe for even a minute. How dreadful would that be? At least the enemy was a mindless force of nature. An enemy like that did not require him to think too much, thus draining his mental powers. While arduous and exhausting, his task was not too far from being mechanical. Sunny still had to remain focused and actively pay attention to the motions of the ketch, but he didn't have to think, analyze the situation, and come up with lethal schemes. Same went for Nephis. Ananke, however. Her task was much more difficult than theirs. Not only did the priestess have to maintain the mystical protections around the ketch, she was also responsible for steering it. The small boat would have already overturned a dozen times if not for the swift and precise judgment of their guide. Sunny looked back, at the small figure of the young girl who was holding the steering oar firmly, peering into the mist. Her face was pale, but her eyes were brimming with focused resolve. He was worried about her. He was worried about a great deal of things. For example, about the fact that they were barely a few hours into the storm, with multiple days of this hell still remaining before the ketch escaped it. If nothing unexpected happened. One step at a time. One step at a time, one wave at a time, one thunderclap at a time. That was how they were going to survive the time storm. That was how Sunny and Nephis were going to survive the third nightmare, as well. And after that. Sunny did not have even the slightest idea what was going to happen after if he became a saint. Not only to him, but also to humanity itself. The great clans were going to continue their war. The waking world would continue to crumble. The nightmare spell would continue to pull them all deeper and deeper into the mysterious machinations of the demon of fate. Let's survive the damned storm first. Cursing under his breath, he bent his knees to lessen the impact of the wooden deck hitting his feet, endured the ketch plummeting from the crest of a tall wave to crash violently into the water, then hurriedly threw several scoops of foaming water over the side of the boat. A few steps away, Nephis was doing the same. The world seemed to be coming undone all around them. Separated from the abyss of broken time only by the thin deck of a wooden boat, they sailed through the raging mist. Chapter 1325, Lawless Abyss. Sunny had long lost the track of time if it even existed in this furious abyss. The howling of the wind and the roar of harrowing thunderclaps had fused into a deafening cacophony, making his ears ring. His sight had been robbed by the boiling mist and the torrents of water. His lungs were on fire, and his muscles felt like they were on the verge of tearing. It was not easy to bring an ascent to such a sorry state through sheer physical hardship. But here he was, feeling like dying. With each passing hour or minute, maybe Sunny was using more and more essence to supplement his failing strength. The ketch was still being carried by the tumultuous current, dancing between towering waves. The world was veiled by mist and darkness. He was still scooping up water, which was now sloshing around his ankles. The wooden dipper Ananke had given him had broken some time ago, replaced by an iron bowl. How much longer? Sunny was not sure what he was trying to ask himself. How much longer before they escaped the storm, or before they drowned? In any case, he longed to drop on something solid, unmoving and rest. Even if that rest would last forever. The deck suddenly lurched upward, and he toppled, hitting it with his head. For a moment, Sunny saw stars. But even the stars were dancing wildly, tossed around by the cursed storm. There was no answer. He had attempted to measure time by how fast his essence replenished, hoping that the crown of twilight would tell him when dawn and dusk came. But even the great memory succumbed to the vagaries of broken time. It activated and fell silent with no rhyme or reason, acting as bizarrely and chaotically as the deadly storm around them. All that Sunny knew was that it had to be a day, 2 days, maybe. Since they had entered the wall of darkness, at least. Even though it felt like an eternity. The only measure of the passage of time that Sunny and Nephis had was Ananke, although that, in and of itself, was one of the most frightening things. The young priestess was still steering the ketch, now slumped and barely holding on to the oar. However, her appearance had changed. If before she looked like an adolescent girl in her late teens, now, she seemed more like a child, no more than 12 years old. Ananke had always been a person of small stature, but at the moment, her body shrank even more. The dark mantle she wore looked almost comically large for her delicate frame, which seemed to drown in its folds. Nevertheless, she never wavered in her duty, keeping their small boat afloat despite the harrowing fury of the great river. Enin. Even knowing that the priestess was a couple of 100 years old, Sunny couldn't help but feel his heart tighten when he saw a child struggling against the same hell he and Nephis were being tortured by. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Picking himself up from the deck, Sunny gritted his teeth and continued to scoop the water up. The slower he was, the heavier the ketch would become, and the heavier it became, the more peril they would be in. It was already a miracle that the old boat continued to withstand the ruthless cruelty of the storm. It couldn't continue for much longer. Not only because the wooden hull of the ketch could split apart at any moment, but also because the chaotic nature of the time storm was growing more and more eerie and violent around them. Despite the bubble of stability created around the boat by Ananke, they could feel it. Sunny thought he saw strange shapes in the mist. At other times, he felt his own body and mind changing for a split second before reverting to their previous state. The same was happening to Nephis. He wasn't sure if he was seeing things, but her figure and face seemed to be changing from time to time. Her silver hair always seemed to be of different lengths. Her beautiful face appeared as usual one moment. Then, it would turn into the pale face of a drowned corpse for a fraction of a second, or become burned and charred beyond recognition. As soon as he blinked, the changes would disappear, and Neph would turn into her usual self. Shuddering, Sunny thought about what she saw when he looked at him. Did she see his face become covered by countless scars, turning into a demented mask of mutilated flesh? His eyes changing to contain boundless madness? But even that was not the scariest part of the time storm. The scariest part was that Sunny could hear the vague echoes whispered by a familiar voice, as if the spell was talking to him. Even they sounded senseless and twisted, broken beyond recognition, as though even the nightmare spell was not above being affected by the harrowing calamity. He had seen it rendered powerless only once before in the Red Colosseum, which had been created by Hope. According to Ananke, the time storms were echoes of the final battle between the Daimons and the gods. Was it such a surprise, then, that the pushing his exhausted body and struggling to withstand the relentless assault of the dreadful disaster, Sunny withstood a powerful blow of the hurricane wind and tossed authority of the nightmare spell was disrupted by them? After all, he had already known that its power was not absolute. Pushing his exhausted body and struggling to withstand the relentless assault of the dreadful disaster, Sunny withstood a powerful blow of the hurricane wind and tossed another portion of water overboard. Absolute. A sudden thought occurred to him in the midst of the infernal tempest. He froze for a moment, desperately trying to catch his breath. Was the nightmare spell weaver's attempt at creating an absolute law of their own? He was so stunned by that idea that it even seemed like the storm disappeared for a moment. It was as though the howling of the wind subsided, and a deafening silence surrounded him. No. What? It really did disappear. Bright light suddenly pierced Sunny's eyes, and he hissed, covering them with a hand. The violent rocking of the deck subsided, as well. Did we escape? Sunny lowered his hand and looked at the horizon. Then, he tiredly fell onto the deck. In front of them was a vast expanse of perfectly still water. It was not just peaceful, it was actually unmoving. For the first time since they had entered the third nightmare, the great river stood still. Bright sunlight was pouring from the clear azure sky, illuminating the dreamlike vista. Behind them, the time storm rose like a dark wall. In front of them, far away, was the same veil of darkness. It surrounded the vast circle of calm water like an ominous barrier, seething with rage. The circle of calm water itself, meanwhile, was like a flawlessly flat mirror. It shone with reflected sunlight, making it seem as though they were drifting on the surface of a radiant star. Sunny closed his eyes, then covered his face with both hands. No. No, we didn't escape anything. Instead, they only reached the eye of the storm. Chapter 13:26, Eye of the Storm. N01N. Drifting across the perfectly still surface of the water, the battered ketch slowly gained distance from the swirling wall of the dark mist. The raging winds died down, then disappeared altogether. A strange silence settled upon the world, as if they were caught in a gap between two moments. Only the subtle ripples that spread through the radiant mirror of the frozen river's surface by the bow of the ketch showed that this hidden sanctuary was not entirely, and eternally, unchanging. Sunny fell back and leaned tiredly on the side of the wooden boat. Breathing heavily, he looked at Nephis, then at Ananke. The silence was too sweet to break it with the sound of human voices. He was too exhausted to speak, as well for a while, All three of them remained motionless, trying to recover from the torturous fury of the howling storm. "We'll have to dive back into that hell, eventually." The thought alone made Sonny shudder. Refusing to entertain it, he closed his eyes and slumped down, intending to rest for a few minutes. Instead, he fell into the embrace of sleep almost immediately. Perhaps because of nightmare, or perhaps because even the defiled titans could not reach into the depths of the time storm, nothing visited him in his dreams. Sonny woke up with a start when a shadow fell on him. For a split second, he was afraid that they were back in the ruthless grinder of the time cataclysm, but it was only Nephis. She had walked to the bow of the ketch to look ahead, her face pale and her eyes sunken. He stared at her for a few moments, then sighed and pulled himself upright. "How long was I asleep?" She lingered for a while. "There's no way to tell." Sonny frowned, confused by the odd answer. However, then he felt it himself in the place where the deep discomfort of sensing the broken nature of time had been. There was now a strange emptiness. But it was not the familiar comfort of sensing the natural flow of time, either. Instead, it was the absolute lack of it. He frowned, realizing that he could not feel the passage of time at all. It was a truly bizarre sensation, one that could not be properly described with words. His heart was beating, and his chest rose and fell as he breathed. However, he did not know how long each heartbeat took, and how much time passed between each breath. It could have been a moment, a minute, or 1,000 years. It could have been an eternity. Sonny grimaced. Damnation. What was happening now? They were alive, strangely enough, at least it seemed that way. His body ached all over, still reeling from the terrible strain of surviving the storm. Such pain was something that only the living felt. Sonny turned to Ananke, wanting to ask the priestess a few questions, but remained silent in the end. His expression darkened. The priestess looked even younger than she had the last time he saw her. Now, she resembled a girl of 10 years of age, at most. Her ebony hair was short and unruly, and her lovely face had become round and immature, with clear blue eyes and cheeks that had yet to lose all of their baby plumpness. Ananke was sitting on the helmsman's bench, her feet dangling above the deck. Noticing his gaze, she picked up the folds of her comically oversized mantle and jumped down. "Greetings, my lord." Her pleasant voice had grown childish and awkward. Sonny hesitated, staring at the young girl. She looked nothing short of adorable. However, he did not feel uplifted by the cute sight. Instead, his heart felt as heavy as a mountain. If when they broke free of the storm, would Ananke even be able to return to weave on her own? He glanced at Nephis, who stood with her back to them, then sighed. "Well, think of something." Then, Sonny turned to the Kai LD priestess and asked, "What is going on, exactly?" She smiled sweetly, her azure eyes sparkling, 2 dimples appearing on her plump cheeks. "We are in the eye of the storm, my lord. Time is frozen still here. It is not dangerous, I think. It's just that." He was momentarily distracted from her words by a subtle movement in the water. The strange thing, though, was that he did not sense any shadows shifting. Turning his head, Sonny glanced outside the ketch. The surface of the great river was perfectly clear and flat, turning into a giant mirror. The azure sky reflected in it seamlessly, suffused with bright sunlight. It was as though the entire world was shining with a splendid radiance. The sight of it was like a vision from a beautiful dream. However, there was something beneath the radiance. Sonny heard Ananke end the sentence as he peered through the light. "We shouldn't look at the water." Her warning came a split second too late. The scream died in his throat as he saw a pale figure moving across the surface of the water with calamitous killing intent, shrouded in countless layers of furious darkness. That rippling darkness was boundless and unfathomable, containing within itself an infinite number of choices. The features of the harrowing figure were vague and obscured, and all he could see was a pair of terrible wings, their feathers black like those of a raven. They spread, vast enough to devour the sky, and drowned the world in howling mist. Staggering back, Sunny fell to his knees and vomited blood. 2 streams of it burst from his nose, too. Bloodweave, which would usually prevent something like this, was reeling in stupor, and so was he. It was as though his mind had suffered a tremendous shock from witnessing the dark figure and sensing the harrowing depth of its obliterating killing intent. Hurting and disoriented, Sunny wiped the blood off his face and spat. What the hell is that?" Ananke remained silent for a while, uncharacteristically solemn. Then, she said in a low voice. "Those are reflections of the gods, my lord. And of the diamonds that slayed them." Chapter 13:27, Frozen Reflections. Sunny wiped the blood off his lips and remained motionless for a while, staring at the wooden deck. There was an irate expression on his face, and when he threw a furtive glance to the side, his body trembled slightly. "That's great. The reflections of the gods and diamonds." It made sense, in the senseless kind of way that seemed to be prevalent here in the tomb of Ariel. The time storms were echoes of the final battles between the diamonds and the gods. They had been created when the aftershocks of those unimaginable clashes reached the great river through the titanic walls of the Black Pyramid. So it wasn't that unusual that there were reflections of the awesome deities still remaining in the eye of the storm, where time was frozen still. Whose figure had Sunny witnessed just now? Nephis, it seemed, also wanted to know. "What did you see?" Her voice sounded nonchalant, but he could tell that she was curious. Sunny groaned and sat down, then summoned the endless spring to take a sip of water. Washing the taste of blood off his tongue, he lingered for a moment and said in a somber tone. "I think I just saw Nether in full war mode, going all out." The harrowing figure which was shrouded in darkness Sunny was not certain, but he felt that it was the prince of the underworld, Nether, the demon of destiny himself. After all, he was also the demon of choice. And that was what Sunny had sensed within the boundless expanse of rippling darkness, an infinite amount of choices. True darkness also originated from the mists of the hollow mountains, where Nether's domain lay. Curse it! Sunny had seen a demon before. However, he had not been reduced to such a sorry state after meeting Hope Face. Why was gazing upon the prince of the underworld so different? I guess it was not seeing him, it was feeling an echo of his killing intent. N.01n. Nether's murderous wall was so terrifying that simply looking at his reflection almost killed Sunny. And that was considering that he was an ascended tyrant, too. If a mundane person had glimpsed the visage of the infuriated demon, they would have probably dropped dead at the spot, simple as that. Scary. Sunny turned to Nephis and smiled weakly. "Neph, remind me to never get on the bad side of a deity." She raised an eyebrow slightly, giving him a dubious look. "What is that supposed to mean?" Ignoring his request, Nephis shook her head and asked. "So what did he look like?" "The demon of destiny." She had spent her second nightmare in the underworld, so she must have been dying to know. Sunny remained silent for a moment. Eventually, he shrugged. "I have no idea. I only saw a pair of raven wings, and a figure moving within a shroud of terrifying darkness. That was pretty much it. But it was also enough to almost make me pass out, so." He looked at Ananke and asked. "Are all gods and diamonds reflected in these waters?" The child priestess seemed unsure. "I don't know, my lord. Perhaps they are all except Weaver, who did not participate in the Doom War. War god, sun god, beast god, storm god, heart god, and shadow god, their reflections should be here. The same goes for the diamonds, the demon of desire, the demon of dread, the demon of choice, the demon of imagination, and the demon of repose. Oh, and the 6th one. Oh, I seem to be forgetting her title." Ananke's childish voice grew quiet with embarrassment, and then ceased completely. Sunny stared at her for a few moments. "Right. The 6th one should be Oblivion." "Oblivion is a she, huh?" Then he knew the titles of all 7 diamonds now, didn't he? Weaver, the demon of fate, the oldest of the 7. Hope, the demon of desire, although she was also often called Desire, the demon of hope, which was not confusing at all. Then there was Ariel, the demon of dread, and the demon of oblivion, whose name had been forgotten by all. Nether, the demon of destiny or choice, was the youngest. The last two he had never heard of before. The demon of imagination and the demon of repose. Weird. Their titles did not sound particularly demonic at all. He had expected something disastrous and terrifying, like the demon of strife or the demon of frenzy. The diamonds had been feared above all other lesser deities, after all, and perhaps even more than the gods. The word for imagination could also be translated as illusion, vision, or sight. The word for repose could also be translated as renewal, rejuvenation, and restoration. What was so frightening about these things? Well, imagination can indeed be scary, I guess. I can also imagine how ceaseless renewal might end up becoming a nightmare, sort of. Nevertheless, the two diamonds were a complete mystery to him. To be honest, all 7 diamonds were a mystery, as were all 6 gods. If only there was a place where I could learn a bit about each of them, including how they looked and fought. Right? Sunny glanced at the radiant water, suddenly consumed not only by dread, but also by burning curiosity. It was all right here, one look away. Shuddering, Sunny forced himself to turn away. What are you doing, fool? He was in the tomb of Ariel, of all places. A titanic pyramid built to bury the truths that even one of these ineffable beings had not been able to bear, and where the knowledge of those truths gave birth to the defilement. If Sunny failed to understand that not all truths were meant to be learned in such a place, then he really did not deserve to be alive. Oh, what a disappointment. Why wasn't there a demon of curiosity? Curiosity was a much more terrifying thing than imagination and repose, as far as he was concerned. Looking at the embarrassed Ananke, he sighed and shook his head. The 6th demon is oblivion. Don't worry, it's her nature to be easily forgotten. You already did well by remembering that there was one more of them, really. The child priestess hesitated for a while, then nodded with a smile. Right, thank you, my lord. Trying not to look too closely at the surface of the water, Sunny turned away and peered into the distance, where the dark wall of the time storm towered like a boundary of the world. His expression dulled. The moment of respite in the eye of the storm was welcome and unexpected, but it was also doomed to be brief. Soon, they would have to challenge the fury of the unnatural cataclysm once again. The thought made him shudder. Chapter 13:28, Serene Peril. It was peaceful in the eye of the storm, if a little bit eerie. The strange lack of the sensation of time had been uncomfortable at first, but Sunny quickly found himself forgetting that time had ever existed at all. The view of the azure sky reflecting on the perfectly calm water was beautiful and tranquil. The silence was like a lullaby, making him feel at ease. Sunny had not felt such peace in a long, long while. There was no need to hurry, and no possibility to do so anyway. Without telling how long their actions took, they could not know whether they were being slow or swift either. So, it was fine to just let go and remain still for a bit, enjoying the serene stillness of the world in. Which was why Sunny soon found himself feeling cold dread. Not this is not good. It was just too easy to be lulled into inaction in this strange and frozen place. At some point, Sunny realized that he did not know how long he had remained sitting with his back against the side of the ketch, without a thought in his head. His eyes widened slightly. If they weren't careful, would they end up frozen forever in the ice storm, too, just like everything else was frozen in this tranquil haven? Shuddering, he turned to Ananke and asked, "How long has it been since we reached this place?" She helplessly shook her small head. "I don't know, my lord." He hesitated. "How long before we dive back into the storm, then?" The child priestess peered into the distance. Her large blue eyes darkened somewhat. Nevertheless, she said resolutely, "Well, leave as soon as possible. Time might be frozen here, but it still flows outside. It is better not to linger, otherwise, fallen grace might already be destroyed when we finally escape the disaster, and I would have failed in my task." Sunny let out a relieved sigh. Right, it is not too bad. They had not been caught in the trap of frozen time yet. Ananke was proof she had grown a bit younger after they had entered the eye of the storm, meaning that the circle of tranquil water was moving in relation to the unceasing current of the great river. Since she had not turned even younger yet, they couldn't have been idling in the serene silence for too long. She was like their anchor in this beautiful and insidiously dreadful place. Thank the gods. Sunny suddenly wanted to laugh. He could have never imagined that he would be desperate to dive back into the nightmarish havoc of the deathly storm, but here it was, the desire to escape the tranquil circle of frozen time, fast. The future was truly unknowable, and one could never say never. Nephis stared at the bow of the ketch and looked at them, her expression stiff. I've been keeping an eye on the wall of the storm. We have drawn closer to the outer boundary, somewhat, but without the current, the ketch is moving too slowly. In fact, it is not moving at all. We will have to raise the sails and summon the wind. It seemed that she had never lost track of their goal. Sunny sighed. The nature of time might have changed, but Neph never did, at least the deepest reaches of her heart did not. She was still just like she had been all those years ago, beneath the branches of the soul-devouring tree. Back then, she had also spent all her time on the shore of the Ashen Barrow, looking west even if she couldn't quite remember why. Her single-minded determination was something to rely on, as well. It was ironic, really, a girl whose fate it was to bring change was the most unchanging thing in Sunnis life. As he was thinking that, Anank's shoulders fell slightly. Yes, my lady. Just give me a moment, and I. Nephis shook her head. No. I will summon the wind, and I will steer the ketch. I will guide us out of the storm when we enter it, as well. The child priestess looked up at her with a startled expression. But, my lady. Neph stared at her somberly for a few moments, her gaze heavy. Eventually, she said bluntly. You have grown too weak, Ananke. I am sorry. Your body is not strong enough to handle the strain. You can't even reach the deck with your feet while sitting on the helmsman's bench. How are you going to control the oar? She looked down, then sighed. Walking up to the child priestess, Nephis patted her on the shoulder and forced out a smile. Don't worry. Isn't that why you taught me? You taught me well. I will steer the ketch while you keep the broken time at bay. Each of the three of us will make sure that we escape the storm alive. With that, she threw a poignant look at Sunny. He felt sorry for Ananke, but knew that Nephis was right. Their guide was not capable of guiding the boat through a raging storm anymore. Even if it hurt her pride and went against her determination, it was time for the two of them to protect Ananke instead of being protected by her. They had to make sure that she survived the storm. And after that they had to make sure that she had the means of returning to Weave, too. How did everything become so complicated? The damned storm had thoroughly destroyed their plans. Now, all they could do was finish their battle against it, and then come up with new ones. The strain on Sunny was going to increase, considering that he would be draining the water from the ketch alone this time. But he would have to manage, somehow. If there was one consolation, it was that half of the journey was already behind them. Knowing that each minute brought them closer to safety, he wouldn't need to preserve his essence as much. Sunny smiled, then clapped his hands. All right, let's get out of the eye of the storm first. Honestly, this beautiful place is way too creepy. It'll feel better once we're drowning in raging water and being battered by devastating winds. Wouldn't you? Not to mention that he was still struggling against an overwhelming desire to peer into the reflections frozen in the still water, consequences be damned. Ananke lowered her head, despondent, but there was nothing she could say. Her small frame was indeed not suitable for steering the ketch through the powerful storm anymore. Transcendent or not, she was still a child now. Feeling a sense of urgency, the three of them struggled against the lulling tranquility of the frozen time and hurried themselves, hoping to return to the crushing embrace of the storm as soon as possible. Chapter 1329, Last Hurdle. As Nephis steered the ketch toward the wall of darkness, Sunny had some time to prepare himself mentally for the arduous struggle that lay ahead of them. He also had time to observe Ananke closer. What he saw did not bode well. Despite being an adult and someone hundreds of years old, the priestess had regained the body of a young child. Looking at her youthful appearance, it was hard to remember how ancient, decrepit, and frail she had been once, when they met her in the far future. But the change was not exactly a benevolent one. Despite being full of vitality, Ananke had obviously grown much weaker. Her immature body was not as strong and physically capable as it had been before, but, worse than that, the differences went deeper than that. As Sunny observed the child priestess, he slowly realized that her mind had been affected by her turning into a child, as well. It was as though her head could not contain the mature consciousness of an experienced adult anymore. Nor could her heart handle the powerful emotions of one with the same composure. Ananke had not really turned dull or less intelligent, but there was a certain infantile straightforwardness to how she spoke and behaved now. Her eyes, which had always been wise, seemed slightly naive, as well. Her mind slowly regressing. Sunny felt cold claws grip his heart. Curse it n. He gritted his teeth and looked down, but then forced himself to straighten. Fine. It's fine. She has taken care of us enough, well, take care of her, now. Of course, they still needed the child priestess to protect the ketch from the ravages of broken time. Sunny hoped that she would be able to maintain the bubble of stability around the ketch both for their sake and her own. Once they were out of the storm, they would find a way to help her return to Weave, even if it meant turning around and sailing back upstream. His heavy thoughts were interrupted by a sudden breeze that threw tiny droplets of water into his face. Sunny looked up, sensing the shadows around them shift. We're here. The wall of darkness was already drawing close. Hurry. Nephis dismissed the winds she had summoned and hurried to the middle of the ketch. Together, they swiftly lowered the sails and dismantled the masts, repeating the actions they had performed before entering the storm for the first time. By the time they were done, the water around them was not still anymore. Although weak, there was a hint of a current, pulling them toward the seething wall of dark mist. The light of the seven suns slowly dimmed, and the winds grew more violent. Sunny grimaced, sensing the bizarre transition from the absence of time to the unnerving mess of it being broken and volatile. Come on, Ananke. Despite his worries, the child priestess performed her task just as flawlessly as she had before. Submitting to her will, the feeling of time having gone mad diminished, allowing him to breathe freely. The nauseating feeling of fundamental wrongness in the world was still there, but bearable. Sunny quietly cursed. Ugh. I have not missed that sensation. The current was growing faster and faster, the still surface of the water becoming restless. Finally, waves appeared, small and weak at first, then chaotic and powerful. Standing at the stern of the ketch, Nephis steered it with an iron hand. Sparks of white flame danced in her eyes, refusing to be devoured by the encroaching darkness. Here we go. The darkness swallowed the world once again. The tranquil silence was torn apart, replaced by the furious howling of the wind. The deck of the ketch jerked, mounting a tall wave. A thunderous thunderclap shook the world. This is it. The last hurdle. Looking into the nightmarish abyss of the storm, Sunny found Ananke's shoulder and pulled her closer to him, so that she wouldn't be thrown overboard by the violent waves. Looking down, he hesitated for a few moments, and then smiled. Don't worry. It will be fine. I once rode a saint into the depths of the ocean to fight a corrupted terror, you know. That was way scarier than this. Ananke stared at him with her large azure eyes, and then nodded. Yes, my lord. Sunny grinned, then picked up the iron bowl and prepared to scoop up as much water as he could. Granted, I only survived fighting the Sibyl of the Fallen Grace by luck. And now I need to survive this storm, somehow, to meet her again. What a ridiculous turn of events, really. It was indeed a bit ridiculous. However, Sunny did not feel like laughing. The storm swallowed them like a giant beast. The ketch flew on the raging current, dwarfed by towering waves. The swirling mist enveloped the world, making it seem as though nothing except for the terrible disaster remained within the tomb of Ariel. The insidious tranquility of the eye of the storm seemed as though it had never existed. They had left its shelter, as well as the reflections of the gods and the diamonds, behind. Sunny would have felt regret at the missed opportunity to learn divine secrets, but he had no time to think about such things. Bending down, he scooped up the first portion of water and tossed it back into the mist. His body did not ache for now. His reserves of Essence were not empty, for now. His mind was not numbed by the sickening feeling of time breaking apart, for now. All these torments would come soon. And then, hopefully, he would leave them behind as well. To make space for some new horrors, without a doubt. But one day, at the end of it all, a bright future awaited him. Maybe. For now, however, what lay ahead was the past. Sunny had to travel far into the past, meet Dusk of the Fallen Grace, find the members of the cohort, and conquer this damned nightmare. Shielding his face from the devastating blow of the wind, he gritted his teeth. Really now? They were braving a storm of broken time in the company of a 200-year-old child, who was a priestess of the nightmare spell. Sunny chuckled. No one is going to believe this crap. Chapter 1330, Floodgates. The time storm seemed even more violent the second time around. The deafening howling of the wind had grown deeper and louder, sounding more like a monstrous roar now. It was as if an enormous beast was struggling to break free of its chains somewhere below the waves, its voice reverberating across the entire world and shaking the heavens. The sky itself seemed like it had been torn asunder and collapsed. A flood of boiling mist poured through its broken dam, devouring the seething surface of the great river. The tiny speck of the wooden ketch flew through the howling abyss, surrounded by frenzied darkness. Sometimes, a thunderous crack would drown out the fury of the storm, as if the pillars of the world were fracturing and crumbling apart. Then, a blinding flash of lightning would momentarily illuminate the turbulent expanse of dark water. Hidden by the mist, colossal waves rose and fell like black mountains, carrying with them an obliterating weight. And those were only the outward manifestations of the harrowing storm. Sunny did not know what kind of destructive forces were clashing in the depths of the river below the ketch, but he could feel the nature of time turning more and more twisted around them. Even protected by Ananke, he could feel his body and mind twist and crack with it. Arg! He failed to contend with the furious power of the wild current and was sent tumbling, colliding with the side of the ketch. Blinded by pain and ignoring it, Sunny reached out and caught the child priestess before she was washed overboard. The ropes connecting them to the ketch became entangled, but it was the least of his problems right now. The wooden boat was creaking and groaning around them, seemingly on the verge of breaking apart. Nephis had firmly planted herself at the stern, holding onto the steering oar with all her might. White flames were dancing in her eyes, and soft radiance rose from her skin, made vague and unclear by the veil of mist. The ketch was falling from a towering wave, and Sunny felt weightless for a moment. His body was actually separated from the deck. Drifting upward, he had to activate the feather of truth and make himself heavier in order to not be tossed into the air. Placing himself between the wooden deck and Ananke, Sunny gritted his teeth. A moment later, the crushing impact of the fall came, knocking the wind out of him. Hurt, suffocating, he whispered a quiet curse. The ketch was filling up with water. How was he supposed to drain it if he couldn't even remain standing? They had done well up until now. It was impossible to tell how long their dreadful journey through the storm had lasted, but judging by how tired and battered his body was, it couldn't have been a small amount of time. Despite that, there was no sign of the furious disaster growing any weaker. In fact, it was only becoming more violent and dire. And now, his strength was failing him. I can't resist it with just my body anymore. Sunny knew that he had to conserve his essence as much as possible, yet the situation had become too desperate. Even if it was too soon, There was no other choice but to burn the bridges and open the floodgates, hoping that the storm would subside sooner than his reserves ran dry. If not, it's going to be all right, Ananke will just have to hold on for a little bit more. His whisper was too quiet for the child priestess to hear through the deafening roaring of the storm, but it made him feel stronger. Pushing himself off the deck, Sunny threw a somber glance at Nephis. Changing Star was standing at the stern of a ketch like a beautiful statue, surrounded by a white halo. Her slender figure, silhouetted by the fluttering fabric of the windswept tunic, was the only source of light in the ocean of seething darkness. Her face was pale and motionless, turned into a porcelain mask by the torment of her torturous floor. Neph's eyes were grim and radiant, burning with furious resolve and cold determination. She was struggling just as much as he was. She was also just as stubborn and relentless as he was. Together they were going to overcome this terrible storm, despite it all. Sunny pushed air into his burning lungs. And then for a little bit more and a little bit more. Sparks of light ignited in the mist around him, coalescing into several memories. First, a serpentine crown of black metal appeared on his head. Then, a flute carved out of emerald bone appeared in his hand. Sunny took a deep breath and activated the royal promise enchantment of the Crown of Twilight. Immediately, he felt a subtle connection form between him and the seething waters of the great river. That connection was weak and insignificant, but it was strong enough for his goals. Commanding the water like he did shadows, Sunny willed it to move. The foaming water that filled the insides of the ketch, already reaching above his shins, suddenly stirred. Flowing in reverse, it tentatively crawled up the sides of the boat and spilled into the turbulent darkness beyond. 1 second passed, then another. A few heartbeats later, the remaining water was already not as deep as it had been before. This method was certainly much more convenient than draining it one scoop of the iron bowl at a time. On the downside, he could feel his essence disappearing with a frightening speed, as well as a heavy strain pressing down on his already reeling mind. Heavy, it's heavy. Gritting his teeth, Sunny persisted. At the same time, he brought Bone Singer to his lips and blew into it. The next moment, a dome of blessed silence enveloped the ketch, sparing their ears from the staggering cacophony of the storm. The sudden lack of deafening noise left him stunned. Swaying, Sunny fell heavily to the deck and grabbed onto the side of the ketch, holding himself in place. Outside, the havoc of the time cataclysm was the same. The small boat was still being tossed around by the raging current, flying up the towering waves and then plummeting down. But inside, at least for a little while, there was silence and peace. Taking a shaky breath, Sunny lowered his head and wondered how long he would be able to keep this peace in existence. Not long. It won't be long at all. Chapter 1331, The Well of Wishes. Nephis continued to struggle against the storm, guiding them through the towering waves, but Sunny and Ananke received a moment of respite. If it could even be called that, they were still inside the ketch, which was tossed around like a toy boat by the raging current. Sunny was using one hand and all of his tyrannical strength to keep himself in place while holding Ananke with the other. But without the need to feverishly scoop out water, they at least could catch their breaths and remain motionless for a while, for as long as his essence lasted, that was. Sunny leaned against the wet wood tiredly, consumed by bitter exhaustion. His chest was rising heavily. Not good. Being a supreme memory, the Crown of Twilight was a very powerful tool. But correspondingly, it consumed a lot of essence. It was going to take a few minutes for his tentative authority over water to drain the entire boat. After that, it would be unwise to keep sustaining the effect of the royal promise. He sighed. What was even a minute? In this godforsaken storm, it was impossible to tell. The effects of time being broken were still ravaging them. Sunny had already grown accustomed to seeing ghastly hallucinations impose themselves on the bodies of Nephis, Ananke, and himself. There were vague, harrowing shapes sometimes appearing from the mist, as well. He could never discern their nature, but the glimpses of unknown figures and events filled him with a deep sense of terror. Were they twisted fragments of the past? Of the future? Or something else entirely, that had crawled into the world through the rifts in the broken framework of the absolute law. He did not know, and did not wish to know. Perhaps this is how Cassie feels. There were shadows, as well. They were just as twisted and perverse as the rest of things within the time storm. He had already limited the range of his shadow sense as much as it was possible, but he could still feel the chilling wrongness of them and couldn't help but shudder. Sunny felt grim and hopeless. At that moment, a childish voice distracted him from his dark thoughts. "My lord." He stirred and looked down, at the small figure of the child priestess. Ananke had grown even younger. Now, she looked like a girl of maybe 7 years of age, tired and afraid. Her mind must have regressed further, too. She was still maintaining the bubble of stability around the ketch, but it felt weaker. She looked more like an actual child than a wise saint trapped in the body of one, as well. Sunny forced out a weak smile and asked, trying to keep his tone soft. "What is it?" Ananke lingered for a while, seemingly embarrassed. Eventually, though, she whispered in a small voice. "I'm scared." Those words. They cut Sunny like a knife. The proud priestess he knew would have never allowed herself to say something like that to a person she considered her ward. The fact that she had meant that Ananke was gone further than he thought. His heart grasped by the icy claws of anger and regret, Sunny struggled to keep his bitter emotions away from his face. His smile froze. "There's no need to be afraid, Ananke. We will escape this storm, the three of us. I am sure of it. See?" He pointed to the water, which was flowing out of the ketch on its own. What he had said to the child priestess was not a lie. Sunny desperately believed that they would, indeed, survive the time storm. Or rather, he had fooled himself into believing that. He might not have been able to lie to others, but lying to himself. That was the easiest thing in the world. Ananke grew quiet, seemingly calmed a little by his words. However, her small face was still sick with fear. After a few moments, she asked again, her voice tentative. "My lord." Sunny pulled her closer to him, struggling against the sudden movements of the "might you tell me a fairy tale." He froze, startled by her request. It was natural for a distressed child to want to hear catch. "Yes." She hesitated a little. "Might you tell me a fairy tale?" He froze, startled by her request. It was natural for a distressed child to want to hear a fairy tale, probably. Right? The problem was, Sunny couldn't remember any. The only one that he could think of was the strange tale of the wooden boy that Nephis had told him about. But considering its macabre ending, he didn't think it was very suitable to tell that one to Ananke. He shifted slightly, then said softly, "I'm sorry, I don't think I know any fairy tales." The child priestess lowered her head. "Oh." Sunny hesitated for a moment. "N1N. How about you tell me one, instead?" Ananke looked at him in surprise, her large azure eyes widening. "Me?" He nodded with an encouraging smile. "Yes. Which one is your favorite?" The child priestess stared at him, sparks slowly igniting in her eyes. She seemed to have forgotten about the terrifying fury of the storm, at least for a moment. A tentative smile brightened her small face. "Oh, it is about the Well of Wishes." Sunny raised an eyebrow, acting as if he was paying rapt attention to her words. "The Well of Wishes, huh?" Ananke nodded seriously. "Yes. They say that the world was born from a wish. And so, a well of wishes is hidden at the estuary of the river because it flows back in time, to the moment when the world was born. Anyone who reaches there will have their most dear wish come true." Sunny tilted his head, surprised by the strange logic of the fairy tale, both by how odd it was, and that there strangely was logic to it at all. In the beginning, there was desire. Was it so wrong to say that the world was born from a wish? As the water left the ketch and his essence burned, the child priestess continued with a smile. "There was once a brave girl who was separated from her mother by the currents. The girl couldn't meet her mother, because she was riverborn. But she found a magic ship, which allowed her to sail the river just like an outsider. As the storm raged around them, Ananke told him about the incredible adventures of the riverborn girl in her small, childish voice. By the time the riverborn girl found her outsider mother, the mother had grown weak and frail from old age. Knowing that time would separate them again soon, forever, the girl sailed for the estuary. Ananke's voice had grown excited. And finally, she found the Well of Wishes. The girl's wish was to be with her mom, and so, the well made her mother riverborn as well. She returned upstream on her magic ship, and they lived together happily, forever. She looked at him expectantly, all worry gone from her face. Sunny held her close, feeling the violent forces of the storm trying to throw the battered ketch down. That is a wonderful fairy tale, Ananke. I liked it a lot. The child priestess smiled. You are an outsider too, my lord. You don't even need a magic ship to reach the estuary. Maybe you can find the Well of Wishes, too. He didn't have the heart to tell her that what waited in the estuary was the source of the defilement, and not a magical well that granted everyone their dearest wishes. Instead, Sunny lingered for a while. Eventually, he nodded. Yes, wouldn't that be nice? Maybe I'll really find the Well of Wishes and have my greatest wish come true, one day. Who's to say I won't? He smiled. The Well of Wishes. Sunny tensed, feeling the approach of an impact. It was a beautiful fairy tale, indeed. Chapter 1332, Splinters. The ketch was thrown into the air by the powerful current, like it had been 1,000 times already, and then plummeted down. Bruised and battered, Sunny gritted his teeth and prepared to endure the violent shock of the impact just like he had endured 1,000 of them already. The seething water seemed as hard as stone when the bottom of the wooden boat hit it. He held onto the side of the ketch, feeling a grim sense of fatigue and hopelessness overwhelm his mind. The darkness was as oppressive as it had been before, the mist was as blinding as it had been before, and the fury of the storm was as chillingly dreadful as it had been before. However, this impact was different from all the previous ones. Sunny failed to see the moment the wood split, but he heard it. Even through the howling of the hurricane wind and the roaring of the falling waves, the cracking sound seemed clear and deafening. By the time he turned, Nephis was already falling. She hit the deck with a dull thump, leaving a streak of blood on it, and tumbled forward. A split second later, her back hit the protruding fittings of the dismantled mast, violently arresting her fall. A stifled groan escaped from her lips. What happened? It took Sunny a moment to notice a jagged piece of broken wood that she was gripping with both hands, still, her knuckles white. Then, he hurriedly glanced at the stern of the ketch. His pupils narrowed. The steering oar was gone. There was only the piece Nephis was holding and a scattering of wet splinters on the deck. The rest of it had shattered, and was washed away by the raging current. Sunny froze for a moment, both terrified and relieved because it was not the deck itself that had cracked, terrified because the ketch had become completely uncontrollable now. The next wave was already approaching, and with no one to steer the boat to face it directly, it was going to hit them from the side. Which meant that the ketch would most likely roll. Even if it didn't immediately, there would be the next wave, and the next, and the next, and 1,000 more after that. Without a helmsman leading the ketch through the storm, they were doomed. Curse it! There was no time to think, so he just acted on instinct. Releasing the enchantments of the Crown of Twilight and the Bone Singer, Sunny called upon the shadows instead. A tide of them poured out of the small stone lantern that hung on his belt, filling the ketch. There had already been shadows there, but all of them were twisted and broken, turned wrong and eerie by the ravages of broken time. Sunny wasn't sure that he could communicate with these shadows, and so, he summoned more reliable helpers from within the shadow lantern. The cacophony of the storm returned with a deafening vengeance, hitting Sunny like a physical force. N01N. The rolling wave reached their small boat and dove underneath it, sending the ketch rising into the dark vastness of the raging mist. The deck tilted dangerously underneath him, threatening to send Sunny and Ananke overboard. Nephis slid in their direction before grabbing onto the fitting of the mast. As they were being simultaneously thrown into the air and pulled into the water, the shadows surged forward. They flowed over the sides of the wooden boat, enveloping it like a black shroud. Then, the shadows solidified, turning the ketch into an improvised ark. The opening above the deck was closed completely, cutting off the streaming water and the crushing blows of the wind. All that remained inside were wisps of swirling mist and the darkness, pierced by the soft radiance emanating from Neph's skin. However, the ketch was still tilting as it climbed higher and higher. Soon, it was going to crest the wave and either overturn, or plummet back down into the raging waters. Sunny let out a low growl, then pushed himself and Ananke off the side of the boat and scaled the tilting deck, grabbing the fittings of the mast next to Nephis. A moment later, shadows wrapped themselves around the three of them like bonds, pressing them into the wet wood. The shadows were like a firm, but elastic harness that would prevent them from flying around the dark interior of the ketch when it inevitably rolled. Which happened a few seconds later. Sunny experienced a few moments of weightlessness, his body pressing against the harness, then the familiar trauma of the crash. The cold water, what little of it remained after he had drained it with the help of the crown of twilight, flowed across the closed interior of the shadow-veiled boat, pouring into his mouth and nose. But at least the cocoon of shadows he had created held. It protected the ketch from being turned into splinters, and them from being thrown overboard or drowned. For now. But how long could Sunny keep shielding their vessel from the rage of the storm? His reserves of essence were already breached, a lot of it spent by the crown of twilight. Well, one way or another, they were going to find out. As the arc of shadows was being carried by the raging current, Sunny, Nephis, and Ananke tried desperately to endure the arduous strain of being tossed around by the harrowing cataclysm. Sunny and Nephis were laying on the wet deck, secured to it by the bonds of shadows, keeping Ananke's small body between them. Pressed tightly against each other, the three of them had no other choice but to suffer the painful impacts of the waves and cling to the last, desperate vestiges of hope. The violence of the storm, the bone-chilling cold of the mist, and the muffled roars of the wind filled their hearts with dread. "We will survive this, we will." Sunny kept repeating these words inside his head, as if trying to will them into existence. His reserve of essence was diminishing slightly with each minute. And so were their chances of making it out of the storm alive. Chapter 1333, Farewells, the Storm. As Sunny was struggling to keep both himself and Ananke whole in the furious grinder of the storm, he could feel her small body trembling. His own body was soaked in cold water and chilled to the bone. At the same time, he could feel the Neph's radiance breathing warmth into it. It was more than just warmth, too. Knowing that it was his shadows that were keeping them safe, Nephis sent her flames to engulf Sunny, strengthening both his body and soul. Most of her light was transferred to him, while the last wisp gently caressed the child priestess. As the white flame surrounded Ananke, the numerous scrapes and bruises covering her small figure instantly healed. She seemed to relax a little. Nephis herself, though, was left devoid of any protection. The two of them were very close, their arms wrapped around each other, with only the trembling child between them. Resting his head on the wet wood of the deck, Sunny silently looked into Neph's eyes. They were lightless and tired, numbed by torment and pain. There was nothing to say. There was nothing to do, either. The three of them just had to suffer, endure, and pray that Sunny's essence lasted longer than the storm did. It was more easily said than done. The shadow arc was being shaken and tossed around by the raging elements like a ball. Even though the harness he had created held them in place, it was still a torturous experience. Sunny had to strain all his muscles to lessen the shock of the terrible impacts, holding on to the mast fittings with all his might. The task was not in any way easier than the draining and laborious process of scooping up water with an iron bowl. In fact, it was much harder, because he couldn't even stand. He had to protect Ananke, as well. Being lost in the depths of a cataclysmic storm was not much different from the few moments of destructive havoc he had experienced when the explosives beneath Falcon Scott were detonated. Only, this time, the havoc was going to last much, much longer hours, most likely, or even days. Not that these words held any meaning anymore. The volatile currents of broken time that surrounded them were only growing more wild and unstable. Sunny could feel their sickening influence through the protective bubble that Ananke was still maintaining around the ketch. His thoughts had become tangled, and it was hard to maintain focus. But he had to keep the manifested shadows intact, continuously willing their shapes into existence and repairing any damage done to the improvised ark. If Sunny lost concentration, all three of them were going to die. Come on, we have already reached so far, just a little bit more, just a little. It was just that he struggled to remain concentrated more and more. The ravages of broken time were growing fiercer, but the protections conjured by Ananke were growing weaker. Soon, Sunny found himself unable to tell when was before and when was after. All that remained was the current moment, the pain in his battered body, the cold mist that stuck to his skin, the warmth of Nef's flame burning softly in the depths of his being, and the tactile sensations of her and Anank's bodies pressed against his own. All he could do was cling to these sensations, to his connection to the shadows, and find strength in their silent presence. I have to hold on, I have to. But then, slowly, even these feelings grew vague and chaotic. The storm of broken time invaded his mind completely, extinguishing Sunny's ability to be aware of the world. He was left in a tortuous state that was not consciousness, but also not the merciful oblivion of losing it. Have to hold. And then, the torture dissipated, as well. There was no time. There was no world. There was only the storm. A moment passed. Or maybe an eternity. He did not know, nor was he able to know.